Hit by a dump truck, I unexpectedly crossed over to the world of pirates, and even got to touch young Nami. On the beach of Cocoa Village in the East Blue, a little girl with orange short hair was struggling to drag a black-haired boy under a coconut tree. This was young Nami, saving Ning Chuan. I'm so tired. If I don't help him, Nokigo and Bellemere will scold me, Nami mumbled. Ning Chuan opened his eyes and saw little Nami, stunned. Isn't this Nami from One Piece? Am I hallucinating? And she's shy? He reached out to ruffle Nami's hair. The feeling was too real. In the next moment, Nami puffed her cheeks and bit at him, causing Ning Chuan to retract his hand in pain. There were bite marks on his hand. And why did his hand feel smaller? Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on crossing into the pirate world. You have obtained the 10,000 times training return system. Daily training will yield 10,000 times the return. Additional reward. Your body will be 10 years younger. Ning Chuan was even more bewildered. I really crossed over? To the pirate world? Into the system? Looking at the pouting little Nami in front of him, he finally believed this was not a hallucination. My name is Ning Chuan. Nice to meet you. He smiled and extended his hand. Nami took him to the orange orchard to find Bellemere. She's really nice and will give you work picking oranges to fill your belly. The door opened, and a woman with winered hair came out. Cigarette in mouth. It was Bellemere. She looked at Ning Chuan, who was the handsome little boy she had never seen before. New here? By the looks of your outfit, your family must be quite wealthy. Can Ning Chuan become stronger in the pirate world, relying on the 10,000 times training system? Will Bellemere take him in? Can he change the fate of Nami and Bellemere? Bellemere scrutinized Ning Chuan and suddenly asked, where did you come from? Why were you passed out on the beach? She blew out a smoke ring, pondering. Bellemere, his name is Ning Chuan. I found him by the sea. Nami spoke for him. He encountered pirates, and his ship was blown up. He was the only one to wash up on the beach. I wanted to find work in the orange orchard to fill his belly. Another orphan harmed by pirates. Bellemere sighed. Since Nami likes you, you can stay. Ning Chuan, don't be lazy. Come help pick oranges every day. She ruffled Ning Chuan's hair, and Nami's face turned red. Who likes him? After saying that, she ran off with the orange basket. Ning Chuan frowned and asked, Aunt Bellemere, what year is it in the sea circle calendar? 1512. Why? Ning Chuan's heart tightened. Arlong and his crew will be coming soon. With me here, tragedy won't happen. If Arlong dares to come, he'll dry fish. He made up his mind. Stop daydreaming. Fill a basket before noon, or there will be no chicken legs. Bellemere shoved the orange basket into his hands. Ning Chuan chased after Nami, seeing her perched on an orange tree while a blue-haired girl stood with hands on her hips. Nami sneaked out to play. You have to pick an extra basket. It was Nokigo. I went to save someone. You can ask him. Nami pointed at Ning Chuan. Hello, Nokigo. I'm Ning Chuan. He extended his hand. Just call me sister from now on. Nokigo smiled with her eyes squinted. Ning Chuan, hurry up and come help. Otherwise, there will be no chicken legs. Nami shouted. Ning Chuan pulled over the basket of oranges Nami had picked and grinned. This basket is mine. Could you pick another one for me? I'm going to train. Lazybones making excuses. What do you know about training? Bellemere, who used to be in the Navy, doesn't even understand. Nami exploded from the tree. Nokigo chuckled. This Ning Chuan could make the mischievous Nami so angry it was interesting. How much will Ning Chuan's 10,000 times training system yield on his first training session? Can he become strong before Arlong arrives? Will Nami be shocked when she realizes his strength? Ning Chuan closed his eyes and began his first training session. Just simple movements of his hands and feet, and the system prompts sounded in his mind. Nokigo was interested in Ning Chuan's training. Do you want to be a pirate like Roger or a Navy like Garp? Neither. Ning Chuan smiled. I'm training to protect those I want to protect. With enough strength, I can achieve any identity, even that of a celestial dragon. Nokigo quickly covered his mouth. Shh. You can't speak ill of the celestial dragons if someone hears. It's over. Nami and Nokigo stared at Ning Chuan. What exactly was his training like? Ning Chuan walked up to a giant stone over 2 meters high, took a stance, and prepared to punch. The sisters exchanged worried glances, panicking. Is he really going to smash the stone with his fist? Is he crazy? How could human's fist possibly shake a giant stone? His hand will get hurt. Huh! Ning Chuan shouted, his fist crashing into the stone. Ouch! He grimaced in pain. His fist turned red, but the stone didn't budge. Sure enough, the pirate world is full of monsters. A normal person almost breaks their hand hitting a stone. He sighed. Good thing I'm a cheat. System. Congratulations on completing one punch, 10,000 times return. Gain 10,000 punches of cultivation. Ning Chuan suddenly felt his right fist filled with power. All his injuries healed. Nami and Nokigo, seeing this, wanted to stop him from doing anything reckless, but it was already too late. Ning Chuan's second punch slammed into the giant stone. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Will the giant stone be smashed? Will Nami and Nokigo be stunned? What other surprises can this 10,000 times training system bring? As the dust settled, the Tunterhigh giant stone had a crack splitting it in the middle, gradually widening. A deep fist imprint was left on the massive stone. This was his full-strength strike using 10,000 punches of cultivation. His fist was still swollen and hurt badly, but he was extremely satisfied with the power. As Nami and Nokigo were about to advise him, they saw the fist imprint and were directly stunned. They reached out to touch the stone and lightly punched it, immediately wincing and rubbing their hands. So hard. Ning Chuan, how much strength did you use? Nami's eyes were teary, completely baffled. Ning Chuan smiled and motioned for them to stand behind him. The next punch will be terrifying. System. Settlement successful. Gained full strength of 10,000 punches of cultivation returned. Ning Chuan felt the power in his fist surge. This system multiplies. The first punch was tenfold. The second punch was 100-fold at this rate. Who could withstand it? He aimed at the same spot and threw another punch. Boom! The giant stone, over 2 meters high, exploded into fragments, with pieces flying into the jungle like bullets. Fortunately, the sisters were standing behind, otherwise they would have been injured. Nami and Nokigo were so shocked they couldn't speak, their faces pale. He really smashed the giant stone with one punch? Ning Chuan calculated again. His fist grew even stronger next time he encountered such a stone. A light punch would shatter it. He turned around and looked at the still-dazed sisters. How strong will Ning Chuan's power become? When Arlong comes, can he kill him with one punch? When will Nami and Nokigo accept this reality? Bellemere walked over with her cigarette. Seeing the broken stones on the ground, she frowned. How did this stone break? Who did it among the three of you? Ning Chuan smiled and ruffled the heads of the two. Sorry for scaring you. Nami and Nokigo finally came to their senses. Nami grabbed his fist and examined it. How did you smash such a big stone? The result of hard training. Ning Chuan pretended to be profound. I put in thousands of times the effort. You're lying. Nami turned her face away, but couldn't help sneaking a glance at his fist. What on earth was going on? Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through the jungle, and Nami and Nojiko's expressions changed dramatically. It's the Forest Bear King. Last time it entered the orange grove, Bellemere had to shoot it away. Quick, climb a tree. Nojiko tried to pull Ning Chuan, but he dodged. Ning Chuan smiled. Don't worry, we're having bear paws for lunch today. His voice seemed to have magic, instantly calming the two anxious girls. The Forest Bear King, over 8 meters tall, charged towards them like a small mountain. Are bears in the pirate world this big? If it were in Blue Star, it could take on an armored vehicle, Ning Chuan remarked. System. Settlement successful. Received 10,000 times martial arts return. He felt his right fist was as strong as a Chilean arm. If I keep practicing, he'll be one punch man. As the Bear King approached within 5 meters, Nami and Nojiko were so scared they closed their eyes. Ning Chuan didn't hesitate and threw a punch. Boom! A heavy scent of blood wafted in, and the two opened their eyes. The 8-meter-tall Bear King lay on the ground, a hole the size of a head in its chest. Is this really the Forest Bear King? The sisters were completely stunned. Ning Chuan slung the Bear King over his shoulder and walked towards the village entrance, only to find something was off. What happened in the village? Did Arlong come early? Can Ning Chuan protect everyone? The villagers at the entrance looked anxious. Seeing Ning Chuan carrying the Bear King, someone shouted, "Not good. Pirates are coming." The village was too quiet, completely different from usual. In the distance, a large ship was docked on the sea. Its mast flying a blood-red shark pirate flagged the Arlong pirates. Ning Chuan frowned and then relaxed. Just in time, the Arlong pirates are here to seek death. Ha, there are 3 kids. 150,000 berries. An excited voice came from afar. If you can't pay up, well, feast on you little kids are tender. The fishmen looked over at the front, shocked the small boy was carrying a giant bear, one that most fishmen couldn't even handle. Quick, go call Captain Hachi. There's a tough one here. Bizarro kicked his subordinate away and took the lead himself. 2 fishmen stepped up to Ning Chuan. Adults are 100,000, kids are 50,000, you 3 total 200,000. If you can't pay, you'll end up in our bellies. They licked their teeth, their eyes filled with greed. Nami and Nojiko stepped back in fear, while Ning Chuan calmly asked, "Do you like shark fins? If not, you'll have to eat bear paws." He threw the giant bear onto the ground, dust flying up. "You little brat. What do you mean?" The fishman got angry, fists and claws lunging straight for Ning Chuan's heart. System. Settlement successful. Received 10,000 times martial arts return. Ning Chuan scoffed. This force was even weaker than the previous Bear King. He launched 2 punches in quick succession. A terrifying scene unfolded. The previously arrogant fishmen were each punched and exploded. Bizarro was dumbfounded, his legs trembling. What kind of monster was this kid? Captain Haki was coming fast. Could he defeat Ning Chuan? Would Ning Chuan annihilate the Arlong pirates? Ning Chuan looked at Bizarro, flexing his wrist. Next, it's your turn. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this child? At this moment, Bizarro only felt a chill running through his body, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He wanted to immediately turn around and jump into the sea. It seemed that only by returning to the embrace of the ocean could his terrified heart find peace. Facing Ning Chuan now, Bizarro felt a terror similar to when he faced his boss, Aaron. No, this feeling was even stronger than when facing Aaron. I am no match for him. I can't confront him directly. I've already sent someone to call the cadres. Big brother Xiaoba should be able to handle him, right? Bizarro was now frozen in fear, not daring to take action against Ning Chuan or even move an inch. He was afraid that the moment he moved, that boy's fist would come crashing down on him. He knew very well that he couldn't take that punch. Just when Bizarro was sweating all over and didn't know what to do, suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Bizarro, they're just 3 kids. What is there to be afraid of that you need to call us over? Big brother Aaron is quite angry with you. When Xiaoba's voice echoed in Bizarro's ears, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief in his heart. Captain Xiaoba, you finally. Captain, be careful. However, before Bizarro could finish his sentence, a familiar octopus head flew right past him. Immediately afterward, Ning Chuan's voice, akin to the whispers of death, echoed in his ears. I think takoyaki is tastier than shark fin, but I wonder if takoyaki made with fish people can be eaten? Almost in an instant, the newly arrived Xiaoba hadn't even figured out what was happening when its head was completely severed from its body. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching Bizarro beside him. Xiaoba seems a bit weak. Looking at Xiaoba, who hadn't even reacted to his own punch before being decapitated, Bizarro couldn't help but feel a chill. Ning Chuan shook his head dismissively with a smile. At this moment, Ning Chuan's voice was hardly better than the whispers of death in Bizarro's ears. After witnessing the death of his fellow pirate crew member, Brother Xiaoba, Bizarro had completely abandoned any thoughts of confronting Ning Chuan. He knew that even if he had 10 of himself, he would not be a match for Ning Chuan. If someone who could be killed in one punch by Xiaoba exists, the strength of this kid is enough to rank among the best in the entire East Sea. What about the other cadres of the Arlong pirates? Why is only this one here? You, go call your boss Arlong and the rest of the fishmen over. I will be waiting at your pirate ship. Today, I want to have a full fish feast. Ning Chuan reached out and yanked the clothes off Bizarro's body, wiping the blood from his fist. He then tossed the clothes back to him. The squad leader Bizarro was so frightened by Ning Chuan's action that he didn't dare move. His body kept trembling, and a faint yellow liquid trickled out from between his legs. He was afraid that if this kid in front of him was in a bad mood, the next punch would land on him. Get lost. Upon hearing these 2 words, Bizarro felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly made his way toward the center of the village. The pressure Ning Chuan was facing was simply too great. It felt as powerless as when he faced the invincible Marine Admiral Kazuru back in the day. Hopefully, Captain Arlong can handle this little brat. After all, Captain Arlong is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. However, if even Captain Arlong isn't his opponent, he started to silently plan an escape route in his mind. However, what he didn't know was that no matter what, Ning Chuan will not let go of any fishman who dares to step onto the island of Coco West Village today. Even if the other party surrenders, it won't matter. After Bizarro left, Ning Chuan silently thought to himself, System, begin the cultivation settlement. The moment Ning Chuan's voice fell, the system's voice rang in his ears. The host has exerted all his strength to throw 3 punches and sprinted 10 steps, successfully activating the cultivation return system with 10,000 times the return. Now starting the settlement of this cultivation result. Settlement successful. Obtained a return of 30,000 punches and 100,000 steps of cultivation. The host's physical qualities have been enhanced without any side effects. Almost in an instant, Ning Chuan had received the return cultivation. This time, he distinctly felt that his legs became more powerful. If he sprinted again, his speed would be several times faster than before. However, the increase in strength in his punches this time was not as obvious as in previous times. It seemed that his cultivation in throwing punches had reached a bottleneck. However, Ning Chuan, who possessed the 10,000 times cultivation return, was not worried about this bottleneck. He firmly believed that as long as he was diligent enough and threw enough punches, this bottleneck would soon be surpassed. Ning Chuan, I'm a bit worried about Bellemere. How about we go home and take a look? Just as Ning Chuan was feeling stronger, Nami's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ning Chuan turned back and saw that Nami's small face had noticeably paled compared to before. It seemed that his earlier battle had frightened little Nami quite a bit. However, what made Ning Chuan feel relieved was that although Nami was greatly scared by the scene in front of her, she did not just collapse on the ground. Instead, she was able to suggest going back to see Bellemere when she was extremely frightened. At the same time, Nojiko's situation wasn't much better than Nami's. She had already been startled when facing the two man-eating fishmen. Later, when Ning Chuan killed the two fishmen and easily took down the fishman officer from the pirate crew, it once again struck a heavy blow to her young heart. However, as children raised by a retired Navy officer, the two of them quickly adjusted from such an unusual state. After all, during their upbringing, Bellemere had told them more than once about the terrifying scene she encountered with pirates while serving in the Navy. Nami was right. We should go home first. I hope Bellemere can protect herself and hold on until Ning Chuan returns. Looking at the very sensible Nojiko and Nami, Ning Chuan reached out and rubbed their heads, softly comforting them. Don't worry, Bellemere was in the Navy before. She has ways to deal with pirates. Just as Ning Chuan finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Ning Chuan, Nami, Nojiko, you guys run. I'll hold off these pirates. The moment that familiar voice rang out, Ning Chuan turned his head immediately, looking in the direction of the sound. He saw Bellemere take out the gun she had brought back from her retirement from the Navy, aiming it at the Arlong pirates who were approaching the location of Ning Chuan and the other two. Although Bellemere did not understand why the fisherman pirates, who had come to collect bounties right at her doorstep, would suddenly leave, she realized something was wrong when she heard from the fisherman pirate who rushed over to report that 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, had already taken down a fisherman officer. Without hesitation, Bellemere quietly followed the group of pirates to the village entrance with her gun in hand. When she saw the 3 children described by the fisherman who reported to her, she was first taken aback. Then, without thinking, she immediately made the decision to sacrifice herself to allow Ning Chuan and the others to escape quickly. Bellemere knew that the leader of the Arlong pirates, named Arlong, was terrifyingly strong. Just standing in front of him made her feel a sense of helplessness from the bottom of her heart. Even so, upon learning that Arlong's target was Ning Chuan and the others, she bravely stepped forward, wanting to buy them a little time to escape. Shut up, Gio. Go take care of that woman who followed us all the way. Arlong didn't even want to glance at Bellemere, who had suddenly appeared, and directly sent another one of his subordinates to take her out. Meanwhile, Arlong focused his gaze on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan smiled and looked at Arlong's group in the distance, mocking them with a blank expression. TSK, TSK. Is this the leader of the fisherman pirates with a bounty of 20 million berries? Arlong? You are all so weak. No wonder you can't survive in the Grand Line. The fishmen, who once were part of the Sun Pirates, now only bully ordinary people? How did Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, end up with you unambitious lot? Hearing Ning Chuan's continuous mockery from afar, all the fishmen of the Arlong pirates had their faces darken at that moment. They stared at Ning Chuan with icy cold eyes. Even the fisherman officer Gio, who was walking towards Bellemere, turned around at that moment, looking at Ning Chuan with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. A mere human dares to mention the name of Brother Tiger? If it weren't for your betrayal, how could Brother Tiger have died? Despicable humans, kill them all and eat them. Boss Arlong, order the village to be slaughtered. Before the slaughter, this little brat must be killed by me. Looking at the excited fishmen standing there, Ning Chuan revealed a cold smile and provocatively beckoned them with his finger. Faced with Ning Chuan's continuous mockery, Arlong's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping water. He waved his hand, immediately silencing all the noise from his subordinates. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with blood-red rage. Damn brat, how dare you humans mention Brother Tiger? Next, I will personally tear you into pieces, making you feel the cost of daring to anger the fishmen before you die. As soon as Arlong finished speaking, he opened his mouth, revealing his razor-sharp teeth that could bite through steel plates. As a shark fisherman, this terrifying set of steel teeth was his strongest offensive weapon. With these fearsome teeth, he had bitten through countless bodies of enemies, even on the Grand Line. And this time, the opponent he faced was just a human pup. If it weren't for the fact that this brat had completely provoked him, he wouldn't have pulled out his ultimate skills to deal with this kid. Huh, getting anxious already? Looking at Arlong, whose killing intent was already boiling, Ning Chuan continued to provoke as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he had attracted all the hatred of the Arlong pirates onto himself. Only in this way could he ensure that Nami and the others would not be ambushed by this group of despicable fishmen while he was fighting. You're asking for death. As soon as Arlong's voice fell, He instantly flew out from his spot. Arlong's speed was incredibly fast, even though he wasn't in his element in the sea. His speed still exceeded the limits of the vast majority of ordinary humans. However, Ning Chuan was no ordinary human. He was a powerhouse. The cultivation he gained from the previous full-speed sprint of 100,000 steps had elevated his reaction speed to an extremely terrifying level. The speed that was almost invisible to most fishmen was, at this moment, just slightly faster than that of ordinary people in Ning Chuan's eyes. Is this the extent of a pirate with a bounty of 20 million? This truly isn't enough to see. Hearing Ning Chuan's taunts, an enraged Arlong accelerated even more. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged in front of Ning Chuan. With his mouth full of sharp teeth, he aimed a vicious bite at Ning Chuan's head. At this critical moment, Ning Chuan, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. He raised his right fist and looked at the flying Arlong with a cold smile. In Arlong's terrified gaze, he struck out fiercely. Ning Chuan's punch was aimed directly at Arlong's pride, his steel teeth. Crack! A series of crisp sounds instantly spread throughout the ears of everyone present. The next moment, Arlong's terrifying steel teeth were shattered and scattered by Ning Chuan's punch, embedding themselves in front of a group of fisherman pirates. However, this wasn't over yet. After shattering Arlong's mouthful of shark-like teeth, Ning Chuan's fist continued unimpeded, crashing straight into Arlong's mouth and out the back of his head. Chunks of bloodied brain matter splattered everywhere. "Sai so weak." Ning Chuan disdainfully said a word before retracting his fist. Looking at the bloodstains on his fist, he frowned. He directly grabbed Arlong's clothes and wiped them on his fist, then gently pushed Arlong's body. Arlong, who was already dead beyond any doubt, fell straight back. A simple punch, determining victory and defeat, deciding life and death. At this moment, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded, especially the fishermen pirates of the Arlong pirate crew. They widened their incredulous eyes, looking at everything in front of them with terror. They couldn't understand how their captain had died. This was Captain Arlong, once a well-known officer of the Sun pirate crew. Arlong. How could he die in the East Sea, which is said to be the weakest of the four seas, without even being able to stand firm? And he was taken down by a kid who hadn't even fully grown hair yet? How is this possible? Even if they said it out loud, no one would believe it, except for this group of fishermen pirates. Bellemere, who had been standing by with a gun, ready to sacrifice herself at any moment, was also stunned. What on earth is going on with this kid? A fisherman pirate with such terrifying strength was actually killed by him with a single punch? I must be seeing things. Bellemere rubbed her eyes vigorously. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Arlong lying on the ground, motionless, with a big hole in his head and no sign of life. She stood there in a daze. This kid's strength was probably even more terrifying than that of the special recruits in the Navy. While Bellemere was stunned, Nami and Nojiko were both relieved and patted their chests. Although the death of the fishmen had a significant impact on them, as long as Ning Chuan was safe, they felt at ease. At this moment, they no longer had the shocked expressions they had when they first saw a dead body. They had begun to slowly adapt. Ning Chuan was naturally very satisfied with their performance. In this sea, death happened from time to time. If they wanted to survive well, they had to adapt to death in advance. Just as the entire arena fell silent, with no one making a sound, Ning Chuan walked slowly a few steps forward and said to the group of fishermen pirates under Arlong, "Arlong is already dead, so it's your turn next. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves. If you wait for me to make a move, you probably won't even have a complete corpse left." Ning Chuan stood alone in front of a group of much taller fishermen pirates, speaking ruthlessly. The invading fishermen pirates, when looking at this human child who was so much smaller and weaker than them, were left with only fear and unease in their eyes. Some of the timid ones were so scared that they could barely hold their weapons steady. "Brothers, don't be afraid. He has just one person, and we have 70 or 80 brothers. Can one person really kill us all? Get your spirits up, grab your weapons, and take down this kid. Let us slaughter the village. Avenge our boss, Arlong." At that moment, Arlong's subordinates, Karubi and Ju, along with other small leaders, stood up to rally the fishermen pirates. They knew that this boy in front of them would definitely not let them go. He wouldn't even give them a chance to surrender. Now, the only way to survive was to pick up their weapons and fight with all their might, under the leadership of these small leaders. The remaining fishermen of the Arlong pirates picked up their weapons and charged at Ning Chuan recklessly. However, what they didn't know was that they were about to face a Ning Chuan who had just successfully consolidated his cultivation once again. 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan lay in front of countless fishermen corpses, yet he had not a single injury on him. He glanced at the completely annihilated Arlong pirates, then looked at Nami, Nojiko, and the somewhat bewildered Bellemere, who was still holding a gun. He also noticed the villagers who had been hiding in the shadows, watching the entire battle. He waved to everyone and smiled as he spoke. The Arlong pirates had been completely defeated. Now, let's hold a feast. The banquet lasted a whole day. As the greatest contributor to the defense against the pirate invasion, Ning Chuan naturally became the hero of the entire Cocoa village. Although he had only been in the village for less than a day, he helped protect it from the terrifying fishermen pirates, preventing significant losses. This alone had already made Ning Chuan's name spread throughout Cocoa village. After the banquet, the villagers followed Ning Chuan's instructions and hung up all the fishermen pirates using the method of salting fish, so they could be preserved for a longer time until the Navy arrived to take them away. It is worth noting that just Arlong alone had a bounty of 20 million berries, and his subordinates also had bounties totaling several million. Altogether, that amounted to a total of 30 million berries. That was quite a fortune. Ning Chuan naturally would not let this wealth slip away. After waiting for several days, the Navy had made countless calls just to confirm the complete destruction of the Arlong pirates. It wasn't until the morning of the 5th day that a Navy warship, resembling a mouse's head at the bow, finally slowly sailed into the port of Cocoa West Village. Upon hearing the news of the Navy ship's arrival, all the villagers of Cocoa West Village gathered at the port to watch. The Navy ship was large, several times bigger than the pirate ship of the Arlong pirates docked at the port. This warship was also equipped with a large number of the most advanced artillery, far superior to what the Arlong pirates had. Standing at the bow, Colonel Mouse was startled when he saw the Arlong pirate ship as the warship was about to dock, and he quickly scurried into the cabin. However, after the lookout carefully observed for a long time and found no signs of any fisherman activity on the ship, he dared to come out of the cabin. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said, "This Arlong is really useless." When he looted the previous villages, I thought he was something, but I didn't expect he would fall in this weakest Cocoa West village. I'll have to clean up this mess for him. As the warship stabilized and the landing deck successfully reached the shore, Colonel Mouse finally straightened his back and, with more than 10 loyal subordinates behind him, confidently walked down from the warship. Seeing the insignia on Colonel Mouse's shoulder, Bellemere couldn't help but feel excited. She grabbed Ning Chuan's arm and whispered in his ear, "Ning Chuan, this is a Navy colonel, a high-ranking officer. You must not offend him. Otherwise, it will be bad for you if you want to join the Navy in the future." Hearing Bellemere's words, Ning Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Auntie Bellemere, I never said I wanted to join the Navy." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Bellemere reached out a hand to give him a knock on the head. However, Ning Chuan reacted quickly and easily dodged Bellemere's sneak attack. "What kind of nonsense are you saying? With your talent, why don't you join the Navy to fight pirates? Are you planning to become a pirate instead?" Listening to Bellemere's scolding, Ning Chuan replied helplessly, "But I never said I wanted to be a pirate." While the two were bickering, Colonel Mouse had already walked over to the Arlong pirates, who had been sun-dried like salted fish. Colonel Mouse circled around Arlong's sun-dried corpse. When he saw the large transparent hole in Arlong's head, he couldn't help but be startled. He was very clear about Arlong's strength. Even the ship's cannons couldn't break his incredibly strong body. Plus, with his terrifying reaction speed, even if he was on land and not in his familiar sea, he shouldn't have been punched through the head in the weakest East Blue. Although Colonel Mouse didn't want to believe that the once esteemed cadre of the Sun Pirates, Arlong, could die here in Cocoa West Village, the corpses of Arlong and his crew were right in front of him. They had even been turned into dried fish. This undeniable fact forced Colonel Mouse to accept everything before his eyes. Who did this? It definitely wasn't these villagers. Colonel Mouse couldn't help but feel a hint of suspicion. Could it be that a passing strong person found Arlong and his crew displeasing and killed them? If that's the case, then the bounty on Arlong and his crew, along with their valuable pirate ship, would all be mine. Thinking of this, a trace of greed appeared on Colonel Mouse's face. "You villagers did well. Eradicating pirates is a great achievement. I will take these despicable pirate corpses back and help you apply for the bounty. Once the bounty arrives, I will deliver it to you," Colonel Mouse said seriously while patting the village chief's shoulder. The frail village chief trembled all over from Colonel Mouse's powerful hand. Although he knew that if he let Colonel Mouse take the corpses, this greedy guy would pocket Ning Chuan's deserved bounty, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. The village chief understood very well that if he angered Colonel Mouse, his methods would be even darker than those of the pirates. "Someone, move these despicable pirate corpses onto the ship. We're preparing to set sail. Oh, and bring Arlong's pirate ship too." Looking at the trembling village chief of Cocoa West Village, Colonel Mouse's greed was even more evident than before. Wait, the Navy's procedures aren't like this. The Navy that comes to collect bounty criminals must bring sufficient bounty money. Bellemere suddenly stood up at this moment and loudly reprimanded Colonel Mouse. What you're doing doesn't comply with the rules. Where did this woman come from? What rules are you talking about? I haven't heard of them. Colonel Mouse was furious at Bellemere's words. How dare someone in this weak Cocoa West Village rebut him? They must be tired of living. Reporting to Colonel Mouse. I am a retired Navy officer and familiar with Navy procedures. If you insist on being so unregulated, I will report you to my former superiors. Upon hearing Bellemere's words, Colonel Mouse was first taken aback, then a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of gold coins worth 1,000,000 berries, directly tossing it into Bellemere's hands. Take your money and shut your mouth. You all keep moving. After giving Bellemere a fierce glare, Colonel Mouse continued to command his subordinates to move the corpses of Arlong and his crew. Seeing the scene, Bellemere was momentarily dumbfounded. Just as she was about to step forward and reason with Colonel Mouse, the impatient confidants beside him raised their guns, aiming them at Bellemere and the villagers. Do as the colonel says. If you don't want to live, we'll send you all on your way. The villagers looked at the Navy, which was supposed to protect them, suddenly aiming their guns at them, and everyone present was scared stiff, not daring to say a word. At this moment, Ning Chuan patted Bellemere's shoulder and spoke as if he were oblivious to the situation. Bellemere, now do you understand why I don't want to join the Navy? After saying this, Ning Chuan turned his gaze towards Colonel Mouse, coldly saying, as expected of Colonel Mouse, wanting to take everything for himself. However, if you dare to take from me, have you thought about how you'll die? Upon hearing these words, Colonel Mouse and his confidants all showed anger on their faces. Who is saying these things? Come out. Colonel Mouse shouted angrily, looking in the direction of the voice. Just as he searched the area several times without finding out who was speaking, one of his confidants suddenly patted his shoulder, pointing at Ning Chuan not far in front of them. Boss, it's this kid. I just saw him say it. Following the gaze of his subordinate, he saw a boy who looked to be only in his teens, standing in front of them with a cold smile on his face. Huh, you think I'm taking your money? Who do you think you are? Do you think you killed Arlong? Saying I'm taking your money? That's just laughable. After saying this, Colonel Mouse and his confidants all burst into laughter. However, none of the hundreds of villagers standing there laughed along with them. After all, having witnessed Ning Chuan easily slaughtering the Arlong pirates, they already knew of his terrifying strength. Moreover, Ning Chuan was not lying. He was indeed the one who killed Arlong. Feeling that the atmosphere around him was off, Colonel Mouse cast a suspicious glance at Ning Chuan. This kid didn't seem to have anything out of the ordinary about him. With such thin arms and legs, he clearly didn't look like someone who could have killed Arlong. With this thought, Colonel Mouse relaxed a bit. Don't waste time with these annoying guys. Quickly move everyone onto the ship. We need to return and report. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be shot on the spot. After Colonel Mouse dropped this line, he headed straight towards Arlong's pirate ship in the distance. He wanted to board the ship and loot it thoroughly. Perhaps there would still be treasures left by Arlong. However, Colonel Mouse had not walked 10 meters before he heard a series of screams coming from behind him. Immediately after, a strong smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. Sensing this smell of blood, Colonel Mouse felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw Ning Chuan, covered in blood and wearing a cold smile, standing in front of him. Behind him, all the trusted subordinates he had cultivated over the years were lying in a pool of blood. Now you know who killed Arlong, right? But it might be a bit too late for you to realize. Listening to Ning Chuan's chilling words, Colonel Mouse felt as if he was being targeted by a terrifying ancient beast. He was so frightened that he stood frozen in place, not daring to make any extra movements. I didn't recognize the greatness of the mountain. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. The bounty, a total of 30 million. I'll give you half. No, I'll give you all of it. Even Arlong's pirate ship will be yours. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Feeling the terrifying killing intent emanating from Ning Chuan, Colonel Mouse was nearly scared to death in that moment. However, it was already too late for him to say these things. Given his character, Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't believe the nonsense he was saying. If he let him go this time, the next time he came, it would probably be with a few warships under the pretense of hunting down pirates, only to massacre the village. There should be quite a few black navies like you. From now on, when sailing on the sea, I can only kill anyone I see. After saying this, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated. He extended a finger and directly jabbed at the carotid artery in his neck. Ning Chuan's thrust was extremely fast, almost instantly piercing through Colonel Mouse. In almost a split second, a large amount of blood began to gush out from his neck. In less than a minute, this notorious Black Navy Colonel Mouse, known in the nearby waters, had lost all signs of life. He was dead beyond any doubt. After taking care of Colonel Mouse, Ning Chuan approached him and reached into his clothes. Before long, he pulled out several money bags filled with valuable gold coins. The total value of the coins in these bags should be around 30 million berries, corresponding to the bounties of all members of the Arlong pirates. This slippery character had actually brought all the bounty with him. It seems his plan was to use money to buy his life when he encountered someone powerful that he couldn't handle. But if he didn't run into such a person, he would keep this large sum of money for himself. Unfortunately for him, he encountered me this time. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh and stuffed all the valuable mora into his pocket. Killing a naval colonel was a serious crime. He couldn't stay in Cocoa Village any longer and had to set sail around the world. However, before leaving, he had to convince Nami and Nojiko to come along. Nami's navigation skills and Nojiko's cooking were both excellent. Just as Ning Chuan was contemplating his next plan, Bellemere suddenly rushed in front of him, placing her finger under Colonel Mouse's nose. Upon learning that Colonel Mouse was dead, she couldn't help but sigh. Ning Chuan, although this guy wasn't a good Navy officer, killing him will cause a lot of trouble. You will be wanted by the Navy. It won't be long before the Navy arrives on this island. While those guys on the ship haven't noticed, you should leave quickly and as far away as possible. Seeing Bellemere's anxious expression, Ning Chuan smiled slightly, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said seriously, "Bellemere, before I leave, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I hope you can agree." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Bellemere was taken aback. Although she didn't know what he meant by unreasonable, she instinctively nodded. "I want to take Nami and Nojiko with me to sail the seas. It won't be long before we come back to see you." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's unreasonable request, Bellemere was about to refuse. But suddenly, two familiar voices came from behind her. Mommy, I want to go sailing with Ning Chuan. I want to draw the best sea charts in the world." Nami mustered her courage and stood by Ning Chuan's side. "Mom, I also want to go sailing with Ning Chuan. If it's just the two of them going out to sea, I really can't feel at ease. Don't worry, with me around, they won't go hungry." Nojiko also stepped up behind Ning Chuan, gathering her courage to speak. You too, Bellemere, who would never have agreed under normal circumstances, felt her heart soften when she heard Nami and Nojiko call her mom. After all these years, apart from when they were little, they hadn't called her that so affectionately. Just that one mom made Bellemere's heart melt. She wiped away the tears that had unconsciously fallen from the corners of her eyes, grabbed Ning Chuan's collar, and shouted fiercely, "If my two daughters suffer any grievances while with you, I will never let you go, no matter where you run." After shouting, she switched to a loving expression and softly said to the three, "Before I change my mind, you all hurry and go. That group of Navy has already disembarked." After bidding farewell to Bellemere, Ning Chuan held Nami and Nico Robin around their waists with one arm each and rushed towards the Arlong pirate ship docked at the port. Once on board, he lowered the sails and turned the ship's wheel. Just like that, under Ning Chuan's smooth operation, the Arlong pirate ship changed direction right in front of all the Navy personnel and sailed into the depths of the sea. How did that pirate ship start moving on its own? On a nearby warship, the lookout immediately noticed something was wrong. He had just communicated this news to the vice captain left on the ship when he saw the second batch of Navy personnel disembarking, frantically signaling with flags. Colonel Mouse and all his trusted aides had been taken out. The brat who took out Colonel Mouse even took 2 villagers hostage and jumped onto the pirate ship to escape. The lookout was shocked as he translated the flag signals coming from a distance. The ship's lieutenant colonel vice captain was stunned in place upon hearing the lookout's translation. After a moment, he immediately ordered his subordinates to sound the ship's whistle. He was going to chase after the audacious person who dared to kill Colonel Mouse and his aides. Meanwhile, the lieutenant colonel took out a special snail phone shaped like a dog's head from the captain's room. He hesitated for a while, but still made the call. "Report. This is Vice Admiral Garp. In Cocoa West Village in the East Sea, Navy Colonel Mouse has been killed." On the other end of the line, Navy Hero Garp, who was sailing at sea and about to visit Windmill Village to see his grandson, was instantly furious upon hearing this news. How dare someone kill a Navy colonel in the East Sea? Such audacity was utterly unforgivable. The East Sea is the most peaceful place among the 4 seas, and anyone who dares to disrupt that peace cannot be spared. After hanging up the phone, Garp shouted loudly at the helmsman, "Turn around, head to Cocoa West Village. I want to see who dares to be so bold." Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, already sailing on the sea, frowned slightly at the warship pursuing them. Although the frequent cannon fire hadn't hit their ship, the noise was quite bothersome to Ning Chuan. Should he sink that annoying warship too? Ning Chuan thought for a moment and decided to give up on that idea. After all, his current naval combat strength had not yet been restored through cultivation. Although the speed of improvement through cultivation was very fast, if he accidentally got hit by a cannonball falling into the sea, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Meanwhile, Nami and Nojiko shook their heads repeatedly after Ning Chuan mentioned wanting to sink the warship. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Ning Chuan's strength, but rather out of concern for his safety. Ning Chuan, don't go. As long as we set the sails fully, our ship's speed can be increased again. That way, we can quickly shake off these pesky Navy ships. Nami said seriously, standing in front of Ning Chuan. Usually, although pirate ships are small, they have an absolute advantage in speed. Navy ships generally cannot catch up to pirate ships. Looking at Nami's nervous expression blocking his way, Ning Chuan smiled and rubbed her head, giving up the plan to sink the warship. If possible, he still didn't want Nami and Noki to worry about him. He watched the pirate ship gradually catching the wind and starting to accelerate. Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Wind-powered ships were simply too outdated. If he could bring over the engine technology from Blue Star, wouldn't that be a dimensional strike in this world? With this thought, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if his 10,000-fold return of cultivation could be applied in other areas, like learning. If that were possible, he could potentially replicate some cutting-edge technologies from Blue Star. Who knows, he might even be able to build aircraft carriers. Suddenly, Ning Chuan started to have a desire to visit the most advanced shipyard in the pirate world, Water City. As the pirate ship carrying the three of them began to accelerate, the Navy ships trailing behind them gradually disappeared from sight. The Navy ships are really heavy. It was so easy to shake them off. Nami stood at the bow with her arms crossed, feeling proud. Ning Chuan, where are we heading next? Noki Gao took out the sea chart from the captain's room and began to study it carefully. Upon hearing Noki Gao's words, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and mentioned a place that Nami and Nojiko had never heard of before. Let's go to the floating restaurant Baratie. I'm not very good at fighting, but maybe I can learn some combat skills there. Based on my previous battles, I realized that while my fighting power is strong, I don't know any actual combat techniques. I can handle weaker enemies, but if I encounter someone powerful, I might be in for a tough time. After Ning Chuan finished speaking, Nami and Nico Robin were a bit confused. Going to a restaurant to learn combat skills? Shouldn't it be to learn how to cook? Ning Chuan, did you have a fever and mess up your brain? Nami walked up to Ning Chuan and reached out to touch his forehead. After confirming that he didn't have a fever, she let out a heavy sigh of relief, looking at Nami's adorable worried expression. Ning Chuan couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, explaining, I forgot to tell you. You probably don't know, but the head chef of the Baratie floating restaurant has a fierce nickname, Redleg Zeph. He is a pirate who successfully retired after sailing the Grand Line for a while. His kicking skills are quite outstanding. His enemies have been easily sent flying with blood splattering everywhere during battles with him, which is how he got the nickname Redleg. After hearing Ning Chuan's account of Redleg Zeph's past, everyone couldn't help but become very interested in this chef. Nami picked up the sea chart from Nojiko's hands and pointed at a coordinate on it, saying, "This sea chart shows the location of the floating restaurant. Let's set off." Meanwhile, in a certain place on the East Sea, Garp was seriously studying the sea chart in his hands. It turned out that this trip would pass by the Baratie floating restaurant. Just in time, I'm hungry, and the fleet needs supplies. So let's stop by the restaurant first, eat our fill, and then set off. Garp's subordinate, Bogart, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing Garp's words and reminded him, "Vice Admiral Garp, shouldn't we focus on capturing the fugitive?" Hearing Bogart's words, Garp laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Bogart, the one who took down Colonel Mouse this time is just a kid. I believe he won't run far. Plus, I have a feeling that it won't be long before we meet that little brat. A kid just over 10 years old, taking down a colonel. I'm quite interested in this little guy." A few days later, on a certain part of the sea in the East Sea, the ship of Ning Chuan and the other two has changed its appearance. The red shark pirate flag on top has been taken down by Ning Chuan and the others, and replaced with a flag featuring the portraits of the three of them. The portraits were all hand-drawn by Nami. Next to the three of them, there are many empty spaces left, ready for future crewmates who will join the ship. At this moment, the ship carrying Ning Chuan and the other two is. Ning Chuan was striking a strange pose, seemingly practicing a special boxing technique. Since he had nothing to do, why not practice a set of Kunquin to enhance his skills? The time spent sailing on the sea was quite boring for Ning Chuan. To pass the time and simultaneously strengthen his abilities, Ning Chuan, feeling extremely bored, started practicing Kunkan boxing. Chicken, you are too beautiful, dang dang. After completing a set of Kunkan boxing, Ning Chuan felt refreshed all over. System begins settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing a set of Kunkan boxing, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, let's begin the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Host has successfully received rewards equivalent to 10,000 sets of Kunkan boxing cultivation. The moment the rewards were credited, Ning Chuan only felt that the strength of his Iron Mountain support had improved several levels compared to before. Sigh, without mastering the correct cultivation method, relying solely on self-training really doesn't work. This is already the 5th set of Kunkan he has practiced, and he has entered a bottleneck period in his cultivation improvement. He doesn't know when he can advance further with Kunkan. Nami and No Kigo, who were nearby, couldn't help but roll their eyes upon hearing Ning Chuan's words. Over the past few days, watching Ning Chuan practice Kunkan, they felt as if their eyes were poisoned and couldn't bear to look directly. But what surprised the two of them was that the seemingly abstract Kunkan had indeed made Ning Chuan's strength significantly stronger. For example, the mast on the ship was almost about to be broken by Ning Chuan's constant practice of Iron Mountain support. And according to their observations, every time Ning Chuan finishes practicing Kunkan, the intensity of his Taishanko becomes much stronger than before. The two sisters have also practiced Kunkan with Ning Chuan a few times. After this round of training, they only felt that it was of no use at all. However, this oddball Ning Chuan managed to develop Taishanko. This made the two sisters deeply curious about Ning Chuan. That should be the Baratie restaurant at sea, right? Just as Ning Chuan was about to test his Taishanko after settling the account, Nami, holding a telescope, suddenly pointed in one direction and excitedly exclaimed. Ning Chuan followed Nami's. He saw a giant ship with a fish head bow and a main body colored in blue, calmly floating on the sea. At the bow of the ship, there was a prominent sign, Baratie the Sea Restaurant. Finally, we've arrived. I wonder how strong my kicking skills have become after learning Redfoot Zeph's techniques and going through the multiplier system's enhancements. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan and their boat headed towards the seaside restaurant. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan jumped off the ship with Nami and Nojiko, stepping onto the deck of the Baratie restaurant. As soon as they set foot on the ship, the three were captivated by an enchanting aroma of food. It smelled so good, even more delicious than Nojiko's cooking. When Nami caught a whiff of the scent, she couldn't help but drool, showing a little greedy expression. Upon hearing Nami's remark, Nojiko wasn't angry at all. Instead, she wrinkled her delicate nose and took a big sniff. This smell was indeed wonderful. If possible, I would love to learn cooking here for a few days. Then when we are at sea, I can prepare even better meals for you. After saying this, Nojiko looked at Ning Chuan with eager eyes. Ning Chuan and Nami naturally expressed their full support for Nojiko's idea. After all, sailing on the ocean can be quite boring. If there isn't any delicious food to accompany them, it would be incredibly dull. Just as the three were about to push open the restaurant's big door to feast inside, suddenly, a hearty and cheerful laughter reached their ears. Ha ha! As expected of the Baratie restaurant at sea, the food is so delicious. Zap! Bring me 100 servings of fried rice and 100 pieces of meat with bones. After hearing this voice, Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but smack their lips. This person can really eat. Eating 100 servings of fried rice and 100 pieces of meat with bones is impressive. I can only eat 2 servings at most. Me too. As Nami and Nojiko chatted, Ning Chuan couldn't help but frown at this moment. Only a few people in the entire EC can eat this much rice. Logically speaking, at this time, Luffy and Ace should still be in Windmill Village in the EC, not yet at sea. So, the one eating inside right now couldn't be Garp. Could it? Thinking of this, combined with that somewhat aged yet still cheerful laughter just now, Ning Chuan couldn't help but frown even more tightly. Could he really be this unlucky? Just recently, he had taken down a naval colonel, and now he was encountering a naval vice admiral. Just as Ning Chuan was hesitating whether to take Nami and Nojiko and leave in a hurry, suddenly, the restaurant's door swung open from the inside. A young man with golden hair and circular eyebrows, only a few years older than Ning Chuan and the others, walked to the front of the three and gestured for them to enter. Seeing the visitor, Ning Chuan couldn't help but be surprised. Sanji? He still looked so young. Although Ning Chuan had long anticipated meeting Black-Leg Sanji, one of the future King Luffy's right-hand men, he was still a bit surprised upon encountering him. Esteemed guests, please come in. Our establishment will bring you the most delicious food. However, there is one rule to note. No wasting. Seeing the serious expression on Sanji's face, Ning Chuan nodded and led Nami and Nojiko into the restaurant. Sure enough, just as he expected, as soon as they entered the seaside restaurant, Ning Chuan saw that the entire place was filled with Navy soldiers in their uniforms. In the middle of this group of Navy, there sat an old man nearly 3 meters tall, built like an ox, with slightly gray hair. The old man was draped in a uniform bearing the insignia of a vice admiral. Seeing the familiar appearance of the old man, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh. What bad luck, it really is that guy Garp. I hope they haven't sent any information about me yet. Otherwise, my voyage hasn't even begun, and I might end up spending some time in the underwater prison. Just as Ning Chuan was staring at Garp, the old man who had been sitting there eating and drinking suddenly seemed to sense something and turn around. His sharp eyes quickly locked onto Ning Chuan, who had just entered the restaurant. After just one glance at Ning Chuan, Garp couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This kid is a bit interesting." Feeling Garp's gaze, Ning Chuan also steadied himself and calmly met Garp's eyes. After all, this was Garp from over a decade ago, at the peak of his strength and stamina. He was not on the same level as the Garp who would later venture alone into the underworld. For an ordinary person, just being stared at by him would be enough to make them feel suffocated. But Ning Chuan was different. With the system by his side, he wasn't concerned about the pressure coming from this top-tier expert in the pirate world. An interesting little brat, daring to look me in the eye. I wonder if you can handle this move. Garp bit down hard on a piece of meat with bones in it. Then, a black-red aura, invisible to ordinary people, surged toward Ning Chuan. This was Garp's Conqueror's Haki. He wanted to see how this audacious little brat would react when faced with his Conqueror's Haki. Although Ning Chuan couldn't yet see Garp's Conqueror's Haki as a violent and overwhelming aura, seemingly filled with the power to look down upon the world, rushed toward him. Ning Chuan immediately guessed that this aura must be the legendary Conqueror's Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, the more timid you are, the more it will bully you. If you show even the slightest hint of fear in front of this Conqueror's Haki, then in the next moment, you'll be stunned and fall to the ground under this overwhelming pressure. However, Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't back down against mere Conqueror's Haki. Even if this Conqueror's Haki came from one of the strongest fighters, Garp, it wouldn't matter. The moment Garp's Conqueror's Haki surged towards Ning Chuan stood there with an incredibly calm expression, enduring the frenzied impact of the Conqueror's Haki. The moment the Conqueror's Haki struck him, he felt as if his mind had been hit by a heavy hammer, almost causing him to stumble and fall. However, his strong willpower supported his body, forcing him to withstand this wave of attack. Yet, Ning Chuan did not foolishly stand there and take the brunt of the Conqueror's Haki. As soon as he felt the first mental shock, he directly spoke in his heart. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully enduring 1 second under the Conqueror's Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to enduring 10,000 seconds under the Conqueror's Haki. The host's mental strength has been enhanced without any side effects. Almost in an instant, the 10,000-fold cultivation return had been credited. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood within the range of Garp's Conqueror's Haki impact. He felt that the mental pressure from Garp's Conqueror's Haki had decreased by 1/3. Feeling the significant reduction in mental pressure, a slight smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. This time, he managed to hold on a bit longer than before calling for the system to settle his cultivation. System, continue the cultivation settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully enduring 3 seconds under the Conqueror's Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to enduring 30,000 seconds under the Conqueror's Haki. The host's mental strength has been enhanced without any side effects. After the new 10,000-fold cultivation return was credited, he once again stood within Garp's Conqueror's Haki. Ning Chuan could clearly feel that the spiritual impact of Garp's Conqueror's Haki on him had diminished to a negligible level. He looked at Garp in the distance and smiled slightly. Then, somewhat dissatisfied, he said, "Old man, your Conqueror's Haki is a bit weak. Why is there no strength at all? Haven't you eaten enough?" Upon hearing the mockery from Ning Chuan, Garp was taken aback for a moment. Then, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he instantly increased the power of his Conqueror's Haki directed at Ning Chuan. Sensing that Garp's Conqueror's Haki had intensified once again, Ning Chuan's smile at the corner of his mouth was even more radiant than before. As expected, just as he had guessed, once those mocking words were spoken, Garp would stubbornly continue to increase the intensity of his Conqueror's Haki. This way, Ning Chuan could continue to undergo cultivation assessment, constantly enhancing his resistance to Conqueror's Haki. System, continue the assessment. Congratulations to the host. Until 5 minutes later, Garp had already elevated his Conqueror's Haki to the level of battling those Emperors of the Sea. However, what shocked him immensely was that the kid standing at the door not only hadn't been overwhelmed by his continuously strengthening Conqueror's Haki, but seemed to be enjoying the mental impact of his Conqueror's Haki even more. The scene before him was almost unbelievable for Garp. This was just a child. How could he withstand the mental impact of the Conqueror's Haki that Garp used when fighting the Emperors? How is this possible? Equally shocked were Garp's Lieutenant Bogart and the owner of the Baratie, Redleg Zeph. Although neither of them had mastered Conqueror's Haki, they could clearly feel the terrifying power of the Conqueror's Haki that had just rushed towards Ning Chuan. Even if they were to step forward and face this Conqueror's Haki head-on, they probably couldn't do so as leisurely as Ning Chuan. What was up with this kid? How could he withstand the full-force impact of Garp's Conqueror's Haki? At this moment, beads of sweat had already appeared on Bogart's forehead. Meanwhile, he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. If Ning Chuan dared to show any signs of trouble next, he would treat him as a top enemy. Just when Bogart was extremely tense, Garp's large hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder, giving him a slight smile. Then he turned his head to look at Ning Chuan and the others, laughing as he said, "You must be the kid who took down Colonel Mouse, right?" Upon hearing Garp mention this matter, Bogart and the other Navy members immediately shifted their focus to Ning Chuan. They scrutinized Ning Chuan for a long time, unable to comprehend how this seemingly still a child could have defeated Colonel Mouse and his numerous confidants. "It's me." Ning Chuan did not hide anything and directly answered, "Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know who I am?" After Ning Chuan boldly admitted that he was the one who took down Colonel Mouse, Garp laughed heartily and then asked, "Vice Admiral Garp." Looking at Ning Chuan, who calmly stated his name, Garp laughed again. "Not bad, you have guts. Even knowing I'm Garp, you can still stay calm. I like you, kid." After saying that, Garp picked up the large beer mug on the table, which held several liters, and gulped it down. "Bogart, add 3 more seats. Boss Sepp, give me 100 more servings of fried rice. I want to treat this kid well." After receiving Garp's invitation, Ning Chuan thought for a moment, then walked over with Nami and Nico Robin. At that moment, both Nami and Nico Robin had worried expressions on their faces, especially after hearing Ning Chuan mention the name of the old man sitting there drinking. Their concerns grew even more. It was important to note that the person sitting in front of them was none other than the legendary Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, who had captured the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Over the years, they had heard many tales about this famous Marine general from the East Blue. It could be said that the current peace in the East Blue, which has the least pirate presence among the 4 seas, was largely due to this old man's efforts. Any pirate targeted by him found it extremely difficult to escape his pursuit. And now, Ning Chuan was a fugitive who had killed a Marine colonel. From the conversation they had just overheard, both Nami and Nico Robin understood that Vice Admiral Garp already knew about Ning Chuan killing Colonel Mouse. Therefore, they were naturally very worried about Garp's invitation. They feared this might be the last meal they could share with Ning Chuan. On their way to Garp's side, Ning Chuan could naturally see the worry on the faces of the two. He reached out and patted Nami and Nojiko on the shoulders, then smiled and said, "With me here, there's no need to worry." Looking at Ning Chuan's confident smile, for some reason, the worries in Nami and Nojiko's hearts gradually eased a lot. Observing the harmonious relationship among the 3, Bogart in the distance couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Didn't they say this kid had taken 2 little girls as hostages? But why did they seem so close, with no signs of being forced? Could it be that the information was wrong? Just like that, Bogart stared wide-eyed as Ning Chuan took a seat with Nami and Nojiko. "Kid, can you drink?" Garp asked with a smile, handing over a big mug of beer. Ning Chuan smiled, reached out to take the drink that Garp handed over, and downed it in one go. "Ha ha ha. This kid is good, quite straightforward, just my taste." While laughing, Garp turned to Bogart and spoke. "However, Garp, this kid has killed a mouse." Bogart hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him. However, he was interrupted by Garp waving his hand before he could finish his sentence. Garp looked at Ning Chuan with great interest and said, "Kid, before we discuss your crimes in detail, I want to ask you a question. Are you interested in joining the Navy? If you come to the Navy with your talent, I will personally take you under my wing. In less than 10 years, I can at least get you to the position of Navy Vice Admiral at the same level as me." Upon hearing Garp's words, Bogart and the group of Navy officers behind him were all stunned. They looked at Garp with disbelief. As Garp's old subordinates, they had followed him for so many years and had never seen this old man care so much about anyone. He was even considering taking on a disciple. Even Akiji, who had just been promoted to admiral, had relied on getting close to Garp and occasionally shamelessly staying on the ship to receive Garp's guidance in physical techniques. Yet now, Garp was so actively wanting to take someone as a disciple. This left his subordinates momentarily unable to adapt to the situation. Listening to what Garp had just said to Bogart, Ning Chuan naturally understood his meaning. If he immediately agreed to become Garp's disciple, then the matter of Colonel Mouse would become an internal issue within the Navy. As the disciple of a Navy hero, executing a corrupt official in the EC for the sake of Navy discipline wouldn't be considered a big deal. It could even earn Garp some reputation for being righteous and hating evil. That's why he asked Ning Chuan in advance when Bogart mentioned the matter of Colonel Mouse. This old guy Garp may seem foolish and mindless, but in reality, he is very shrewd, much more so than his grandson Monkey D. Luffy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held the position of Rear Admiral for so long while fully controlling the Navy's secret unit, SWORD. However, I didn't expect his direct intention to take me as his disciple. Ning Chuan stared into Garp's eyes, his mind racing as he carefully analyzed the current situation. At this moment, Nami and Noki, who were sitting beside him, showed a hint of excitement on their faces upon hearing Garp's intention to take Ning Chuan as his disciple. This was the famous naval hero Garp, known throughout the East Blue. If Ning Chuan could become his disciple, then all the things he had done before would likely be forgiven. Moreover, Ning Chuan would have the opportunity to train alongside this world-class powerhouse. With his guidance, it wouldn't be long before Ning Chuan's strength would see rapid improvement. Garp had even just guaranteed that he could help Ning Chuan reach the rank of Rear Admiral within 10 years. Such conditions were naturally impossible for the two of them to refuse. If possible, they both wanted to agree on Ning Chuan's behalf right away. However, after a moment, Ning Chuan looked seriously at Garp and said, "Mr. Garp, your offer is very tempting. However, for me, this may not be the best choice, so I decline." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, both Bogart and the group of Navy behind him, as well as the Nami sisters sitting beside Ning Chuan, and even the retired pirate Redfoot Zeph and his crew, who were secretly listening to the conversation in the shadows, were all stunned. He actually rejected Vice Admiral Garp? My God, is this kid crazy? This is a golden opportunity, and he just gave it up? This is a chance to become Vice Admiral Garp's disciple. How could he waste it like that? Fool, this kid must be a fool. If Vice Admiral Garp was willing to take me as a disciple, I would be overjoyed. After a brief moment of silence, everyone suddenly erupted into a frenzy of comments, as if a pot of hot oil had exploded. In their view, Ning Chuan must have a problem with his brain. He actually rejected the idea of Vice Admiral Garp taking him as a disciple. Meanwhile, Nami and Nokigo beside him showed an extremely anxious expression. They were just about to persuade Ning Chuan to think it over seriously. However, before they could say anything, Ning Chuan's outstretched hand interrupted them. Even Garp was momentarily stunned after hearing Ning Chuan's response. "You rejected it?" Looking at the incredulous expression on Garp's face, Ning Chuan nodded seriously. "Why refuse? Could it be that your dream is that damn One Piece?" As soon as the phrase Roger left before his death came up, Garp's cheeks began to twitch involuntarily. That bastard Roger. Even when he's about to die, he still won't let this chaotic sea be a little more peaceful. Instead, he spoke that sentence that started the great age of pirates. Even my two little grandsons and this terrifyingly talented kid have been brainwashed by Roger. Listening to Garp's complaints, Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head at him, saying, "Mr. Garp, I'm not interested in the pirate way at all. I don't want much. Just to protect the people around me." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the others did not show any unusual reactions. However, Garp, who had just proposed to take Ning Chuan as his apprentice, was instantly stunned in place after hearing Ning Chuan's words. "Protecting the people around me?" Garp repeated Ning Chuan's words, then fell in a deep thought. "Can I do that?" At that moment, Garp couldn't help but think of his little grandson, who had already fantasized about sailing the seas to become the pirate king. Ace. Over the years, Garp had always wanted to train Ace and Luffy to become qualified Navy officers, especially Ace. As the son of Pirate King Roger, he was born bearing Roger's sins. According to Garp's plan, if he entered the Navy and trained well, he would grow to a sufficient level early on. Then, even if his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger was exposed in the future, there would still be a chance for redemption. But now he insisted on choosing to become a pirate. Once he was captured by the Navy, even if Garp was the current admiral of the Navy, he wouldn't be able to save him. And then there was his son, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. If one day his son was captured by the world government and sentenced to death, could he, as a father, protect his son? After a long time, there was no longer any smile on Garp's face. Instead, It was replaced with a look of helplessness and deep exhaustion. Your dream seems a bit too big. Upon hearing Garp's words, Ning Chuan smiled confidently and responded, I don't think it's a big deal at all. For some reason, Garp always felt as if this kid, who hadn't even grown all his hair yet, could see right through him. After a long silence, all the negative emotions on Garp's face disappeared. He raised his head and looked at Ning Chuan seriously. Since you have refused to be my disciple, do you know what crime you have committed and what punishment it deserves? Bogart, tell him the punishment. After hearing Garp's order, Bogart stood up and blocked Ning Chuan from behind. With his right hand resting on the sword at his waist, he spoke seriously. Killing a high-ranking naval officer will result in life imprisonment. The captor can execute on the spot without consultation. As he spoke, Bogart had already drawn his sword from his waist and placed it against Ning Chuan's neck. The sudden turn of events had terrified Nami and Nojiko, who were sitting beside Ning Chuan. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan remained calm, sitting there and downing a glass of beer in one gulp. Vice Admiral Garp, it's my fault for taking out Colonel Mouse. But if possible, how about we make a deal? Seeing Ning Chuan, who was not nervous at all despite the sword against his neck, calmly negotiating with him, both Garp and his aide Bogart were quite surprised by Ning Chuan's courage. Even those notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would probably struggle to stay calm at such a life-threatening moment. Yet here was a child who managed to do just that. Oh, a deal? Interesting. Let's hear what kind of deal could possibly offset your crime of killing a naval colonel. Ning Chuan stared into Garp's eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke. I wonder if the whereabouts of the pirate king Roger's son can exchange for my life. As soon as Ning Chuan spoke, a terrifying killing intent instantly permeated the entire restaurant. Perhaps to prevent Ning Chuan from saying anything further, Bogart's knife moved even closer to Ning Chuan's carotid artery at that moment. Do you know the whereabouts of Roger's son? At this moment, the word from Cap contained a strong killing intent. If he dared to say anything he shouldn't, Cap's fist would probably smash into Ning Chuan's head the next moment. I think this is a question that Rear Admiral Cap doesn't need to ask anyone else, right? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, Cap couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then his brows furrowed tightly together. He could certainly understand the meaning in Ning Chuan's words. But what Cap felt incredible was that Ace's matter was handled entirely by him. The process in between was known only to him and his trusted confidant, Bogart. No one else could possibly guess that Ace was the son of Roger. And as for Bogart, Cap knew him very well. He firmly believed that Bogart would never betray him and divulge such astonishing news. Even if we take a step back, even if he were to speak out, he wouldn't tell it to a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. Cap thought for a long time. So long that Bogart, who was holding the knife, felt a bit sore. After a long time, Cap finally spoke again. How did you know about this? Besides you, who else knows? Although Cap appeared calm at this moment, Ning Chuan knew that inside, he must have been feeling flustered. It was just that Cap's expression successfully concealed the turmoil within him. That's naturally a secret. Generally speaking, unless it threatens one's life, who would disclose a secret they know? Mr. Cap, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, a hint of helplessness appeared on Cap's face. Killing Ning Chuan before confirming who else knew this secret besides him would indeed be an incredibly foolish act. Looking at the indecisive expression on Cap's face, Ning Chuan felt that the timing was right, so he directly stared at Garp and spoke. Vice Admiral Garp, you can take my words as a joke. Now, let's formally discuss the details of this transaction. Seeing the serious expression on Ning Chuan's face, Garp understood that he was looking for a way out of the recent situation. It seemed that Ning Chuan wasn't very interested in the secret about Ace. This kid really is clever. Garp cursed inwardly and once again perked up his ears. Wanted to hear what Ning Chuan wanted to trade with him. Colonel Mouse's death was because he wanted to steal my 30 million berries and a ship. How about this? For the next year, I'll help you capture pirates with a total bounty value exceeding 3 billion. We can use the bounties of these pirates to pay for Colonel Mouse's life. What do you think? 100-fold difference in value. Your navy will profit. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, a look of surprise appeared on Garp's face. Pirates with a total bounty value exceeding 3 billion within a year? That sounds a bit too exaggerated, doesn't it? Seeing Garp's incredulous expression, Ning Chuan smiled and then spoke. Whether I'm bragging or not will naturally be clear after a year. After a year, I will personally deliver these trophies to your Navy headquarters in Marineford. Looking at the confident expression on Ning Chuan's face, Garp couldn't help but be moved. That was a pirate with a total bounty value of over 3 billion berries. Even if he personally took action, it would be difficult to gather this 3 billion berries bounty without targeting those ridiculously high bounty guys in the second half of the Grand Line. And Ning Chuan's opening statement of 3 billion directly surprised this veteran who had spent decades capturing pirates. However, he hadn't had the chance to ask Ning Chuan which guys he planned to target on the sea. Ning Chuan's next sentence immediately caused him to. Of course, before completing this bet, I still have one thing I would like to ask Vice Admiral Garp for help with. This matter is very simple for you, but a bit difficult for me. That is, I would like to ask Vice Admiral Garp to teach me about my training. At this point, Ning Chuan paused. With a bit of embarrassment on his face, he continued, Actually, I'm still a newcomer when it comes to combat. Puff. Garp couldn't hold it in and sprayed beer all over Bogart. Cough, cough. He coughed for a long time, staring at Ning Chuan with an incredulous expression. You say you're a newcomer in combat? How is that possible? If you're a newcomer, how did you manage to take down Colonel Mouse and his loyal subordinates with one punch each? Looking at Garp's eyes filled with disbelief, Ning Chuan said with a serious expression, I'm just a bit stronger and have a bit more power. I really don't understand cultivation and boxing techniques. Looking at Ning Chuan's serious face, he didn't seem to be lying at all. Garp couldn't help but start to doubt whether this kid Ning Chuan really understood cultivation. Nonsense. If you don't know how to cultivate, how do you know about Conqueror's Haki? Not to mention Conqueror's Haki. There are not many people in the entire ocean who even know about Haki. Bogart wiped the wine off his face and asked, equally incredulous. He looked at the disbelief on the faces of the two of them. Ning Chuan just smiled and didn't explain. After all, as a time traveler familiar with the pirate storyline, there was no way to make sense of these things. His best choice was not to explain. You kid, daring to go to sea without understanding cultivation? You're really reckless. Garp stared at Ning Chuan for a long time, seeing no signs of any training on him. Only at this moment did he start to believe what Ning Chuan had just said. I don't think that's reckless. After all, I came to the Baratie this time to learn some leg techniques from Mr. Zepp, but I didn't expect to unexpectedly run into Vice Admiral Garp here. Hearing Ning Chuan's somewhat helpless words, Garp felt a bit speechless. Well, it seems that I have quite a fate with this kid. After some time of contemplation, Garp slowly spoke, I can give you some guidance. However, if you don't want to become my disciple, this will be the only time I guide you. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's mouth almost stretched to his face with joy. He had only asked tentatively and didn't expect Garp to actually agree. Originally, he had come to learn leg techniques, but now he unexpectedly had a pleasant surprise. It seemed he could also learn fist techniques this time. It wouldn't take up too much of Vice Admiral Garp's time. Just 1 hour should be enough. Garp was quite surprised by Ning Chuan's words. 1 hour is enough. You seem quite confident in your talent. Since you say 1 hour, then let's do 1 hour. Garp said, I happen to be a bit full, so let's move around for an hour before continuing to eat. After saying that, Garp stood up and walked onto the deck of the Baratie. Watching Garp walk out like that, Ning Chuan smiled slightly at Nami and Nojiko, then hurriedly chased after them. After all, this was the first martial arts master in this world personally teaching. Ning Chuan was also getting a bit impatient. After coming to the deck outside, Garp stood there, looking at the slender Ning Chuan, and extended a hand, saying, Come on, hit me with a punch first. Let me see what your punching speed and strength have reached. Upon hearing Garp's words, Ning Chuan didn't hesitate and directly assumed a punching stance. After reminding him with a be careful, he prepared to strike. Ning Chuan gathered all his strength and slammed his fist towards Garp's outstretched palm. At first, Garp looked down on Ning Chuan's approaching punch. However, as Ning Chuan's fist drew closer, Garp suddenly felt a wave of pressure emanating from his palm. No, this kid's punch is problematic. Armament Haki. The moment Ning Chuan's fist was about to make contact with Garp's palm, Garp instinctively activated his armament Haki to cover his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, Ning Chuan's small fist struck fiercely against Garp's thick and solid palm. The instant their fists and palms collided, an enormous force began to radiate outwards from the two, affecting the surroundings. Those Navy personnel and some onlookers who had come to watch were knocked to the ground by the shockwave from their collision. Meanwhile, Bogart, who was watching from the side, stepped forward and stood in front of Nami and Noki, shielding the two children from the terrifying impact. This kid's punch is very strong. At this moment, as Bogart looked at Ning Chuan, there was a serious expression in his eyes. If he hadn't taken Ning Chuan seriously before, he certainly did now. Ning Chuan's punch has already made this longtime aide of Garp take it seriously. Good, good. I finally understand how those guys could die at your hands. Such a powerful punch, at your age, there can be no second person who can deliver it. Feeling the numbness in his palm, Garp generously praised him, saying, However, this punch of yours, as you said, lacks any technique. What you have is just power, speed, and that incredible confidence when you throw the punch, believing that you can break through anything. For someone who practices boxing, this momentum you have is truly rare. At this moment, when Garp looked at Ning Chuan again, the admiration in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. This is the successor to the boxing style he has been looking for, both in age and talent. Ning Chuan meets his criteria for an apprentice. Unfortunately, their paths are different, and they are destined not to become master and disciple. If you're willing to join the Navy and let me personally teach you for a while, your achievements in boxing will definitely surpass mine. But unfortunately, I only have 1 hour to teach you. Let us get started. With that, Garp immediately assumed his boxing stance and began to demonstrate in slow motion for Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan would naturally not let any opportunity slip by. Upon seeing Garp start demonstrating his boxing techniques to him, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated and directly followed suit to practice. As Garp finished his entire set of punches, Ning Chuan also stopped. However, although his body was still, his thoughts began to move at that moment. The system started to calculate his cultivation. The moment Ning Chuan spoke, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully cultivated a set of boxing techniques and activated the 10,000-fold return system. Now, the cultivation calculation begins. Calculation successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the cultivation equivalent to practicing 10,000 sets of boxing techniques. These are my boxing routines. I will only demonstrate them once. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. At the same time, the voice of the system resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. Garp also reminded him from the side. However, Ning Chuan did not respond directly. Instead, he suddenly froze in place, lost in thought. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly dazed, Garp initially thought that Ning Chuan was thrown off by his words, just as he was about to remind him that they only had 1 hour and that he was preparing to teach the next move. At this moment, Ning Chuan's voice rang out. Vice Admiral Garp, how do you think my boxing skills are? After saying this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly at him and, without a moment's hesitation, stood firm. He took a deep breath and began to practice the set of boxing techniques that Garp had demonstrated. As Ning Chuan threw a punch, Garp watched and saw that his movements were smooth and powerful, as if each punch resonated with the surrounding environment. The force of the punches, accompanied by the rolling waves and the howling sea breeze, made everything blend perfectly with the surroundings. Garp observed all of this, his eyes flashing with amazement. Ning Chuan's boxing technique reveals an extraordinary maturity with each strike, as if he has immersed himself in this set of moves for countless days and nights, rather than having just learned it. The proficiency is so impressive that even Garp is taken aback. This, Garp murmurs, his face showing a look of astonishment for the first time. How can your boxing be so skilled? It's as if you have practiced it thousands of times. After finishing the set of moves, Ning Chuan comes to a stop, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he looks at Garp. Perhaps it's just my talent. However, after practicing this set of moves again, I have gained new insights. Would you like to see it again, Vice Admiral Garp? Hearing this, Garp's eyes reveal a hint of surprise. New insights again? To be so skilled after the first round, and then to gain new insights after the second round? Are you joking? Listening to Garp's words, Ning Chuan can clearly sense the deep doubt in Garp's eyes. However, Ning Chuan doesn't say much. Instead, he silently thinks to himself. System, initiate settlement again. Congratulations to the host for practicing the boxing technique once more, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement of cultivation begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation return equivalent to practicing 10,000 sets of boxing techniques. The host's physical qualities have been enhanced without any side effects. Listening to the familiar system voice ringing in his ears, Ning Chuan felt that he had gained new insights into Professor Garp's set of boxing techniques. Without caring whether Garp was interested in watching him perform again, he began practicing the boxing techniques on his own right there. Ning Chuan was once again immersed in the art of boxing, and everything around him seemed to flow slowly with his movements. This time, he not only executed every move taught by Garp with incredible proficiency, but he also elevated this boxing technique to a whole new level with an understanding that transcended the conventional. Each punch he threw seemed to contain his unique insight into the essence of boxing principles. Garp stood by, fixated on Ning Chuan's actions, deeply moved in his heart. Meanwhile, the adjutant Bogut, who had once trained under Garp, watched the shadows of Ning Chuan's punches dance, and his expression gradually became quite subtle. The intricacies of the boxing technique that he had never fully grasped during countless practical training sessions were now being uncovered one by Ning Chuan, reaching a level he had never even imagined. Every punch Ning Chuan threw seemed to make this set of boxing techniques more rounded and flawless, doubling its power. How is this possible? Bogart exclaimed loudly, his eyes filled with shock. Next to him, Garp also stared wide-eyed in astonishment, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. As applause erupted, Garp looked at Ning Chuan with a beaming smile. Not bad, very good. You kid are indeed a rare genius in practicing boxing. To reach such a level in such a short time is far better than that kid Bogart, who couldn't master boxing with me and ran off to practice swordsmanship instead. Hearing Garp's words, Bogart couldn't help but show a hint of an awkward smile. Admiral Garp, let's not bring up those old stories again, Bogart complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ning Chuan slowly withdrew his stance, glanced at the smiling Garp, and smiled faintly, as if everything was within his expectations. System, settle again. Congratulations, host. My boxing techniques are not complicated. They're useful moves I summarize from real combat. However, mastering these techniques does not mean your punches can be like mine. You'll need to train hard afterward. As for how far you can train, it all depends on your own effort from now on. At this point, Garp showed a different kind of smile and continued. Usually, I practice my punches on abandoned ships or mountains. I don't know how many mountains have collapsed under my fists. Hearing Garp's words, Ning Chuan nodded silently. He knew Garp was not lying. That old guy had practiced on countless small mountains before his battle with Green Pepper. After smashing several small mountains, he delivered a punch that caved in Green Pepper's proud conical head. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp, for the reminder. Next, I will try to practice my punches using the Red Earth continent. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, even Garp was momentarily stunned. He first showed a look of astonishment, then couldn't help but laugh heartily. You brat, interesting. If one day you really manage to shatter the Red Earth continent, I'll come to you as my master. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. Having Garp bow to him as a master seemed quite appealing. Garp looked at the sparkle in Ning Chuan's eyes, feeling quite surprised. Goodness, this kid really wants me to acknowledge him as my master. After a moment of silence, Garp cleared his throat a couple of times and said to Ning Chuan, since you've mastered the boxing techniques and subsequent training, there is still some time left. I'll teach you some battle techniques that everyone knows in the latter part of the Grand Line. I initially thought I might not get to teach you this, but I didn't expect your learning speed to be quite fast. Hearing Garp's words, Ning Chuan's eyes brightened once more. Is it Haki? Garp nodded and said seriously, that's right. It's Haki. Since you know about Haki, the upcoming teaching should be much simpler. You should know that the only Haki I can teach you now are Armament Haki and Observation Haki. As for the strongest conqueror's Haki and higher level Haki applications, you'll have to comprehend them on your own. First, there's Armament Haki. Armament Haki is a fundamental form of Haki that performs well in both defense and offense. Those without Devil Fruit abilities can use Armament Haki to fight against those with Devil Fruit abilities, and it's widely used in the latter part of the Grand Line. Ning Chuan simply nodded calmly at Garp's explanation, as he already knew this knowledge. However, aside from Ning Chuan and Bogart, along with some capable Marines, others hearing about Haki for the first time were shocked. What is Haki? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems like a power that can make people stronger. I must learn it when Vice Admiral Garp demonstrates. This is something from the latter part of the Grand Line. If I can learn Haki, won't I also be able to step into the threshold of the strong? You can forget it, if you can't even handle basic martial arts. How do you think you can learn Haki? You won't learn a thing. Hey, did you hear what Vice Admiral Garp just said? Haki seems to be able to counter Devil Fruit users. What? Counter Devil Fruit users? Aren't Devil Fruit abilities invincible? Listening to the discussions around them, both Nami and Nojiko also displayed a hint of excitement. Although they didn't quite understand what Haki and Devil Fruits were, they could tell from the shocked tones of those around them that Haki seemed to be something extraordinary. And now, Ning Chuan could learn this incredible thing from Vice Admiral Garp. This made both of them genuinely happy for Ning Chuan. Hey kid, are you ready? Garp crossed his arms, opened his mouth wide, and smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Ning Chuan noted. Although he appeared calm, he was actually a bit excited inside. After all, this was Haki. It was the foundation for becoming a strong person on the sea. He initially thought that he would have to at least reach the Grand Line to have a chance to come into contact with Haki. But unexpectedly, just after setting sail for a short time, he was about to experience Haki. You brat, before your training, let me first show you what Haki is. Remember this clearly. Armament Haki operates in the body like this. After saying that, Garp grabbed Ning Chuan's hand and pressed it against his right arm. Immediately, with a thought, a layer of constantly surging, yet invisible airflow wrapped around his entire right arm. For ordinary people who had not mastered Haki, they could see nothing. However, Ning Chuan, with his palm pressed against Garp's arm, could clearly feel the continuously surging Haki on Garp's entire right arm. System, begin calculation. Ning Chuan naturally would not give up this opportunity to feel the domineering aura. The moment he sensed the domineering aura, he called upon the system in his heart and began the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending 1 second of armed color domineering, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The settlement is now beginning. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the return of comprehension for 10,000 seconds of domineering. The host's comprehension of the domineering has been successfully enhanced without side effects. Almost in an instant, Ning Chuan's perception of the domineering reached a new realm. However, he did not intend to stop his understanding and perception of the domineering here. He watched as Garp continued to operate his armed color domineering. Ning Chuan has also begun to utilize the insights gained from the system's return on armament Haki. He continued to comprehend Garp's armament Haki. This time, Ning Chuan's understanding of Haki was many times stronger than before. Once again, feeling the operation of armament Haki, he was now able to clearly understand the route of Haki's operation, the amount of Haki, and the precise control methods. In this state, he deliberately spent more time feeling it. After 10 seconds, he spoke in his heart. System, settle again. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending 10 seconds of armament Haki, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, starting the settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the return of the comprehension of 100,000 seconds of armament Haki. The host's comprehension of Haki has successfully gained an enhancement with no side effects. After this round of cultivation return, Ning Chuan's understanding of armament Haki has reached an extremely detailed level. However, at this moment, Garp seemed to feel that Ning Chuan had experienced enough. Suddenly, he tore away the armament Haki from his right hand and also released the hand holding Ning Chuan. You little brat, how do you feel about Haki after your first encounter with it? Garp looked at Ning Chuan with great anticipation, seemingly wanting to hear Ning Chuan say something that would overturn his worldview. However, what Garp did not expect was Ning Chuan's expression remained incredibly calm at this moment, not displaying the shock he had imagined from coming into contact with the domineering aura. The domineering aura was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it was a bit too easy to handle. As Ning Chuan finished speaking, Bogart and a group of Navy members who understood how difficult it was to cultivate Haki were all stunned in place. Haki is so simple. This kid hasn't even trained in Haki and dares to say it's easy? What a high-handed and low-skilled brat. Once he officially starts practicing Haki, he will understand just how foolish his words are. Ha ha, I have trained in Haki for so long and can only cover a small part of my fist with it. I really want to see the scene of this kid practicing Haki, listening to the discussions around him. Ning Chuan's face not only showed no signs of tension, but instead remained calm as he looked at everyone. After all, for him, after such a long time of understanding the armament Haki, even though he had not officially started practicing it, he had likely surpassed the vast majority of people present in terms of comprehension. Garp stared at Ning Chuan for a while, observing his calm expression, which didn't seem like that of someone who was lying. For some reason, Garp suddenly felt that this kid Ning Chuan didn't seem to be lying at all. Instead, he truly believed that the armament Haki was not difficult for him. Just as Garp was about to speak and ask Ning Chuan to share his insights on the armament Haki, Ning Chuan suddenly smiled and extended an arm. Following the way he had felt the flow of energy in Garp's hand earlier, he directly attempted to activate his own armament Haki. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly do this, Garp couldn't help but be taken aback. Is he trying to show me his armament Haki? Impossible. In such a short time, how could he have possibly mastered armament Haki? Just as this thought crossed Garp's mind, the next moment, a scene unfolded that left Garp and the others who thought Ning Chuan underestimated Haki utterly speechless. A faint stream of energy began to flow along Ning Chuan's arm. Although it was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, it could dissipate at any moment. But that familiar energy was precisely the armament Haki, which they believed was incredibly difficult to cultivate, and no one could master it in such a short time. As he witnessed this scene before him, the mischievous grin on Garp's face was suddenly replaced by shock. He exclaimed in an utterly astonished tone, I just let you feel the armament Haki, and I haven't even started teaching you yet. And you, this little brat, have already used armament Haki? What kind of monster are you? Hearing Garp's shocked voice, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and humbly said, No, it's still better taught by Vice Admiral Garp. As soon as Ning Chuan said this, Garp felt a slight sting on his face. Teaching well, He clearly hadn't done anything. Just let Ning Chuan experience the armament Haki. Ning Chuan was able to use armament Haki so quickly, all thanks to his own efforts. It has little to do with him. Therefore, Garp naturally felt a bit overwhelmed by Ning Chuan's flattery. Ahem, ahem. Garp coughed a couple of times, trying to ease the awkwardness. You have trained to achieve this armament Haki, but it is still a bit weak. You need to practice it well in the future. Hearing Garp's words, Ning Chuan was about to nod in response. However, some of the old soldiers on Garp's ship seemed a bit unconvinced. So, they directly took the opportunity while Garp was speaking to chime in. Hey, look, that kid may have used armament Haki, but the strength and amount of it are really lacking. That's right. I remember when I first mastered armament Haki, my strikes were much stronger than this. At this level, he probably can't even move a regular iron block. This kid has good talent, but his Haki is indeed not up to par. It's really too weak. It's such a pity for such good potential. If he can't refine his Haki to the utmost, he might find it hard to protect himself against real experts. Hearing the mocking voices from the group of Marines around, Nami and Nojiko were very displeased and spoke out against them. Oof. You guys are no match for Ning Chuan at all. If you were so talented, why aren't you Navy generals? You're all grown up and still just little Marines. Nami raised her small fist and unceremoniously shouted at the group of Marines. Exactly. Ning Chuan is much stronger than you. You just started training earlier, but I believe Ning Chuan will catch up to you soon. Nojiko also stood beside Nami, raising her small fist in dissatisfaction. Hearing Nami and Nojiko reprimanding those Marines, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He withdrew his armament Haki and walked in front of Nami and Nojiko. He reached out and rubbed their heads, leaning close to their ears and whispering, "Since you believe in me so much, let me give them a good slap in the face." After saying that, Ning Chuan silently thought in his heart, "System, start the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing armament Haki for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement is starting now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 100,000 seconds of armament Haki. The host's armament Haki has been enhanced without side effects." Hearing the voice in his mind, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. The Marines who had just mocked him laughed again upon hearing Ning Chuan's words. Clearly, they did not take what he said seriously. Haha, what an ignorant kid. Do you think armament Haki is child's play? You want to compare yourself to us seasoned veterans after such a short time? One chubby Marine patted his belly, laughing uncontrollably. Exactly, we've endured countless days and nights of hard training just to barely wrap armament Haki around our fists. Your quick success with Haki may be fast, but there's no way it can have strength. At least several years of hard training is required. Another chimed in, prompting laughter from the surrounding navy. Stop joking around. Little Ning Chuan, why don't you practice for a few years before talking about slapping our faces? Otherwise, your so-called armament Haki will just make us laugh our teeth out. Ha, that's right. If he could slap us in the face with Haki after such a short training period, then have we wasted all these years? Ning Chuan, facing the mocking voices of the surrounding Marines, not only did not get angry, but instead the corners of his mouth slightly lifted and the smile on his face deepened. He slowly raised one hand and brought it in front of everyone. In the next moment, a suppressed yet powerful aura spread directly from his hand. At this point, the level of armament Haki wrapped around Ning Chuan's hand had far surpassed the level when he had just used it. Feeling that the Haki in Ning Chuan's hand had become significantly stronger than before, the group of Marines was immediately stunned into silence. Although the amount of armament Haki coiling around Ning Chuan's arm was still not much, it had undergone a drastic change compared to before. Realizing the tremendous improvement in Ning Chuan's Haki in such a short time, some of the Marines who had just made jokes now directly shut their mouths. However, there were still some who remained unconvinced and spoke up. Even if your armament Haki has improved, at this level, you're still not qualified to slap our faces. Yeah, that's right. This level is still too weak. If you have the ability, raise your armament Haki to another level. Then we'll acknowledge you. Exactly. If it's just this level of strength, we still won't accept it. Looking at this group of stubborn Marines, Ning Chuan's mouth curled up once again. He continued to speak in his mind. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing armament Haki for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 100,000 seconds of practicing armament Haki. The host's armament Haki has received an enhancement without side effects. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing armament Haki for 10 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. System settle again. System settle. Gradually, after one return of cultivation after another. On Ning Chuan's arm, there was no longer the faint black energy of a beginner. Instead, it had transformed into increasingly substantial dark ripples. These energies coiled around his fist like the hardest obsidian, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Even more shocking was that gradually, the dominating aura coiling around Ning Chuan's arm began to spread towards his body. It continued to diffuse until it enveloped his entire body before finally stopping. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan stopped the settlement. At this moment, the terrifying aura from his armed color spread out in waves around him. The Marines who had already closed their mouths were now all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to say a word. The group of Marines who had just been stubborn were now all wide-eyed, their smiles frozen on their faces, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. All their previous contempt and disdain vanished in an instant. Ning Chuan's armament Haki has reached a level that they can only look up to, but can never touch. How is this possible? Is this really the true armament Haki? Compared to him, our Haki seems like child's play. It's just too strong. This armament Haki is really too powerful. Just standing next to him makes my heart race. This kid's armament Haki is probably already able to rival that of Captain Garp. Looking at this group of incredulous Navy personnel, Ning Chuan first turned around and smiled at Nami and Nokigo. Then he looked at them and asked with a grin, "How's my armament Haki now? Have you guys ever seen such strong armament Haki?" After Ning Chuan asked this question, the once arrogant Navy soldiers fell silent, not making a sound. The only expression left on their faces was one of embarrassment. It had only been 10 minutes since Ning Chuan learned armament Haki, and during this time, they watched helplessly as his armament Haki progressed from a mere hint to a level they could only dream of. Such a high level of cultivation and such rapid progress made these veterans, who had lived for decades, feel a burning shame on their faces. They felt as if Ning Chuan had slapped them repeatedly. Nami and Nokigo looked at the group of Navy soldiers with their heads bowed, afraid to look up. With mischievous smiles, they crossed their arms and laughed heartily at the soldiers. Haha, Ning Chuan is amazing. These despicable guys don't dare say a word now. Oof. Their faces are all swollen. Just a moment ago, they dared to say Ning Chuan's Haki was weak, but now it's you who are weak, old men. The poor Navy soldiers didn't dare to retort and could only endure the verbal whipping from Nami and Nokigo. After all, being slapped in the face by a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet made them feel as if their years of life had been wasted. Meanwhile, standing aside, Garp and Bogart, the two with the highest Haki cultivation, also felt the overwhelmingly powerful Haki fluctuations emanating from Ning Chuan. Bogart couldn't believe what he was witnessing. How could someone cultivate Haki from nothing to such a level in such a short time? And he had surpassed his own level of armament Haki. Was his own armament Haki fake? Watching the surging Haki fluctuations on Ning Chuan, an unrealistic thought suddenly popped into Bogart's mind. Let me test your armament Haki. The more Bogart stared at Ning Chuan's Haki, the more he felt something was off. So he directly approached Ning Chuan, his hand enveloped in armament Haki, turning into a visible black to only the two of them. Then, he formed a fist with his right hand and punched Ning Chuan's arm. Sensing the incoming attack, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and countered Bogart's punch. The moment their fists collided, an overwhelmingly powerful force erupted from the point of impact. Scattering in all directions, the group of Navy soldiers who were originally ready to watch the commotion were directly blown away by the force of the two punches, falling into the sea. Meanwhile, Nami and Nokigo, protected by Ning Chuan, stood firmly. However, the faces of the two little cuties were slightly distorted by the residual wave. The two exchanged attacks for more than 10 rounds, and Ning Chuan never fell behind. During their exchanges, Ning Chuan did not miss any opportunity to settle accounts. He was frantically shouting in his mind for the system to settle for him. As a large amount of cultivation began to return, Bogart, who was engaged in a fierce exchange with Ning Chuan, felt increasingly strained in dealing with Ning Chuan's attacks. The situation before him caused his expression to change dramatically. Ultimately, after exchanging over 20 blows with Ning Chuan, Bogart was sent flying by a punch from Ning Chuan. If it weren't for him moving his feet and flying across the sea for several dozen meters to stabilize his stance, he would have likely fallen into the sea like those sailors. I lost. My armament Haki couldn't even compare to a little brat. Bogart looked at Ning Chuan, who was standing steadily on the deck, and then glanced at the sea beneath his feet. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions in his heart. And there was a sense of helplessness in his gaze towards Ning Chuan that was hard to express in words. Ning Chuan's talent is truly terrifying. He is actually able to continuously grow stronger even while fighting against himself. Such an incredibly frightening training talent makes Bogart feel utterly ashamed. Admiral Garp, I've lost. Bogart stepped onto the surface of the sea and returned to Garp's side, speaking with a hint of helplessness in his tone. It's not your fault. This kid is something unusual. Garp patted Bogart's shoulder in comfort. At this moment, Garp's heart was also stirred up like a stormy sea, especially when he thought that not long ago, Ning Chuan was still asking him for advice on boxing techniques. And now, in a clash of armament hockey, even his deputy Bogart was no match for Ning Chuan. Such a terrifying rate of progress, even after sailing the seas for so many years. Garp had never heard or seen anything like it. Mr. Garp, there are still 40 minutes left. Shall we continue? Just as Garp was still in shock from Ning Chuan's astonishing performance, Ning Chuan's voice echoed in his ears once again. Is it still 40 minutes? Cap looked incredulously at the clock hanging in the restaurant. Ning Chuan is right. They agreed on an hour, and now there's still 40 minutes left. Well, let's continue. Garp looked at Ning Chuan as if he were a monster. After staring at him for a while, he finally spoke helplessly. Since you've already mastered armament hockey, let's teach you observation hockey next. Just like before, you can start by feeling the observation hockey. 20 minutes later, Garp watched as Bogart once again struggled against Ning Chuan in their match of observation hockey. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. What kind of monster is this kid? This is observation hockey, and in just 20 minutes he has gone from knowing nothing to applying it so skillfully. Even Bogart is a bit inferior to him in observation hockey. What's even more terrifying is that this kid's observation hockey is continuously getting stronger. At this rate, in another minute, Bogart might just lose. Just as Garp finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Bogart was once again sent flying off the deck. However, this time, unlike the last, he crashed through the railing of the sea restaurant Baratie as he flew out. Sigh. It's really a pity that this kid isn't joining the Navy. If only I'd been a bit tougher earlier, at least he would have acknowledged having a Navy identity. Garp felt very regretful at this moment. He never expected that in just these 40 short minutes, Ning Chuan is capable of training both armament hockey and observation hockey to the strongest ordinary level. Apart from high-level armament and observation hockey that can easily suppress him, the rest are no longer a threat to him. Just as Garp was pondering over the situation in front of him, Ning Chuan once again stood in front of Garp, smiling brightly as he spoke. Vice Admiral Garp, we have 20 more minutes. Shall we continue? Hearing this, Garp shot Ning Chuan a glare and said angrily, Continue? Continue. After just 40 minutes, you've almost made me bald. And you still want to continue? You little brat, this is too much. An hour later, Garp looked at Ning Chuan, who had successfully used armament hockey and briefly predicted the future with observation hockey. He sighed helplessly. This little brat, aside from not using Conqueror's hockey yet, has already stripped me of everything else I can do. I've never seen such a monstrous kid. Hearing Garp's words, Nami and Nojiko, who were nearby, could tell that the naval hero was praising Ning Chuan's incredible talent. They genuinely felt happy for Ning Chuan in response to Garp's compliments. At the same time, a desire to train alongside Zhang Chun began to rise in their hearts. After all, the three of them were about to embark on their journey at sea. Ning Chuan still owes Cap a bounty of 3 billion. If possible, they also want to contribute to this bounty mission. Ning Chuan slowly retracted his outward dominance and looked at Garp with a smile, saying, Vice Admiral Garp, does what you said before still count? Garp, upon hearing this, looked down at Ning Chuan, somewhat puzzled, and asked, What are you talking about? Ning Chuan replied, Just now you said that if I could shatter the Red Earth continent, you would come and be my disciple. As soon as these words left his mouth, a hint of regret appeared on Garp's face. I said, You little brat, how can my previous words not count? At this moment, Garp clearly began to regret it. If Ning Chuan really continued to progress at such a terrifying speed, one day, he might actually be able to shatter the Red Earth continent with one punch. Although Garp, who always kept his promises, was looking forward to seeing this scene. Just thinking about the arrogant look on this kid's face when he shatters the Red Earth continent and stands in front of him, asking him to become his disciple, made Garp feel uncomfortable. At this moment, he really wanted to punch his own old face twice. Why did he make such a joke when he had nothing to do? The great Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp, cannot go back on his word. Just as Garp was about to disregard his old face and make his previous words not count, Ning Chuan's voice made his heart sink. Oh no, This brat hadn't shown his true colors before, but it seems he really is filled with bad intentions. Looking at him, he actually intends to be my master. In just a minute, Garp's expression changed repeatedly, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. Ning Chuan is really too much. I wouldn't be surprised if he was planning to become my master while saying this. No, I can't stay with this brat any longer. This little rascal is full of schemes. Not only did he use the pirate bounty to clear his own charges, but now he has also drained my resources. Could it be that he had this plan all along? Thinking of this, Garp looked at Ning Chuan with a hint of caution in his eyes. We need to leave quickly. If we stay here any longer, who knows what this kid will scheme against me next? It's a pity if I had worked a bit harder back then. This exceptionally talented kid might really have been able to join the Navy. But even if he doesn't join the Navy, as long as he doesn't go down the wrong path, being a bounty hunter would still be acceptable. Garp once again seriously assessed Ning Chuan. Then he directly instructed Zepp and his subordinates to pack up the meals he had previously ordered. Without a word, he rushed onto his ship and ordered the helmsman to set sail quickly. Soon, with the sound of a foghorn, a warship with a huge dog-s head bow began to swiftly depart from the Baratie, sailing into the vast depths of the sea. Watching Garp and his crew suddenly set off, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh, looking longingly at Bogart on the boat, and quietly said, "What a pity. If they could stay a little longer, I would still want to learn a couple of sword techniques from Bogart." That old fox Cap actually guessed that I was trying to take advantage of him. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the red-footed Jipu, standing next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He stared at Ning Chuan for a while, feeling helpless in his heart, and thought, this kid is really greedy. But fortunately, he doesn't know that my leg techniques are quite impressive. Otherwise, this kid would probably cling to me to learn my leg techniques. Just as Jipu felt very fortunate in his heart, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Mr. Jipu, I heard that your nickname back in the day was Redfoot, unbeatable in the East Sea. Can I learn a couple of moves from you? After all, as the saying goes, if you don't practice your legs in martial arts, you'll eventually end up with a sheep's tail." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Jipu was immediately stunned. Then a wave of curses echoed in his heart. Where did this brat hear that I have leg techniques? And where did this strange saying about practicing punches without practicing legs come from? I've never heard of it before. Half a month later, Nuachi Gao and Nami's cooking skills had greatly improved here. As for Ning Chuan, he was already tired of staying here. Jipu's leg techniques were mastered by Ning Chuan in less than 10 minutes. For the rest of the time, he spent his days idly sunbathing and fishing on the deck. Unfortunately, Ning Chuan's fishing skills are really not great. It's a common occurrence for the Air Force. However, Ning Chuan hasn't put his system's cultivation into fishing. After all, for him, fishing is just a leisure activity. If he used the system for relaxation, then there wouldn't be much fun left for his time at sea in the future. Brother Ning Chuan, are you leaving today? Can you not? Sanji looked at Ning Chuan, who was preparing to take Nami and Noki on the ship, with a face full of envy. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ning Chuan. "Sanji, my ship is not suitable for you. Besides, your cooking skills and cultivation level are not up to par yet. If you cultivate for some more time, there will be a ship and companions suitable for you." Ning Chuan smiled at Sanji and directly rejected his request to board the ship. He didn't want a perverted cook on his ship. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Sanji became a bit dejected. However, he quickly cheered up. After all, not everyone could have such an abnormal talent for cultivation like Ning Chuan. Sanji stared at Ning Chuan and the others for a while. Suddenly, he stood up straight, regained his former confidence, and said to Ning Chuan, "Big brother, you are right. It's not yet my time to set sail. But for now on, I will train hard and strive to improve my strength. By then, don't let me surpass you." With that, he was seen off by Sanji and the staff of the Baratie restaurant. Ning Chuan and the three others raised the sails and set sail into the depths of the sea. After all, gathering the pirates worth 3 billion is not something that can be done easily in a short time. The three people from Ning Chuan set sail once again. However, this time, their identities are no longer fugitives, but rather bounty hunters on a mission. At this moment, they have successfully mastered advanced armament Haki and observation Haki. Ning Chuan's cultivation has reached a level where he can easily crush naval officers of the middle general rank. He even has confidence to fight to a draw with generals. Of course, excluding that freak Garp. However, if it really comes to battling against such high-level powerhouses, Ning Chuan firmly believes that he has a system capable of infinitely settling his cultivation. Even a powerhouse of this level could not be his opponent. With his strength skyrocketing, he is now preparing to catch a few big pirates on the Grand Line. However, He is not in a hurry to head to the Grand Line. He has a full year until the time he agreed upon with Garp. During this year, with his current strength, catching 30 billion worth of pirates is naturally not a problem. Therefore, the speed of Ning Chuan's ship with the three of them is not fast at all. It could almost be said to be a sightseeing boat. Ah, how boring. Why don't we go fishing? Nami, who had been slapped with a face full of turtles while playing do diju, threw her cards down and complained as she leaned on the table. You feel bored because you keep losing. If you could be as strong as me and win every hand, then you wouldn't be bored. Ning Chuan, who was secretly peeking at the cards using observation Haki, had a clean face with not a single turtle. He looked at Nami, who was somewhat dissatisfied and complaining, and said with a mischievous smile, Ning Chuan, honestly, did you cheat? No. Jiko, whose face was also painted with little turtles, looked at Ning Chuan's clean face with suspicion and asked, No, Jiko, you can't slander me. I swear to the heavens, I absolutely did not cheat or hide any cards. If I did, then punish me by making me unable to catch fish for a week. Ning Chuan pointed at the sky with a serious expression and swore. Seeing Ning Chuan's formal demeanor, Nami and Noki also gradually put aside their doubts. However, upon further thought, Ning Chuan seems to be an Air Force guy every day. After sailing for 2 days at sea, he hasn't caught a single fish. Oh wait, you weren't going to catch any fish anyway. You must be cheating. It's infuriating. I'm going to draw a turtle on your face. Upon remembering that Ning Chuan is just an Air Force guy, Nami immediately reacted. She picked up the brush in her hand, ready to draw a turtle on Ning Chuan's face. Nami, I'll hold him down. You go draw. After hearing Nami's analysis, Nojiko also realized that she had been tricked by Ning Chuan, so she put on a fierce expression, jumped on Ning Chuan, and started playfully tussling with him. However, with his mastery of observation Haki, Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't be easily caught by them. The two sisters played around for quite a while, sweating profusely, but they never managed to catch the slippery Ning Chuan. Damn it, if you have the ability, don't dodge. Nami, exhausted, sat on the deck, panting as she spoke. If you can catch me, I won't dodge. Hearing this, the already angry Nami became even angrier. Watch me sneak attack. Haha, gotcha. Nami, come quick. During the conversation between Ning Chuan and Nami, Nojiko jumped 3 feet high and landed on Ning Chuan, wrapping her arms around his neck. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan did not slip away from her grasp, as he had before. Instead, he squinted and gazed into the depths of the sea. 2 ships were engaged in battle ahead. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nojiko and Nami, who were holding onto his neck, couldn't help but curl their lips, showing disbelief on their faces. You can't fool us. That's right, this bad guy must be trying to slip away again by saying that. Just as they were about to continue drawing a turtle on Ning Chuan's face, Ning Chuan easily broke free from Noki Gao's arm once again. His figure flashed and jumped to the bow of the ship, looking seriously into the distance. Nami, 2 o'clock direction, full speed ahead. Hearing Ning Chuan's serious voice, they had just thought he was making excuses to avoid being painted as a turtle, but they immediately understood. Ning Chuan didn't seem to be joking with them. There were indeed ships engaged in combat on the sea ahead. Should we go join the fun? The 2 of them asked Ning Chuan while controlling the boat. Go. Why not? We can't miss the chance to catch those pirates we encounter on the route. After all, our mission is worth a full 3 billion. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan and the 3 people in the small boat have arrived at the location where the 2 ships are engaged in battle. At this moment, both sides involved in the conflict are ships flying pirate flags. Upon seeing the pirate flags on these 2 ships, Ning Chuan immediately understood that this was a battle between pirates. However, among the 2 pirate ships, one piqued Ning Chuan's interest. The pirate flag on that ship depicted a skull with a red nose. The moment he saw that round red nose, Ning Chuan has already figured out who the owner of this ship is. One of the future 4 emperors, with 2 superpowers, Haki and Crocodile, under his command. The clown buggy, sir. I really didn't expect to encounter this guy so soon. Ning Chuan looked at the clown buggy, standing at the bow, commanding his subordinates to fire. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Ning Chuan, do you know that red-nosed guy? Nami pointed at clown buggy with a look of disdain. He really is ugly. I thought the captains of pirate ships were all as handsome as Ning Chuan. Noki Gao stared at clown buggy for a while and shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, on the 2 ships engaged in battle, clown buggy suddenly felt an ominous sensation as he looked at the ship that had just arrived. Oh no, could this be a Navy ship? With my years of sailing experience and sense of danger, not much can make me uneasy. Buggy looked up at the ship where Ning Chuan and the others were. However, just that one glance left him frozen in place. Are there 3 kids on that ship? No way. How could a child without even a full set of hairs sail out to sea? While Buggy was lost in thought, Ning Chuan suddenly smiled and called out, "Hey, are you the future Yonko Buggy the Clown?" Hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Buggy was momentarily stunned. Then, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. "Yonko? He said I would be a Yonko. This kid really has an eye for talent." Just as Buggy was delighted by Ning Chuan's words, a cannonball unexpectedly fell right at his feet. Boom! With a loud explosion, Buggy was blown to pieces. Nami and Noki Gao on the ship were so frightened that they immediately covered their mouths, nearly screaming, "Ah, that red-nosed clown is so miserable, blown to smithereens." It is indeed tragic, but something feels off. Why is there no blood on him? Yeah, it feels really strange. Ning Chuan listened to Nami and Noki Gao's surprised voices and smiled as he explained to them. This guy is a devil fruit user, and his ability is to split his body into pieces. So the explosion just now couldn't harm him. After hearing Ning Chuan's explanation, Nami and Noki Gao finally reacted. So this is what a devil fruit user is. Before seeing it, I thought they were all very scary. But Ning Chuan, this guy doesn't seem as powerful as you said. You said that most devil fruit users are strong, so why is this guy so weak? Nami and Noki Gao each chimed in, leaving Buggy, who was lying on the ground still recovering, feeling embarrassed. After a moment, Buggy, who had regained his composure, reassembled his body, jumped to the bow of the ship, and angrily pointed at Nami and Noki Gao, saying, "You two brats, have you had enough fun? If you can't talk, then learn from this kid." When Buggy got angry, his body parts flew out, startling Nami and Noki Gao. However, they quickly quieted down and began discussing the parts flying out of Buggy's body. His body really can split into pieces. It's somewhat magical, but this fruit ability looks like the kind Ning Chuan mentioned. Worthless fruits that are better off not eaten. It seems like it has no combat power at all. The more Nami and Noki Gao talked, the darker Buggy's expression became. Ahem, Nami, Noki Gao. As the saying goes, don't hit someone's face when you fight, and don't expose someone's weaknesses when you scold them. You've revealed Buggy's secrets. How is he supposed to live on from now on? After all, he is a captain. Looking at Buggy, whose face was as dark as a bottom of a pot, Ning Chuan mercilessly cooperated with Nami and Noki Gao, openly attacking. After enduring for a long time, Buggy finally couldn't hold back. "You three little brats, if I don't show you some color today, you'll really underestimate the power of me. Buggy the Clown, don't come crying to me for mercy later." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto the railing of the deck. He ignored the surrounding flying cannon fire. Looking at the position of Ning Chuan and the others, he directly used the ability of his split fruit. Suddenly, his hand detached from his body and flew towards Nami and Noki Gao, attempting to capture them in one fell swoop. After all, according to his observation, the agility of these two little girls, Nami and Noki Gao, should be beneath Ning Chuan. If he could capture them first, Ning Chuan would surely obey. However, it seemed that Ning Chuan, standing on the opposite ship, was already prepared. He calmly observed Buggy's actions, took a step forward, grabbed Nami and Noki Gao's hands, and used his agile movements to weave between the arms that Buggy had split off, elegantly dodging each attack. Ning Chuan's movements were swift as the wind, and every dodge was perfectly timed, giving Buggy the illusion that he was always just a little bit away from catching him. Damn it, how could this kid be so slippery? Even with two people, he could easily evade my attacks every time. At this moment, Buggy's face twisted in anger. His attacks grew more and more frantic, yet he still couldn't catch any of the three figures. And each time, he was only a hair's breadth away. For some reason, Buggy increasingly felt like he was being toyed with by these three little brats. "Captain, the guys can't hold on much longer." Just as Ning Chuan was playing with Buggy, one of Buggy's subordinates suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly. However, when he looked at his captain's pale face and at the three who kept dodging his captain's hands, this pirate suddenly froze, filled with shock. It was just three little kids who were keeping the captain from being able to move. This was a bit too ridiculous. The pirate was dumbfounded by the scene before him, which far exceeded his imagination. He could never have thought that these seemingly ordinary kids could handle Buggy's full force assault with such ease. After all, this was their Captain Buggy, a devil fruit user who only appeared in legends. And judging by the captain's appearance, he had pushed his powers to the limit. Yet he couldn't even touch these three kids. What on earth were these three kids? Could they be the legendary spirits? Just as this pirate was lost in thought, a second pirate who came to report also saw this scene. He stood together with the previous pirate, displaying the same dumbfounded expression. "Damn it, what kind of trick are you playing?" Buggy shouted angrily, his severed arm flailing wildly in the air, but could only futilely swipe through the air unable to touch Ning Chuan and the other three at all. "Hey, Red Nose, your subordinates are about to lose." He looked at Captain Buggy, who was already furious to the extreme. Ning Chuan smiled and pointed in the direction of the enemy ship. In his anger, Buggy didn't care about that. He let out an angry roar and shouted at the two pirates behind him, "Push the cannon over here. I want to blast them away with a buggy bomb." Hearing their captain's words, the two subordinates were taken aback. "Captain, are you really going to use a buggy bomb? There's only one left. It will be better to use it on the front line." Hearing his subordinate's words, Buggy turned around angrily, his eyes filled with red veins. "Damn it, can't you understand what I'm saying? Go push the cannon over here. Those enemies are nothing to be afraid of. I want to blow those three little brats away first." Under Buggy's roar, the two subordinates who had come to report exchanged helpless glances. In the end, they had no choice but to follow Buggy's orders and push the cannon that was supposed to be used on the front line over. Buggy stood at the bow of the ship, stepping on the cannon's muzzle, holding a red bomb that was about the same size as his red nose. Looking at the already stopped Ning Chuan and the others, he said angrily, "You little brats, if you three admit your mistake to Captain Buggy now, I might let you go. Otherwise, I'll blow you three and your ship to the sky." Facing Buggy's threat, Ning Chuan not only did not back down, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. He naturally knew the power of the Baki bomb. A small Baki bomb could easily blow away an entire block. In the movie, the enhanced Baki bomb could even cause significant damage to Baratie in his awakened fruit state. Knowing the formidable power of the Baki bomb, Ning Chuan still seemed to have a great interest in it. He wanted to test just how powerful the Baki bomb really was. "Oh, is that the legendary Baki bomb? I really want to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Baki was so furious that he jumped 3 feet high. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and roared angrily, "You ignorant little brat. Let me show you the power of your Uncle Baki." Before he finished speaking, he showed no hesitation and directly stuffed the Baki bomb into the cannon's barrel. Then he personally took out a match and lit the fuse of the cannon. The sea breeze and the waves around seemed to come to a halt at that moment. As Baki ignited the fuse, everyone on his pirate ship focused their gazes on the cannon, which contained terrifying destructive power. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Baki bomb sliced through the air with enough momentum to destroy everything, heading straight for Ning Chuan. Here it comes. Ning Chuan's gaze was as sharp as a torch, facing the deadly attack that was roaring towards him. He did not choose to flee, but instead calmly extended a hand. Channeling his armament Haki, it instantly surged to its peak. A layer of dark, glossy sheen enveloped it, forming an indestructible shield on the surface of his hand. "Come on, let me see how your Baki bullet truly works." Ning Chuan let out a low growl, watching the terrifying bazooka shell flying towards him, standing still. He extended his hand, covered in armed color Haki, and fiercely slapped at the incoming bazooka shell. The moment the bazooka shell crashed into Ning Chuan's armed color defense, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, and a deafening explosion echoed. The two ships were pushed back several dozen meters by the terrifying force of the explosion. The waves in the sea were stirred up by this collision. Under the horrifying explosion of the bazooka shell, it shattered into countless raindrops, scattering all over the battlefield. The black smoke after the explosion concealed Ning Chuan's figure within. As the sea breeze blew, when the black smoke gradually dissipated, everyone was astonished to find that Ning Chuan was still standing in the sky. After such a terrifying explosion, he was completely unharmed. What? Bucky stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his proud move, the bazooka shell, had caused no harm to Ning Chuan at all. Instead, that annoying kid was still grinning at him. "I think your bazooka shell is really lacking. At most, it can only be considered a tickle, not even close to a scraping massage." Ning Chuan slowly descended from the sky and landed on the bow of Buggy's pirate ship. From his elevated position, he looked down at all the pirates on the ship. At that moment, the two opposing pirate crews engaged in battle were startled by the tremendous explosion of the Buggy bomb. They even forgot they were fighting, all frozen in place, staring blankly at Ning Chuan standing at the bow of Buggy's ship. Witnessing Ning Chuan, who was still lively and unharmed despite the terrifying power of the Buggy bomb, the other pirates on Buggy's ship were filled with fear and disbelief, especially the members of the Buggy pirates. They had seen the power of the Buggy bomb more than once. But what they had never seen was someone surviving at the epicenter of its explosion. This guy must be a monster. Buggy's first mate, Machi, screamed in fear and awe. The captain's ultimate weapon was just blocked by him. Another vice captain, Kabaji, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. This was beyond what a human could accomplish. This time, It seemed the captain had messed with the wrong person. Oh no! This kid is so tough that he survived the captain's ultimate weapon, the buggy bomb. If he faces us, will we have any way out? Should we just surrender? Looking at the still lively Ning Chuan and his crew who were in low spirits, Buggy realized that he had probably provoked someone he shouldn't have. Damn it. It's all Shanks' fault. If he hadn't scared me back then, causing me to eat this useless chop fruit, I wouldn't have ended up this week. Being bullied by a kid. The more Buggy thought about it, the angrier he became. If Shanks dared to show up in front of him now, he would definitely jump up and beat him up. What to do? Should I surrender or not? Just as Buggy hesitated about whether to lower his pride and surrender to Ning Chuan, the pirate ship that had been fighting them suddenly launched a new round of attacks while everyone was still in a daze. You guys, now's the time. Sink them all to the sea to feed the fish. With a series of gunfire following, many members of the Buggy pirates were taken down by this intense attack. Huh, how dare you be dazed in the middle of a battle? What a bunch of fools. Then let us send you to die. Keep fighting, boys. Victory belongs to us. The Wild Dog Pirates. Under the command of the bald captain of this pirate ship, a new round of attacks began to rain down on the Buggy pirates. However, this time, quite a few cannonballs fell into the sea near Ning Chuan's small boat, causing Nami and Nojiko to hurriedly hide inside the cabin, timidly looking at the distant pirate ship. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan smida instantly vanished. Dare to attack my ship? Then I will take it as a declaration of war against me. In the next moment, Ning Chuan instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was actually behind the bald captain of the Wild Dog pirate crew. The Wild Dog pirate crew, worth only 2 million berries? Such a small amount of money is hardly enough to even get stuck between teeth. After saying this, before the captain of the Wild Dog pirate crew could react, Ning Chuan's fist landed on the head of the Wild Dog pirate crew's captain. Instantly, red and white brain matter splattered, showering every member of the Wild Dog pirate crew. Your captain is dead. Do you still want to resist? I'll give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, anyone still holding a weapon, no mercy, under the threat of death. The entire Wild Dog pirate crew showed no hesitation, throwing down their weapons and kneeling on the ground to surrender to Ning Chuan. Seeing the scene before him, Ning Chuan nodded, temporarily giving up on the idea of sinking their pirate ship and feeding all of them to the fish. At this moment, it wasn't just the Wild Dog pirates. Even many members of the Buggy pirates directly dropped their weapons and expressed their surrender upon hearing Ning Chuan's words. Of course, this did not include Buggy. Captain, hurry up and surrender, or you'll really die. The first mate, Machi, said softly to Buggy while kneeling on the ground. Captain, Machi is right. You should kneel down and surrender quickly. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't have to worry about firewood. If we survive, we can continue sailing. Another first mate, Kabeji, also urged from the side. The pirates on Buggy's ship, who had not knelt to surrender, felt a bit defiant when they saw their captain still standing. However, when they noticed their 2 first mates kneeling down faster than each other and continuously persuading their captain to kneel, the last line of defense in their hearts was broken. With a softening of their knees, they directly knelt down on the ground. Seeing all his crew on the ship kneeling towards Ning Chuan, Buggy looked in Ning Chuan's direction, still feeling somewhat unwilling to give in. Damn it, why is there such a terrifying guy in the weakest EC? Is my glorious path as Captain Buggy going to end here in the sea? Buggy felt very reluctant, but given the current situation and seeing Ning Chuan approaching him, he ultimately had no choice but to kneel towards Ning Chuan. This was just a temporary surrender. My glorious Captain Buggy cannot be defeated. Back on Buggy's pirate ship, Ning Chuan looked at the many pirates kneeling on the ground. He then glanced at the red-nosed Buggy, whose face was filled with a never-give-up expression. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just like the god Buggy in the manga, no matter what kind of setbacks he faced, he would never lose his ambition. Otherwise, this guy Buggy wouldn't have become one of the new 4 emperors of the sea. Although he was just a puppet emperor, controlled by Mihawk and Crocodile, at least he had surpassed the vast majority of pirates in his lifetime. Reflecting on Buggy's life in the manga, Ning Chuan's smile grew even wider. This guy, Baji, has a great fortune. If possible, it's better not to kill him for now. However, since he dared to make a move against us, we can't just let him go. How should we deal with this guy? Ning Chuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought for a moment. Ning Chuan, the total bounty of these 2 pirate ship captains is 5 million berries. Adding in the remaining small fry, the total bounty is about 7 million berries. We're getting closer to the 3 billion bounty promised by Admiral Garp. Nami and Nokigao held the wanted posters they found from these 2 pirate ships. They combined them and reported back to Ning Chuan. Wait, a 3 billion bounty? I remember that Guy Buggy had a bounty of 3,890,000,000 berries when he later became one of the 4 emperors. This guy has a lot of potential when it comes to bounties. If that's the case, why not help him increase his bounty a bit and then capture him to hand over Garp? With this thought, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that this idea seemed quite feasible. A 3 billion bounty. Is it enough for Buggy to kill 2 celestial dragons in his name? I remember that in the EC, it seems that celestial dragons often come to visit. Ning Chuan felt that the idea seemed quite feasible as he thought about it more and more. So he quickly walked over to Baki's side. Looking at Baki's face, which was filled with the words "never give up," he slightly curled the corners of his mouth and fixed his gaze on Baki's eyes. Under Ning Chuan's stare, Baki suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that this seemingly harmless guy in front of him was thinking of something terrifying. Hey, Red Nose, how about making a name for yourself this time and raising your bounty a bit? You could reach the level of the 4 emperors. Ning Chuan stared at Buggy for a while and finally smiled and said, "For a bounty at the level of a 4 emperor? Wait, what are you going to do?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, a hint of unease immediately surged in Buggy's heart. He felt that this kid Ning Chuan must be up to no good. It's nothing, just helping you raise your bounty and make a name for yourself. What's wrong, unwilling? When he said the words unwilling, Ning Chuan's tone suddenly turned cold. Buggy, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if a terrifying monster was standing in front of him, ready to tear him apart at any moment. He knew that as long as he dared to say a single word against it, this exceptionally terrifying little devil would likely throw him into an abyss of despair. "I am willing." Buggy gritted his teeth and finally managed to say the 2 words. "Not bad. With your potential, you can at least become one of the 4 emperors in the future. And I am here to help you become one of the 4 emperors quickly." Hearing that Ning Chuan wanted to help him become one of the 4 emperors, Buggy was instantly dumbfounded, then looked at Ning Chuan with a face full of skepticism and said, "Help me become one of the 4 emperors? Are you kidding me?" Buggy stared at the little devil in front of him, who hadn't even grown all his hair yet, with a look of deep distrust in his eyes. After all, this kid was so young and had the audacity to claim he would help someone sit on the throne of the 4 emperors. As someone who had returned from the Grand Line, Buggy naturally knew the terrifying power of the 4 Sea emperors in the latter half of the Grand Line. Although this little devil was strong, he would never be a match for the 4 emperors. However, even though Buggy didn't believe anything Ning Chuan said, he didn't outright deny it, because right now, he was not Ning Chuan's match. He decided to endure for now and see what Ning Chuan really wanted to do. With a red nose, you said if I kill 1 or 2 celestial dragons, the bounty should be 3 billion berries, right? As soon as Ning Chuan said this, Buggy was instantly stunned in place, looking at Ning Chuan with a face full of fear. Kill the celestial dragons? How dare this guy even think that? It was a challenge to the authority of the world government. If the most esteemed celestial dragon in the world were to be killed, it would mean being hunted down by the Navy for life. Looking at the smile on Ning Chuan's lips and the seriousness in his eyes, even Buggy, who had never backed down against Whitebeard's crew, was genuinely feeling a bit intimidated now. He had never thought of this before. Ning Chuan's so-called way to make himself famous and increase the bounty to quickly become one of the 4 emperors is actually to take out 1 or 2 celestial dragons. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's seemingly casual suggestion to eliminate 1 or 2 celestial dragons to raise the bounty, Buggy's face instantly turned pale and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, nearly bringing him to tears. The celestial dragons are beings that even the 4 emperors of a new world are reluctant to offend easily. Once you become their enemy, it means you will face the full pursuit of the entire world government and its navy. You might even have to contend with not just 1 admiral's attack. In such a situation, having a few lives would probably not be enough for these guys to toy with. No, are you crazy? Taking out 1 or 2 celestial dragons, not to mention raising the bounty, we wouldn't even have a chance to live. Buggy's voice was laced with a cry, fully aware of how severe the consequences of such an action would be. Please, little brother, dear sir, we really don't need to do this. I admit you're strong. Much stronger than I imagined, but after all, we're talking about killing celestial dragons. Even if we want to raise the bounty, we can find another way, like locating Captain Roger's treasure, or doing some other big thing to enhance our fame and bounty. If it really doesn't work, I can earn you 3 billion berries. How about that? Facing Buggy's desperate pleas, Ning Chuan just smiled slightly and looked at Baki, whose eyes revealed a hint of fear, and slowly said, "So, are you unwilling to agree to me? If that's the case, then there's no use in keeping you. Let's send you on your way along with the captain of the Wild Dog Pirate Group." As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, A powerful armament color Haki condensed in his hand and was directly pressed against Buggy's head, feeling the armament color Haki on Ning Chuan's hand. Even though Buggy wanted to use his dismemberment ability to escape Ning Chuan's unbreakable grip at this moment, he was shocked to find that, under the suppression of Ning Chuan's overwhelming Haki, he couldn't use his ability at all. Surprised? After being a trainee on Roger's ship for so long, you should know that Haki can restrain devil fruit abilities, right? It was only after Ning Chuan's reminder that Buggy finally remembered this point. At this moment, Buggy knew he had completely fallen into Ning Chuan's hands. Even his most skilled dismemberment escape ability was easily grasped by this terrifyingly strong little brat before him. He understood that if he wanted to survive now, he had no choice left. He was left with only one option, which was to follow the script Ning Chuan had set for him. Faced with the choice of dying now or dying later, Buggy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to live on for the time being. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if Ning Chuan wasn't a match for the celestial dragon subordinates? With this last bit of hope, Buggy finally forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, I agree to your terms. No, isn't it just about taking down the celestial dragons? Let me, Buggy, make a name for myself. After Buggy agreed, Ning Chuan then loosened his big hand that was gripping Buggy's head, allowing him to catch his breath for a moment. I remember a celestial dragon named Charles Mako, saint visiting various countries in the EC recently. So let's make this guy our target. At this point, Ning Chuan looked at Buggy with a mischievous smile, patted his shoulder, and said, when the time comes, I'll capture him, and you can take action. I'll help you take pictures. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan had already chosen the target for this operation, Buggy, who had initially harbored a glimmer of hope, suddenly froze with a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. Still want to take pictures? What else? Our 4 Emperor Buggy God must have a photo of his heroic appearance slashing the celestial dragon printed on the bounty notice. Don't you think so? Buggy, at this moment, Buggy was so frightened by Ning Chuan's madness that he couldn't utter a word. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Ning Chuan was filled with fear. He could hardly imagine why there was such a terrifying guy in this world who was so determined to eliminate celestial dragons. This matter is settled. Next, your ship will go with us, preparing to catch the celestial dragon and boost your bounty. As he said this, Ning Chuan shifted his tone. After staring at Buggy for a moment, he smiled and said, besides that, I have another idea. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan had a new idea, Buggy's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He was afraid that Ning Chuan would come up with something terrifying again. Buggy, come and show me your chop fruit abilities. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Buggy clearly froze for a moment. Show my fruit abilities? What does this guy want to do? Buggy was momentarily confused about Ning Chuan's intentions. However, even though he didn't know what Ning Chuan wanted to do, he still followed Ning Chuan's instructions and used his fruit abilities, splitting his body into several pieces that floated in the air. Just then, Ning Chuan's large hand suddenly pressed down on his split body. In the next moment, a stream of air instantly invaded Buggy's body. He was using his energy to sense the changes in Buggy as he activated the power of the fruit. Ning Chuan's sudden action stunned Buggy, leaving him frozen in place, too frightened to move. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the ability of the split fruit for 1 second, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-second cultivation return for experiencing the ability of the split fruit. The host's understanding of the split fruit's ability has improved. Sure enough, my system's ability also works on devil fruits. After hearing the voice from the system in my mind, Ning Chuan's face revealed a hint of excitement. It turned out that the fragmented ability operated within the body like this. However, my understanding is still not deep enough and needs to be further explored for a while. If my understanding of this fruit is profound enough, and I can use that understanding to make corresponding changes to my body, could I transform my body to also use this fragmented form? Just thinking about this gave Ning Chuan a sudden desire to give it a try. Although he knew that this thought was somewhat absurd, he still decided to give it a shot. What if it really worked? If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to use any fruit ability without side effects in the future, relying on the system? With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan smiled and continued to press his hand on Buggy. At the same time, he softly said in his mind, System, continue the calculation. Half an hour later, Ning Chuan has gained a deep understanding of the abilities of the split fruit. He began to slowly attempt to use the fruit's powers without consuming it. For safety's sake, Ning Chuan chose to first experiment with splitting his hair. After all, hair can grow back. Even if it doesn't it wouldn't cause much harm to his body. However, if he accidentally made a mistake with other parts of his body, it could lead to serious problems. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan wouldn't directly split all of his hair. If he couldn't bring it back, he would have to search the sea for a fruit that could promote hair growth. In his first experiment, he tried to split a few dozen strands from a tuft of hair. As Ning Chuan concentrated, an incredible scene unfolded. A few strands of his hair began to slowly detach from his scalp and, like the limbs that Buggy had previously split off, floated in the air. At that moment, it seemed as if these hairs had come alive. Under Ning Chuan's control, they gracefully spun around his head before slowly flying over to Buggy, who was kneeling on the ground. Then, in the midst of Buggy's astonished gaze, they silently returned to their original position, rejoining the dark mass of hair. Buggy was left dumbfounded. Even his iconic red nose seemed to turn even redder from shock. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like this guy's hair is similar to my split fruit abilities? Buggy's voice was filled with disbelief. He stared intently at Ning Chuan, as if looking at a monster. Nami and Noki Gao, who were nearby, also witnessed the scene. They walked up to Ning Chuan, puzzled, and searched his head for a long time, but couldn't find the strands that had just split and returned. This is strange. Did I imagine it? I clearly saw hair flying out from the top of Ning Chuan's head. Nami scratched her head, speaking in disbelief. It shouldn't be my imagination. I saw it too. But I also couldn't find those hairs. Noki Gao widened her eyes, looking at Ning Chuan in confusion, seeing the astonished expressions on their faces. Ning Chuan smiled lightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Next, it was time to shock them. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the ability of the fragmentation fruit for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from the fragmentation fruit ability. The host can now use the ability of the fragmentation fruit. Upon hearing the system say that he could easily use the ability of fragmentation, Ning Chuan finally revealed a satisfied expression on his face. After the previous training, combined with the 10,000-fold return of his cultivation, he now had an unprecedented understanding of the abilities of the splitting fruit. His mastery over his own splitting ability had reached a level where he could precisely control each part of his body during the split. He could even maintain a stable distribution of his Haki while in a separated state, ensuring that each split body part could promptly cover itself with Haki. Ning Chuan closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to guide his body to split. This was Ning Chuan's first time splitting his limbs. It was much more cautious than the previous process of splitting his hair. Go out. With Ning Chuan's whispered command, his body seemed to suddenly break through physical limitations. His limbs and torso separated from him in a way that was beyond ordinary understanding, without any harm. It was similar to how Buggy activated his fruit ability to split his limbs. However, unlike Buggy, who instinctively used his ability after eating the fruit, Ning Chuan's process of splitting into pieces seemed more organized. He could clearly perceive the position and state of each piece that had split off. He could even feel his own domineering aura dispersed among these separated parts. At this moment, Ning Chuan's consciousness seemed to extend into every split part of his body. This allowed him to control each part freely, even in a separated state, enabling precise movement or reassembly. However, the range he could manipulate his fragmented body was still limited. Only about 50 meters around him for now. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan believed that with his continuous exponential cultivation return, he would easily surpass this current distance. In the future, reaching a control range of over 1,000 meters would not be impossible. Watching the scene unfolding before him, the pirates kneeling around, Nami and her sister, and the owner of the split fruit, Red-Nosed Buggy, were all left speechless in shock. They stared wide-eyed as Ning Chuan's limbs floated freely in the air, moving at will, and could reassemble in the blink of an eye. This terrifying ability forced all their gazes to shift to Buggy, who was the original owner of this split devil fruit ability. However, now Ning Chuan was able to use Buggy's exclusive devil fruit power. How could this not shock the onlookers? No, it's impossible. Buggy's eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He stared at Ning Chuan as if he were looking at a completely unfamiliar creature, fear evident in his gaze. How is this possible? The ability of a devil fruit is unique. Why can you use my devil fruit ability? He looked at Buggy, whose face was filled with disbelief. Ning Chuan smiled as he revealed another thing that left him in despair. Has the sight of your splitting fruit ability already scared you to the point of wetting yourself? If I were to use this splitting fruit ability on someone else next, wouldn't that scare you to death? Listening to Ning Chuan's teasing words, Buggy reacted as if he had heard the most terrifying thing in the world. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Impossible! I don't believe it. The splitting fruit can only affect oneself. How could it possibly affect others? I, who have eaten a devil fruit, can't do it. So how could you?" Buggy's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. His iconic red nose trembled constantly due to his excitement as he looked at Buggy's current state. Ning Chuan smiled and gently patted Bucky's shoulder with his split-off hand. "Bucky, for me, there is nothing impossible in this world. If you don't believe it, then feel it seriously." After saying that, Ning Chuan continued to speak in his mind. System begin cultivation settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the ability of the split fruit for 20 seconds, activating the 10,000 times return system. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 200,000 seconds of cultivation from the ability of the split fruit. The host can use the ability of the split fruit after receiving the cultivation return from the recently split limbs. Ning Chuan repositioned the body parts he had split away. At this moment, looking at the immobile Buggy in front of him, he directly pressed his hand onto Buggy's body. After several returns of his cultivation, he had developed a profound understanding of human limb division. He felt that he could now apply the fragmentation ability he had mastered onto others. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan smiled slightly at Buggy, who was pinned under his palm and dared not move. In the next moment, the air around them seemed to solidify. Almost everyone watching held their breath and focused on Ning Chuan's actions, unsure of what would happen next. Fragmentation. With a thought, the fragmentation ability he had mastered was transmitted directly through his hand, which was holding Buggy into Buggy's body. As the fragmentation power surged within Ning Chuan, a subtle yet powerful energy began to flow from his palm into Buggy. Suddenly, Buggy's body uncontrollably began to fragment. But unlike before, when he consciously used the fragmentation ability to control his own body's division, this time the splitting was sudden and beyond his will. It was as if his body was automatically separating. This unexpected situation startled Buggy. He froze in place, too afraid to even think about resisting Ning Chuan's power. Buggy suddenly screamed. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless pieces in the blink of an eye, scattering around. But soon he realized that he had not suffered any substantial harm. It was just that this sudden fragmentation had given him a huge scare. At this moment, his facial expression appeared particularly exaggerated amidst the flying body fragments. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. Clearly, he was greatly frightened by this abrupt change. "Ning Chuan, what are you doing? Why is my body automatically splitting apart?" Buggy's voice came from all directions, sounding somewhat chaotic, but more so he was still shaken. Looking at his masterpiece, a hint of surprise and excitement appeared in Ning Chuan's eyes. He hadn't expected that he could actually use the fragmentation fruit's ability on others. After all, such a capability had only existed in the speculation of fans before he used it. Even Buggy, who had eaten the fragmentation fruit, couldn't do it. And now, Ning Chuan had successfully utilized it. Since he could fragment a person, could he also apply this ability to other things? For example, ships, city walls, or even the abilities and Haki attacks of enemies. Or perhaps to everything in the world. Ning Chuan was getting more and more excited. He couldn't wait to find a place to try out his newly mastered ability of fragmentation. Seeing the terrified Baki, he quickly withdrew his power. However, he didn't reassemble Baki, but instead left that task to himself. Ning Chuan excitedly arrived on the ship of the Wild Dog Pirates. Next, he planned to use this pirate ship to thoroughly experiment with his new abilities. Watching Ning Chuan leave, Buggy was stunned for a long time before he managed to control his fragmented body and began to reassemble himself. Soon he stood there intact, although his body was unharmed. His face appeared particularly pale. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from the shock he just experienced. What on earth is this kid doing? Could it be that he has already awakened the ability of my chop fruit? He can actually split others apart. With a hint of doubt, Buggy, still shaken, watched Ning Chuan's actions at that moment. Ning Chuan had already driven all the members of the Wild Dog Pirates onto Buggy's ship. Then, he placed his hand on the bow of the Wild Dog Pirate ship. Before activating this splitting ability, he didn't forget to murmur in his heart, "System, calculate the training from the last time with the chop fruit." Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the chop fruit ability for 1 minute. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. Starting the training calculation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 10,000 minutes of training for the Chop Chop fruit ability. The host's Chop Chop ability has been significantly enhanced. Hearing that the system's return of training had been credited, Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly as he looked at the ship beneath him, eager to completely dismantle it. As Ning Chuan gently placed his hand on the deck of the pirate's ship, the onlookers around him held their breath. They had a rough idea of what Ning Chuan was about to do. The atmosphere around was filled with tension, and everyone's gaze was focused on his seemingly ordinary hand, which concealed terrifying power. In that moment of suspense, an unprecedented force of disintegration began to spread from Ning Chuan's palm, quickly penetrating every corner of the entire pirate ship. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. The massive wooden structure of the ship slowly began to split apart before everyone's eyes. It wasn't just simple destruction. It was as if, just like when Buggy was split apart, the ship was divided into countless complete and tiny fragments. These fragments floated independently in the air, maintaining a subtle distance from each other. Watching this scene, the onlookers were stunned. The pirate ship was nearly 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Yet, such a large vessel was effortlessly dismantled into countless pieces by Ning Chuan. Such a power was terrifying. Seeing this, Buggy was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He realized that Ning Chuan not only successfully applied the ability of the split fruit to an object outside of himself, but also expanded it to such a grand scale. How did he master the split ability? It seemed to have reached the level of the legendary awakening of the split fruit. What was going on with this kid? How on earth did he achieve all of this? A few days later, Ning Chuan spent 100 belly to buy a newspaper from the seagull delivering papers. As expected, the front page headline featured the celestial dragon Charlemagne standing at the bow of his ship, mercilessly firing cannons at the vessels blocking his path. Ning Chuan clearly remembers that Luffy's second brother, Sabo, set sail on a ship that was sunk by this guy with a single cannon blast. It seems this guy really enjoys using ordinary people as target practice. Who knows how many civilians have died at his hands? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. Since you're a heinous bastard, then let's use you as a target this time. After saying this, Ning Chuan casually threw the newspaper in his hand to Buggy behind him. Buggy picked up the newspaper and instantly understood Ning Chuan's intention. This is the guy you want to take down. It's a pity that he came here on his own this time. Otherwise, you might have had the chance to kill too and really enjoy it. Hearing Ning Chuan casually speak such terrifying words made Buggy's face turn pale with fear. This is a celestial dragon. Why does this kid have no sense of awe whatsoever? His mind is filled with terrifying thoughts of wanting to kill the celestial dragon. Although Buggy was complaining in his heart, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. After sailing with Ning Chuan for so long, he and his crew have witnessed Ning Chuan's terrifying power firsthand, especially in the past few days. Buggy has noticed that Ning Chuan's control over his disintegration ability has become even more terrifying. Just yesterday, he and his pirate crew saw Ning Chuan reach into the sea and disintegrate all the seawater within a kilometer into tiny droplets. Even the fish, sea kings, and various animals and plants in the sea didn't escape Ning Chuan's disintegration ability. And that is not all. Ning Chuan was actually able to decompose all living beings and restore them to their original state. What terrifying control must one have to accomplish all of this? Baki could hardly dare to think about it. At this moment, he had completely resigned himself to fate, because he knew that as long as he had any thoughts of escaping, the next moment, he and his pirate crew would be decomposed into countless pieces by Ning Chuan's terrifying method, becoming nutrients for the sea. He believed that as long as he dared to run away, Ning Chuan would definitely do it. After all, this guy was someone who dared to kill celestial dragons at will. So what else in this world would he not dare to do? Probably nothing. A group of people with 2 ships have been sailing on the sea for a long time. Fortunately, with Nami, the top navigator, they were able to catch up with the celestial dragon ship that was rampaging across the sea at the fastest speed. From a distance, the celestial dragon's ship looked like a golden palace floating on the surface of the sea. The entire hull was gilded and embedded with various gemstones, shining brightly in the sunlight, like a work of art made from wealth. The flag exclusive to the celestial dragons on the ship was the ultimate symbol of power in the world. It made all ships that saw it unconsciously keep their distance. On this ship, there were beautiful women of various styles carefully selected by celestial dragon Charlemagne from the EC and other places. They were singers, dancers, doctors, nurses, and all possible professions. But now, All of them had chains with bombs around their necks, becoming the slaves of the celestial dragons. From the moment they were targeted by Charlemagne, they could only become playthings for the celestial dragons. On both sides of this luxurious giant ship, there were 2 world government warships escorting it. These 2 warships followed the main ship closely like guardian deities. If any accidents occurred, they would rush toward enemy ships without hesitation, ready to sacrifice everything for the celestial dragons. These 2 warships were equipped with the most advanced artillery systems in the world, always ready to respond to any threats. A large number of world government CP organization members were stationed on the ships as high-ranking agents of the world government. They were the last line of defense for the celestial dragons. Ning Chuan, using his observation Haki, easily sensed everything on the 3 distant ships. Under the sweep of his deep gaze, the information from the distant vessels was laid bare in his mind without any concealment. Using the CP organization of the world government as guards, what a grand display. However, to me, the CP organization isn't even worth considering as an appetizer. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile, seemingly disdainful of the impending battle. Buggy, accelerate. Head towards the celestial dragon's ship. Accelerate. With his command, Buggy and his men immediately sprang into action. Almost in an instant, the sails were fully unfurled. The ship's power was instantly maxed out. In the next moment, their ship surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the celestial dragon's vessel, which symbolized the world's highest nobility. As their ship accelerated, the 2 escort ships quickly caught on to their intentions. How dare a pirate target the esteemed celestial dragons? They're truly seeking death. The 2 captains snorted almost simultaneously. In the next moment, alarms blared on the 2 celestial dragon escort ships. Members of the CP organization on the deck swiftly took their positions for battle. The 2 vessels almost simultaneously completed their turn, their massive bodies creating spectacular waves on the sea as they charged towards Ning Chuan's small ship. As both ships drew closer, the atmosphere on the sea became extremely tense. On the 2 celestial dragon escort ships, the most advanced cannons were already adjusted to the optimal firing angle, ready to unleash a barrage on Ning Chuan and his crew once they were within range. Fire! Countless cannons that had long been aimed at Ning Chuan's ship unleashed their fury at that moment. A dense rain of cannonballs almost instantly covered the entire sea area. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, Ning Chuan remained calm, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth, as if everything before him was within his expectations. He extended one hand forward, gazing at the dense swarm of cannonballs. With a thought, his disintegration ability surged from his palm, rapidly spreading throughout the entire space before him. Those cannonballs, originally imbued with destructive power, disintegrated into countless tiny fragments the moment they came into contact with this energy, like being sliced by countless invisible blades. Moments latte. These fragments burst in mid-air like fireworks, producing a series of thunderous booms. As the smoke and flames dissipated, Ning Chuan's small boat appeared like a ghost around the 2 frigates. Looking at the pirate ship that had crossed through the sea of cannon fire, yet remained intact, the CP organization members on the frigates were instantly stunned. They couldn't believe how that small boat managed to get through their dense barrage of cannon fire. Since you're done firing, it's my turn. Shatter. Ning Chuan's gaze fixed on the 2 world government warships in front of him. In the eyes of others in the past, they represented power and authority. But to Ning Chuan, they were nothing but useless junk. Split apart. Without saying much, Ning Chuan unleashed his splitting ability once again. This time, he locked his target onto the 2 massive warships and the CP organization members on board. As Ning Chuan concentrated his thoughts, an invisible yet powerful force capable of splitting everything instantly radiated from his hands. This force quickly enveloped the 2 colossal ships. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and time became extremely slow. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The 2 warships, hailed as the most formidable and advanced by the world government, appeared to be sliced by countless invisible blades. The metal, armor, hull, and the CP organization members who had managed to escape were silently and precisely decomposed into countless evenly sized fragments. These pieces floated in the air as if enchanted, before helplessly falling into the sea, creating huge waves. At that moment, the entire sea was left in silence, and everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. The 2 giant ships were effortlessly disintegrated by Ning Chuan's splitting ability, their wreckage scattered across the sea, slowly sinking into the depths. Damn, it's a devil fruit user. Faced with this sudden disaster, some of the stronger CP organization members displayed their trained adaptability. Just as they sensed the impending crisis, they relied on their keen instincts to escape from the warships that were about to be split apart, avoiding the fate of sinking to the seabed like others. After successfully escaping, they stood on the sky, stepping on moonwalks. These elites from the CP organization quickly analyzed the current situation. In the end, they all locked their gazes on Ning Chuan, not far away. They had identified the source of all this chaos. Ning Chuan, the guy with the terrifying devil fruit ability. What kind of devil fruit does that guy use? One CP member gasped, his voice mixed with shock. I don't know, but his power is terrifying. To easily disassemble the world government's top warships, such an ability is hard to deal with. Another member clenched his fists, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, we must take him down even if it costs our lives. We must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Let's go take down that guy with the devil fruit ability. After confirming that Ning Chuan was the central figure of this astonishing event, they exchanged glances without any extra words and quickly devised their tactics. They prepared to sink the pirate ship that Ning Chuan was on. After all, devil fruit users are very afraid of the sea. As long as we leave this guy with nowhere to stand, he will eventually be defeated. After formulating this plan, the remaining CP organization members collectively stepped on a moonwalks and instantly rushed to the top of Ning Chuan and his crew. Storm kick. They hesitated not at all, unleashing their strongest storm kicks. They kicked out terrifying slashes like sword energy towards the small boat where Ning Chuan and the others were. Facing dozens of storm kick slashes unleashed with full force by the CP organization members, each slash carried a shriek that seemed capable of tearing through the air. The power of these storm kicks was so strong that even an old pirate like Buggy felt unprecedented pressure. The pirates beside him reacted even more poorly. They panicked, some screaming for cover, while others instinctively jumped into the sea, hoping to escape the relentless, terrifying slashes. However, Nami and Nokigeo appeared unusually calm amidst the chaos. They exchanged a glance and, without any extra movements, moved in perfect sync to stand behind Ning Chuan. They knew very well that this was the safest place. Don't be afraid, stand behind me and don't move. Ning Chuan's calm and confident voice dispelled the last trace of unease in their hearts. At that moment, his figure appeared exceptionally tall, capable of shielding the Nami sisters from all dangers. Just as those terrifying slashes were about to reach them, Ning Chuan revealed a slight cold smile at the corner of his mouth. System Cultivation Settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the split ability to fight for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10,000 minutes of battle experience return for the split ability. The host's split ability has greatly improved. After successfully obtaining the newly returned split ability from the system, Ning Chuan, who originally planned to use armed color Haki to knock away these slashes, suddenly had a new idea. This time, let's try to split these slashes. With this thought, Ning Chuan once again extended his hand. The split ability once again emanated from his palm in that instant. However, this time, he was not splitting something with a physical form, but rather slashes made of air. The moment Ning Chuan's ability came into contact with these slashes, they were instantly split into countless small pieces, just like the battleship earlier, and exploded in mid-air. No, it can't be. These slashes are made of air. They have no physical form, but why were they also split like the battleship? Could it be that this person is a powerful individual whose devil fruit ability has already awakened? Impossible, he looks so young. How could he have awakened a devil fruit already? Just as the surviving members of the CP organization were utterly shocked, Ning Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the boat. When he reappeared, his fist, wrapped in armament Haki, struck a CP organization member in an instant. Ning Chuan's fist was powerful and heavy, smashing this member of the CP organization with a force that shattered everything. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. Defend all. Iron block. Upon seeing their companion instantly taken out by Ning Chuan, the other surviving members of the CP organization showed no hesitation and immediately activated their strongest defenses. Iron block. Boom. Iron block. Boom. However, no matter how strong the iron block defense was, under Ning Chuan's powerful fist, it was as fragile as paper. There was no resistance at all. Each was turned into blood mist with a single punch from Ning Chuan. 1 minute later, Ning Chuan returned to his own ship. The 2 celestial dragon warships, along with all the CP organization members on board, had no survivors. Now, In this nearby sea area, only this one ship of the celestial dragons remained. Looking at the luxurious celestial dragon ship in front of him, Ning Chuan said to everyone on his ship, "Let's go up and take a look. Experience the luxury of the world's nobility." He boarded the luxurious ship of the celestial dragons. Ning Chuan and his companions seemed to have stepped into another world. The luxury of this ship was beyond anything the rumors on the sea had suggested. The decorations were resplendent, filled with exquisite artworks and rare treasures collected from all over the world, all flaunting their owner's overwhelming power. Nami and Nojiko, the two little friends, were full of curiosity about their surroundings. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at the opulent decorations. They gazed around, exploring every corner. Everything on the ship was so novel to them. "Ning Chuan, can we take these beautiful murals and decorations with us?" Seeing the little stars in Nami's eyes, Ning Chuan smiled and replied, "You can take whatever you want, but if it's too big, the ship might not have enough space." Hearing Ning Chuan's agreement, Nami and Nojiko's faces lit up with excitement. Thus, whenever they saw a beautiful decoration, they would stop to admire it for a long time. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, flipping through this and that, seemingly deciding which one they could take with them. In contrast, Buggy and his subordinates were mostly attracted by the beautiful women on the ship and the mountains of treasure. They occasionally gasped in awe, and some had already begun to calculate how to acquire these treasures for themselves. Standing at a distance, the celestial dragon Charlemagne Saint watched these pirates who dared to board his ship with eyes full of fury. At this moment, he was tightly surrounded by a group of guards dressed in black suits. These guards were well-trained, clearly elite among elites. The moment Ning Chuan and his group boarded the ship, they quickly formed a wall in front of Charlemagne Saint. They remained vigilant, watching Ning Chuan and his companions, with their hands subtly reaching for their weapons at their waists. If Ning Chuan and the others dared to make any dangerous moves, they would not hesitate to draw their guns and shoot. Lowly peasants, how could the possessions of the world's nobles be touched by you lowly peasants? Kneel and accept your death. The furious roar of the celestial dragon Charlemagne Saint instantly shattered the tranquility on the ship. His disdainful words, "lowly peasants," caught everyone's attention. Some pirates felt their legs weaken at the insult. After all, this was a celestial dragon, a being they could not even dare to look at directly. Naturally, they felt intimidated in the face of his wrath. However, another small group of pirates burned with anger. Clearly, they had boarded the celestial dragon's ship, and he was about to become their prize. Yet, despite this, the celestial dragons still dared to act arrogantly, cursing them as lowly peasants, telling them to kneel and accept death. What an air of superiority! Naturally, this ignited their fury. But when they thought about the decapitation they were about to partake in with Captain Buggy, they all calmed down, coldly watching the already frenzied Charlemagne Saint. Lowly peasants, dirty pirates, Godi. Seeing that none of the newcomers on the ship listened to him, Charlemagne Saint's anger finally could not be contained. He lifted the golden spear in his hand and unhesitatingly aimed it at Ning Chuan, pulling the trigger. Bang! A specially made, powerful bullet swiftly cut through the air, heading towards Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan's reaction was unimaginable. His armed color surged instantly, enveloping his arm. The bullet, infused with the celestial dragon's fury, was caught in Ning Chuan's hand the moment it approached. Following that, Ning Chuan shattered the bullet into numerous fragments and threw them back the way they came. The bullet fragments swiftly passed through the crowd, each piece accurately hitting the heads of the guards in black suits surrounding the celestial dragon. These well-trained guards had no time to mount an effective defense before being taken down by the sudden attack, one after another, blood spraying everywhere. Daring to attack the loyal guards of the celestial dragon, you are declaring war on the world government. Seeing all his guards fall around him, Charlemagne Saint felt not fear, but an even greater surge of anger on his face. Declare war on the world government? So be it. My goal was originally just this. Hearing that Ning Chuan had specifically come to kill him, Charlemagne Saint was momentarily stunned, just as he thought he had misheard and wanted Ning Chuan to repeat himself. Ning Chuan's big palm directly shattered the square glass cover on his head and struck his face fiercely. Just this one hit knocked out countless teeth. You dare to attack the great celestial dragon? His words were not finished when Ning Chuan's big palm landed on his face again. All the remaining teeth were knocked out. What time is it? Still acting so tough. The world government is so powerful. Why don't they come and take me down? After saying that, Ning Chuan kicked Charlemagne in the stomach, sending him flying dozens of meters away, crashing hard against the railing. He spat out a mouthful of blood. After witnessing Ning Chuan's brutality against the celestial dragon, everyone present was stunned, falling into a state of disbelief and shock. The celestial dragons, the ruling class of this world, have always been regarded as the noblest beings. Yet today, they lost their former dignity in front of a young man, being beaten down at will. Almost in an instant, fear and terror spread among the crowd. Did he really attack the celestial dragon? Is he really willing to risk his life? A pirate crew member muttered in disbelief, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear. Captain Buggy, what should we do now? He really broke through the guard's defenses and is beating the celestial dragon. Another subordinate asked in a low voice, clearly panicked. They all knew how serious the consequences of angering the celestial dragons could be. But Ning Chuan's powerful methods made them hesitate to act rashly. At this moment, Buggy was filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, he knew how terrifying the celestial dragon's revenge would be. At this moment, escaping seemed like the most rational choice. But the power Ning Chuan displayed made him too afraid to consider fleeing. He knew that if he left the ship now, he would probably end up like the others, becoming pieces in the sea to feed the fish. After a moment of struggle, Buggy's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He had made a decision in his heart. Everyone calm down. Buggy lowered his voice, trying not to let his fears show and infect his subordinates. Now is not the time to run. We have boarded the celestial dragon's ship, and even if we try to escape now, we will definitely be seen as wanted criminals by the world government. If captured, we will be executed. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Let's do something shocking to the world. After all, we have nowhere to retreat, and we will die anyway, so we might as well die like heroes. Under Buggy's passionate speech, his pirate crew seemed to have been brainwashed. They looked at the fallen Charlemagne with a hint of madness in their eyes. Ning Chuan was naturally very satisfied with the pirate's reaction. Feeling that the time was right, Ning Chuan smiled and turned to Buggy, saying, "Buggy, bring your people over. From now on, you will be the first batch of brave warriors to dare to strike against the celestial dragons and the world government." He looked at Buggy and the others who were still in a daze. Ning Chuan kicked the celestial dragon like a rag doll towards Buggy with a swift and clean motion. This action once again drew gasps from everyone present. As he watched the celestial dragon fall at his feet, Buggy was drenched in cold sweat. Although he knew he would have to do something shocking to the world under Ning Chuan's coercion, he still hadn't recovered from his nervous state. At this moment, the injured celestial dragon Charomako Saint was still trying to maintain his dignity. He glared angrily at the people around him, continuously cursing. Despite being in such a dire situation, his proud identity as a celestial dragon made him refuse to bow to Ning Chuan and the others. In his mind, these lowly commoners wouldn't dare to kill him. "You filthy pirates, do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? The world government will not let you go." Charomako Saint's words were full of threats. However, the tremble in his voice revealed his fear at that moment. TSK. Indeed, after being in a high position for so long, he didn't even realize he was worthless. Ning Chuan looked at Charlemagne with a cold sneer. Then, he placed his hand on the deck of the ship, with a thought in the next moment. All the wooden planks on the deck were split into tiny fragments by Ning Chuan. Under his control, these minuscule fragments quickly reassembled, forming a gallows towering several meters high. Looking at the gallows that appeared before them, both Buggy and his group of pirates understood Ning Chuan's intentions at that moment. He actually wanted to execute this celestial dragon on the gallows. Directly killing him and putting him on the gallows had completely different meanings. "Buggy, take this guy up there. I'll help you take pictures. I will definitely capture your most handsome poses." Ning Chuan revealed a hint of a wicked smile. Looking at the already terrified Buggy and his subordinates, he urged them on. "Guldong." Buggy swallowed hard, forcing his overly excited brain to calm down completely. He glanced at his subordinates behind him, who were already moved by his earlier speech. With a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and directly grabbed Charlemagne's collar, dragging him to the execution platform. Buggy's subordinates watched this scene and all shouted excitedly, "Captain Buggy, Lord Buggy, you are the first brave warrior to dare to kill a celestial dragon. Do it. To see Lord Buggy kill a celestial dragon here, even if I die afterward. I want to regret following Lord Buggy. Lord Buggy is truly amazing. Let us overthrow the world government together." As Buggy and his pirate crew held Charlemagne on the execution platform, an unmistakable look of terror finally appeared in Charlemagne's eyes. At this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It turned out these pirates were not just bluffing. They were serious. They really wanted to kill him and challenge the world government. At this point, Charlemagne's body began to tremble slightly. His previous arrogance was instantly replaced by fear. In fact, due to extreme panic, he wet himself. A pale yellow liquid dripped from his clothes onto the ground below the execution platform. Ha ha ha. The celestial dragon got scared and peed himself. It seems celestial dragons are just like us ordinary people. They can be scared when facing death. Ha ha. The celestial dragon actually peed himself because of me. This life is worth it. Hearing the pirates' mocking laughter below, Charlemagne fell into complete despair. He frantically shook his body, trying to break free from the wooden board that was pinning him down. At the same time, he shouted at the pirates below, "No, don't kill me. Someone save me. I can give you everything you want. Treasures, power. I can give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." At this moment, the celestial dragon Charlemagne finally let go of his usual pride and began to beg the commoners he looked down upon. His voice was filled with trembling and despair. In response to the celestial dragon's plea, Ning Chuan's gaze deepened, and he couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at Buggy and reminded him, "Time is running out. Hurry up and start. If you delay any longer, you won't have time to escape." Hearing Ning Chuan's reminder, Buggy instantly jolted. He realized Ning Chuan was right. Since they attacked the celestial dragon's fleet, 10 minutes had already passed. The Navy and the world government must have received the news. If they didn't hurry, they might not even have time to escape. Whether attacking or killing a celestial dragon was a death sentence. In that case, Buggy made up his mind, stepped on Charlemagne's head, straightened his back, and looked at the pirates below, saying, "Everyone from today onwards, our Buggy pirate crew will accomplish the only great feat in the world. Our bounty will surpass the 4 emperors, and our fame will spread throughout the seas." Swish! As soon as Buggy finished speaking, the long knife in his hand swung out rapidly. It struck down towards Charlemagne's head. Ning Chuan captured several shots of the most critical moment, recording the instant when Buggy swung his sword and decapitated the celestial dragon. Did I really kill a celestial dragon? Buggy stared at the flying head, his mind blank. Just as he was feeling lost in thought, the voice of Ning Chuan, like a demon's whisper, rang in his ears. "Buggy, this is a photo from when you cut down a celestial dragon. Take a few, and I'll help you contact the News King Morgans to promote your great deed." After saying this, Ning Chuan mischievously tossed the photos to Buggy. Then he embraced Nami and Noki and jumped back onto their small ship. "Buggy, I suggest you run away quickly. The Navy's main forces will probably arrive in 20 minutes at most." Meanwhile, at the Marine base Marineford, in Admiral Sengoku's office, the special phone line for contacting the world government suddenly rang. "This is Marine headquarters." As Sengoku picked up the phone, he heard the annoying voice of the 5 elders. "St. Charles Mako was killed in your Navy's supposedly safest East Blue." In that instant, Sengoku's pupils dilated several times, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. He muttered in disbelief, "St. Charles Mako? Celestial Dragon? The Celestial Dragon is dead? The world is finally going to change?" After hanging up the phone, Sengoku sat behind his large desk, his brows furrowed. The call he had just ended left his face as dark as coal. The East Blue. Why is it always the East Blue? It's not enough that we had Pirate King Roger. Now we have the rebel leader Monkey D. Dragon. Recently, there's also a guy named Shanks who seems to have come from the East Blue and is about to become one of the 4 emperors in the New World. And now another pirate crew that dares to kill a celestial dragon has appeared. Sengoku's eyes were filled with helplessness. He truly could not understand why in the East Blue there weren't many small-time pirates, but those who aimed for big things kept emerging endlessly. The East Blue, after successfully executing Roger, had been viewed by the Navy and the world government as a symbol of peace on the seas. But now, Sengoku pondered for a long time, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk, creating a dull sound. After a moment, he looked at his assistant seriously and said, "Summon the 3 admirals back for an emergency meeting. And that old bastard Garp, don't let him wander outside. Call him back too." After receiving the order, the assistant immediately went to notify the current 3 admirals and the naval hero Garp according to Sengoku's command. This time, it involved the world noble celestial dragons. It was more troublesome than ever. Soon, the 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, rushed to the conference room as quickly as possible. They looked at Sengoku, who was sitting there with a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. The 3 exchanged glances, guessing that something serious had probably happened. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room had become extremely tense. Looking at Sengoku, who sat there without saying a word, silently organizing materials, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru exchanged glances. Indeed, they were not mistaken. From Sengoku's serious expression, it was easy to feel the gravity of the situation. Watching the 3 admirals who had arrived, Sengoku remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. A celestial dragon was killed in the East Blue, and the murderer is a pirate. As Sengoku slowly revealed the news of the celestial dragon's murder in the East Blue, the three admirals were all shaken. What? A celestial dragon was killed? And in the East Blue? These pirates deserve the death penalty. Akainu was the first to react, his brow furrowed. Anger burned in his eyes. He could never tolerate such pirates daring to challenge the authority of the world government. Akiji, on the other hand, appeared deep in thought. A complex light flickered in his pupils, making it hard to discern his attitude towards the matter. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. This news should be sealed quickly. If it spreads, it might cause unpredictable trouble. Listening to the words of Akainu and Akiji, Kizaru maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. But his eyes also revealed a hint of seriousness. Looks like I need to set off quickly. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku nodded and said, "That's exactly what I mean. You are the fastest. Go to the East Blue and see what's going on. When you get to the East Blue, bring back all those audacious bastards, preferably alive." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, suddenly, a Navy officer responsible for intelligence rushed into the conference room. Ignoring Sengoku's grim expression, he placed the information directly on his desk. Sengoku took the intelligence, quickly skimmed through it, and his expression suddenly grew even darker. He crumpled the information in his hand and shouted angrily, "Morgan's that bastard. He doesn't report on good things, but this news that could cause chaos in the world, he actually reported it directly?" Akainu looked at the newspaper that Sengoku slammed on the table. He picked it up and glanced at it. Not long after, his expression darkened like Sengoku's. They actually dared to execute a celestial dragon? These pirates are truly audacious. Hearing Akainu's words, Akiji and Kizaru were all shocked. They hurriedly took the newspaper from Akainu's hand. Clearly seeing the front page headline featuring a pirate with a red nose, holding a long knife to behead a celestial dragon. The title of the news was even more explosive, "Beheading a Celestial Dragon? Red-Nosed Bucky will usher in a new era of the world." These pirates are truly insane. It seems that for the next period, if we don't capture this audacious guy, we won't have any time to rest. Listening to the conversation of his three admirals, Sengoku slammed the table and looked at Akainu and the others seriously. These pirates who killed a celestial dragon must not be spared. The news has already been sent out, and now the whole world will focus on our navy. Akiji, Akainu, we will go to the East Blue together and be sure to capture all these bastards. Kizaru, you stay at headquarters. If anything happens while we are gone, we will rely on you to support us everywhere. Under the intentional guidance of News King Morgans. The news of Celestial Dragon Charlemako being executed by the red-nosed pirate spread rapidly like wildfire across the world. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, looked at the newspaper he had just received, his gaze deep, lost in thought. After a long time, he looked seriously at his companion, the Okama King Ivankov, and said, "A celestial dragon was actually executed by a little pirate named Bucky? I didn't expect my hometown, the East Blue, to become the eye of the storm for change this time. It seems that the long-awaited revolutionary opportunity has finally appeared. On an island in the New World, Shanks, who is hosting a banquet, raises his wine glass with a meaningful smile on his face. Ha ha ha, Buggy. I didn't expect you to dare to go this far. Executing a celestial dragon, and even taking photos as a keepsake, it's making me feel a bit unfamiliar with you." Shanks's tone carries a hint of amusement, but there is also a trace of concern in his eyes. It seems that this world is about to get chaotic, yet there is still no news about Joy Boy, whom Captain Roger mentioned. In the palace of Wano, Kaido throws away the newspaper in his hand and sneers. Interesting. I didn't expect the celestial dragons to start bleeding. It seems that this world is finally heading towards true chaos. Well, this world is quite boring anyway. If it gets chaotic, it might add some excitement to this dull world. Kaido's tone is filled with a desire for chaos. The more chaotic the world, the greater the opportunity for someone with his ambitions to rise. On Sphinx Island, Whitebeard, upon learning that a kid named Buggy executed a celestial dragon, reveals a look of surprise on his old face. Buggy, is it the red-nosed brat from Roger's ship? I didn't expect this guy to dare to go this far. Roger. Oh, Roger, the kids you brought out are all so bold. Now that a celestial dragon has been executed, could the Joy Boy you've been waiting for also be close to appearing? On Cake Island, Big Mom, one of the four emperors, laughs loudly upon hearing the news of the celestial dragon's execution, causing the mountains of desserts around the island to tumble down. Haha, the celestial dragons actually have today. That red-nosed kid really has guts. Should I send someone to the East Blue to bring this kid back as my husband? I, Charlotte Linlin, like bold men. At this moment, leaders of major forces around the world all see the news of the execution of the celestial dragon in the newspaper. Everyone knows that this world is likely about to turn upside down. Indeed, as expected of the News King Morgans, the speed of this newspaper's publication is truly fast. Ning Chuan looked at the report in his hand, which recorded the execution of celestial dragon Charlemagne by Buggy and the Navy's deployment to the East Sea. A faint smile appeared on his face. Next, the entire East Sea should become the focus of the world, right? Just thinking about battling with various powerful figures made his hands itch. It's just a pity for that guy Buggy. His days are probably going to be tough. Ning Chuan put down the newspaper in his hands and took a big sip of the iced lemon tea he was holding. He looked at the two sisters who were massaging his shoulders and legs and smiled. Nami, no Kigo, put in more effort. If you can't even muster enough strength for a massage, you have a long way to go for your training. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and no Kigo both pouted and used all their strength to massage him. Oof, how annoying. You're not that much older than me. How can you be so strong? Your muscles are too hard. I can't even squeeze them. Nami's little face turned a bit red from the effort. However, Ning Chuan, who was being vigorously massaged, showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. This is the right amount of strength. Keep it up if you massage me for a while. You'll build up your strength and be able to start training. If no Kigo could add a bit more strength, that would be perfect. The two of them massaged Ning Chuan for quite a while. Exhausted, they sat directly on the ground and finished off the iced lemon tea that Ning Chuan had drunk, each taking a sip. Huh, so annoying. I've never heard anyone say that you should practice by massaging shoulders and legs before training. That pesky Ning Chuan. Are you tricking us? Nami put her hands on her hips and glared at Ning Chuan with dissatisfaction. You're right. I remember when Vice Admiral Garp taught you. He didn't ask you to massage him, did he? That annoying Ning Chuan. If you don't tell the truth, we might just bite you. The usually well-behaved no Kigo also showed a fierce expression as she stared at Ning Chuan. Looking at the adorable appearance of his sister duo, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and directly avoided the topic. He pointed to a large ship sailing in the distance on the sea, redirecting their attention. Look, that ship should be from the Alabasta country sent by the Great Route, he said. Nami and Nojiko, the two sisters, easily had their focus shifted by Ning Chuan. They gazed at the large ship passing by in the distance and couldn't help but speak. Alabasta? Is that the country you mentioned that's built in the desert? Why are they here to reinforce the East Sea? Nami said, watching the hurriedly passing warship. This should be the 10th foreign ship we've seen in the East Sea, right? It seems the incident with the celestial dragons has really had a big impact. Nojiko took out her small notebook and seriously counted. She found that in the past couple of days, they had encountered quite a few ships from other countries. She looked at the two sisters who were discussing the situation. Ning Chuan casually took out the latest newspaper and pointed at the bold headline with a smile, saying, It's not just the countries that join the world government that are making a big deal out of this. Look here. This execution of the celestial dragons has even brought the long-reclusive Admiral Sengoku to the East Sea, with one admiral and two generals stepping in. It looks like Buggy's survival game is about to get more challenging. Seeing Ning Chuan appear unconcerned, Nokigao couldn't help but express her worries. Ning Chuan, do you think the Navy will find out that we were involved in this incident? Noticing Nokigao's worried expression, Ning Chuan reached out and ruffled her hair, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's all Buggy's doing. The photos are out, and he's already being publicized worldwide. There's no way he can escape. Once his bounty is announced, all we need to do is catch him and hand him over to Garp, and then my debt with Garp will be completely settled. Listening to Ning Chuan's plan, Nami shook her cute head seriously and said, Ning Chuan, you're really something? But since Buggy wanted to deal with us, it's just as bad luck to fall into your hands. So, what should we prepare for now? Should we follow those big countries' warships to see the excitement? Seeing the excitement in Nami's eyes, Ning Chuan shook his head and smiled. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. The main characters usually only appear at the most critical moments. I suspect that not only will the world government send people this time, but those forces opposing the world government at sea will also want to join in on the fun. So, now isn't the best time to get involved. With that, Ning Chuan shifted the topic and smiled at the two. I have a place I want to visit. Let's go check it out together. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and Nokigao couldn't help but look up, curiously waiting for him to continue. In Frost Moon Village in the East Sea, you can not only learn sword techniques, but also how to forge swords. When the time comes, I'll make you each an unparalleled great sword. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, a bunch of little stars appeared in Nami and Nojiko's eyes. The supreme great fast knife. However, is it really that easy to forge one? Nami and Nojiko had both heard Ning Chuan talk about the weapon strength rankings in this world. They also knew how difficult it was to forge a supreme great fast knife. But looking at Ning Chuan's confident demeanor at that moment, they both suppressed their doubts deep in their hearts. After spending so much time together, they understood very well that Ning Chuan was someone who couldn't be viewed with ordinary perspectives. Perhaps he really could forge a supreme, great fast knife for them. Ning Chuan successfully obtained the location of Frostmoon Village in the East China Sea for Morgans, thanks to the favor he did by providing him with a photo of the celestial dragon being beheaded. This is an extremely remote place. The Frostmoon clan has been living in this unknown village since leaving Wano country, and it is rarely known to outsiders. However, even in such a hidden location, it was successfully discovered by Morgan's large fleet of seagulls delivering news. Morgan's is quite reliable. It seems that if I want to create any big news in the future, I should contact him again. Once the small boat of the three successfully docked at the port of Frostmoon Village, Ning Chuan jumped off the boat with the two sisters, smiling. After sailing on the sea for a long time, it was inevitable to miss the feeling of solid ground. Just as the three of them were about to walk towards the village, suddenly, he saw a green-haired boy who looked to be about the same age as them. He was carrying a huge sandbag on his back and was struggling to do push-ups on the beach. Next to this boy, 3 wooden swords were standing upright in the sand. The moment he saw this boy working hard on his training, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile as he spoke. He didn't expect to run into Zoro just after getting off the ship. Nami and Nojiko stood on the beach, looking seriously at Zoro, who was sweating profusely not far away. He was carrying a weight several times his own body weight, working hard to strengthen himself. After doing an unknown number of push-ups, he threw the oversized sandbag off his back. After replacing it with a new weight, he unhesitatingly picked up 3 wooden swords that were stuck nearby. He continued to practice his unique 3-sword style. With each swing of his sword, his muscles were extremely tense. At that moment, his diligence and focus moved Nami and Nojiko. This guy with seaweed-like hair is practicing so seriously. If we could train with even half of his dedication, wouldn't we make significant progress soon? Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing their words, Ning Chuan reached out and tapped each of them on the head. If you could put in half the effort this guy does when training, I could save a lot of energy. Come on, let's not disturb others' training. With that, Ning Chuan stepped toward the entrance of Frostmoon Village. Nami and Nojiko looked at the hard-working Zoro, then up at Ning Chuan's back. A strange expression appeared on their faces. In their impression, Ning Chuan's daily training seemed very easy, completely different from the green-haired boy in front of them. They had never seen Ning Chuan sweat while training. For some reason, Ning Chuan always seemed to train in a relatively relaxed state. For example, the set of Koan fist he developed. Nami and her sister had secretly practiced it countless times, but felt they made no progress at all. At most, their waist became a bit more flexible and their shoulders were stronger when bumping into things. But it was completely different from Ning Chuan, who always made significant improvements after each training session. In their memories, Ning Chuan always appeared to be in control during training, as if the enhancement of strength and skills was a natural process for him. Compared to the hardworking boy in front of them, Ning Chuan's training process seemed far too easy. How did Ning Chuan manage that? At this moment, both Nami and Nojiko felt a flicker of curiosity. However, they understood that this might be a unique ability of Ning Chuan that others could never learn. If they wanted to become stronger, they would have to walk the hard training path this boy was taking. No matter how difficult the upcoming training may be, I will continue to get stronger. Even if I can't help Ning Chuan in battle, I at least don't want to be a burden to him. At this moment, Nami and Nojiko both had this thought in their hearts. They had made up their minds to start serious training as well. Ning Chuan walked into Xuanyue village. Soon, he learned the location of Gung Sailang's swordsmanship dojo from the villagers. Ning Chuan and the 2 others quickly arrived at the entrance of the dojo. As soon as they stepped inside, the wooden floor beneath their feet began to creak softly. The air was filled with the scent of sawdust and the oil used to maintain the wooden swords. It seemed that this swordsmanship dojo had been around for a long time. Right in front of Ning Chuan stood the bespectacled and refined Gung Shiro, who was patiently instructing a group of young children in sword practice. Their sword movements were somewhat clumsy, but each child was very focused and serious while swinging their swords. Among the many children, one girl stood out particularly. Her swordsmanship was smooth and powerful, each swing perfectly executed. The determined expression on her face suggested that every strike contained a resolve beyond her years. Looking at the strong-willed girl before him, Ning Chuan almost instantly recognized her identity. This exceptionally skilled girl in swordsmanship was none other than Geng Shiro's daughter, Gu Yaina. When Ning Chuan and the others stepped into the dojo, Geng Shiro had already noticed them. He turned his head and politely nodded to Ning Chuan, signaling them to wait for a moment. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded in response. He stood quietly beside Nami and Nojiko, observing the group of children training. However, when Ning Chuan looked at Queen Ah, his gaze lingered on her for a while. He could tell that Queen Ah's swordsmanship had indeed surpassed that of young Zoro by a significant margin. If it weren't for that detestable supreme grand staircase, the East Blue might have produced a female swordsman whose strength was comparable to that of future Zoro. After a training session, Geng Shirolang allowed the children to have some free time. He squinted slightly and walked toward the three of them. Welcome to the Isin Swordsmanship Dojo. I am Geng Shirolang, the master here. Which family's children are you three? I haven't seen you in the village before. Geng Shirlong's voice was calm, carrying a hint of the steadiness unique to swordsmen. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and politely replied, Hello, Director Geng Shirlang. I am Ning Chuan, a swordsmanship enthusiast. We come from Cocoa West Village in the EC and hope to learn some knowledge about the way of the sword and sword forging from you. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Geng Shirlang was suddenly taken aback. He did not expect that someone would come all the way from such a distant place to learn swordsmanship, especially 3 children. Just the fact that these 3 kids dared to sail across the ocean to reach him was truly admirable. However, that was not what surprised him the most. What astonished Geng Shirlang even more was that the leading boy among them not only knew that he practiced swordsmanship, but also knew that he forged swords. It was rare for anyone in the entire East Sea to know this. The surprise on Geng Shirlang's face quickly faded. He stepped closer, carefully scrutinizing Ning Chuan, and after staring at him for a while, he finally spoke. Little fellow, you certainly have your ears to the ground. Indeed, our Xuanyue family not only studies swordsmanship, but also has some research in sword forging. However, little one, while swordsmanship is easy to learn and teach, sword forging depends on talent. I can't guarantee that I can teach you. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, and a hint of sincerity shone in his eyes. Mr. Geng, rest assured and teach. I, Ning Chuan, am somewhat confident in my talent. Seeing the confidence on Ning Chuan's face, Geng Shilang couldn't help but become even more curious about him. Among the little ones he usually interacted with, none were as self-assured as Ning Chuan. One interesting kid, Geng Shilang evaluated in his heart. Since you have traveled a long way to our small dojo, why don't you stay here for a while? Let's start with the basics of swordsmanship. Only after mastering the sword can you begin to learn sword forging. After all, how could someone who doesn't even understand the sword possibly forge a good one? Hearing that Geng Shilang had agreed for the 3 of them to stay here, Ning Chuan revealed a faint smile on his face. Then, without any hesitation, he casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag filled with gold coins. He directly tossed the heavy bag of money into Geng Shiro's hands, saying, This should be our tuition, which also includes the material costs for learning sword forging. Geng Shiro took the bag from Ning Chuan, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He could sense that the bag didn't seem to contain berries. With a hint of curiosity, he opened the bag. Inside were shiny, enticing gold coins that nearly blinded Geng Shiro, who always had his eyes half closed. These gold coins. Together, they must be worth over 10 million berries. These 3 kids are truly extravagantly wealthy. So much money, just for tuition. Where did these little tycoons come from? Are they here to support my dojo? Geng Shiro stood there in a daze, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Guena watched her father suddenly freeze and stepped forward with curiosity. When she saw the big gold coins in the bag, she was just as stunned as Geng Shiro. Frozen in place. So much money. After a long while, the father and daughter finally snapped out of their shock. Their gazes towards Ning Chuan and the other 2 were filled with much more curiosity than before. Since you've accepted the money, let's get ready to start. As Ning Chuan finished speaking, he walked over to the place where the wooden swords were kept and casually drew out a wooden sword to hold in his hand. Nami and Nokigo next to him followed suit, each taking a wooden sword for themselves. After seeing that Ning Chuan and the others were ready to join his swordsmanship dojo for training, Geng Shiro shook his head helplessly and put away the large gold coin that Ning Chuan had tossed to him. He took out a wooden dagger and approached Ning Chuan and the others. First, I'll teach you some basics and see what your talent in swordsmanship is like. After saying this, Geng Shiro slowly drew the wooden sword from his waist, his movements steady and graceful. He looked at Ning Chuan and the others. then directly demonstrated a set of seemingly simple but actually containing the essence of his years of swordsmanship practice. Every posture and every swing of his sword reflected his unique understanding of swordsmanship. Geng Shiro's plan was to first teach Ning Chuan and the others a set of basic sword movements, then have them demonstrate back to him to assess their talent in swordsmanship, so he could tailor his teaching according to their different abilities. However, what he did not expect was that during his demonstration, Ning Chuan has actually started training alongside me. By the time he finishes demonstrating his swordsmanship, Ning Chuan lowered the long sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Nami and No Kigo, who were supposed to practice with Ning Chuan, stood beside him, holding their long swords with bewildered expressions. They could only remember a few of the movements, and many details were completely forgotten. Ning Chuan, did you just practice with me? Geng Shiro asked in disbelief. Ning Chuan did not answer, only silently nodded. At the same time, he spoke in his heart. System, begin the cultivation settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing a set of sword techniques, activating the thousandfold return system. The cultivation settlement is now starting. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation return for practicing 10,000 sets of sword techniques. The host's understanding of the Geng Shirolang sword technique has greatly improved. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Ning Chuan's lips involuntarily curled up. Having received the return of his cultivation, he was now able to execute the sword technique he had just practiced with great completeness and skill. When Geng Shirolang saw Ning Chuan nodding, his eyes, which had always been squinting, suddenly widened, and he appeared exceptionally excited. He stared at Ning Chuan for a while, before finally unable to hold back, and said, "See, can you demonstrate that sword technique for me again?" Hearing Geng Shirolang's excited voice, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and responded directly, "Sure, I was originally planning to practice it once more to get familiar with it. Mr. Geng Shirolang, I would appreciate it if you could help me check where I still need to improve." After saying that, Ning Chuan picked up the wooden sword once again. He focused his mind and, no longer under Geng Shirolang's guidance, began to practice the sword technique that Geng Shirolang had just demonstrated. However, this time, everyone was surprised by what happened next. Ning Chuan's swordplay movements were almost identical to those demonstrated by Geng Shiro just moments ago. His sword was fluid and precise, with no awkwardness whatsoever. It seemed as if he had already mastered this set of sword techniques, and every movement appeared to be practiced thousands of times, so familiar. Geng Shiro and Guina stood by, watching intently. Their expressions shifted from initial curiosity to disbelief and shock, especially when they saw that Ning Chuan executed all the subtle details of the sword technique exceptionally well. Geng Shiro couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "A genius. This kid is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in the way of the sword." Although this set of sword techniques isn't that difficult, it's impossible for an ordinary person to reach such an exaggerated level just by glancing at it. But he, on the other hand, practiced it just once and made it look as if he had trained thousands of times. This kid's talent is simply astonishing. Completing the final move, Ning Chuan stood firmly, returning the wooden sword to his waist. With a beaming smile, he looked at Geng Shiro. "Mr. Geng, how was my sword technique?" Hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Geng Shiro finally snapped out of his shock. He took a deep breath, and his expression gradually returned to its usual warmth. However, at this moment, there was an even brighter light shining in his eyes. "Ning Chuan, you actually mastered this set of sword techniques after just one practice. You possess an extraordinary talent in the way of the sword that surpasses ordinary imagination. If you continue to work hard in your sword training, then within 20 years, no, 10 years, you will undoubtedly become a great swordsman in Shanghai." Geng Shiro was generous with his praise, making Ning Chuan feel a bit embarrassed. Beside them, Guina gripped her wooden sword tightly, looking at Ning Chuan in shock after hearing her father's words. Growing up and spending so much time in the dojo, it was the first time she had heard her father praise someone so highly. Nami and Noki, upon hearing Geng Shiro praise Ning Chuan so much, were all smiles, especially when they heard Geng Shiro say that Ning Chuan could become a great swordsman in the future. The stories of great swordsmen they had heard since childhood immediately flashed before their eyes. A great swordsman is so cool. They were so looking forward to seeing what Ning Chuan would be like when he became a great swordsman. As for Geng Shiro's evaluation of him, Ning Chuan doesn't take it to heart. In fact, he knows very well without being told. Becoming a great swordsman is just a matter of time for him. However, the 10 years that Geng Shiro mentioned is still too long for him. "Mr. Geng Shiro, I feel that taking 10 years to become a great swordsman is still too long. 10 years is too long. Time is of the essence. Next, please start teaching me the real swordsmanship for combat. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, Gung Xiling hadn't had the chance to speak yet. Guina, who had been staring at Ning Chuan, suddenly stood in front of him, extremely angry for some unknown reason. 10 years is too long? What do you think the great swordsmen and swordsmanship are? I admit that your talent in swordsmanship is very strong, even far beyond mine, reaching a level I find hard to attain. But swordsmanship is not as simple as you imagine. Don't think that just because you've learned a set of sword techniques, you can be reckless, you little brat. Looking at Guina, who was extremely angry because of his evaluation of swordsmanship, Ning Chuan did not say much, just smiled slightly at her, and said, Miss Guina, it seems you have quite an understanding of swordsmanship and great swordsmen, don't you? How about you take up the sword in your hand and teach me what swordsmanship is and what a great swordsman is like? That's exactly what I intend to do. Guina raised her wooden sword, pointed it at Ning Chuan, and said seriously, But what if you lose? How about this? If you lose, you will practice swordsmanship with me from now on. Wherever I go, you will follow. What do you think? Ning Chuan smiled and responded. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Shiro instinctively turned to look at him. What does this brat mean? Does he intend to run off with my precious daughter? Thinking of this, he glanced again at Nami and Nokigo, who were following Ning Chuan. Then Gung Shiro seemed to understand something, feeling anxious. Could it be that these two girls have also been fooled onto the ship by this brat? Now, this little rascal is starting to fool my Guina again? No, I can't let Guina fall for his tricks. However, before Gung Shiro could stop Guina, she unexpectedly spoke up first, very seriously saying, Okay, I accept your challenge. After practicing swordsmanship for so long, I won't lose to you a beginner. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Gung Shiro's heart instantly sank. However, he quickly adjusted himself, thinking with a glimmer of hope, this kid just started, he shouldn't be a match for Guina, right? No way. Shouldn't be a match? This brat has no chance of taking my precious daughter away, unless his swordsmanship can pass my test. With that thought, Gung Shiro couldn't help but grip the wooden sword tightly, glaring fiercely at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan felt a wave of murderous intent approaching. He didn't need to look to guess that it probably came from Gung Xiling. After all, it was indeed a bit excessive to fool his daughter in front of her father. Guina, you don't need to take action. Let me handle this. Just as Ning Chuan was about to pick up the wooden sword in his hand to discuss swordsmanship with Ning Chuan, a firm voice suddenly came from the entrance of the dojo. Ning Chuan and Guina turned their heads at the same time. To their surprise, they saw a serious-looking little Zoro standing at the door, carrying 3 swords on his back. Seeing that little Zoro was actually going to challenge him in place of Guina, a hint of a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Zoro, this is my battle, and it has nothing to do with you. You're not allowed to intervene. However, the stubborn Zoro would not listen to Guina. He swung the 3 wooden swords with a fierce momentum. Zoro stepped forward, brandishing the 3 wooden swords, charging aggressively at Ning Chuan. 3-sword style. Ning Chuan watched as Zoro approached. Ning Chuan stood quietly in place, a faint smile on his face, thinking to himself, System, settle the cultivation of the swordsmanship I just practiced. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated a set of swordsmanship and activated the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the cultivation return for 10,000 sets of swordsmanship. The host's mastery of the Gung Xiling swordsmanship has greatly improved. You have successfully felt the swordsmanship cultivation returned by the system. At this moment, Ning Chuan's understanding of the swordsmanship has successfully reached a new level. He looked at Zoro, who had already charged in front of him. Ning Chuan didn't use any power other than swordsmanship. After all, for someone like Ning Chuan, who had already mastered armament Haki and observation Haki, using any other power would just be bullying a child. Moreover, his swordsmanship had undergone 2 systematic 10,000-fold cultivation returns. He was confident that with his swordsmanship, he could easily crush Zoro. Just as Zoro's 3 swords were about to touch Ning Chuan casually pointed his wooden sword at Zoro. With a slight flick of his wrist, the wooden sword moved like a flash of lightning, accurately striking the intersection of Zoro's 3 swords. There was a crisp ding sound. Zoro's 3 swords were actually flicked away by Ning Chuan's single strike, scattering them all over the ground. Immediately after, the tip of Ning Chuan's sword gently pressed against Zoro's neck. His movements were so fluid, as if he had practiced this process thousands of times in his mind. This guy's swordsmanship has actually become stronger again? Kang Shiro looked at Ning Chuan's move this time and couldn't help but gasp in shock. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that Ning Chuan's swordsmanship had made considerable progress in such a short time. Why can't I see his sword? Guina was equally stunned. She had watched the entire battle between Ning Chuan and Zoro without missing a beat. She was very familiar with Zoro's techniques. She knew very well that although Zoro's moves were not strong, they were not something a newcomer to the sword path could easily counter. However, when Ning Chuan struck, she saw the same calmness on his face that she had seen when her father guided her in practicing swordsmanship. Guina knew that it was a crushing superiority in the realm of swordsmanship. And Ning Chuan, this guy who had just started practicing the sword, was actually able to successfully crush Zoro in the realm of swordsmanship. How could she not be shocked? I lost. Zoro looked at the sword resting on his neck and helplessly lowered his head. Your swordplay is good. If you continue on your path, you will definitely become a great swordsman in the future. Hearing Ning Chuan's praise, a rare excitement appeared on Zoro's face. However, Ning Chuan's next words made him feel disappointed once again. You should have no problem becoming a three-sword style swordsman, but the strongest swordsman will definitely still be me. Ning Chuan. Zoro. After a moment of silence, Zoro stared seriously at Ning Chuan for a while. I will defeat you. Even if I truly become the strongest swordsman on the sea, I will definitely challenge you in the future, because my dream is to be the world's strongest swordsman. After leaving a few words, Zoro quickly picked up the scattered wooden swords from the ground, preparing to go back and practice even harder. However, as he was leaving, he looked at Guina, who had fallen silent for a moment, and said, Guina, you will not be his opponent. His current level of swordsmanship is something I cannot even touch. Looking at Zoro's departing figure, Guina couldn't help but grip the wooden sword tightly in her hands. She, who was determined to become the world's strongest female swordsman, would not simply concede without even drawing her sword. Swish! Guina made a firm decision and pulled out her wooden sword. Draw your sword. Although I know I should not be your opponent, I must let you know that the sword path is not that simple. Watching his precious daughter once again point her sword at Ning Chuan, Kang Shiro wanted to persuade her to calm down. Don't fall into this brat's trap. After all, as someone with considerable skill in swordsmanship, he knew that with Ning Chuan's current swordsmanship, 10 Ginas would not be enough for him to handle. Guina, why don't we calm down? Father, don't advise me. I must let this guy know my sword path today. Kang Shiro, seeing that he couldn't persuade his daughter, Kang Shiro turned to Ning Chuan with a helpless expression. However, when he looked at Ning Chuan, there was a hint of warning in his eyes, as if to warn Ning Chuan. Kid, if you dare to go too far, just wait and see how I deal with you next. Ning Chuan, of course, paid no heed to Kang Shiro's warning. He smiled at Kang Shiro and then focused his attention back on Guina. Seemingly intentionally provoking Kang Shiro, he said to Guina seriously, Our bet from before, is it still valid? Absolutely. How could it not be valid? Are you looking down on me? Seeing Guina's furious expression, Ning Chuan shrugged helplessly at Kang Shiro. His gesture seemed to say, Old dang, look, this is your daughter who insisted on following me, so don't blame me. Watching Ning Chuan's current demeanor, Kang Shiro felt his vision darken, nearly passing out from anger. After a while, he finally regained his composure and ground his teeth in frustration. All right. You brat wanted me to teach you some real skills, right? Just wait and see what it means to be a swordsman, or I'm not Kang Shiro. Ning Chuan, draw your sword. Guina, holding her wooden sword, had a determined look in her eyes. She took a step forward and struck a fighting pose. Looking at Guina's prepared stance, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, picked up the wooden sword in his hand, and prepared to face Guina's challenge. However, before welcoming Guina's challenge, Ning Chuan still did not forget to continue speaking in his mind. System settle. Congratulations to the host. Ever since the brief confrontation with Zoro, Ning Chuan's understanding of swordsmanship improved further through systematic training, allowing him to respond more easily to Guina's upcoming attacks. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Guina, no longer hesitating, took the initiative to launch her assault. Her sword techniques were fast and precise, each strike aimed at finding Ning Chuan's weaknesses to completely defeat him. This was Guina's advantage. However, Ning Chuan's reactions were much quicker than she had anticipated. With each of Guina's attacks, Ning Chuan was able to counter her, effortlessly neutralizing her every move time and time again. In his hands, the wooden sword seemed to come alive. Each strike was perfectly timed, neither harming her nor failing to effectively control the situation. Watching Ning Chuan remain composed, it seemed as if he was toying with Guina. On the side, Kang Shiro was filled with astonishment. The speed of Ning Chuan's progress was almost beyond his comprehension. He could feel that in a very short time, Ning Chuan had actually improved significantly in swordsmanship. Could it be that he was a natural-born swordsman? Why did every time he saw Ning Chuan strike, he had the illusion that his sword skills were stronger than before? Gung Siling reflected on all his experiences since he met Ning Chuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid's talent and understanding of swordsmanship were truly rare in the world." The progress he made in such a short time had already surpassed that of the vast majority of people. While feeling amazed, Gung Siling couldn't help but add in his heart, "But no matter how talented you are in the way of the sword, you won't take my daughter away." The duel between Guina and Ning Chuan lasted for a long time. Eventually, Guina seemed to realize that Ning Chuan had been toying with her and hadn't used his full strength to fight back. Guina felt a bit frustrated, which caused her to lose her composure. Even her sword-wielding posture became somewhat distorted. Seeing this, Ning Chuan shook his head helplessly. With a swift movement of his hand, he easily thrust the wooden sword forward, directly knocking Guina's wooden sword out of her hand, sending it flying over 10 meters and firmly embedding it into the dojo's wooden floor. Feeling her long sword fly away, Guina weakly looked at her right hand, then turned to glance at Ning Chuan, who was sheathing his sword. She sighed and said weakly, "I lost. Next, I will fulfill my promise. Wherever you go, I will follow you until I completely defeat you." Guina clenched her fists, her voice filled with defiance. Hearing his precious daughter's words, Gung Siling's expression darkened instantly, his right hand unconsciously tightening around the wooden sword at his waist. If it weren't for his daughter being present, he would have wanted to maintain some semblance of dignity as a father. Otherwise, in his anger, he might have drawn his sword against Ning Chuan directly. Ning Chuan naturally noticed the ugly expression on Gung Siling's face at that moment. However, with his thick skin, he chose to ignore Gung Siling's murderous gaze and quickly walked over to Gu Yina's side, smiling as he ruffled her hair. "Since you're going to follow me from now on, you should get to know the members on our ship. This is Nami. You two are about the same age. And this is no Kigo. You should call her sister. Our ship is docked at the port, and there are many rooms on board. You can choose any of them. Each has its own bathroom. There is also plenty of good food on the ship, and no Kigo is a great cook. So feel free to ask her for anything you want to eat. As for your salary, everyone gets 100,000 berries a month, and when we dock, if you want to buy something, just let Nami know, and she'll reimburse you if you go over budget. Just rest assured, you will definitely not be mistreated on our ship." Hearing Ning Chuan's warm words, Gu Yina couldn't help but feel curious about her upcoming life on the ship. At this moment, Nami and No Kigo also actively joined Gu Yina's side and began to share stories about their adventures with Ning Chuan at sea. This successfully piqued Gu Yina's curiosity about the world outside Frost Moon Village. This kid is really hateful. He hasn't even boarded the ship yet, and he's already brainwashing my precious Gu Yina? No, I can't let Gu Yina fall for this kid's tricks. At this moment, Gung Siling looked at Ning Chuan, feeling like a middle-aged father trying to stop his precious daughter from being taken away by a little punk with yellow hair. Ahem, ahem. I say, you little brats. Who said Gu Yina is going aboard the ship? As her father, I haven't agreed to it yet. Gung Siling suddenly stood up while the others were chatting excitedly and sternly spoke to them. "Father, haven't you always taught me that the Frost Moon family must keep their word? I lost the bet against Ning Chuan, so I should accept the consequences." Hearing Gu Yina rebut his words, Gung Siling felt his head spinning, but he couldn't refute Gu Yina's argument. After all, she was right. The Frost Moon family had never gone back on their word. This was family tradition. I didn't mean that. What I meant was, yes, you could go to sea with Ning Chuan. However, I'm just not at ease with your group strength right now. The sea is quite dangerous. Unless you all have the strength to venture out into the ocean, I won't stop you from going. Gung Siling's mind raced, and he ultimately came up with what he thought was a pretty good reason to prevent Gu Yina from following Ning Chuan and the others out to sea. Although this reason might only be effective for a while, and once their strength increased, they would still venture out to sea. At least it wouldn't allow Gu Yina to be tricked away by that brat Ning Chuan right now. However, just at that moment, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Mr. Gung Shiro, is there a standard for the strength needed to venture out to sea?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's question, Gung Shiro's lips curled into a cunning smile, as if he had anticipated Ning Chuan would ask this. "Of course there is. That is to become a swordsman and defeat me. As long as the combined strength of the four of you can defeat me, then I will no longer hold you back. The sea is yours to explore." Hearing her father Gung Shiro's words, Guina furrowed her brow, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. She knew her father was trying to buy time with what he said. Having practiced swordsmanship by her father's side for so long, she understood how high Geng Shirou's skills were. Although her father's name was not known on the sea, Guinan knew that his mastery of the sword was at least at the swordsman level. To defeat him, even a genius like Ning Chuan would need several years. Father, this isn't fair. You've trained for so much longer than us. It's unlikely that we could be your match in just a few years. Besides, Ning Chuan and the others came from Cocoa West Village. If they can sail on the sea for so long, why can't I? Is the daughter of the Shuangyue family inferior to others? Hearing his daughter Guinan's words, Geng Shirou was infuriated. Goodness, they haven't even set sail yet. And she's already defending that little brat Ning Chuan? Sigh, it's true that once a daughter grows up, her elbows start to turn outward. I don't know what is so good about that little brat. Is it just that he looks handsome? I should have stopped Guinan from agreeing to that ridiculous bet earlier. Geng Shirou deeply regretted not preventing Guinan from making that bet. However, because of this, he now stubbornly refused to relent on the issue of going to sea. Watching Guinan argue with her father, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Guinan's shoulder, speaking to comfort her. Guinan, mister, Geng Shirou is right. The sea is fraught with dangers. We must have a certain level of strength to survive. After hearing what Ning Chuan said, Geng Shirou nodded slightly, his dissatisfaction with Ning Chuan easing a bit. This kid, although a bit annoying, performed quite well on major issues. Since he has started to soften, I might as well teach him swordsmanship for a few more years so that when they go to sea in the future, I won't have to worry too much about their safety. Just as Geng Shirou was contemplating the next arrangements, Ning Chuan's voice rang out again. However, the moment the word however left his lips, Geng Shirou became alert. What does this kid want to say? Why does this turn seem a bit frightening? Just as Geng Shirou was trying to guess what Ning Chuan was about to say next, Ning Chuan's words really angered him. However, although there are dangers at sea, with me around, I can guarantee your safety. For me, dealing with your father is not difficult. Seeing Ning Chuan patting his chest and boasting to Guyana, Geng Shirlang had the urge to draw his sword and give Ning Chuan a beating right away. This little brat, after all that build-up just to say this? All right. Since you're so confident, I'll just have to temper your enthusiasm. Swish. Geng Shirlang no longer hesitated and drew the wooden sword from his arms, pointing it at Ning Chuan. You little brat, I can't stand you any longer. Come on, let me show you how far you still have to go if you want to go to sea. Watching Geng Shirlang finally willing to draw his sword, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. He had pushed Geng Shirlang to the edge, making him unable to resist drawing his sword. Ning Chuan had achieved his goal. After all, if he wanted to learn true swordsmanship faster, he couldn't just follow Geng Shirlang's pace. So, let Mr. Geng Shirlang teach him. With that, Ning Chuan gently patted Gu Yina's shoulder, signaling her, Nami, and Nojiko to step aside. Then, Ning Chuan skillfully drew his wooden sword from his waist, ready to respond to Geng Shirlang's moves at any moment. You little brat. Don't blame me for bullying you. Although your talent is good, you're a bit too arrogant. I must temper your sharpness. I'll defeat you with one strike. To teach Ning Chuan a lesson, Geng Shirlang prepared to unleash the strongest move he had comprehended in swordsmanship over the years. He intended to completely defeat Ning Chuan with this strike, hoping to calm his restless heart and make him practice swordsmanship with him for a few years. Watching Geng Shirlang become serious, Ning Chuan stood quietly opposite Geng Shirlang, his expression incredibly calm, showing no signs of tension despite facing the swordmaster. However, this time he did not act arrogantly. Instead, he focused his attention. He even maximized his observation haki. He wanted to observe every aspect of Geng Shirlang's sword technique, making it easier for him to understand and practice it later on. Ning Chuan, be careful. Geng Shirlang took a deep breath. In the next moment, the wooden sword in his hand seemed to merge with his will, enveloping him in a special sword intent. He did not use his haki but prepared to rely solely on his swordsmanship to make Ning Chuan concede willingly. Just as his sword intent was almost fully condensed, Geng Shirlang finally moved. His figure flashed, and the wooden sword instantly transformed into countless sword shadows, all aimed at Ning Chuan. This strike contained the essence of Geng Shirlang's decades of mastery in the sword path. Whether in speed, power, or technique, it reached an astonishing level. Ning Chuan, who secretly activated his observation haki to cheat, remained completely calm in the face of this sudden attack. Geng Shirlang's sword was fast, even faster than his eyes. But under Ning Chuan's top-tier observation haki, he could still see every trajectory of Geng Shirlang's sword strike. Geng Shirlang truly was a sword master-level powerhouse. Without using haki, He could unleash such a formidable sword technique with just his swordsmanship. If I didn't activate observation Haki, I really wouldn't be able to block it. Ning Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, after the admiration, as he looked at the wooden sword that had already approached him, Ning Chuan finally moved. He fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the wooden sword, having judged the landing point several times. Ning Chuan thrust dozens of swords in one direction. With a clear sound of sword ringing, two wooden swords continuously collided in mid-air. Every time Gung Sailang attacked, Ning Chuan successfully blocked it. How could this kid? Gung Sailang watched his sword moves being neutralized one by Ning Chuan, and his shock grew stronger. He knew that to defeat this young man in front of him, mere swordsmanship was probably not enough. He needed to use Haki. He turned to look at Guyana, who was nervously watching from the side. A thought quietly arose in his mind. No, I must defeat this kid, even if I have to bully him with armed Haki. I must make him lose once. With this in mind, Gung Sailang no longer hesitated and directly wrapped his armed Haki around the wooden sword, preparing to deliver the final blow to Ning Chuan. However, with his top-level observation Haki activated, Ning Chuan immediately sensed Gung Sailang's intentions. Without any hesitation, his aura began to rise. A wave of armed Haki, equal to that of Gung Sailang, surged from within him, rapidly wrapping around the wooden sword in his hand. Boom! The two powerful armed Haki clashed through the wooden swords, creating a fierce collision in mid-air. At this moment, the clash of wooden swords was no longer just a contest of skill, but a direct confrontation of armed Haki. As the two delivered their final strikes against each other, the resulting Haki waves destroyed more than half of the dojo. This was still the result of their restraint. Otherwise, if both had used their strongest armed Haki, this dojo would have completely turned into ruins. The disciples watching from the side would likely be buried under the debris. After their exchange, Gung Sailang looked down, noticing he had retreated several meters. He then looked up at the unmoving Ning Chuan. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a tone of utter shock. You kid, you even know armed Haki? After asking this question, Gung Sailang immediately regretted it. Oh no, not only did my swordsmanship fail to take this kid down, but my sneak attack with armed Haki also didn't succeed. This is a huge embarrassment. Just as Gung Sailang was worried that Ning Chuan would expose his little trick, making him look bad in front of Guyana, Ning Chuan, however, did not take it to heart. Instead, he smiled seriously and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Gungshiro. The reason I was able to receive your swordsmanship just now was actually because I cheated. Upon hearing Ning Chuan admit to cheating, Gungshiro's face turned red. After all, he had also cheated using armed color Haki just moments ago. However, even with cheating, he had never been able to outmatch Ning Chuan in the contest of armed color Haki. Therefore, he felt quite embarrassed when the topic of cheating was brought up. Ning Chuan naturally noticed the awkward expression on Gung Sailang's face. However, he did not point it out and continued to speak. During our battle, just now, I secretly used observation Haki to predict the landing point of your sword. Otherwise, I would have already lost. Hearing Ning Chuan's humility, Gung Sailang found it difficult to hold this matter against him. However, he was now very curious about Ning Chuan, especially when Ning Chuan mentioned that he had secretly used observation Haki. At such a young age, not only was his armament Haki not inferior to mine, but the strength of his observation Haki was also impressive. This kid actually has hidden talents, which is truly unexpected. At this moment, when Gung Sailang looked at Ning Chuan again, his eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom who in the vast ocean had the ability to cultivate someone as young as Ning Chuan to be so formidable. Unexpectedly, this kid has such strength hidden away. Today has truly opened my eyes. However, since you already possess such strength, why you still want to come to my sword dojo? Gung Sailang put away the wooden sword and stared intently at Ning Chuan, his tone slightly unfriendly. Ning Chuan smiled faintly and was not angry at Gung Shirlong's tone. Mr. Gung, it is true that I have hidden my strength, but didn't you also forget to ask me about it? Besides, I came here to learn swordsmanship and sword forging. This seems to have little to do with my other abilities, right? Hearing Ning Chuan's evasive argument, Gung Shirlang felt a bit helpless for a moment. Ning Chuan's twisted reasoning is quite impressive. After all, from a common-sense perspective, who would have thought that a child as big as Ning Chuan has already mastered the dual Haki? For a moment, Gung Shiro was left speechless by Ning Chuan. Seeing Gung Shiro struggling to speak and looking like he wanted to hit someone was quite amusing. Ning Chuan continued to provoke Mr. Gung Shirlang. I wonder if my strength just now qualifies me to take Guyana out to sea? Hearing Ning Chuan bring up the topic again, Gung Shirlong's expression darkened even more. After holding back for a while, he He continued to argue. Your strength is indeed sufficient. But my Gu Yaina practices swordsmanship. You are not proficient in swordsmanship. What'd you go out with you for? Listening to her father start to play tricks, Gu Yaina pouted in anger and complained to Gung Shirelang, Dad. Why are you being so inconsistent? Looking at his angry daughter, although Gung Shirelang felt guilty, he still gritted his teeth, thinking of his daughter's future, and ignored Gu Yaina's words. Ning Chuan watched this scene, and the corners of his mouth once again rose high. Since Mr. Gung Shirelang thinks my swordsmanship is lacking and cannot teach Gu Yaina, could you give me some time to practice my swordsmanship? If my skills can meet your requirements, then please respect Gu Yaina's wishes. What do you think? Seeing the confident look on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Shirelang pondered for a moment, as if recalling something, and suddenly smiled wickedly as he spoke. A period of time? How about giving you one day? You just need to master all the essence of the swordsmanship I just used and use it perfectly. Then I will agree to let Gu Yaina go to sea with you. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Do you dare to gamble? Gung Shirelang's bold words stemmed from his confidence in the swordsmanship he had just demonstrated. The swordsmanship he had just used contained his lifelong understanding of the art. If Ning Chuan could use it perfectly, then his swordsmanship would be able to enter the ranks of sword masters. As for whether he could take a further step and become a great sword master, that would purely depend on the application of Haki and understanding of the sword path. The latter, too, cannot be taught. They must be grasped on one's own. But swordsmanship is different. It does not require Haki for support. It relies on personal understanding and application of the sword. As long as Ning Chuan can master the swordsmanship he just demonstrated, it would mean he has successfully imparted the essence of his lifelong learning to Ning Chuan. In that case, even if he took Gu Yaina to sea, he could guide her in her swordsmanship training, ensuring that her talent in the sword path would not go to waste. This is the reason why Gung Shirelang proposed this condition. One day. I think that's a bit long. It shouldn't take that long. For Ning Chuan, one day indeed feels a bit excessive. Whether it's long or not, you'll find out when you practice. During this day, I won't remind you of anything. It all depends on you. With that, Gung Shirelang turned around and quickly left the dojo, forcing himself to ignore Gu Yaina's reproachful gaze. My dear daughter, don't blame your old man for being ruthless. I'm doing this for your own good. Ning Chuan, is one day a bit too short? Should I go plead with my father again? Or should I call my grandfather out of the forge to deal with my deceitful old man? Hearing Gu Yaina's words, Ning Chuan shook his head. Gu Yaina, for me, one day is enough. Perhaps it won't even take that long. Ning Chuan reached out and rubbed Gu Yaina's head, looking at the cute girl whose face was as lovely as a ripe red apple, and said with a smile, how about this? Let Nami and Nojiko take you to the ship to have a look around. I'll think by myself for a while. After Nami and Nojiko took Gu Yaina away, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. Gung Shiro, oh Gung Shiro, you can make things difficult for others. But to make things difficult for me, you really underestimate me. You probably don't know that above genius, there is another realm, and that is the realm of hanging force. Guena, I am definitely going to take her away. It's hard to come to the pirate world. I don't want to see this talented and good-natured little girl, like in the original story, die from falling down the stairs. System, start calculating the swordsmanship I just observed. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing Gung Shiro's swordsmanship for 3 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The training calculation starts now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 30,000-second return of swordsmanship training. The host has gained a deep understanding of Gung Shiro's swordsmanship. After the system successfully returned the training, Ning Chuan's impression of the swordsmanship that Gung Shiro had just demonstrated became more profound. He raised the sword in his hand and began to practice the sword techniques based on the impressions stored in his mind. Gung Shiro hid at the door of the training room, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Chuan. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, Ning Chuan could successfully master the swordsmanship he had studied for many years. Under Gung Shiro's watchful eyes, Ning Chuan's hand holding the wooden sword also began to move slowly. At first, Ning Chuan's swordsmanship is somewhat stiff. Although every movement is extremely precise, it seems to lack a unique artistic conception. Seeing this scene, Gung Shirelang, who was secretly observing from a distance, couldn't help but feel relieved. This kid's swordsmanship is merely superficial and lacks the essence of the sword's meaning. It seems that it will take him at least 10 to 8 years to achieve any real progress. However, to be able to practice swordsmanship to this level after just one exposure is quite remarkable. Gung Shirelang silently evaluated as he watched Ning Chuan practice. Ning Chuan naturally sensed Gung Silang's sneaky gaze through his keen observation. He noticed a malicious smile on Gung Silang's face. However, Ning Chuan did not directly expose his ulterior motives. He simply raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Once this round of swordsmanship practice was finished, Ning Chuan stood there, softly speaking in his mind. System, begin the cultivation settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the Gung Silang sword technique once. Activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement is now starting. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a return of cultivation equivalent to practicing the Gung Silang sword technique 10,000 times. The host's application of the Gung Silang sword technique has greatly improved. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, he felt the cultivation returned by the system was already credited. Ning Chuan's smile was higher than before. Gung Silang, this is my second time practicing swordsmanship, so don't be scared. Ning Chuan once again drew out his wooden sword. He continued to practice according to the sword techniques he had just learned. Watching Ning Chuan start training in swordsmanship again, Gung Silang, who was hiding and spying from a distance, couldn't help but laugh and say, Ning Chuan, oh Ning Chuan, although your talent is good, it's still impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Gung Silang could finish his words, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen something unbelievable. It shocked him to the point where he couldn't complete his sentence. This time, in the starting posture of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship practice, there was actually a trace of sword intent, although it was just a hint. It was indeed the sword intent that Gung Silang had always demanded to be contained in the swordsmanship. Now looking at Ning Chuan's swordsmanship, it suddenly became lively. With every swing of the sword, there was a trace of sword intent hidden within it. Although the amount was small, the sword intent had never been interrupted. Gung Silang could see that Ning Chuan's swordsmanship was no longer merely an imitation of technique. It was no longer just superficial like before. Now, his sword truly possessed a hint of profound meaning. Ning Chuan, you little brat, how could you? Gung Silang's voice trembled slightly. He truly couldn't imagine how Ning Chuan managed to grasp that trace of sword intent in such a short period. Gung Silang himself had taken over 10 years from when he started practicing swordsmanship to grasp that trace of sword intent. Yet Ning Chuan managed to do it in less than 10 minutes. No, to be precise, it was only after 2 rounds. He practiced once, and then practiced again. Ning Chuan quickly practiced the sword technique again. After sheathing his sword, he stole a glance at Gung Silang, who was hiding and watching. Seeing Gung Silang's shocked expression, Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a sly smile. This is just the beginning, and you're already this shocked, Gung Silang. I wonder how you'll handle what's coming next. System, continue settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing Gung Silang's sword technique once. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. System, continue settlement. Congratulations to the host. System, continue settlement. 20 minutes later, as Gung Silang watched Ning Chuan execute every sword strike, each infused with sword intent no less than his own, he was completely stunned. It was only 20 minutes. He actually comprehended and mastered the essence of the sword techniques he had refined throughout his life and could directly use them. Moreover, each strike contained an immense sword intent. How is this possible? Is the world going crazy, or am I going crazy? Gung Silang could hardly believe what he was witnessing. If it weren't for him slapping himself several times and pinching his thigh until it swelled, he would think he was having an unbelievable dream. Whoosh! The sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air echoed. Ning Chuan performed a beautiful sword flourish and successfully sheathed his wooden sword at his waist. He turned his head to look at where Gung Silang was, smiling as he said, Mr. Gung Silang, what do you think of the sword technique I just used? Upon hearing Ning Chuan call his name, Gung Silang finally snapped back to reality from a shock. Damn it, it turned out this kid had always known I was watching him. No, this little brat had deliberately let me see. He wanted to watch me make a fool of myself. Gung Silang, who had somewhat guessed Ning Chuan's true intentions, felt his blood pressure rise in anger. If it weren't for his years of sword training keeping him in good shape, he might have collapsed from rage. Gung Silang glared at Ning Chuan for a while, but in the end, he could only let out a powerless sigh and said helplessly, all right, you win. You little brat, you've passed. I can't teach you anything more about swordsmanship. From now on, you can rely on the sword techniques you just practiced and the sword intent you've comprehended to carve your own path as a swordsman. At this point, Gung Silang suddenly became serious. He fixed his gaze on Ning Chuan's eyes and spoke with a very serious expression. I know that you want to take Guyana out to sea next, but you must promise me one thing. Do not let Gu Yaina train according to your reckless pace. Although she is a rough gem, your training method relies too much on talent and is not suitable for the path she should take. If you dare to lead her astray, even if I can't defeat you in the future, I will find a way to beat you up. Looking at Gung Silang's now extremely serious expression, Ning Chuan nodded seriously. Mr. Gung, don't worry. I won't interfere with her training until she comprehends the sword intent and begins her own path as a swordmaster. Seeing the extremely serious expression on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Shiro could tell that Ning Chuan was not joking, but was answering his question with utmost sincerity. Ning Chuan's attitude made him feel a bit more at ease. However, he hadn't relaxed for long. Ning Chuan found that annoying voice ringing in his ears once again. Mr. Gung Shiro, now that you've finished learning swordsmanship, let's start learning sword forging, shall we? Looking at the mischievous smile on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Shiro was so infuriated that he nearly fell to the ground. You brat, can't you take a break? Just finished learning my swordsmanship, and you want to start learning my family's sword forging techniques? Even if you try to take advantage, you should give the sheep some time to grow its wool. What do you mean by this? Are you in such a hurry to steal my family's treasure? Seeing Gung Shiro's fury, Ning Chuan could only shake his head helplessly, feeling a bit disappointed. Looks like I won TB learning sword forging today. I don't know when Gung Shiro will cool down. I just hope it's soon. Otherwise, I might miss out on the excitement in the East Sea, just as Ning Chuan was preparing to end today's training. To take a good rest and wait for Gung Shiro's anger to subside before bringing up the topic of learning sword forging again. Gung Shiro's voice suddenly reached his ears as he was about to say goodbye and leave the dojo. Tomorrow at 4 a.m., the old man will be forging a batch of swords in the back mountain. If you're interested, you can come take a look. At the port of Frost Moon Village, Guina had already arrived at the small boat with Ning Chuan and the others. Understanding, Nami had taken out her brush and started adding Guina's portrait to the flag hanging on the boat. All right, from now on, there will be 4 of us on this ship. Looking at the painted portrait of Guina on the flag, Nami crossed her arms and looked very happy. Guina looked at her big head portrait on the flag and couldn't help but smile. However, as she smiled, she began to worry about Ning Chuan, fearing that he might not pass her father's test. After all, her dreadful father only gave Ning Chuan 1 day to train. 1 day is definitely not enough for a swordsman's training. Noki seemed to sense Guina's worries. She reached out and rubbed Guina's head, smiling as she comforted her. Don't worry. What is difficult for ordinary people isn't that hard for Ning Chuan. His training speed has even shocked Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. After Noki finished speaking, Guina's face showed a look of astonishment. Vice Admiral Garp? Is he the one who captured the pirate King Roger? In the East Sea, almost no one doesn't admire Vice Admiral Garp. Of course, except for pirates. You two seem to be having a good chat. Ning Chuan's figure flashed and landed directly on the deck of the small boat. Seeing Ning Chuan return to the ship so quickly, both Nami and Nico Robin showed a hint of happiness on their faces. They were familiar with Ning Chuan's personality and understood clearly. Ning Chuan was able to return to the ship so quickly, which indicates that he has already fulfilled Mr. Gung's request. However, when Guina saw Ning Chuan suddenly appear here, her brows couldn't help but furrow. Ning Chuan, have you successfully mastered my father's swordsmanship? Guina asked with a tone of disbelief and confusion, looking at her face filled with worry. Ning Chuan smiled as he pulled out the wooden sword he had brought from the dojo, pointing the tip towards the sea, and said with a light laugh, whether it will succeed, we will find out. With that, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth slightly curved upwards. At that moment, he summoned all of his armament Haki and covered it over the wooden sword in his hand. He took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly surged to its peak. The powerful presence instantly stunned Nami, Noki, and Guina. They were all frozen in place, their eyes wide open, staring at Ning Chuan's next move. His momentum had reached its utmost peak. Ning Chuan no longer held back, aiming directly at the vast, boundless sea ahead, and fiercely slashed down with his sword. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword slicing through the air was sharp and piercing. At that moment, it seemed as if even the passage of time had slowed down considerably. In the astonished gazes of the 3 women, the once turbulent sea surface 100 meters ahead of the small boat was unexpectedly split in 2 by Ning Chuan's strike. The seawater on both sides was like being cut by an invisible blade, revealing a secret passage straight to the seabed. This process lasted for 5 minutes, until the sword intent Ning Chuan had unleashed completely dissipated. The split sea slowly began to heal together. Bang! Just as the 3 women were shocked and staring wide-eyed at Ning Chuan's sword strike, unable to utter a word, A crisp explosion sound reached their ears. They turned around to look and saw that the wooden sword, which had just been able to cut through the sea, had at that moment exploded, turning into a pile of wood shavings. What a pity, this sword simply couldn't withstand my overwhelming power. If I had an unparalleled great knife, the power of this move would at least be multiplied several times. Ning Chuan sighed helplessly and blew away all the wood shavings in his hand. However, there was no regret on his face at that moment, because he knew that he would be able to obtain the supreme knife the next day. Time passed quickly. Early the next morning, while Nami and Nojiko were still dreaming, Ning Chuan arrived at the back mountain of the small island at the agreed time to see the place where the Shuangyue family forged swords. The person in charge of the family's sword forging was Gung Siro's father, Gung Sanlang. Gung Sanlang was a master swordsmith who had crafted 2 famous swords. Both were of the great sword level, and there were only 21 such famous swords in the world. One was the Wad Ikamanji that Zoro had always carried in the original storyline. The other was Enma, which was later wielded by Zoro in Wano. These 2 greatly renowned great swords were both forged by Gung Sanlang. This shows his incredible skill in sword forging. However, it is a pity that ever since Gung Sanlang led his family away from Wano and successfully hid in the EC, he has not been able to forge another great sword-level famous sword, except for the Wad Ikamanji, as Ning Chuan's footsteps steadily landed in front of a rather dilapidated small house deep in the mountains. An old man with white hair and beard walked out of the house, smoking a pipe. After carefully sizing up Ning Chuan, he finally spoke. Your sword intent is restrained and not dispersed. If one does not seriously feel it, it will be hard to notice that you are actually a swordsman. Not bad, interesting. You must be Ning Chuan, whom Gung Siro mentioned yesterday. Upon hearing the old man mention his name, Ning Chuan nodded seriously. Senior Gung Sanlang, hello. I came this time to learn sword forging from you. I want to create a few supreme great swords. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Gung Sanlang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, you brat. You're indeed as arrogant as Gung Sanlang said. I like it. There are only 12 supreme great blades left in the entire world, and you want to forge several by yourself? Young man, you are quite greedy. After hearing Gung Sanlang's evaluation of his own greed, Ning Chuan only smiled faintly and did not say much. After all, having a system that returns 10,000 times as cultivation is something that ordinary people cannot understand. Indeed, you are quite confident, kid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to reach the realm of a sword master in such a short time. With your talent in the sword path, forging swords is definitely enough. At this point, Gung Sanlang suddenly looked at Ning Chuan with a mischievous smile and said, however, our Frost Moon family sword forging technique is a family secret and generally not passed on to outsiders. So when are you going to marry Guyaina? Huh? Ning Chuan was indeed taken aback by Gung Sanlang's words. How could there still be someone eager to offer his precious granddaughter as a wife to someone? However, this proposal is not bad. It's just that for Ning Chuan, it's still too early. If this matter were brought up a few years later, he might have directly nodded in agreement. I said, old man, it's already the age of exploration. Why are you still playing with those old-fashioned things? How about this? You teach me sword forging, and I will help you create an unparalleled great sword. If I can't forge it, I'll stay here for the rest of my life to assist you. What do you think? Ning Chuan naturally guessed that the old man Gung Sanlang was joking with him. So he responded half-jokingly, ha ha ha, you really take yourself seriously, huh? I said to marry Guyaina, which means I've already relaxed the conditions for you. Why do you have to make it harder for yourself? Gung Sanlang glanced at Ning Chuan with a sneer and said disdainfully, you keep talking about the supreme great knife. Do you really think you can just create the supreme great knife whenever you want? I've spent my entire life in the sword-making business and have only forged 2 great knives. You, a rookie who hasn't even entered the industry yet, dare to think about the supreme great knife? All right. Since you dare to set a condition, then stay here. Anyway, I need a helper, so you can stay here and help me for a lifetime. After saying that, Gung Sanlang waved his sleeve and directly took a puff of his pipe, turning to walk towards his sword-making place. Seeing Gung Sanlang looking somewhat angry, Ning Chuan smiled faintly and quickly followed him. Gung Sanlang's sword-making place was in a nearby, small volcano. It seemed he had hollowed out the entire mountain, stopping only when he reached the magma at the bottom. He used the geothermal heat here, along with a special furnace, to forge swords. As they entered this small volcano, Ning Chuan only felt a wave of heat rush towards him. Little brat, help me bring over those sword blanks. As Ning Chuan just stepped into the small volcano, Gung Sanlang's voice reached his ears. Goodness, this old man is really not polite. He really treats me like a jack of all trades. It seems this old fellow truly doesn't believe I can forge the supreme great knife. Ning Chuan wasn't angry. He just curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. He was already starting to look forward to the shocked expression on Gung Sanlang's face when he saw the supreme great blade he had truly forged. Ning Chuan counted the sword blanks stacked at the door. Not more, not less, exactly 20. Ning Chuan's gaze swept over the rows of sword blanks stacked together. He noticed that each sword blank emitted a faint metallic luster. He extended a hand and gently flicked one of the sword blanks. A crisp humming sound instantly resonated far away. What good blank! Ning Chuan looked at these sword blanks, which, even unrefined, had a quality that could catch anyone's eye, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, he was a swordsmith capable of forging two great knives. He was indeed willing to spend a fortune on selecting these sword blanks. Each of these sword blanks was carefully chosen by Gung Sanlang. Even as a newcomer who had yet to start learning sword forging, Ning Chuan could recognize their extraordinary quality at a glance. Hearing Ning Chuan's praise for the sword blanks, Gung Sanlang's old face rarely showed a hint of pride as he walked over to Ning Chuan and said, "You kid have a good eye. These sword blanks. Just the base material alone has already reached the standard of a fast knife, far beyond those ordinary iron ones on the market. It took me 3 whole years to gather these blanks. If the forging process goes smoothly, these sword blanks will surely undergo a transformation and become genuine good fast knives, with the potential to advance to great fast knives." Gung Sanlang casually picked up a sword blank and gently rubbed it in his hands. It was clear that he treasured these blanks dearly. According to the weapon classification in the pirate world, there are 5 levels of sword from low to high: ordinary iron, fast knife, good fast knife, great fast knife, and supreme great fast knife. To qualify as a famous knife, one only needs to reach the level of a good fast knife. However, Gung Sanlang's sword blanks had already reached the quality level of fast knives. This shows how precious these materials are. There are a total of 20 sword blanks. If luck is on their side, they should be able to produce 1 or 2 good fast knives. If they're even luckier, they might be able to create a treasure knife nearing the level of a great fast knife. Listening to Gung Sanlang talk about the probability of these sword blanks becoming famous knives, Ning Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brows and spoke up. "Old man, your sword-making skills seem to be lacking. With such a good sword blank, how can you not even make a decent big knife? Isn't this a waste? Gung Sanlang, get lost. You little brat. Do you really think a big knife can just be picked up on the roadside? There are only 21 knives in the whole world that can be called big knives. Every time a new big knife is made, all the swordsmen on the sea go crazy. If I could forge a big knife for every 20 sword blanks, then even if I never create a supreme big knife in my life, I could still be called a legendary swordsmith." After giving Ning Chuan a good scolding, Gung Sanlang felt his anger subside considerably. However, seeing Ning Chuan still looking confident after being scolded reignited his anger. "You little brats seem to be unconvinced. Come, follow me. I'm going to start forging knives now. Each knife takes at least 3 days, and there are 20 knives in total, so you'll be watching for 60 days. After 60 days, you must forge a decent big knife for me. If you can't make it, you either get the hell out of here immediately, or you marry Gu Yaina right away and stay here as a descendant of a Xuanyue family." After saying that, Gung Sanlang angrily picked up a sword blank and walked into the sword-making room. Watching Gung Sanlang leave, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. "Hey, this old man really has a bad temper. 60 days? That's such a long time. I might miss the good show in the East China Sea. I don't have time to stay here for that long." Ning Chuan shook his head with a smile. He casually picked up an ordinary sword embryo of ordinary iron quality from the distant sword embryo rack. With confident strides, he walked into Gung Sanlang's sword forging room. 3 days should be enough for me to become a master swordsmith, right? At the moment Ning Chuan stepped into the sword forging room with an ordinary iron sword embryo in hand, Gung Sanlang's lips curled up, and he thought to himself, well, at least you have some self-awareness, not wasting the good sword embryos I've painstakingly saved up. With an ordinary iron sword embryo, I wonder what level of sword you can forge. He felt the intense atmosphere of iron and fire mingling in the air. Ning Chuan held the sword blank in his hand and approached another forge next to Gung Sanlang, standing on the workbench made of special materials. He looked down at the continuously bubbling magma below. Ning Chuan couldn't help but admire. Gung Sanlang truly deserves to be called a master swordsmith, as he is able to skillfully harness the power of nature to forge swords. Dong! Just as Ning Chuan was marveling at how Gung Sanlang had found such a great place to practice sword making, a sudden dull sound caught his attention. Watch closely, Ning Chuan. Gung Samling's voice was steady and powerful as the heavy hammer in his hand accurately struck the sword blank on the workbench. With each strike, a large number of sparks flew out. Forging is the soul of sword making. A good knife must go through countless hammerings, from the tip to the edge and then to the body, transitioning from thick to thin, from soft to hard. The force applied to every part of the knife must be precisely measured, neither too much nor too little, neither too heavy nor too light. Only then can a good knife be crafted. Ning Chuan gazed at Gung Samling's incredibly focused expression, silently nodding in his heart and remembering his words. Seeing Ning Chuan's serious demeanor, Gung Samling continued to speak. To master this subtle balance and apply the most suitable force to each part of the sword, it takes at least several years, even decades, to grasp. However, for those skilled in swordsmanship and who understand the sword, this time can be considerably shortened. At this point, Gung Samling shifted his tone, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips as he continued. Therefore, a sword master learning sword forging will find it much easier than mere blacksmiths. You, kid, have already become a sword master at such a young age. And it is precisely because I value your talent in the way of the sword that I am willing to teach you sword forging. Next, I'm going to start forging, so you better not blink. Otherwise, if you miss this round, I won't give you a slow demonstration on how to forge later. With that, Gung Samling directly picked up a hammer, enveloping it with armed color Haki. He deeply plunged the sword blank into the magma, and once it turned a bright red, he lifted the hammer and began to forge. This area needs to be struck thickly. Here, it needs to be lightly tapped. This part must have even speed and force. Although Gung Samling said he would give Ning Chuan a slow demonstration, in reality, his speed was not slow at all. Sparks were flying from the hammer in his hand. However, under Ning Chuan's top-tier observation Haki, he carefully watched the entire forging process from all angles. 3 hours later, Gung Samling's first round of forging finally came to a stop, while Ning Chuan had not blinked and had watched the entire process. Just as Gung Samling picked up the hammer to begin the second round of striking, Ning Chuan then directly spoke in his heart. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully watching Gung Samling's sword forging technique for 3 hours, activating the cultivation return system with 10,000 times the return. Now, starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a cultivation return equivalent to watching Gung Samling's sword forging technique for 30,000 hours. The host's understanding of Gung Samling's sword forging technique has significantly improved. He can feel the cultivation returned to him by the system. Ning Chuan's mind had already gained an extremely clear understanding of Gung Samling's sword forging technique. The entire forging process, the amount of force required for each part, and the control of the heat were all very clear. Gung Samling, who had already begun the second round of forging, had started to speed up. Kid, how much did you remember from the demonstration I just gave you? Gung Samling asked seriously while hammering the sword blank, not forgetting to check on Ning Chuan's progress. I've almost remembered everything. Upon hearing this, Gung Samling, who was swinging the hammer, suddenly paused. He lost the rhythm of his forging in an instant, leaving an imperfect mark on the sword blank, which made him feel distressed for a while. Once he slowly regained his forging rhythm, Gung Samling spoke in an incredulous tone. What are you talking about? You remembered everything? Impossible. With so many processes, how could you possibly remember everything in one go without watching thousands of times? He looked at Gung Samling's shocked expression just now. Ning Chuan smiled and said, once you remember, you remember. Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit in that. After answering Gung Samling's question, Ning Chuan stared at Gung Samling for a while and asked a question that had just come to him while watching Gung Samling forge. Old man, when forging the sword blank, you need to control your strength well, right? Upon hearing this, Gung Samling nodded. Although he didn't understand what Ning Chuan was trying to ask, he had a feeling that the kid's question might not be that easy to answer. Then why do you have to use a hammer to strike when forging the knife? I think directly using armament Haki to cover your hand and punching the sword blank would allow for more precise control of power, right? Besides, you could also accurately control the temperature of the blade, significantly increasing the yield. After listening to Ning Chuan's doubts, Gung Samling's entire old face suddenly darkened. At this moment, when he looked at Ning Chuan again, he actually revealed a look as if he was looking at a fool, and with a hint of sympathy, he said, I say, kid, are you a bit lacking in brain cells? Think about it carefully. Where did the sword blank go through the fire before being hammered? That's lava. Lava. Even if it's not lava, it's some ordinary furnace, and it has a high temperature above 100 degrees. Can your armament Haki withstand the temperature and be hammered for hours? Won't it burn you to death, you little brat? Gung Samlang scolded Ning Chuan for a while before finally stopping. Looking at the irregular marks left on the sword blank because of scolding Ning Chuan, he felt a pang of heartache. He couldn't understand how this kid's brain was wired. Why was he always thinking of such bizarre things? Using his hand instead of a hammer to forge the sword blank, how? How the hell, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Just when Gung Samlang was still angrily cursing Ning Chuan in his mind, he turned his head and was nearly scared out of his wits. He saw Ning Chuan, this fool, directly push aside the workbench, pick up the sword blank on the table, and insert it into the boiling lava. Immediately after, he clenched his hand covered with powerful armament Haki into a fist and began to hammer the sword blank in the bubbling, boiling lava below the workbench. Seeing this scene, Gung Samlang was so scared that he threw his hammer away. He rushed towards Ning Chuan without a second thought. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, looking at his hands just touching the boiling lava, and murmured, "System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Haki to withstand lava for 1 second. Activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-second cultivation return for withstanding lava with Haki. The host's resistance to lava has been partially enhanced. After the first cultivation return settlement, Ning Chuan clearly felt that the burning sensation from the magma had significantly decreased. The intense burning feeling he experienced when he plunged his hand into the magma was gone. However, Ning Chuan was still not satisfied. Even though he had gained some resistance to the magma, he knew he couldn't last long in such a state. Therefore, Ning Chuan continued to speak in his heart. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using his domineering will to withstand the magma for 10 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return for withstanding the magma for 100,000 seconds. The host's resistance to the magma has been greatly enhanced. No. Continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host. Continue the settlement. With each settlement bringing a return in cultivation, 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan's hand, covered with armament Haki, was able to completely withstand the onslaught of the magma. His hand felt just like it was in ordinary warm water while submerged in the magma. Yin Sanling watched this scene in disbelief, from the initial shock to later numbness, and now he was staring at Ning Chuan's fist, fully covered in armament Haki, relentlessly pounding on the ordinary iron-grade sword blank in the magma. Yin Sanling felt like he was about to go crazy. What on earth is this kid doing? He actually managed to press his hand into the magma to forge the sword blank. It's been 10 minutes. He had been hammering away in the magma for 10 minutes. Is he even human? Yin Sanling couldn't comprehend it. He knew Ning Chuan's Haki was strong, but he never imagined it would be this powerful. This is magma, the terrifying magma that can melt steel. No matter how strong a human body is, how can it withstand magma? What Ning Chuan was doing had completely overturned Yin Sanlang's worldview. Listening to the continuous sound of hammering iron in the magma, Yin Sanlang swallowed hard. He pinched his thigh hard a few times. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through him that he finally believed what he was seeing was real. Keeping the sword blank in the magma and quickly forging it with his hand could accelerate the shaping process of the sword blank. It's rare that this kid could think of this. However, why is this kid's forging technique getting better and better? Could he really be a genius? Watching Ning Chuan continuously hammering the sword blank, Yin Sanling unexpectedly discovered that Ning Chuan's strength and technique while forging were already much stronger than when he first started. At this moment, in a place unknown to Yin Sanling, Ning Chuan had been forging a sword embryo with his fist for a while. In his heart, he silently recited, "System, begin calculating forging skills. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the sword embryo for 5 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, the cultivation calculation begins. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 50,000 seconds of forging the sword embryo. The host's forging skills have received a significant boost. As Ning Chuan's speed in forging the sword embryo increased, he gradually became a series of afterimages in Gung Sanlang's eyes. Watching Ning Chuan forge at such a pace, Gung Sanlang was left dumbfounded. What in the world is this kid? His forging speed is already faster than I was at my peak. And not only is it fast, but he also controls his forging strength and the sword's parts with incredible precision. At this rate, he might be able to forge a sword in just an hour. This is just too terrifying. Just as Gung Sanlang was in shock, he saw Ning Chuan pick up the sword embryo, which was glowing red from being burned by lava, and directly plunge it into the cooling water he had prepared in advance. Sizzle, with the sound of fire and water merging. Scalding white steam instantly filled the entire sword forging chamber. When the surrounding white smoke finally dissipated, Ning Chuan's first work as a swordsmith finally reveals its true form at this moment. Ning Chuan picked up the sword he forged for the first time and ran his hand over it. He immediately revealed a rather satisfied smile. He looked at Gung Sanlang, who was curiously staring at the long sword in his hand. Ning Chuan smiled and directly handed over the sword. "Old man, I think this sword should meet your requirements, right?" Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Sanlang was momentarily stunned as he received the sword. Can it really meet my requirements? Did this kid actually succeed in forging a good sword on his first try? Impossible. Gung Sanlang couldn't believe Ning Chuan's words. He snatched the long sword from Ning Chuan's hand and inspected it closely. The sword appeared plain and unadorned, with smooth and simple lines. The blade emitted faint glimmers, revealing a hint of coldness. Gung Sanlang stared at it with utmost seriousness. Initially, when he hadn't held it, he thought it was just an ordinary quick blade. After all, for a novice to forge a quick blade, that would already surpass most swordsmiths. However, once he held the sword, as his fingers lightly touched the blade, he felt an unusual special texture coming through his fingertips. Gung Sanlang was immediately frozen in place, because he had encountered this texture many times throughout his knife forging career. This was a special texture that could only appear on blades of a famous sword level. Blades below the famous sword level could never have it. Realizing this, Gung Sanlang's heart stirred. He knew that this sword had clearly surpassed the category of quick blades and reached the level of a good quick blade. To forge a good quick blade out of ordinary iron on the first attempt. This kid's talent in sword forging was truly terrifying. After his astonishment, Gung Sanlang shook his head and sighed. To say I'm ashamed, here I am with a quick blade level blank, struggling to forge a good quick blade. While this kid not only has an ordinary iron blank, but also succeeded in forging a good quick blade on his first attempt. Sigh, I really am getting old. Just as Gung Sanlang lamented his age, he subconsciously gripped the long sword and casually swung it forward. The target was the test stone placed not far from the sword forging platform. As the sword's edge passed through, it felt as though it was cutting through tofu with a kitchen knife, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Just as Gung Sanlang felt a hint of confusion about the sensation of cutting through the test stone, he heard a crisp crack. The massive test stone, covered in countless cut marks, was split in two. It made a thunderous noise and began to slide downward. The cross-section of the massive test stone was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by the finest tools. It broke. The test stone was cut in half. A look of incredulity flashed in Gung Sanlang's eyes. In that moment, he clearly felt the long sword in his hand suddenly become much heavier. Gung Sanlang's voice trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe his own judgment, exclaiming, "Is this really a great quick blade? A great quick blade forged from an ordinary iron blank? What kind of joke is this?" Looking at the test stone he had just cut in half with one stroke, and then at the great quick blade in his hand, Gung Sanlang was completely dumbfounded. He had spent his entire life, almost his whole career, managing to forge only two famous swords of the great quick blade level. Yet Ning Chuan, on his first attempt at sword forging, directly created a great quick blade, and he used an ordinary iron blank. Holding this great quick blade in his hand gave Gung Sanlang a strange feeling as if he had wasted decades of his life. On your first attempt at sword forging, you forge a great quick blade? You kid, have you gone from a complete novice to a grandmaster swordsmith? After a long silence, Gung Sanlang looked at Ning Chuan as if he were an alien. It's just average. I usually learn things pretty quickly. Looking at Ning Chuan's smug demeanor, Gung Sanlang wanted to scold him, but couldn't find a reason. After all, this kid was now a grandmaster in the field of sword forging, just like himself. Moreover, he felt he had reached a point where he couldn't progress further over the years. Unlike Ning Chuan, who was still young and had limitless potential for the future. Perhaps in the future, he might even forge an unparalleled great quick blade and successfully rise to the rank of a legendary swordsmith. By that time, not only would he not be able to scold him, but he might even have to serve him tea and water, begging him to share his sword forging experience. Although saying this might seem contrary to nature, the path of a swordsmith is actually similar to the path of swordsmanship. Both respect the capable. After all, there have been very few legendary swordsmiths from hundreds of years ago to the present. Every legendary swordsmith that appears must surely cause a sensation in an era. Ning Chuan smiled as he took his first forged knife from Gung Sanlang's hands and said, "Old man, I've heard a saying. That is an ordinary big knife. If nurtured by a powerful aura and tempered through constant battles, has the potential to transform into a supreme big knife." Hearing Ning Chuan mention this, Gung Sanlang hesitated for a moment and nodded. "You're right. An ordinary big knife is qualified to undergo transformation under the long-term nurturing of a powerful aura. But out of so many big knives, how many can truly transform into a supreme big knife? Perhaps only the strongest swordsmen at sea, who have nurtured a knife with their powerful aura for decades, can make this transformation happen." At this point, Gung Sanlang paused, then sneered, "But think about it this way. If those great swordsmen were nurturing a supreme big knife with their aura, how terrifying could that knife ultimately become? In the legends of swordsmiths, there's a sword that can surpass even the supreme big knife. They follow the great swordsmen as they continue to battle at sea, constantly nourished by overwhelming aura and the blood of strong enemies, gradually gaining sentience. Such a sentient supreme big knife is the strongest sword, the ultimate dream of every swordsmith." At this point, a rare glimmer of excitement flashed in Gung Sanlang's eyes. Ning Chuan could tell that when it came to talking about the ultimate dream of a swordsmith, this old man, who had already buried half of his life, was surprisingly fired up. "You old man, get a rest. You can't even forge the supreme great blade. So don't think about the ultimate dream of a swordsmith." Hearing Ning Chuan's mocking words, Gung Sanlang couldn't help but snort coldly. He looked at Ning Chuan and, after a long pause, suddenly grinned. "Although I, in my lifetime, may not reach the ultimate dream, my disciple can. Isn't that right, little Ning Chuan?" "Ugh." Gung Sanlang's sudden high-pitched voice almost made Ning Chuan gag. "Stinky old man, who is your disciple? Don't shout nonsense. If you keep calling like that, the seniority will get all mixed up. Besides, who was it that told me to get lost just now?" Looking at the suddenly eccentric Gung Sanlang, Ning Chuan couldn't help but scold him with a smile. "Umph. Having learned my Frost Moon Gung Sanlang's sword forging technique, you're my disciple now. And the best one at that. As for seniority, who cares? Let's just do our own thing." Gung Sanlang patted Ning Chuan's shoulder affectionately, insisting on getting closer. This old man, whose face was thicker than a city wall, stubbornly wanted to be his master. Ning Chuan really felt somewhat helpless towards him. "Forget it. Let's do it this way. If you really want to be my master, it's not impossible." As soon as Gung Sanlang heard Ning Chuan relent, he knew there was room for negotiation on this matter. "How about you treat those 20 sword blanks as a gift for me to become your disciple? What do you think?" As soon as Ning Chuan spoke, Gung Sanlang's expression suddenly became strange. "Isn't the apprenticeship ceremony usually about the apprentice presenting to the master? How come it's reversed in your case?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Gung Sanlang suddenly slapped his forehead and said seriously, "Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about useless things between us. Anyway, these 20 sword blanks in my hands are at most of decent quality. At best, they would only be good knives. It's better to leave them all to you for forging. Who knows, you might actually create a miracle and forge an unparalleled great knife." As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Sanlang ran over, hugged the sword blanks, and came to Ning Chuan's side. "Here, good apprentice, these are all yours. Go ahead and forge. If you mess it up, I'll buy you more." Ning Chuan, looking at the suddenly enthusiastic Gung Sanlang. Ning Chuan really couldn't adapt for a moment. "This ruin blade, do you still want it?" After Gung Sanlang put away the 19 sword blanks, he awkwardly took out the sword blank he had just ruined and spoke up. Ning Chuan took the sword blank from Gung Sanlang's hands. He silently recited a mantra for skill evaluation. Only after his skills were updated following the return of the newly forged sword did he turn his gaze to the damaged sword blank that Gung Sanlang had broken. The damage was quite severe. It could at most reach the level of a big knife. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Sanlang exclaimed in shock, "What? This thing can still reach the level of a big knife? Are you kidding me?" Ning Chuan rolled his eyes at him and then carefully inspected the sword embryo, saying something that almost scared Gung Sanlang to death. "The Supreme Great Blade is also not impossible. After disassembling and reorganizing this sword embryo, it should be able to return to its original form." Gung Sanlang widened his eyes, showing an expression of utter confusion on his face. "What the heck? Disassemble and reorganize? What kind of technique is this? I don't remember teaching you any of this." Ning Chuan ignored the startled Gung Sanlang beside him and directly picked up the damaged sword blank in his hand, silently activating his ability to shatter. In the next moment, a scene that left Gung Sanlang in shock unfolded. The sword blank in Ning Chuan's hand instantly transformed into countless tiny fragments. Under Ning Chuan's control, these fragments continuously shifted and rearranged. Eventually, they slowly came together again, forming a new sword blank. Indeed, the shattering ability could also be applied to sword forging. Looking at the sword blank in his hand, which had its unusable parts removed and had become somewhat smaller, Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly. Since the ability to split apart had already been tested and could be used in sword forging, then next, let's innovate my sword forging technique once again. After splitting each part, I'll reforge them. The supreme great knife will surely be completed. Gung Sanling's gaze closely followed Ning Chuan's every move. Having witnessed the already ruined sword blank, he was astonished as it miraculously split, reformed, and the damaged parts were precisely removed under Ning Chuan's manipulation. His shock was beyond words. This operation, which transcended the rules of the world, could only be done by those with devil fruit abilities. This kid is actually a devil fruit user. Moreover, his ability seems to be related to splitting. Gung Sanlang quickly made a judgment in his heart. Wait a minute, a splitting fruit ability? He suddenly recalled a news article he had seen a few days ago, just a few days prior. A fleet of celestial dragons had been attacked in the East Sea. The attacker seemed to possess the ability to split things into pieces. Although the culprit had already been identified as a guy with a red-nosed clown appearance, for some reason, Gung Sanlang suddenly felt that this kid, Ning Chuan, seemed to have some connection to the attack on the celestial dragons. This kid, could he be that bold? Thinking of this, Gung Sanlang suddenly shook his head wildly, as if trying to shake off these bad thoughts from his mind. Who cares? After all, the Navy and the world government are after that red-nosed guy. Not my good disciple. If he hasn't been wanted, it doesn't count. No, even if he is wanted, that would be false. At this moment, Gung Sanlang had already made up his mind. Even if one day Ning Chuan was really wanted by the world government, he would find a way to protect Ning Chuan. After all, this is a good seedling of a legendary swordsmith, and it can't just be ruined like this. Ning Chuan paid no attention to the distracted Gung Sanlang. Instead, he picked up the sword blank in his hand and approached the magma, preparing to start a new round of sword forging. Ning Chuan stood calmly beside the magma pool, silently activating his abilities. In the next moment, the sword embryo in his hand seemed to come alive. Under the influence of his fragmented powers, it instantly split into countless tiny shards. This scene left Gung Sanlang, who was standing nearby, in shock. He realized he was witnessing the birth of an unprecedented sword forging technique. If successful, this technique could be remembered throughout history. As the first witness to this sword technique, Gung Sanlang naturally widened his eyes and remained still, fearing he might miss any details of this moment. Ning Chuan's movements did not stop. With a thought, the sword embryo fragments suspended in the air began to fall one by one into the boiling magma below the sword forging platform. The magma instantly enveloped every fragment that entered it. Ning Chuan's eyes were fixed on the process. After all the fragments fell into the magma, he began to precisely control the temperature of the magma that each sword embryo came into contact with, ensuring that every part of the sword could achieve the best forging effect at the most suitable temperature. Not enough. He looked at the fragments wrapped in magma. Ning Chuan suddenly seemed to think of something. He directly unleashed his abilities further. He pressed his hand into the magma and activated his ability to split apart. In the next moment, countless small clumps of magma suddenly split out from the magma. Under Ning Chuan's control, these small clumps of magma began to flow rapidly between the fragments of the sword mold. These high-speed flowing magma clumps replaced Ning Chuan's manual hammering, instead forging the sword mold in a different way, as the magma clumps repeatedly flowed back and forth among the sword mold fragments. Each flow represented a forging and strengthening of the sword mold. This new forging method completely opened Gung Sanlang's eyes, who stood nearby. He had never imagined that sword forging could be done in such a way. System, calculate. System, continue calculating. With each calculation from Ning Chuan, he relied on the system to return his cultivation in sword forging. The new sword forging method created by Ning Chuan is continuously maturing. Half an hour later, when all the fragments merged again, a brand new dark red long sword replaced the previous sword blank and appeared before the two of them. The moment this newly forged long sword appeared, it seemed to emanate a sharp aura that instantly filled the entire forging room. Ning Chuan and Gung Sanlang both felt an inexplicable chill coming from the sword at the same time. Looking at the winding, dark red patterns on the blade, It was as if lava was constantly surging within the sword. When the sunlight shone on the sword's surface, these patterns seemed to come to life, starting to move continuously. Just looking at it filled one with an involuntary sense of awe. Good sword. Gung Sanlang stared at the sword for a long time. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. Having forged swords his whole life, he was naturally very sensitive to the quality of swords. For some reason, he suddenly had a premonition that this sword had reached the level of the supreme great blade he had sought after his entire life. Ning Chuan also gazed at the sword. However, compared to Gung Sanlang, his expression was much calmer. The moment all the fragments of the sword fused together, he felt the terrifying power contained within it. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the special power refined by lava. Ning Chuan gripped the sword tightly. He infused a trace of domineering aura into it. In the next moment, he felt a scorching wave of heat radiating from his hand. However, this heat did not burn Ning Chuan. Instead, it dispersed outward. No, it's the supreme great quick knife. This must be a supreme great quick knife. I can feel it. This is the power of magma. It's the unique power that comes into being when the supreme great quick knife is forged. Under the pressure of this scorching heat, Gung Sanlang, who had already activated his armed color domineering, let out another excited roar. The supreme great quick knife, huh? Exactly. Then let us forge the remaining 19 sword blanks according to the template of this sword. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly withdrew the domineering aura he had applied to the sword. Like throwing away trash, he tossed the long sword in his hand to Gung Sanlang beside him. My little ancestor, this is the supreme great quick knife. The supreme great quick knife. How can you throw it away like this? Such a waste, truly a waste. Gung Sanlang went mad, catching the supreme great quick knife that Ning Chuan had thrown with the fastest speed possible. As if he had encountered the most precious thing in the world, he hugged it tightly, constantly rubbing it with his hands. Even though his hands were already cut with countless wounds from the blade, he didn't care at all. Looking at Gung Sanlang, who had completely lost his mind, Ning Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly and ignored the old guy. Instead, he focused all his attention on the remaining 19 sword blanks. As the similar process began again, this time, all 19 sword blanks shattered into fragments and started to undergo baptism in the magma. Half an hour later, with a series of dingling clang sounds, 19 identical supreme great knives in the form of long swords fell from the air to the ground. Gung Sanlang, startled by the commotion, glanced at the long swords and instantly felt darkness before his eyes. He fainted, clutching the supreme great knife in his hands. Before he passed out, only a fragmented thought remained in his mind. What the hell? All supreme great knives? Are you wholesale or something? Looking at Gung Sanlang, who had already fainted, Ning Chuan stepped forward to check his breathing and found that he was not seriously injured. It seemed that he had fainted due to excessive excitement from seeing too many supreme great blades. He should be able to regain consciousness after a while. Ning Chuan can indeed understand him. After all, he has forged swords his entire life and has never created a supreme great sword. But now, he has refined 19 in one go. Each one is the supreme great sword he has pursued his whole life. Such a huge disparity made Gung Sanlang faint. That already counts as him being in good health. Fainting is better. If this old man knew what I was planning to do next, he would probably be scared to death. Ning Chuan glanced at the unmoving Gung Sanlang lying on the ground and directly walked towards the 19 identical supreme great knives. Above the supreme great knives was the ultimate dream of a swordsmith. However, according to Gung Sanlang, it seemed that these were weapons with spirit. Could such spiritual weapons be what is often referred to as spiritual treasures in those cultivation novels? With this thought, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. If these were truly such magical items, it would be interesting. Why not give it a try? Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. However, before he began to forge a weapon with spirituality, he made sure to settle the process of his recent forging. System, begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging 19 supreme great knives. Activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 190,000 supreme great knives. The host's sword forging skills have undergone a revolutionary breakthrough. Hearing the voice in his mind announcing that the cultivation return had been credited. At this moment, Ning Chuan had a new understanding of forging swords. Perhaps spiritual weapons do not necessarily need to be nurtured with dominance and the blood of enemies. The method of forging swords could also work. With this thought, a flash of confidence appeared on Ning Chuan's face. He casually picked up 10 identical supreme great knives from the ground and walked towards the forging platform again. This time, he was going to take a big gamble. He would use these 10 supreme great knives as the sword blanks to create a weapon that was inherently spiritual. He arrived at the forging platform. Ning Chuan raised the 10 identical supreme great swords in his hand. As he focused his thoughts, these 10 supreme great swords, which would drive countless sword masters on the sea mad, instantly shattered into countless fragments under his fragmented abilities. If those sword masters saw Ning Chuan using the supreme great swords to forge weapons, they would probably risk their lives to stop him from such a wasteful act. Watching the fragments of the supreme great swords dance in the air, Ning Chuan took a deep breath and began to manipulate the surrounding lava. He intended to use the supreme great knife as a foundation to extract the most essential parts from these supreme great knives. This was to forge an unprecedented sword. Countless fragments of the supreme great knives were rapidly surrounded by the terrifyingly high-temperature magma. After 3 hours of continuous melting under the high temperature, as these fragments gradually melted away, only the purest and most resilient essence remained. Looking at the essence parts that were left from the 10 supreme great knives, Ning Chuan's face gradually revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, just enough materials for a sword. Looking at these essence parts, Ning Chuan began to manipulate them, slowly gathering them together. He aimed to create a brand new long sword from these essence parts. Gradually, the prototype of an ancient dragon kingdom long sword began to appear before Ning Chuan's eyes. This sword would be Ning Chuan's heartfelt creation, destined to become his main weapon in battle. Therefore, the design of the sword was crafted in his favorite style. As the long sword slowly revealed its true form in the air, a powerful force surged from the sword, spreading out across the entire small island. This was the sword intent, a formidable sword intent born the moment the sword came into existence. At this moment, Gung Shiro was teaching the students in the dojo. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful and terrifying sword intent, far beyond his understanding, swept past him. Gung Shiro was taken aback. Is this sword intent? Shocked, Gung Shiro turned to look at the back mountain. He could sense that this sword intent was emanating from the place where the sword was being forged in the back mountain. Could it be the supreme great knife? Has his father succeeded? With this question in mind, Gung Shiro immediately put down his work and began to sprint towards the back mountain. He wanted to witness this miracle with his own eyes. Aside from him, the 2 strongest students in the dojo, Kuna and Zoro, also sensed this terrifyingly powerful sword intent. However, their strength was simply too weak. When this sword intent swept by, they couldn't even hold their swords steady. At this moment, inside the forging room, Ning Chuan looked at the long sword floating in the air, continuously releasing a terrifying sword intent, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to reach out to grasp the sword's hilt, the sword seemed to have a mind of its own, actually dodging Ning Chuan's hand and turning to the side. Interesting. This sword really does have a spirit. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, then instantly released his sword intent. He began to clash with the long sword. As Ning Chuan's sword intent grew stronger, the long sword gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand Ning Chuan's pressure. Just as Ning Chuan was about to press his hand on the long sword, the next moment, the sword actually pierced through the door of the forging room and flew out. Still trying to escape, seeing the long sword flying away, Ning Chuan sneered and instantly chased after it. The moment he stepped outside, Ning Chuan's unexpected discovery. Outside the sword forging chamber, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Waves of terrifying thunderous power surged within the dense black clouds. At this moment, the long sword that had flown out of the forging chamber paused in midair, its blade trembling slightly, as if it were afraid of something. Wow! It turns out that everything written in those fantasy novels is true. When a sentient weapon comes into existence, it must be struck by lightning. TSK. You didn't want me to hold you? Well, how about this? Get struck by lightning. Looking at the long sword trembling in midair, Ning Chuan coldly laughed and spoke without any politeness. Boom! As a flash of lightning cut through the sky, the rumbling thunder instantly struck the newly forged long sword. Just when Ning Chuan thought the sword would behave after being struck by lightning, suddenly, a terrifyingly hot aura erupted from the sword's body. It was the power of lava. It was using the lava power contained within the sword to counter the thunder descending from the sky. After successfully resisting the first bolt of lightning, Ning Chuan discovered that the sword's momentum had diminished significantly compared to before. It seemed that resisting a bolt of heavenly lightning had caused considerable consumption. Boom! Just when Ning Chuan thought that the dark clouds would dissipate after that lightning strike, suddenly, the second and third bolts followed. Terrifying flashes of lightning began to strike down from the sky towards the sword. However, the sword seemed to have anticipated the arrival of these lightning strikes. It did not retreat. Instead, with its tip pointing upwards, it continuously released a terrifying power of molten lava, seemingly wanting to compete with the lightning. As multiple bolts of lightning fell one after another from the sky, each strike not only failed to destroy the long sword, but instead made the sword shine even more brilliantly. At that moment, it felt as if the overwhelming energy between heaven and earth was infusing into the sword, making it more perfect and powerful with each thunderous roar. As the thunder gradually subsided and the dark clouds dispersed, the long sword that had endured the lightning tribulation slowly floated down and landed not far in front of Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan no longer hesitated and directly stepped forward, using his strongest power to grasp the hilt of the sword. The moment his hand gripped the hilt, Ning Chuan immediately sensed the two terrifying powers contained within this sword. One was the inherent lava power, and the other carried a hint of destructive lightning power. This sword had actually absorbed that bolt of lightning power just now. A long sword with both lava and lightning powers. From now on, I shall call you the thunderfire sword. Ning Chuan gripped the thunderfire sword tightly in his hand. He could feel it struggling continuously, as if it didn't want to be controlled. But no matter how much the sword fought, it couldn't escape Ning Chuan's grasp. Gradually, perhaps realizing it couldn't break free from its bonds, the sword began to quiet down. What's wrong? What exactly happened? The hurriedly arriving Gung Sailang looked at the oddly designed long sword in Ning Chuan's hand and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's nothing serious. Used forget a sword, Ning Chuan replied. Ning Chuan stroked the thunderfire sword in his hand and sheathed it into the prepared scabbard. However, the moment the sword was shoved into the scabbard, a force of thunder and magma erupted almost simultaneously from the sword, instantly shattering the scabbard that Ning Chuan had prepared. You little brat have quite the temper, huh? He looked at the thunderfire sword that was unwilling to be sheathed. Ning Chuan coldly snorted, directly covering his hand with armed color Haki, and slapped the blade of the sword. Clang! After a crisp sound, the seemingly temperamental long sword actually began to tremble slightly. It seemed to be quite afraid that Ning Chuan would continue to slap it. If you don't want to be sheathed, then just float there on your own. If you dare to run around again, I'll shatter you and reforge you. Under Ning Chuan's threat, the sword actually shook its tip in a surprisingly human-like manner, as if bowing to Ning Chuan. The scene before him left Gung Shiro dumbfounded. You were actually talking to a sword? And this sword responded to you? My God, are you crazy or am I crazy? Looking at Gung Shiro's shocked expression, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, Ning Chuan thought for a moment, then extended a foot and stomped hard on Gung Sailang's foot. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you step on me? Although Ning Chuan only used 5 points of strength in this kick, it still made Gung Sailang cry out in pain. You see, Mr. Gung Sailang, I'm not crazy. It is probably you who has gone mad. Ning Chuan revealed a mischievous smile. Taking the opportunity to do this to Gung Sailang made him find it quite amusing. Gung Sailang jumped in place, holding his foot for a while. In the end, he was still distracted by the sword hovering behind Ning Chuan. He couldn't even feel the pain in his foot anymore. What exactly is that sword behind you? How can it fly in the sky? Returning to the previous topic, Gung Sailang's confusion was greater than before. That is a sword that transcends the supreme great knife, possessing intelligence. He has fulfilled the ultimate dream of every swordsmith. Ning Chuan had not yet had the chance to speak when a hoarse but extremely excited voice suddenly rang out behind the two. Gung Sailang had unknowingly woken up at some point. Holding the remaining 10 supreme great blades, he stepped in front of them. The ultimate dream of a swordsmith? Could it be that what you told me before, Dad, was all true? Does such a sentient weapon really exist in this world? Looking at the sword floating behind Ning Chuan and recalling the legend about the ultimate dream of a swordsmith that his father had once told him, Gung Sailang's expression gradually became more exaggerated and increasingly incredulous. It had been less than a day. Has Ning Chuan already realized the ultimate dream of a swordsmith? This kid's talent in sword forging is truly exaggerated, isn't it? It's even stronger than his talent in swordsmanship. Son, all of these are Master Ning Chuan's works. They're all supreme great knives. Gung Sailang displayed the 10 supreme great knives in his hands before Gung Sailang. At that moment, when he mentioned Ning Chuan, for some reason, His words carried a hint of fervor. At this moment, in his eyes, no, it should be said in the eyes of every swordsmith, Ning Chuan has already become a divine being. A total of 20 quick blade-level sword blanks. 10 supreme great knives have been produced, and 1 ultimate blade that surpasses the supreme great knife. Ning Chuan, Master Ning Chuan, why don't you take me as your disciple? I want to learn sword forging from you. Ning Chuan. Gung Shiro. Looking at his father's fervent demeanor at this moment, Gung Shiro felt a wave of confusion. Dad, you can't just say anything. If you become his disciple, what about me? What about Goena in the future? You can't mess with the hierarchy like this. The three returned to the dojo. Looking at the 10 identical supreme great swords placed in front of him, he hesitated not at all and directly drew out 2, handing 1 to each of Gung Samlang and his son. One of these supreme great swords is for the extra fee for my coming to Frostmoon Village to learn, and the other is as compensation for the trouble I will cause you after I take Goena away. Gung Samlang and his son took the swords, their expressions showing great excitement at this moment. You must know this is the legendary supreme great sword. This is the sword that can drive every swordsman on the sea crazy. Before today, there were only 12 of them in the entire sea. But now, in Ning Chuan's hands, it's like cabbage. He just gave them away. This made Gung Samlang and his son feel a surge of emotion. So this sword is Goena's dowry? Son, you should hurry up and accept it. Gung Samlang joked while touching the dark red pattern supreme great sword in his hand. Damn it, Dad. I never said I wanted to marry Goena. Goena is just going out to train with him for a bit. What are you thinking, you old pervert? Gung Shiro shouted angrily at Gung Samlang while holding the sword in his hand. TSK, a guy who's not honest. Who knows? By the time they come back from training, you might have a grandson. Ning Chuan. Gung Shiro. Seeing Gung Samlang joking endlessly, Ning Chuan quickly changed the subject to prevent him from continuing to mess around with this issue. Ahem, Gung Samlang. I think it's better to make fewer jokes. By the way, there's this knife too. Please help me keep it for that guy Zoro. When he has trained for a few more years and sets out to sea, give it to him. Ning Chuan took out another supreme great knife and asked them to deliver it to Zoro on his behalf. For Zoro, Gung Shiro took the supreme great knife that Ning Chuan handed over, looking at him with some confusion. Yes, this kid has quite the talent. He will surely have a place among the great swordsmen in the future. Consider this an investment in him. After all, this guy practices 3-sword style and is short on knives. After explaining all this, Ning Chuan stood up directly and looked at Gung Samlang and Gung Sailang seriously. Since I have already mastered both the swordsmanship and sword forging techniques, it's time for us to part ways. I will take good care of Goena, so you don't need to worry. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Samlang and his son naturally understood his meaning. How about staying a few more days? Gung Sailang was somewhat surprised by Ning Chuan's sudden departure. He wanted his daughter to stay at home a bit longer. No, there's a promise on the sea that I need to fulfill. That's it, I'm leaving. Goena, won't you take another look at Frostmoon Village? Ning Chuan walked onto the deck and asked Goena, who was practicing hard with his sword at the bow of the ship. Aren't you going to watch? Not anymore. Let's come back when we've made a name for ourselves. By then, I will definitely become a female swordmaster. Goena did not turn around, her tone very firm. In that case, Nami, Nojiko, let's set sail. With Ning Chuan's voice falling, Nami and Nojiko immediately unfurled the sails and headed into the depths of the sea. On the shore, the father and son, Gung Saburo, watched Ning Chuan and the other small boat, a trace of worry flashing in their eyes. But soon, this worry disappeared. They believed that with Ning Chuan around, he would definitely take good care of Goena's safety. Meanwhile, Zoro clenched his fists as he watched Ning Chuan and the others leave. Goena, Ning Chuan, once I set sail, I will definitely become a world-renowned swordmaster. I will even surpass you and become the strongest swordmaster in the world. Mr. Seagull, 1 newspaper, please. Ning Chuan will throw 1,000 Bailey. He is prepared to the seagulls delivering newspapers. Because Ning Chuan is generous, he can get quite a few tips from them to buy fries. Therefore, these seagulls really enjoy coming to deliver newspapers to him. Ning Chuan took the newspaper and skimmed through it, instantly noticing some news that piqued his interest. He didn't expect this incident to blow up so much. Even those guys from the New World were alerted. Looking at the reports in the newspaper about several sightings of ships belonging to the 4 emperors of the New World, Ning Chuan knew about the Navy's encirclement of Buggy this time. They also wanted to get involved. After all, Buggy was the first person to dare to take down a celestial dragon. The 4 emperors of the New World were paying attention to him, wanting to bring him under their banner to increase their own fame, which seemed reasonable. However, The ships of the other three emperors had appeared in the East Sea, but there seemed to be no news of Whitebeard's fleet here. It seemed that Whitebeard was not interested in Buggy. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. If Whitebeard were to join in the fun this time, he might be able to successfully obtain the powers of the Tremor fruit and Marco's Phoenix Zoan fruit. These were two quite powerful abilities, not inferior to the fragmentation ability he had already mastered. The Navy's lineup was also quite luxurious. He didn't expect that the old man Sengoku would personally come out, accompanied by Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji. If luck was on his side, he might even be able to obtain the fruit abilities of these three. This commotion was indeed quite interesting. Just as Ning Chuan was reminiscing about the rare lively scene they were about to participate in, suddenly a pirate ship flying the mammoth pirate flag was rapidly breaking through the waves, heading straight towards their small boat. Captain, the ship in front didn't seem to be a pirate ship. The flag was strange, seemingly depicting the big heads of 4 children. Should we collide with them? Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, revealed a cruel expression after hearing the report from his subordinate. What if they were children? All ships that dared to block the course of our Beast Pirates must not be left alive, even if it was the ship of the Marine Fleet Admiral. We must crush them. With Jack's command, his lackeys did not dare to defy his will and directly accelerated towards Ning Chuan's small boat. At this moment, Ning Chuan and the others naturally noticed a giant ship accelerating towards their position. Ning Chuan, the giant pirate ship was moving too fast. It seemed we couldn't avoid it. If we collide with such a large ship, we might be crushed. We must prepare in advance. Nami calmly reminded Ning Chuan after carefully observing with a telescope. Kuina and Nokigao also heard Nami's voice. The two of them took turns using the telescope and saw the giant pirate ship where Jack was. That was the flag of the Beast Pirates? The people on that ship should be subordinates of one of the 4 emperors of the New World, right? Nokigao, having studied the flags of those famous pirate crews at sea, immediately recognized that this pirate ship belonged to one of Kaido's subordinates. Nokigao quickly took out a stack of wanted posters she had collected and began searching through them. After a moment, she pulled out a wanted poster with Jack's likeness on it, excitedly handed it to Ning Chuan, and began to analyze. This is one of Kaido's 3 major commanders. Jack the Drought. Bounty, 1 billion berries. According to the information I've collected, someone in the New World once offered 900 million berries for Jack's tusks. If we take down this ship entirely, we could at least get a return of 2 billion berries. After hearing Nokigao's analysis, Ning Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. Well done. This time we're going to make a little profit. As soon as Guyaina boarded the ship and heard Nami and Naka's conversation, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. W8. That's the pirate ship of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters under the 4 emperors. Ning Chuan, are you really planning to go after him? I know your strength is impressive now, and you're already a swordsman, but he is Jack the Drought after all. I've heard my grandfather say that Jack's. Gulina's worried words were not finished. Ning Chuan's finger pressed against her lips. Don't worry, it's just a minor disaster. It won't create any big waves. Besides, it's coming to us on its own. If we don't take this opportunity, it would be a punishment from the heavens. After saying this, under Guina's worried gaze, Ning Chuan gestured with his hand behind him. Immediately, with a whoosh, a shadow of a sword flew in front of the 4 people. Thunderfire sword, go. Cut that ship for me, and bring back the ivory while you're at it. As Ning Chuan's voice fell, he directly activated his armed color Haki, pouring a large amount of it into the blade of the Thunderfire sword. Nourished by Ning Chuan's Haki, in the next moment, the entire sword was suddenly infused with 2 incredibly powerful forces, thunder and lava. The innate terrifying sword intent also began to expand outward from the center of their small boat. Upon sensing this power, Kuina was naturally shocked. It turned out that the Thunderfire sword was so strong. Just as Kuina's exclamation faded, the Thunderfire sword seemed to want to showcase itself in front of her. In an instant, it shot out from its position at an incredible speed, slashing toward the giant pirate ship that was charging towards them. On the pirate ship of Drought Jack, an experienced lookout was holding a telescope, preparing to see the unfortunate victim that their large ship was about to smash. Just as he picked up the telescope and nervously observed the distance where Ning Chuan's small boat was, suddenly his eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. A sword emitting a strange glow was flying toward them at an unimaginable speed. Report to the captain. An unidentified object is flying toward us. It looks like a sword. Jack raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. A sword? Hearing his subordinate's words, he immediately walked to the bow of the ship. At that moment, he saw a flying sword moving at high speed towards his large ship. Interesting. A flying sword? I've never seen such a magical thing in the new world. I'll capture it and take it back to the captain. With this thought, Jack strode onto the deck, calculating how to seize this mysterious sword. Just as he was contemplating how to intercept the flying sword, an unexpected scene occurred. The flying sword surprisingly stopped less than a kilometer in front of their large ship. Instead of continuing to charge forward, the entire sword suddenly stood upright, with its tip pointing toward Jack's ship. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. As one of the three main figures of the Beast Pirates, Jack had experienced countless battles and had extensive combat experience. At this moment, he could naturally tell that this sword seemed to mean no good. Retreat! Everyone fall back. In this split second, Drought Jack's instinct was as sharp as a beast. He sensed an ominous aura coming from the thunderfire sword. This sense of crisis spread quickly, enveloping his entire heart. This former commander of the Yonko, who had walked the edge of life and death countless times, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression when facing an inanimate weapon for the first time. I can't wait any longer. I must transform. Without any hesitation, Jack immediately activated the ancient Zoan Mammoth fruit ability within him. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Jack's body rapidly expanded. In an instant, he transformed into a gigantic mammoth. Standing at the bow of the ship, those several-meter-long tusks sparkled with a chilling light at that moment. The number of enemies who had died beneath those terrifying tusks must be countless. The thunderfire sword seemed to look down on Jack's transformation. However, when it glanced at Jack's huge tusks, it curiously shook its sword body, seemingly recalling the task Ning Chuan had given it to bring back the tusks. Subsequently, the sword intent of the entire sword began to intensify. The powers of thunder and lava on the thunderfire sword intertwined. At this moment, these two of the most primitive and purest forces in the world fused together. As the power on the sword continued to gather, the surrounding air gradually began to distort. The waves on the sea also seemed to tremble, and at this moment, the entire sea area seemed to shudder. When the timing was ripe, the thunderfire sword no longer hesitated. Just as Jack's ship entered its attack range, the thunderfire sword unleashed a deadly strike at their ship. A flash of sword light cut through the air, carrying the momentum of thunder and the scorching heat of boiling lava, heading straight for Jack's giant pirate ship. At that moment, Jack felt an unprecedented pressure. Such terrifying pressure was something he had only felt from his Captain Kaido. Just a sword, and it could create such havoc? I'm going all out. Roar. Transforming into the mammoth, Jack roared, channeling his Haki to the utmost. He drove the massive body of the mammoth, covering the Haki over the most solid parts of his trunk and tusks to withstand this terrifying force that could shake the world. As the captain, he had already realized that this sword was not only aimed at him, but also at their ship. As the captain, he had to block this strike for everyone. As the thunderfire sword unleashed its powerful strike, Jack desperately threw himself in front of the entire ship. However, even the powerful ancient mammoth was instantly breached under the mighty strike of the thunderfire sword. His two enormous tusks and that long trunk snapped under this blow. A massive slash mark appeared on Jack's head, deep enough to see the bone. I can't hold it. If he continued to withstand it, he would die. At this moment, Jack's blood gushed out like a fountain, continuously spraying outward. He had only managed to block the sword energy for less than a second. He could no longer hold on. Jack knew that if he continued to block, he would surely be split in half by the terrifying sword energy. In desperation, he had no choice but to expend all his strength and sacrifice one of his arms to move his body aside. Without Jack's protection in front, the next moment, the entire sword energy instantly sliced through the giant pirate ship he was piloting. The powers of thunder and lava erupted at that moment, directly annihilating the whole ship in this terrifying blow. Boom! A loud sound echoed. In the distance, Ning Chuan and the others stood on their small boat, clearly witnessing the explosion of Jack's giant pirate ship. Hooray! The thunderfire sword is awesome. The crisis is resolved. Nami looked at the exploding pirate ship, laughing happily. Haha, another 1 billion berries have arrived. Ning Chuan, we've already paid off a third of the debt we owe to Vice Admiral Garp. Nokigao took out his little notebook to jot down notes. At this moment, only Kuna, who had just boarded the ship, was staring blankly at the giant pirate ship that had been cut and exploded by the thunderfire sword. This is one of Kaido's subordinates. Just like that. It was cut down by a single sword. I remember my grandfather once said that Kaido and his subordinates are formidable enemies that are difficult to defeat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave Wano back then. And now, Guina suddenly felt that perhaps the legendary Yonko Kaido and his subordinates were not invincible after all. Swish! The sound of a long sword slicing through the air suddenly broke the silence, instantly waking Guina from her daze. She looked at the two enormous mammoth tusks hanging from the thunderfire sword. Ning Chuan nodded with a smile. The thunderfire sword was quite sensible. The ivory was undamaged. Well done. After being praised by Ning Chuan, the thunderfire sword immediately began to sway in the sky. It was clear that it was very happy. Since the ivory was retrieved, there was still one more task to assign to you. Go and rescue the drowning dogs that just fell into the sea. After receiving Ning Chuan's new order, the thunderfire sword seemed a bit reluctant. However, considering that Ning Chuan had just infused it with a lot of dominance, it instantly rushed out from its spot and began to act according to Ning Chuan's instructions. Ning Chuan then handed the ivory in his hand to Nami and the others, letting them decide whether to carve some fun items with it or sell it for a better deal. After the shocking strike of the thunderfire sword, the nearby sea took a long time to regain its previous calm. However, with the sound of a series of swift sword strikes breaking through the air, the once calm sea began to surge again. This time, the thunderfire sword was moving across the surface of the sea to retrieve the pirates who had narrowly escaped the disaster, bringing them one by one to Ning Chuan's ship, so that they could later be used to settle accounts with Garp. Watching the pirates being continuously delivered to the ship by the fire sword, Ning Chuan was not careless at all. He broke their limbs in the first instance and tightly bound them with sturdy ropes. However, Ning Chuan was, after all, a kind-hearted person. Before throwing them into the sea, he left each of them a piece of driftwood so that they could float briefly on the water and not drown. Even if there were devil fruit users among this group of pirates, once they were submerged in the sea, their powers would be rendered useless. As the waves continued to rise and fall, the Disaster Jack was awkwardly pierced in the shoulder blade by the Thunderfire sword, which brought him to the surface. It seemed that the Thunderfire sword did not particularly like this bulky fellow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have struck him again with the sword when pulling him out of the sea. With a loud bang, the Disaster Jack, who had been in the water for a long time, fell heavily onto the deck of Ning Chuan's small boat, causing the whole ship to sway back and forth on the sea, only regaining its calm after a while. This guy was really big. Nami and the others looked at Jack, who was making the entire boat rock, and couldn't help but exclaim. A large amount of seawater flowed down Jack's body, revealing numerous scars. This once mighty subordinate of one of the four emperors now appeared particularly weak. However, despite being severely injured, there was still a fierce glint in Jack's eyes. He looked up at Ning Chuan and the others on the ship and did not sense any trace of danger from them. This made the Disaster Jack, who originally thought he would encounter a formidable opponent, momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone else had just attacked us? Did he notice that I was about to attack these kids? With this thought, a wave of disdain surged in Jack's heart, along with a flicker of hope. If I could take these kids down, could I force that person behind to stop? Could I even gain control of that terrifying long sword? At that moment, the usually reckless Jack actually planned to use this last opportunity to turn the tide. Looking at the fierce glint in Jack's eyes, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sneer. With just one arm left, having lost his ivory and nose, this waste still had such thoughts? This guy was really foolish enough. Just as Jack shook off the seawater from his body and prepared to launch a surprise attack with the remaining strength, the Thunderfire sword seemed to sense his intentions. The sword body of the Thunderfire sword trembled slightly, immediately pointing its tip at Jack. It was ready to attack at any moment to protect Ning Chuan and the others. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan reached out to stop the Thunderfire sword. He slowly walked forward, his gaze deep and his tone laced with disdain. "What's wrong? Do you still want to continue fighting? Then I'll play with you." After saying that, Ning Chuan waved his hand at the Thunderfire sword, signaling it to retreat. Watching the Thunderfire sword fly to a distance, Jack's gaze began to wander between Ning Chuan and the Thunderfire sword behind him, his heart entangled with fear and greed. A little kid, just relying on a sword. How powerful could he be? At such a close distance, it was enough to take him down before the sword could react. If I can get that sword, even if I have to pay the price of losing an arm, it would be worth it. Gradually, Jack's inner greed gained the upper hand. Jack simply believed that as long as he defeated this seemingly weak opponent, he could claim that mysterious and powerful long sword as his own. Whatever, let's go for it. Just as Jack was about to launch an attack without hesitation, Ning Chuan's cold smile became even more pronounced than before. He did not say much, and his entire aura suddenly surged. A powerful armed color Haki instantly enveloped his fist. The moment Jack got up and his massive fist was about to strike Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan's fist, infused with the power of armament Haki, smashed directly against Jack's fist. With this punch, Ning Chuan held back some of his strength. After all, this guy would still be useful later. It was enough to just cripple him. Boom! After a deafening explosion, Jack felt darkness enveloping him. The power he was so proud of seemed as fragile as paper under Ning Chuan's punch. In the exchange of blows, Jack's fists were instantly shattered by Ning Chuan. Following that, the immense force from Ning Chuan's fist surged like a torrent through his arm and into his entire body, causing Jack's bones to crack one after another. The intense pain rendered him completely unable to resist. Jack crashed heavily onto the deck, his bones shattered by Ning Chuan's punch. The overwhelming pain made even the most basic act of breathing extremely difficult. At this moment, he could only lie there, unable to move, his eyes filled with terror. Before he completely lost consciousness, Jack left behind one last unwilling remark. How could this kid be so strong? A day later, in a vast area of the East Sea, Ning Chuan bought information about the Navy's gathering location from the seagull that delivers messages. After obtaining the location, he no longer hesitated and directly took Jack towards the Navy's gathering place. The four of them sailed on a small boat for a long time, and finally saw a large number of warships gathering in the distance. Just as they were about to head straight there, suddenly a Navy warship on patrol in the outer perimeter spotted their small boat. The captain of the patrol ship was a young beauty with the rank of colonel. She spotted Ning Chuan's boat and the bound Jack, who was known as the Disaster Jack, through her binoculars. As a qualified Navy colonel, Tina was well aware of everyone a pirate. She immediately recognized the large figure tied up on Ning Chuan's small boat, none other than Disaster Jack, one of the cadres of the Beast Pirates, who had recently appeared in Navy intelligence. Upon seeing this, Tina was momentarily stunned, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Impossible? These four kids captured Disaster Jack? Without any hesitation, Colonel Tina immediately sent a report to the command ship. Watching the small boat approaching, Tina, as an experienced Navy officer, remained highly vigilant. She feared that this might be a ruse created by Jack and his crew, aimed at causing unimaginable trouble for the Navy. To be safe, she ordered the warship to change direction, aiming its cannons at Ning Chuan's boat. She commanded the entire ship to prepare for battle, to advance quickly, and to get ready to intercept Ning Chuan's small boat. As the two boats gradually approached, Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, holding Jack's massive body. His gaze was incredibly calm, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had recognized who it was. The person coming to intercept him was none other than the naval flower, Tina. As the distance closed, Tina also saw the face of her opponent clearly. It was a young and handsome face, slightly slender in build, creating a stark contrast to the cargo he was carrying. I am Ning Chuan, and this is the Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates, who has already been subdued by me. I want to see Captain Garp. Ning Chuan's voice was clear and steady. He did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. When Tina heard Ning Chuan say that he had captured Drought Jack, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared on her face. At that moment, she felt that the scene before her exceeded her understanding. Drought Jack. He was a capable subordinate under the four Emperor Kaido, and now he had been captured by a seemingly ordinary young man. Moreover, judging by the injuries on both of them, it was clear that Jack had gained no advantage in his confrontation with Ning Chuan. He had been thoroughly beaten. What was even more difficult for Tina to comprehend was that this young man claimed he wanted to see Vice Admiral Garp. Could he be a disciple trained by Vice Admiral Garp? But why had she never heard him mention it? Although she had many questions in her mind, Tina quickly regained the calm expected of a naval officer after a moment of daze. You will stop the ship for a safety inspection. I need to confirm the authenticity of what you said. Tina looked into Ning Chuan's eyes while closely observing every movement he made, ensuring that no unexpected situation would occur. Ning Chuan was already mentally prepared for Tina's request. After all, this was a critical moment, and there could be no mistakes. So, Ning Chuan readily agreed and began to cooperate with the Navy's inspection procedures. Tina boarded the small boat of Ning Chuan and his companions. When she saw that all the people on their boat were children, her expression showed disbelief once again. Not a single adult, just a bunch of kids. This was too outrageous. Tina suppressed her shock and began a routine inspection of Ning Chuan's boat. When she reached the railing of the small boat and saw the ropes tied on the boat, along with the familiar faces of numerous pirates hanging from the ropes, Tina could no longer maintain her calm. You actually wiped out Jack's pirate crew? My God. As a naval colonel, she naturally knew the terrifying combat power of Drought Jack's crew. Even an ordinary naval vice admiral would likely not be a match for these guys on the ship. Yet, the four children, including Ning Chuan, had managed to do it. At that moment, Tina's shock was evident, looking at Ning Chuan and his companions. The astonishment in her eyes was hard to hide. I will contact the higher-ups immediately to report the situation here. Can you wait a moment? As Tina spoke, she quickly took out a transponder snail to urgently contact her superiors. In her fluster, the transponder snail even fell onto the deck. Miss Tina, there's no need to rush. Ning Chuan smiled as he helped Tina pick up the phone bug while comforting her. Seeing a little child remain calm at this moment made him realize how tense he was, unable to even hold the phone bug steady. Tina's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. No way, this is too humiliating. How could I be so pathetic in front of few kids? This is really too embarrassing. While waiting for a response from the Naval High Command, Ning Chuan patiently stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze brush against his clothes. As Tina looked at Ning Chuan standing at the bow, she unexpectedly discovered that this little guy's eyes revealed a maturity and calmness beyond his age, as if everything was within his expectations. This greatly increased Tina's curiosity about Ning Chuan. She wanted to learn more about him. When Colonel Tina's report reached Admiral Sengoku, it instantly caused a stir among the high-ranking officials. The three heavyweight figures in the Navy, Admiral Akiji Kazan, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, and Admiral Sengoku, simultaneously raised their heads upon hearing the news, their eyes flashing with disbelief. What did you say? For kids captured Drought Jack? Sengoku's voice carried evident shock. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, trying to confirm that he hadn't misheard the information due to his busy affairs. Akiji scratched his curly hair, his expression unusually serious. This seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Jack's strength is such that even a vice admiral would struggle to capture him. What are these kids really capable of? At that moment, Akainu took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Known for his toughness, he couldn't help but show some curiosity in his words. Interesting little brats, especially this one named Ning Chuan, achieving so much at such a young age. If he is willing to join the Navy, I'll personally take him. Vice Admiral Garp had been sitting aside, sipping tea and eating senbei while listening to their conversation. It was only when he heard Ning Chuan's name from Akainu that he was surprised enough to sit up straight from his recliner and couldn't help but look at Sengoku. Sengoku, what was that kid's name you just mentioned? Sengoku shot Garp a glance, snatching the senbei from his hand, and complained, Garp, I didn't ask you to join the operation just to slack off. This happened in your jurisdiction, the East Blue. How can you not even listen to the intel properly? That kid's name is Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Garp not only wasn't angry, but burst out laughing. So it's that kid Ning Chuan. His progress is indeed astonishing. Now he is strong enough to have captured Drought Jack, one of Kaido's subordinates. Not bad, interesting. The others, including Sengoku, looked at Garp with puzzled expressions. Garp, you know that kid? Sengoku asked incredulously, pushing his glasses up. How could I not know? That kid owes me 3 billion berries worth of bounty money. He should be here to repay his debt. Admiral Sengoku, along with Admirals Akainu and Akiji, and a series of high-ranking Navy officials, displayed strange expressions upon realizing that Garp seemed to have a deep connection with Ning Chuan. They were shocked that Garp had never mentioned this before. This was a kid with boundless potential. In the future, he could at least become an admiral. Did Garp just let this kid slip away? Meanwhile, each of them began to regret. Why hadn't he, such a promising youth, joined the Navy earlier to serve it? Garp, you old man, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? This kid with so much potential should have been brought into the Navy for training. Sengoku broke the silence first, his tone carrying a hint of anger and reproach. Akainu's eyes also revealed some dissatisfaction. For a talent like Ning Chuan, who began striking against pirates at such a young age, not entering the Navy system in time to become an officer was clearly unacceptable. If this little brat had joined the Navy earlier, his achievements would already qualify him for an admiral rank. Akiji remained relatively calm. Having spent so long on Garp's ship, he naturally knew that Garp must have had his reasons for not recruiting Ning Chuan. He looked at Garp, thought for a moment, and began to defend him. Everyone, I guess Vice Admiral Garp must have invited Ning Chuan, but maybe the kid wasn't too willing? Facing the crowd's doubts and hearing Akiji defend him, Garp's usually helpless old face showed a rare look of relief. He looked at everyone, helplessly raised his hands, and explained with a wry smile, I tried long ago, but that kid is very stubborn. He refuses to join the Navy no matter what. He has his own dreams to pursue. Upon hearing the word dreams, everyone present focused their gaze on Garp. After all, they knew that those associated with Garp often had quite terrifying dreams. Like his son, Monkey D. Dragon. Ha ha ha. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Looking at the honest and simple Garp, Sengoku remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. Garp, you better come clean. Is this kid named Ning Chuan's dream normal? After Garp's lengthy explanation, the atmosphere in the meeting room finally eased a bit. All right, as long as his dreams aren't something terrifying, Sengoku couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. After all, a kid who could take down a Yonko's subordinate from a young age would be quite frightening if he had dreams like dragons, wanting to overthrow the world government. Since that's the case, I'll personally go recruit Ning Chuan. No matter the cost, I will bring him in. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the high-ranking officials in the meeting room nodded in agreement. If they could really bring Ning Chuan in, the Navy would have an extremely powerful force in the future. With Ning Chuan's current achievements, no one doubted that he could stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. When Ning Chuan received the Navy's high-level invitation and prepared to head to the temporary meeting room, he did not bring the eye-catching thunderfire sword to avoid drawing too much attention. At the same time, for protection, he also did not bring Nami and the others. Following Tina's lead, Ning Chuan quickly arrived at the Navy's temporary conference room. Marshal Sengoku personally came out to greet Ning Chuan to demonstrate the Navy's sincerity. Hello, Ning Chuan. I've heard about you from Vice Admiral Garp for a long time. Truly a hero in youth. As soon as Sengoku started, he bombarded Ning Chuan with a set of greasy compliments, making Ning Chuan unable to hold back a roll of his eyes. After all, Ning Chuan was well aware of Garp's temperament. Given that old man's character, he probably wouldn't share his own matters with others. Sengoku likely only learned about Garp's acquaintance with him not long ago. Looking at the strange expression on Garp's face, Ning Chuan quickly confirmed his suspicion. After inviting Ning Chuan to the conference room, Sengoku no longer beat around the bush and directly looked at Ning Chuan, speaking earnestly. Ning Chuan, on behalf of the Admiral of the Navy, I formally invite you to join the Navy headquarters. As long as you are willing to come to the Navy, you will start as a Rear Admiral. You can choose a naval elite unit of 1,000 men, and the Navy headquarters will not interfere too much with your actions. You will report directly to me and will not need to listen to anyone else's orders. Sengoku continuously offered conditions. These conditions were so generous that they far exceeded the treatment the world government gave to the 7 warlords. The other high-ranking officials present were shocked. They found it hard to believe that Sengoku was willing to go to such lengths for a single Ning Chuan. It seemed he intended to cultivate him as the future successor of the Navy. Everyone present was astute and could naturally see Sengoku's intentions. However, in the face of such generous conditions, Ning Chuan's expression remained calm. He was listening attentively, but did not give any response. Ning Chuan, how have you considered? I can give you some time to think it over. You can give me your answer after this incident with Baroque Works is over. Sengoku had lowered his stance significantly. It seemed he truly valued this exceptionally talented Ning Chuan. Admiral Sengoku, your conditions are very generous, but I have no ambition to become a Navy officer. Seeing Ning Chuan decisively reject Sengoku like this, all the high-ranking Navy officials present, except for Garp, were dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. One interesting kid. His temperament is just like mine. I knew you would choose this. At this moment, Garp couldn't help but add fuel to the fire for everyone. It wasn't until Sengoku's furious fist hit Garp's head that he snapped back to reality. He realized that this was not the right time for jokes. Kid, you just rejected it like that? Not going to think it over? Sengoku, holding on to the last shred of hope, looked at Ning Chuan and spoke. Ning Chuan shook his head firmly once again. You brat, becoming a Marine, executing justice, and striking down pirates all over the world. What's wrong with that? Why do you refuse? Is justice in your heart so unbearable? Seeing Ning Chuan's attitude at this moment, the usually hot-tempered Akainu couldn't help but stand up, trying to suppress Ning Chuan with his imposing presence. Facing the suddenly enraged Akainu, Ning Chuan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, as expected of Akainu, he's getting anxious already. If I provoke him a bit more, he might want to have a showdown with me. By then, the power of the magma fruit should be within my grasp. With that in mind, Ning Chuan no longer showed any mercy to Akainu, striking at the painful point in his heart with direct words. Is the so-called justice just being a dog for the celestial dragons and those nobles? Akainu's face instantly turned ashen under Ning Chuan's mockery. The magma power within him surged like a volcanic eruption, raising the temperature in the temporary conference room sharply. Fortunately, he still managed to control his anger, preventing the magma from flooding the entire temporary conference room. The high-ranking Marines present all felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere at this moment. None of them had anticipated that this brat, Ning Chuan, would dare to speak like this. The fact that the Marines serve the world government as their dogs is a frustrating reality that every high-ranking Marine finds hard to bypass. However, out of concern for face, no one had ever dared to bring it up in such an occasion. Yet now, this little brat Ning Chuan had publicly exposed this matter. What he did was like holding the sharpest knife to dig into everyone's hearts. Lies never hurt, but the truth is the fastest knife. Therefore, under Ning Chuan's ridicule, except for Garp, all the other high-ranking Marine officials had dark expressions, looking at Ning Chuan with unkind eyes. But at that moment, Garp, a hero vice admiral with great prestige in the Marines, unexpectedly laughed in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, this kid really has guts, daring to speak the truth in front of us. Garp's laughter broke the silence of everyone. At this moment, all the high-ranking Marines turned to look at Garp. Seeing the unfriendly expressions of the others, Garp froze in place. Then a hint of an awkward smile appeared on his old face as he scratched his head and said, did I say something wrong again? Watching Garp act dumb, Sengoku couldn't help but roar at him. Garp, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Just like that, the previously silent scene was once again muddled through by Garp's disruption. However, while others were not prepared to delve deeper into the matter, Akainu stepped forward to Ning Chuan, looking down at him, and said, daring to say such words, "You must be quite confident in your own strength, huh? Then can you show me the strength of someone who despises being a dog? If you can't satisfy me, I will be very angry." Akainu's voice was deep and filled with rage. It was clear that Ning Chuan's words had genuinely angered him. After all, for Akainu, it's fine if you don't acknowledge him, but if you dare to deny his justice, that would be equivalent to denying his entire life. How could he not be angry? Akainu calmed down. Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out. He understood Akainu's temper well and knew that the current situation needed him to control it. Children speak without thinking. Focus on the bigger picture. Hearing this, Akainu took a deep breath and barely suppressed the anger in his heart. However, he still coldly glared at Ning Chuan, his eyes continuously spewing rage. "Kid, I'll be waiting for you outside. I want to see if you really have the qualifications to speak to me like this." With that, Akainu directly disappeared from the deck, heading to the edge of the fleet, seemingly waiting for Ning Chuan's arrival. After hearing Akainu's words, Ning Chuan was not afraid at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He turned to look at Sengoku and the other high-ranking Navy officers, smiling as he said, "Sorry everyone, I have to excuse myself for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after the direction in which Akainu had left. The other high-ranking Navy officers exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, eager to see what Ning Chuan's true strength was. How would he perform when facing the Navy's strongest force? Akainu? Watching Ning Chuan leave, Sengoku nudged Garp with his elbow and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Garp, did you anticipate that Ning Chuan would react this way?" Garp did not answer directly, but his expression revealed everything. Clearly, he was not surprised by Ning Chuan's reaction at all. That kid Ning Chuan never plays by the rules. His thoughts are not easy to decipher. Just like this time, he is probably plotting something against Akainu. Last time we met, I accidentally fell into his trap. After hearing Garp's words, a trace of surprise flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Plotting against Akainu? Could it be that there is something on Akainu that he wants? Sengoku thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what Ning Chuan was up to. In helplessness, he had no choice but to chase after the others, ready to witness the clash between Ning Chuan and Akainu. Ning Chuan and Akainu stood far away on the open sea outside the fleet. The waves surged around them, but the sea beneath their feet was unusually calm, as if it were intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from both of them. At that moment, magma bubbled and surged around Akainu. In his gaze towards Ning Chuan, there was a hint of barely perceptible recognition. He felt quite pleased that Ning Chuan had the courage to come and challenge him. If this kid had been too afraid of his admiral status to even show up, then Akainu would have looked down on him as just another brat who could only talk big. Looking at Ning Chuan standing opposite him on the sea, the two exchanged no unnecessary words. After a simple exchange of glances, the next moment, their powerful Haki erupted simultaneously. As their figures flashed past, the sound of fists and feet colliding reached the ears of the onlookers. Their offensive surged forth like a tempest. Every punch and kick from Ning Chuan carries an incredibly strong force, completely unlike what someone his age should possess. Even Akainu feels a bit of pressure. There is no doubt that Ning Chuan's mastery of Haki is top-notch. Watching the scene, Sengoku, Akiji, Garp, and the other high-ranking Navy officials are all shocked by what they see. They initially thought that although Ning Chuan was strong, he would struggle to last long against Akainu. an admiral of the Navy. However, the reality greatly exceeded their expectations. Just in terms of Haki, Ning Chuan's cultivation is already quite terrifying. He is not only not suppressed by Akainu's offensive, but is instead growing more and more courageous in battle. Everyone can feel that Ning Chuan's Haki is actually getting stronger under such circumstances. This kid is truly a monster. Garp's tone carries an unmistakable pride. He didn't expect that, after being apart for a while, Ning Chuan's Haki cultivation would reach such a level. Although he knew this kid was progressing quickly, he never imagined it would be this fast. At this moment, what everyone doesn't know is that while Ning Chuan is engaged in a Haki clash with Akainu, he is constantly requesting the system to settle his results in the cultivation of armament Haki. Fighting against someone like Akainu, Ning Chuan's armament Haki is progressing much faster than when he settles it on his own. Ning Chuan is really enjoying this process of power enhancement. However, as Ning Chuan's armament Haki becomes stronger, Akainu, who is fighting against him, gradually feels like he can't hold on any longer. After silently cursing that perverted kid, Akainu decides to stop holding back his strength. Without any hesitation, he activates his magma fruit abilities. Kid, your Haki is indeed strong, and there are few who can surpass you in this aspect. But even the strongest Haki has its limits. And for a Logia, there are no limits. As soon as Akainu finishes speaking, he erupts like a volcano. With each punch he throws, a massive amount of magma erupts forth. Even the nearby sea surface is stained with a layer of blazing magma red light. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan can't help but smirk slightly. Finally using his fruit, this is the moment I've been waiting for. A fierce glint flashes in Akainu's eyes. At this moment, he holds nothing back. The power of the magma fruit surges forth like a volcanic eruption. Hellhound, Akainu no longer holds back, directly unleashing the same technique he used when battling enemies at sea. His fist, enveloped in scorching magma and carrying destructive power, rushes straight towards Ning Chuan's face. This strike, even the strong ones in the New World wouldn't dare to take head-on. Is this the hellhound that knocked half of Whitebeard's face off? However, magma is no longer effective against me. Facing Akainu's hellhound, Ning Chuan chose the simplest and most direct way to respond. He did not choose to evade. Instead, he faced the terrifying lava head-on and directly extended his fist. With his fist covered in armed color Haki, he forcefully confronted the hellhound. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All the onlookers' gazes were focused on this instant. Those who were familiar with the terrifying power of Akainu's hellhound did not even blink as they stared at the two people in the center of the battlefield. They wanted to see if Ning Chuan could survive under Akainu's terrifying blow. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair. His fist, transformed into lava with an extremely terrifying high temperature, was actually shattered by Ning Chuan's punch. Watching the lava splatter in the distance, blocking everyone's view, the onlookers were all shocked to disbelief. Shattering the lava arm would surely come at a great cost for Ning Chuan. What a pity, although this kid was incredibly fierce. This was still magma. Even if Ning Chuan didn't die, he would at least be seriously injured. The lava fruit was too powerful. Ordinary people could not withstand its might. But this kid's abilities were not limited to that. Just as the onlooking Navy began to doubt Ning Chuan, Garp couldn't hide a smile on his face. Sengoku, who initially thought Ning Chuan would likely be severely injured by this blow, began to hesitate when he saw Garp's expression. Could it be that this kid Ning Chuan really had a way to withstand the terrifying high temperature of the lava? Just when Sengoku was filled with doubt, the sky full of lava began to gradually sink to the seabed. Ning Chuan and Akainu, surrounded by lava, gradually revealed their figures. However, when the two of them appeared, something shocking happened that left everyone in disbelief. Ning Chuan stood there, his body as stable as a rock. It seemed that Akainu's hellhound had not inflicted any substantial harm on him. In contrast, Akainu looked at his shattered lava arm with a dark expression, disbelief written all over his face. What kind of monster are you? How can you withstand the terrifying high temperature of my lava? Hearing Akainu's words, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. Lava, as long as one comes into contact with it frequently, naturally develops a resistance. Moreover, I happen to have come into contact with these things not long ago. Therefore, your lava fruit poses no significant threat to me anymore. Seeing the relaxed and confident expression on Ning Chuan's face, a huge wave surged in Akainu's heart. Resistance to lava? What a joke. How could a human body possibly have resistance to something like lava? Although Akainu found it hard to believe what he heard. The living example before him seemed to confirm that what Ning Chuan said was indeed true. Since the Hellhound couldn't take you down, then let's try this move. Dog Bite Red Lotus. Akainu's fury reached its peak. He decided to hold nothing back and unleashed his strongest move. A massive amount of extremely high-temperature lava, under his control, seemed to come alive. It gathered together, transforming into a fierce hellish hound, carrying an aura of destruction as if it came from hell. With this strike, Akainu nearly exerted all his strength. The power of the lava fruit was pushed to its limits at that moment. The temperature of the lava began to reach unprecedented heights. The magma, capable of melting everything, continuously bubbled forth from Akainu's body. Facing this attack that would make most powerful beings tremble in fear. There was not a trace of fear in Ning Chuan's eyes. Instead, a strange smile flashed across his face. This time, he didn't even extend his fist. He stood still, seemingly waiting for Akainu's attack to come. Boom! When the hellish hellhound, made of lava, smashed towards Ning Chuan's position, Ning Chuan immediately pushed his observation Haki to the limit. His mind began to quickly recall the subtle changes he had previously observed in Akainu when using the magma fruit. When the dog bite Red Lotus landed on him, a large amount of extremely high-temperature magma instantly surrounded Ning Chuan. At that moment, Ning Chuan, who had been frozen in place, finally moved. However, this time he didn't move his body, but his lips. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the magma fruit's ability for 10 seconds. Activating the tenfold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from experiencing the magma fruit's ability. The host's understanding of the magma fruit's ability has improved. After gaining a profound understanding of the operational rules of the magma fruit within Akainu's body, Ning Chuan did not hesitate at all. Based on his understanding of the lava fruit, he continued to speak in his mind. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the ability of the lava fruit for 20 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. By the time Ning Chuan had nearly mastered every detail of the lava fruit, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated and directly began to try to awaken the ability to produce the lava fruit with his body. As Ning Chuan's mind shifted the next moment, some boiling hot lava began to flow from the tips of his fingers. Success! Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy. Immediately, he continued to speak in his mind. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the lava fruit ability for 5 seconds, activating the cultivation 10,000 times return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 5,000-second cultivation return from the lava fruit ability. The host is now able to skillfully utilize the power of the lava fruit. Waiting to see if the cultivation return from this attempt with the lava fruit arrives. Ning Chuan's mouth revealed a smile once again. Next, let's try elementalization. After the system informed Ning Chuan that he was now able to use the power of the lava fruit, Ning Chuan was ready to let his body attempt elementalization, becoming a part of the molten lava, merging with the lava. As the idea of elementalization arose in Ning Chuan's mind, his body began to change. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him. At that moment, it seemed he had established a mysterious connection with the lava. His skin, muscles, and even bones began to take on a lava-like hue. Lava started to erupt from his body, just like a kainu, gradually wrapping him completely in the molten substance. At this moment, Ning Chuan seemed to have transformed into an embodiment of lava. His current form of existence no longer appeared to be a simple human shape. Instead, he resembled a life form coexisting with lava. This change even shocked and confused the kainu, who had consumed the Magu Magu no Mi. How could this kid possibly do this? A look of disbelief flickered in Akainu's eyes. He had never imagined that someone could imitate the powers of the Magu Magu no Mi. No, it shouldn't be imitation. To be precise, it was like his body had been elementalized in exactly the same way. He had become like lava. What was happening to Ning Chuan had already exceeded Akainu's understanding. Having served in the Navy for so many years, his knowledge of devil fruits far surpassed that of an average person. But he had never heard of a situation where the power of a devil fruit could be used by a second person. This made it hard for him to believe what he was seeing. If he could also use the Magu Magu no Mi, then what did that make the person who had eaten the fruit? At this thought, Akainu felt a chill run down his spine. However, The scene unfolding in the lava was witnessed by no one else but him and Ning Chuan. Even if Akainu wanted to find someone to discuss this, he probably wouldn't be able to find anyone. Damn it. If this kid is unwilling to use the power of the Magu Magu Nomi from now on, then even if I tell someone about this, they probably won't believe me. Looking at Ning Chuan, who had completely turned into a part of the lava erupting from within him, Akainu felt quite helpless because he realized something that left him utterly frustrated. That was, he could no longer distinguish which lava was erupting from his own body and which was Ning Chuan. As time passed by second, Ning Chuan's current state, completely engulfed by lava, has raised concerns among the high-ranking naval officers present. They gazed at the continuously surging lava on the surface of the sea, feeling a sense of unease rising within them. What was once a confrontation has now become somewhat unpredictable in its outcome. Since Ning Chuan became surrounded by a large amount of lava, it has been a long time since they saw any signs of struggle or counterattack from him. This has caused all the observing naval officers to begin to worry. Has Ning Chuan encountered misfortune? At this moment, Zhang Guo frowned tightly, hesitating whether to speak up and stop this duel. He was worried about Ning Chuan's safety, fearing that he might suffer irreversible harm under the terrifying power of the magma. This was a kid full of potential and a sense of justice. Even if he didn't join the Navy in the future, he could still deal a significant blow to pirates at sea and bring considerable help to the Navy. Now, if he carelessly let him be ruined here, it would be a huge loss for the entire world. However, he was also afraid that by intervening, he would rob Ning Chuan of an opportunity for growth. Fighting against a top-tier powerhouse like an admiral was an excellent chance for a young person like Ning Chuan to learn battle experience. If he intervened in their fight and let Ning Chuan miss some opportunities for progress, he would regret it. Zhang Guo's heart was in great conflict at this moment. Standing beside him, Garp also rarely showed a worried expression, although he appeared carefree and seemingly indifferent to Ning Chuan's situation. It was clear from his expression that he was indeed very concerned about Ning Chuan. Garp knew Ning Chuan's potential and believed he might not necessarily lose to Akainu. But he also understood that no matter who it was, even himself, when facing the absolute power of Akainu's magma fruit, there might be moments of helplessness. This kid is really playing a big game. Even steel would have been refined after being in magma for so long. Garp's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The surrounding high-ranking Navy officers, including Akiji and those vice admirals, also fell into silence. In their hearts, there was both admiration for Ning Chuan and concern for his current situation. Meanwhile, as everyone focused on Ning Chuan's life and death, Ning Chuan was swimming in the sea of lava that emerged from Akainu's body. It was the first time he had elementalized his body, and he found the sensation quite marvelous. He transformed into a lava element, swimming in the ocean of lava. Every drop of lava seemed to be penetrated and controlled by Ning Chuan, becoming a part of himself. While experiencing this wonderful feeling, Ning Chuan also does not forget to continue improving his control over the lava fruit ability. System, begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the lava fruit ability for 5 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully using and experiencing the lava fruit ability for 50,000 minutes of cultivation return. The host's lava fruit ability has seen a huge improvement. System, continue the settlement. With each settlement, the cultivation returns keep coming in. Ning Chuan discovered that his control over the lava was becoming stronger and stronger. Looking at the lava surrounding his body, a sudden interesting idea popped into Ning Chuan's mind. He wanted to control the lava and make it flow back into Akainu's body. Without hesitation, he set to work. Under Ning Chuan's control, the sea of lava beneath him actually started to flow back into Akainu's body. The observing high-ranking Navy officials all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. They knew that Akainu, starting to absorb the lava, seemed to indicate that this battle was coming to an end. However, it appeared that Akainu had won. Yet, what no one could guess was that the lava flowing back was not Akainu's intention. At that moment, Akainu was taken aback by the returning lava. What is going on? How could this lava be flowing back into my body? I didn't control it. Could it be, without any hesitation, Akainu quickly severed his connection with the lava? He was afraid that Ning Chuan might use some unimaginable means against him through the lava. Ning Chuan's sudden move truly made him feel an unprecedented threat. If it weren't for the numerous high-ranking Navy officials watching, Akainu didn't want to show any signs of weakness in front of them. Otherwise, he would have already opened his mouth in shock to ask Ning Chuan, what was going on? What the hell happened? Could it be that all this lava flowing back into my body is being controlled by you, kid? As the lava on the sea gradually sank to the bottom and disappeared from sight, the duel between Ning Chuan and Akainu has finally come to an end. The battlefield is silent, and the sea has finally returned to calm. None of the onlookers can definitively say who the winner of this battle is. At this moment, Akainu's face is a mix of emotions, fluctuating between shock at Ning Chuan's unique abilities and frustration at his own failure to win. A rare seriousness can be seen in Akainu's eyes, something that is almost never witnessed. In contrast, Ning Chuan appears exceptionally relaxed, as if the fierce battle they just had was merely a routine training session for him. Observing the strangely colored Akainu and the remarkably calm Ning Chuan, Akiji suddenly feels an urge to test Ning Chuan's strength. He wants to know what peculiar traits this young man possesses that could provoke such an unusual reaction from someone like Akainu, who usually gives him a headache. However, upon seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of those around him, Akiji realizes that now is not the right time to challenge Ning Chuan. Therefore, he decides to wait until nightfall to find an appropriate moment to meet Ning Chuan after successfully mastering the abilities of the magma fruit. Ning Chuan's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Akiji and Sengoku. These two strongest forces in the Navy both possessed formidable devil fruit abilities, the Ice fruit and the human fruit. Buddha form, Akiji's Ice Age and Sengoku's transformation into a golden Buddha greatly enhanced their combat power, making Ning Chuan extremely envious of these abilities. However, Ning Chuan knew that he probably wouldn't be able to acquire such powers today. A Marine admiral had already made a move, but failed to capture him. If another admiral, or even the fleet admiral personally intervened and still couldn't take him down, the Navy would truly lose face. To prevent such a situation from occurring, Sengoku would not allow anyone to engage with Ning Chuan again. Clap, clap, clap. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Few can withstand Akainu for so long and remain unscathed on the vast sea. This battle has truly opened our eyes. Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Both Ning Chuan and Akainu could understand the meaning behind Sengoku's words. So, the two of them tacitly stopped fighting, showing no intention to continue. However, at this moment, Akainu's gaze towards Ning Chuan was quite strange. He still couldn't figure out how Ning Chuan managed to use the lava fruit's power. Therefore, Akainu decided that if he had the chance to meet Ning Chuan alone, he would definitely get to the bottom of this issue. Ning Chuan, my young friend, I suppose after that battle, you must be a bit tired? How about we go back to the conference room to rest for a while? We can discuss the plans for capturing the clown buggy. Hearing Sengoku's sincere invitation, Ning Chuan shook his head with a smile and said seriously, Admiral Sengoku, this should be a secret of your Navy, so I'll refrain from getting involved as an outsider. Moreover, having just gone through a great battle, I need to go back and rest for a while. If you need help later, just let me know, and I will do my best to assist you. Seeing Ning Chuan say this, Sengoku had no choice but to let him leave for now. As Ning Chuan departed, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh internally. It was truly regrettable to let such a promising Navy recruit go like this. After Ning Chuan left, the senior Navy officials returned to the temporary conference room. Sitting in the middle, Sengoku keenly noticed the strange expression on Akainu's face that was hard to conceal. He knew that Akainu was not someone who would easily show emotions, especially in this situation. After a brief meeting to discuss the upcoming tasks, the meeting was adjourned. When everyone dispersed and only a few high-ranking officials remained in the room, Sengoku approached Akainu with curiosity and asked, Akainu, what exactly happened? Why does your face look so grim? Upon hearing this, Akainu hesitated. He couldn't help but recall the strange phenomena during his confrontation with Ning Chuan, especially the way Ning Chuan suddenly demonstrated the power of the magma fruit. The control he had over the magma was almost on par with Akainu's own abilities after consuming the magma fruit. However, Akainu knew very well that without solid evidence, it would be hard for others to believe him. But now, since it was Sengoku who asked him, he hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubts. Admiral, Akainu's voice was grave. It seems that Ning Chuan has some understanding of the power of the magma fruit, and he can even mimic part of its abilities. Hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Ning Chuan can use the abilities of the magma fruit? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Sengoku's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. After all, this was incredibly shocking. One of the common knowledge of the sea is that the ability of a devil fruit can only be mastered by one person and is unique. Unless that person dies, the ability will remain with them forever and cannot be transferred. Yet now, Akainu said that Ning Chuan could use his magma fruit powers. This was truly a challenge to his understanding. Akainu nodded, but then shook his head. It's not exactly the same, but I can be sure that he has indeed mastered part of the magma fruit's abilities. As for how he did it, I have no idea. Seeing that Akainu wasn't joking, Sengoku pondered for a moment and then looked at Aokiji and Garp seriously. Everyone, let's not disclose this matter for the time being. It may be related to why Ning Chuan is so powerful. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Only Aokiji felt a different thought arise in his mind. The ability to mimic others' devil fruit powers? Then I definitely need to meet this kid. After Ning Chuan returned to the ship, he recounted the thrilling battle he had with Akainu to Nami and the other two. Listening to Ning Chuan's heart-pounding story, Nami, Noki, and Kuina couldn't help but feel anxious for him. They all approached and pulled up Ning Chuan's shirt to carefully check for any injuries. It wasn't until the three of them had thoroughly examined Ning Chuan and confirmed that he was unhurt that they finally relaxed. Thus, Ning Chuan stayed on the ship with Nami and the others. The four of them played the mahjong that Ning Chuan invented. It wasn't until the evening that Nami and the others had fallen asleep. Ning Chuan seemed to sense something and suddenly sat up from his bed. He leaped out of the cabin and arrived on the deck. It wasn't until he saw the bicycle that was parked on the surface of the sea that he stopped. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. I didn't expect Admiral Aokiji to be so interested in an ordinary little guy like me, to be able to fight to a standstill with an admiral at such a young age. I think anyone would be curious. Aokiji smiled and looked up at Ning Chuan. Continuing, however, the fact that you could guess my purpose for coming here shows that you're quite interesting. Kid, I like it. Ning Chuan didn't show any expression in response to Aokiji's compliment, still maintaining a smiling demeanor. Did you come here just for this? Is there nothing else? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's question, Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Well, you little brat, didn't he even guess this too? Did you? Tomorrow, the warlord will invite you to join the operation to capture the clown buggy. If you're interested, you can come along with the warship tomorrow. After hearing what he wanted from Aokiji, Ning Chuan's smile grew even more pronounced, as if he had already anticipated that this would happen. Looking at the confident smile on Ning Chuan's face, Aokiji understood that this kid was truly extraordinary, to have even guessed this event. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. After all, the Navy had mobilized such a large force this time, clearly aimed at Baki. With this thought in mind, Aokiji also revealed a hint of a smile. He extended his hand towards Ning Chuan and invited, "How about we go over there and have a chat? I'm quite curious about you right now." Seeing Aokiji's eager demeanor, Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Ning Chuan unexpectedly asked him a question. "By the way, I have a question. What is Buggy's current bounty for taking down a celestial dragon?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Aokiji was clearly taken aback. Then a smile appeared on his face, thinking to himself, as expected of a child, still concerned about the bounty. Does he want to snatch Buggy away amidst the Navy's encirclement to claim the bounty? After pondering for a moment, Aokiji directly spoke. "That clown Buggy is incredibly bold, actually taking down a celestial dragon. Moreover, he seems to possess a powerful split fruit ability that can make everything around him shatter into pieces. Considering his danger level, the world government has set his bounty at 3.5 billion berries." Upon hearing this bounty amount, Ning Chuan was not surprised. It was not far from his initial guess. Yes, over 3 billion is enough to settle the score with Garp. However, with Buggy's luck, it seems this time it won't be so easy to catch him, right? Ning Chuan thought for a moment and smiled slightly. He felt not the slightest bit of guilt for the bounty criminal he had created himself. Shall we go over there and have a discussion? Seeing that Ning Chuan seemed to have no other questions, Qingji invited him once again. Ning Chuan nodded, flew out directly, and followed behind Qingji's bicycle. They only stopped when they reached a position far enough from the gathering place of the fleet. "I think this place is quite nice. What about you?" Qingji said, freezing his bicycle on the surface of the sea and smiling at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't care where to fight. As long as it didn't disturb Nami and the others' rest, it was fine. Aokiji's gaze fell on Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. This kid Ning Chuan, who can hold his own against his arch-nemesis Akainu in battle, truly makes him feel an unprecedented sense of anticipation. "Ning Chuan, I heard Akainu say that in your duel with him, you used the power of the magma fruit? So, does that mean you're now able to use the abilities of the magma fruit?" Hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. He did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. After all, it was only a matter of time before his abilities were exposed. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. Seeing that Ning Chuan had directly and generously admitted it, Akiji raised an eyebrow, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Ning Chuan to admit it so straightforwardly. It seemed he was quite confident in his abilities. Well then, Akiji paused and continued. No wonder Admiral Garp said you might be plotting something. It turns out to be like this. If that's the case after our battle, will you also be able to master the powers of my ice fruit? I'm very curious about what fruit you actually ate. Hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and did not directly answer Akiji's question. If he didn't want to answer, that was fine. Everyone has their own secrets. Let's start sparring. Akiji looked at Ning Chuan's position and smiled slightly. Then, he placed his palm on the surface of the sea. Before Ning Chuan could react to what kind of move he was about to use, Akiji suddenly murmured, Ice Age. Akiji showed no hesitation or carelessness. He immediately used his signature move. In the next moment, the aura of Ice Age instantly radiated outward from him. A terrifying cold wave quickly swept across the entire sea area, causing the turbulent sea surface to rapidly freeze into a thick layer of ice, trapping Ning Chuan within it. Akiji's action truly caught Ning Chuan off guard. Starting with such a powerful move disrupted Ning Chuan's plan for a gradual contest. However, Ning Chuan did not lose his composure due to Akiji's use of Ice Age right from start. Instead, he immediately employed his armament Haki for defense. At the moment he was frozen into an ice sculpture, he slightly moved his lips and murmured, System, begin calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Haki to withstand freezing for 10 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The training calculation begins now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 100,000-second cultivation return for withstanding freezing with Haki. The host's resistance to freezing has been significantly enhanced. System, continue calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Haki to withstand freezing. System, continue calculation. As Ning Chuan continued to initiate calculations through the system regarding his resistance to freezing, not long after, Ning Chuan felt that his body had already adapted to the extremely low temperature within the ice layer. It was almost exactly the same as in a normal environment. Now, the side effects of his freezing ability had become ineffective against Ning Chuan. Having gained immunity to freezing, Ning Chuan began to set his sights on the freezing fruit ability. System, start calculating the freezing fruit I observed. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the freezing fruit ability for 8 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 80,000 seconds of cultivation return for observing the freezing fruit ability. Akiji thought that by using the Ice Age, he could freeze Ning Chuan in place instantly. He originally believed that this would prevent Ning Chuan from secretly learning his freezing fruit ability. However, what Akiji did not anticipate was, Ning Chuan's abilities are truly beyond his imagination. At this moment, Ning Chuan is continuously conducting system settlements amidst layers of ice, until he heard from the system that your mastery of the frozen fruit ability has greatly improved. Ning Chuan's lips finally curved into a faint smile. At that moment, Ning Chuan's state of mind became extraordinarily calm. He was silently feeling the power of the frozen world. Gradually, he seemed to merge with this frozen realm. Elementalization, Ning Chuan silently whispered. The next moment, Ning Chuan's figure appeared from the frozen position, merging with the countless layers of ice. Where did this kid go? Feeling Ning Chuan suddenly vanish from his control, Akiji's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He could never have imagined how Ning Chuan managed to disappear from right in front of him. If Ning Chuan had used the power of Haki to break through the ice, Akiji wouldn't have been so surprised. But now, seeing Ning Chuan vanish into thin air under the effect of his frozen fruits ability was something that he simply couldn't understand. Just as Akiji was in a daze, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger coming from the ice around him. No way. This kid, could it be before Akiji could finish his thought? A familiar voice rang in his ear. Ice Age. Upon hearing those words, Akiji instantly felt something was off. However, before he could evade, a stronger freezing power surged towards him like a torrent, encasing him completely in ice. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan slowly walked out from the side of the ice layer, standing right in front of him. Admiral Akiji, what do you think of my freezing fruit ability? Ning Chuan stared motionlessly at the spot where Akiji was frozen, a smile on his face as he spoke. Crack! With a crisp sound, the somewhat disheveled Akiji broke through the ice layer and walked out, looking shocked. You brat. You actually have control over the ice-size fruit ability that rivals mine? You just elementalized your way out of that, didn't you? Listening to Akiji's astonished words, Ning Chuan didn't answer, just smiled and nodded. Good kid. Your ability is truly impressive. You managed to master my ice-size fruit ability in such a short time. At this moment, Akiji felt that his worldview had been somewhat overturned. He had used the ice-size fruit ability for so many years, yet in just a few dozen minutes, a child had successfully mastered it and reached a level similar to his own. He felt as if all those years had been in vain. Since this kid could master my ice-size fruit ability in such a short time, he must also have a comparable grasp of Akainu's magma fruit ability. In that case, I fear it would be very difficult for me to win against him. Thinking of this, Akiji felt that there was no need to continue the fight. Ning Chuan has the ability of 2 devil fruits in hand. Furthermore, he is very proficient in his freezing fruit ability. If this continues, the one who will lose is likely to be him. At this moment, Akiji seems to understand why Akainu showed such a strange expression during the day. What kind of devil fruit did this kid eat? He can master 2 top-tier natural-type fruit abilities in just one day. Looking at Ning Chuan, who has been standing there with a hint of a smile on his face, Akiji's heart once again rises with a bit of doubt. However, this doubt probably has no one to answer it. Akiji, are you still going to fight? Seeing the eager expression on Ning Chuan's face, Akiji hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. No more fighting. You kid are too crafty, able to learn others' fruit abilities. Without the advantage of the freezing fruit, it's hard to win against you. Akiji is much more generous than Akainu, directly admitting that he cannot take down Ning Chuan. However, perhaps it is because there are no spectators that he can act so freely. Hearing Akiji's words, Ning Chuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Great, no more fighting, how boring. Akiji rolled his eyes and thought, what do you mean no more fighting? You've already fought 2 Marine admirals in one day and even stole their abilities. Isn't that enough? Do you want to fight the Marine Fleet Admiral too? If Ning Chuan knew Akiji's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely nod seriously with a smile. After all, Sengoku's human fruit, Buddha form, is also a power that Ning Chuan very much desires. Cough cough. You kid really give me a headache. If you really want to continue fighting, then come with our Marine Fleet tomorrow. The Marines are going to capture the clown buggy, and as far as I know, quite a few subordinates of the 4 emperors from the New World have come this time. You should have a chance to make a move then. After saying this information, Akiji got on his bicycle without looking back, heading back to where he came from. Watching Akiji's departing figure, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. The subordinates of the 4 emperors from the New World seems a bit boring. If the 4 emperors themselves came, that would be much more interesting. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Gently pushing aside the Nami sisters who were cuddled up to him, wiping the drool that had flowed from their mouths while sleeping, Ning Chuan walked out of his room. Looking at Kuna, who had already come to the deck to practice swordsmanship, Ning Chuan revealed a faint smile on his face. He walked to Guena's side and pointed out a few places where her sword practice was lacking. This made the somewhat shy Guena's face turn slightly red. Just as Ning Chuan was about to perform a set of kunka boxing exercises beside Guena, suddenly, Tina's patrol boat arrived next to their small boat. Tina, dressed in a naval uniform and looking quite dashing, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise upon seeing the 2 early risers on Ning Chuan's small boat. Then she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No wonder Ning Chuan's strength is so impressive. To practice so early, that kind of determination is indeed beyond his peers. But to be honest, this kid is quite good looking. If he grows a bit more, with his strength and appearance, he might steal the hearts of many girls. While Tina was gazing at Ning Chuan, he also noticed her. After a moment of eye contact, for some reason, Tina suddenly felt her face getting a bit flushed. Tina, what are you thinking? He asked, just a kid. Don't forget your mission this time. Tina slapped her face hard to snap out of her strange state. She looked at Ning Chuan, who was practicing a strange set of boxing techniques, and shouted, Captain Ning Chuan, the Navy's operation to capture Buggy is about to begin. Admiral Sengoku sent me to guide you. Miss Tina, then I'll trouble you. Ning Chuan replied, if possible, could you come aboard our ship to help us steer? Our helmsman is still dreaming. Thinking about Nami and her sister, who were still asleep and shouldn't be disturbed, he also hadn't finished his morning practice of kunka boxing. Ning Chuan had no choice but to ask Tina to help him with this small task. After all, having a fragrant naval flower to assist him in operating the boat was certainly a scene that would make the Marines envious. Does Captain Ning Chuan need help? Without a second thought, Tina called over her guards and assigned them the task. Then she quickly flew to the bow of the ship, landing steadily on Ning Chuan's small boat with just a few steps. Watching Tina fly directly onto his boat, Ning Chuan was taken aback. Ning Chuan directly extended his hand to Tina to express his gratitude. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Tina." Tina's hand was very smooth, showing no signs of roughness due to the rigorous training of the Navy. It seemed that she took good care of herself. "Not a trouble at all, not at all. It's my honor to help Captain Ning Chuan sail." Ever since Tina learned yesterday that Ning Chuan had actually fought to a standstill against Admiral Akainu, she unconsciously developed a respect for him. After all, that was Admiral Akainu, as a member of the Navy headquarters, who didn't know how formidable Admiral Akainu was. And yet, a kid like Ning Chuan was able to achieve such a feat. It was truly surprising. If I could receive guidance from Ning Chuan, that would be even better. I also want to become as strong as Ning Chuan. While Tina was steering the ship, she watched Ning Chuan practicing his strange boxing moves. What kind of boxing was Ning Chuan practicing? It looked so peculiar. Tina stared at Ning Chuan's boxing for a long time. She really couldn't figure out what was so powerful about this style. It must be that my skill level isn't high enough to discern the strengths and weaknesses of this set of moves, right? I definitely need to ask Ning Chuan for advice sometime. I want to see if he can teach me this set of boxing moves so I can practice it too. After sailing on the sea for a long time, the telephone bug hanging on Tina's waist suddenly rang. "Gulu Gulu. Hello, this is Tina." After a brief exchange, Tina excitedly shouted to Ning Chuan, who was lying on the deck enjoying a massage from the Nami sisters. "Captain Ning Chuan, the Navy has successfully defeated numerous pirates and has surrounded Buggy, the clown's ship. Not long ago, the Navy's main fleet quickly gathered based on intelligence and surrounded Buggy and his pirate crew. During this time, Buggy had recruited a large number of pirates due to his immense fame from defeating the celestial dragons, even forming a massive fleet. Half of the Navy's warships were too afraid to attack alone. Relying on his numerical and ship advantages, Buggy had repelled several naval assaults. However, this time, the Navy united with several major kingdoms and dispatched a large number of ships, successfully surrounding Buggy's fleet on the sea. With the outbreak of intense naval battles, Buggy's numerous subordinates, facing the overwhelming offensive of the Navy, were almost completely wiped out. The elite naval fleet quickly dismantled Buggy's defenses with their powerful firepower. In the end, only one of Buggy's main ships remained, while the rest were either captured or sunk by cannon fire. However, when the Navy's ships were less than a few kilometers from Buggy's flagship, none dared to approach easily. After all, according to intelligence from Navy specialists, within a kilometer range of Buggy's fleet, one would be subjected to the terrifying power of his chop-chop fruit. As a result, all the Navy personnel were on high alert regarding Buggy's powers. Thus, a stalemate formed on the sea. The Navy wanted to capture Buggy alive, but didn't dare to move forward. After hearing the situation report from Tina, Ning Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly amused. "Baki, what the hell do you know about fragmentation?" It seemed that the last time I used my fragmentation ability against the Celestial Dragon's warship, it scared these guys quite a bit. Just as Ning Chuan was about to burst out laughing, Tina's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Ning Chuan, do you want to go check out what's ahead?" Hearing Tina's words, Ning Chuan looked at Nami and the other three. After noticing that they all had expressions of anticipation on their faces, Ning Chuan nodded with a smile. "Let's go and see what's going on." Tina's application had just been reported, and the voice of approval for the release came from the Naval Command Room. Just like that, under the watch of one naval warship after another, Ning Chuan's small boat swaggered through the midst of giant ships, making some naval officers with low ranks, who were not qualified to get close to the front lines, envious. Colonel Tina, thanks to Ning Chuan, was able to come to the front lines, which made her very excited. It's important to note that among those on the front lines, aside from the elite soldiers engaged in combat, the lowest rank of officer was that of a lieutenant general. How could she, as a colonel, not be thrilled to enter such a battlefield? Thus, Tina accompanied Ning Chuan and the other three as they stepped into the highest command room of the Navy. All the way there, Tina was naturally very excited. Seeing the extremely enthusiastic Tina, Ning Chuan reached out and patted her small hand to comfort her. Guena was also a bit excited after all. It was her first time on such a large ship. However, she was more curious than anything else. Nami and Nojiko, on the other hand, were filled with curiosity. The two of them had previously boarded a celestial dragon's giant ship and seen the world's most luxurious vessels. Therefore, when they saw the Navy's largest warship, the initial shock was gone. "Report, Marshal. Captain Ning Chuan has arrived." Upon seeing Sengoku, Tina was visibly a little excited. Sengoku nodded at her. However, when he saw Ning Chuan holding Tina's small hand, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This kid, could it be that he has his eyes on our Navy's flower? Sengoku was somewhat familiar with Tina. After all, she was regarded by Navy soldiers as the most beautiful thorn flower in the military. But looking at Tina's current demeanor, where was the thorny appearance? However, Sengoku did not pay too much attention to these small matters. He looked at Ning Chuan and the three beside him, silently nodding in his heart. Then he looked at Ning Chuan and said seriously, Ning Chuan, their SA mission, and I wonder if you can help. We have already annihilated Buggy's fleet, but there is still one Buggy with formidable strength left. His abilities are extremely terrifying, seemingly able to shatter everything. At this point, Sengoku's expression was more serious than ever. In addition, it seemed that there were some powerful individuals from the New World hidden on his ship. I hope you can cooperate with the two admirals to capture this dangerous guy alive. The only requirement of the mission is to capture Buggy alive. Everyone else can be eliminated. Hearing Sengoku's words, a look of surprise appeared on Ning Chuan's face. But in his heart, he was already overjoyed. Capturing Buggy, and two admirals are not enough? Ha! If they knew Buggy's true strength, wouldn't that drive him crazy? Marshal Sengoku, I think capturing Buggy is something I can do alone. No need to trouble the two admirals. As soon as Ning Chuan's words came out, everyone in the upper echelons of the Navy had a look of astonishment on their faces. Akainu and Akiji's expressions also darkened significantly at this moment, especially Akainu, who looked at Ning Chuan with a hint of anger in his eyes. What does this kid mean? Does he really think he can match up to the two of us admirals? Just as Akainu was about to speak up to say that he could also take down Buggy by himself, Sengoku reached out to stop him and turned to Ning Chuan, saying seriously, Ning Chuan, are you sure you want to go capture Buggy by yourself? He is an extremely dangerous individual. The power of the split fruit he possesses is terrifying, as it seems capable of splitting anything that comes close to him. Listening to Sengoku's words, Ning Chuan almost laughed out loud. How much back he weighed, others might not know, but Ning Chuan was very clear about it. Plus, with Baki's boldness, let alone both admirals attacking together. Even if just one of them, Akainu or Akiji, casually approached, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Admiral Sengoku, it's fine. I'll go test the waters first, and if it really doesn't work out, you can send in the two admirals to help me. Seeing Ning Chuan's determined expression, Sengoku didn't say much more. After all, he believed that young people should experience more situations and get some training. I'll give you an hour. If you really can't take down Baki, stop and don't take any risks. Sengoku showed a fatherly demeanor and earnestly reminded Ning Chuan. All the high-ranking Navy officers could see that he genuinely valued this young man. Thunderfire sword, as Ning Chuan softly called out. A uniquely styled long sword instantly flew from Ning Chuan's small boat to his side. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the sword, thinking that enemies were attacking, with some even assuming defensive stances. But when they saw the sword hovering beside Ning Chuan, they realized it seemed to be his weapon. They looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, with both hands behind his back, and stepped onto the blade of the Thunderfire sword. Go! As soon as the word go was spoken, in the next moment, the Thunderfire sword actually carried Ning Chuan and flew directly toward the distant small boat of Buggy. Everyone was once again shocked by this scene. This sword can actually be used like this? Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji looked at the Thunderfire sword under Ning Chuan's feet, slightly stunned. Good kid, when you fought with us yesterday, you actually didn't use your full strength? You didn't even use your weapon? Ning Chuan's sword flight was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the danger zone listed in the naval intelligence. At this moment, the high-ranking naval officers on the ship were watching Ning Chuan with extreme tension. They knew that Ning Chuan had now entered the danger zone, and there was a risk of being torn apart by the Pakistani forces at any moment. However, just when everyone was filled with worry, Ning Chuan didn't slow down at all, charging straight to the side of Buggy's pirate ship. He stood in midair, stepping on the Thunderfire sword, looking down from a height at Buggy's ship. Did Ning Chuan really just pass through the danger zone? Was the fearsome Buggy not attacking him? No, I don't think that's it. It must be that Ning Chuan's Haki is too powerful, and Buggy's fruit ability can't break through his Haki defense for the time being. However, this should have a time limit. Even Ning Chuan probably can't hold out for long. I hope he can take down Buggy before his Haki runs out. As for the concerns of the high-ranking Navy officials, if Ning Chuan heard them, he would probably laugh out loud. He stared at Buggy's pirate ship for a while and then shouted loudly down below, "Red-nosed Buggy, come out. We agreed before, and now I'm here to collect what you owe." Buggy, who was hiding in the captain's cabin, was first taken aback when he heard Ning Chuan's familiar voice. Then his face turned full of rage. Ignoring the advice of his subordinates, he rushed out of the cabin, pointing at Ning Chuan in the sky and cursing, "Ning Chuan, you little brat. Ever since you forced me to chop up the celestial dragon last time, do you know how I've been getting through these days? I want to kill you. Buggy pulled out a throwing knife from his waist and hurled it at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan smiled slightly at him. With a flick of his hand, he swatted away the flying daggers aimed at him. Don't frame me, you guy. You clearly killed him. So what do you mean I forced you? The photos of you slaying the celestial dragon have already spread all over the world. Ning Chuan would have been fine not mentioning this matter. But once it was brought up, Buggy's anger surged even more than before, to the point where his body felt like it was falling apart. In the distance, the high-ranking naval officers were watching Ning Chuan battle Buggy through binoculars. When they saw Buggy's body suddenly split apart, they all thought that Buggy had activated his ability and was ready to fight Ning Chuan with all his might. At that moment, Sengoku and the others were sweating for Ning Chuan, hoping his Haki could withstand Buggy's terrifying fruit ability. However, what they all didn't know was that Buggy's body had suddenly split apart simply because he was enraged by Ning Chuan. Buggy, will you surrender voluntarily, or will I make you surrender? Choose one of these two options. Ning Chuan had a mischievous grin on his face. Seeing the smile on Ning Chuan's face, Buggy instinctively took several steps back. I am not afraid of you. No matter how powerful you are, I'm not scared of you now. Buggy yelled at Ning Chuan. Then, as if he had made a certain decision in his heart, he shouted towards the ship's cabin behind him. Lord Kreja, I agree to your conditions. I will marry Lady Big Mom. Just save me already. I don't want to be captured by this brat and handed over to the Navy. Following Buggy's outburst, a pirate with purple hair, tall and strong, and carrying a huge blade at his waist suddenly emerged from the ship's cabin. Behind him, a group of seemingly tough characters followed out. Seeing these people, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. One of the three commanders of Big Mom's pirate crew. Kreja? Interesting. However, what was even more interesting was what Buggy just said, as if he wanted to be your father. Buggy hasn't even married Big Mom yet, and you're already preparing to be filial to him? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Kreja was so angry that his whole body trembled. He drew the large sword from his waist and pointed it at Ning Chuan, shouting angrily, You dare make a joke about my mother? I'm going to kill you. Ning Chuan directly ignored Kelly Jia's threat and instead looked at Baki beside him, laughing inwardly. Baki, this guy, truly deserves to be called a lucky person. He really found an alternative path in a desperate situation. However, the person you encountered is me. Kelly Jia on the side noticed that Ning Chuan seemed to care little about him, and his anger surged even more than before. You are looking for death. Cookie soldiers, take him down. At that moment, Kelly Jia no longer hesitated. He directly used his cookie fruit ability to create a large number of cookie soldiers and launch an attack on Ning Chuan. Regarding Kelly Jia's cookie fruit ability, Ning Chuan, who was familiar with the plot, naturally understood it very well. The cookies created by the cookie fruit can not only serve as food, but also as armor and Kelly Jia substitutes. After being made into armor, the hardness of the cookies would increase significantly, even comparable to the hardness of ordinary armed color Haki. Even as substitutes, they possess a certain fighting ability. However, no matter how powerful Kelly Jia's cookie fruit is, it still seems inadequate in front of Ning Chuan. Looking at the large number of cookie soldiers charging toward him, Ning Chuan stood in the air without moving at all. The thunderfire sword beneath his feet directly launched an attack on the cookie soldiers. A sword? Looking at the incoming thunderfire sword, Kreja was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a magical sword that could fly in the sky without human control. Could it be a sword that has eaten a devil fruit? Kreja had heard a rumor that weapons like swords could also eat devil fruits. Therefore, he treated Ning Chuan's thunderfire sword as a sword that had consumed a devil fruit. Just a weapon that has eaten a devil fruit, nothing extraordinary. To think you could deal with me using just a sword, you really underestimate me. Kreja looked at the thunderfire sword flying toward him. He first snorted coldly and then casually drew his giant sword to stab the thunderfire sword. The thunderfire sword was certainly not an easy opponent. It showed no hesitation at Kreja's contempt and flew high into the air, slicing directly at Kreja. This strike from the thunderfire sword used all its power. The forces of thunder and lava erupted from the sword in an instant. Feeling the oppressive force, Kreja immediately sensed a great danger approaching him. He dared not be careless and immediately used his strongest armament Haki to defend. However, he felt that this alone was not enough. In almost an instant, over 100 compressed cookie armors appeared in front of him. He had almost reached his limit in defending against this strike from the thunderfire sword. However, all of this proved to be futile. If it were so easy to withstand the full force attack of the enraged thunderfire sword, it would not be called a weapon that surpasses the supreme great knife. as the thunderfire sword struck down fiercely. The dual forces of thunder and lava tore through Kriege's layered defenses. A terrifying sword intent continuously spread from a long sword. A beam of sword light directly sliced through Kriege's armament Haki used for defense. Kriege suddenly felt a lightness in his arms. By the time he reacted, he realized that both of his arms, along with the giant sword he held, had been severed in an instant by a single sword. A large amount of blood gushed out from Kriege's severed arms, splattering all over Buggy, who was standing nearby. What? One of the 3 generals under the 4 emperors, Kriege, was actually defeated? And by a single sword? This guy Ning Chuan didn't even lift a finger? Has his strength become even stronger? Buggy, splattered with Kriege's blood, had an incredulous expression on his face. In his view, capturing a small Ning Chuan was something Kriege could easily handle. However, it seemed that the one being captured was Kriege. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel watching from a distance with binoculars showed a hint of excitement on their faces when they saw Kriege's arm being easily severed by Ning Chuan's thunderfire sword. The subordinates Buggy borrowed from Big Mom had already lost their arms to Ning Chuan. Next, would it be Buggy's turn? Amazing. Ning Chuan. It seemed that Ning Chuan could secure a solid victory in this battle. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Hearing the cheers from the surrounding Marines, the high-ranking Navy officials displayed strange expressions. Wasn't Buggy very strong? But why did he show a timid demeanor when facing Ning Chuan? Also, after Kriege appeared, Buggy suddenly became excited and arrogant. But once Kriege lost his arms, he seemed to wilt again. This didn't seem like the behavior of a strong person at all. And what about that devil fruit power that could split everything? Why hadn't Buggy used it yet? With so many questions, Sengoku, Garp, and the 2 admirals, Akiji and Akainu, along with numerous vice admirals, found it hard to understand. So, they had to pick up their binoculars again to continue watching the battle. Ning Chuan looked at Kelly Jia, who had lost both arms. After a cold laugh, he landed directly on the deck. At this moment, Kelly Jia was enduring the excruciating pain of losing his arms. Using his biscuit fruit ability, he turned the wound into biscuit form, forcibly stopping the blood. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. What skill is relying on a sword? If you have the ability, come at me. Kelly Jia's harsh words were not yet finished. Ning Chuan's armed-colored fist slammed hard onto his front teeth, shattering all his teeth into pieces. He didn't even have a chance to defend with armed color. Stop complaining about this. You're about to enter the underwater prison to play with Jack. Enjoy your time of freedom outside a bit longer. However, your ability to fill your stomach shouldn't go to waste. Just as the words were spoken, Ning Chuan directly stepped forward and broke Kelly Jia's 2 legs to prevent him from escaping. Then, he looked at the almost dumbfounded Baki. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and spoke in his mind. System, start calculating the ability of the biscuit fruit that I just observed. Congratulations, host, for successfully observing the ability of the biscuit fruit for 30 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 300,000 seconds of observing the biscuit fruit's ability. The host's understanding of the biscuit fruit's ability has improved. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the ability of the biscuit fruit for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 100,000 seconds of using the biscuit fruit's ability. The host can also skillfully use the ability of the biscuit fruit. Upon hearing the system say that he can already skillfully use the ability of the biscuit fruit, Ning Chuan then stopped the continuous settlement. For Ning Chuan, the cookie fruit is not a particularly strong ability. It's enough to just have it. As long as he can generate cookies at critical moments, that's all that matters. In terms of combat power, the ability of the cookie fruit is certainly inferior to that of other main combat fruits. After Ning Chuan collected the cookies he generated, Kriege, who was nearby, was dumbfounded. He felt a bit dizzy. He actually saw Ning Chuan using his devil fruit ability to generate a large pile of cookies. And Buggy, who had already witnessed Ning Chuan's abilities, was still very shocked at this moment. But since he had experienced this scene before, he was much better off than Kriege. How can you use my devil fruit ability? Kriege, heavily injured and lying on the ground, unable to move, stared intensely at Ning Chuan, seemingly trying to uncover the secret behind him. However, Ning Chuan didn't want to waste time talking to him and directly commanded the thunderfire sword, Take this guy to Garp. As Ning Chuan's words fell, He took advantage of Kelly Jia's moment of inattention and kicked him off the ship into the sea. With a splash, Kelly Jia instantly deflated, just when he thought he was about to sink to the bottom and drown. The thunderfire sword that had just severed his hands suddenly whooshed and flew to his side. It pierced into his shoulder blade, lifting him out of the water and heading straight for the warship where Garp and the others were. With a loud bang, the thunderfire sword unceremoniously dropped Kelly Jia from the air, crashing down among the gathering high-ranking Navy officers on the deck. He landed right in front of Garp. Is this considered settling my debt? This kid. Garp looked at Kelly Jia lying in front of him, then glanced at the thunderfire sword that had flown back to Ning Chuan's side. A hint of helplessness appeared on Garp's face. One of the calamities, Jack, and one of the three admirals, Kelly Jia. Together, their bounties totaled nearly 1.9 billion berries, and the agreement Ning Chuan had made with him was for a bounty of 3 billion berries on a criminal. It hadn't been long, and already over half had been repaid. It seemed that the 3 billion at the time was indeed set too low. Garp sighed helplessly. If he could go back to when he made the bet with Ning Chuan, he would at least have to demand a bounty of 5 billion for the criminal. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. After sending Kelly Jia away, Ning Chuan looked at the trembling Baki and chuckled. I said, Baki, it seems no one can save you now, right? I think you should stop resisting, because my strength is many times greater than it was before. Ning Chuan smiled as he extended both hands. One hand was spewing scorching lava, while the other was emanating a chilling cold. Seeing Ning Chuan simultaneously wield two powerful devil fruit abilities, Buggy's heart sank. Buggy knew that if he continued to stubbornly resist, it would only lead to his own suffering. Ning Chuan is not someone he can handle. Hearing the sound of Baki surrendering, Ning Chuan finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that your good luck is about to come to an end. Just as Ning Chuan was preparing to capture Baki and hand him over to the Navy, suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from the distant naval fleet. A giant pirate ship, flying a flag with 3 scar marks, had broken through numerous naval blockades and was charging towards the center of the battlefield. Hearing the commotion, Ning Chuan turned around. When he saw the pirate flag hanging on that giant ship, Ning Chuan suddenly froze for a moment. He looked back at Buggy with some disbelief and said, Wow, red-nosed guy, your luck seems a bit scary. Shanks actually came to save you? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Buggy was instantly stunned. What? Who is coming to save me? You mean Shanks? Buggy, somewhat incredulous, looked in the direction Ning Chuan was pointing. When he looked over, he saw a familiar figure standing at the bow of a giant ship, sailing towards him. Behind this pirate ship was the continuously frozen sea. In the sky, countless lava drops were falling. The red-haired man, standing at the bow, seemed oblivious to the attacks from the 2 marine admirals behind him, completely trusting his companions. His eyes were fixed on Buggy, who was at the center of the battlefield, smiling, with his red hair flying wildly in the sea breeze. Shanks? Buggy stared at the person at the bow for a long time before finally shouting out the name he had hated for many years. Ha ha, Buggy, it seems your situation is quite dire. As Shanks and his ship sped towards them, Shanks' voice reached the ears of both Ning Chuan and Buggy. Watching Shanks approach, the floating lightning fire sword seemed to sense a formidable enemy, trembling continuously in the air. Ning Chuan can feel it. The thunderfire sword is excited. Do you want to have a fight? Ning Chuan smiled as he looked at the thunderfire sword. The thunderfire sword showed no hesitation and flew directly into Ning Chuan's hand in perfect cooperation. Then let's go test the strength of the face fruit user. Ning Chuan grasped the thunderfire sword and smiled slightly. He then ignored the stunned Buggy and jumped off the ship, charging toward Shanks, standing at the bow of the ship. Shanks immediately sensed a wave of danger approaching. He looked in shock at the child flying toward him, unable to believe that the danger he felt was coming from this little boy. Almost in an instant, Shanks drew his beloved sword, the Griffin, from his waist. He leaped from a bow and charged toward Ning Chuan. 2 terrifying sword intents collided in the air. In their first clash, neither used Haki. It was purely a contest of sword intent, as an overwhelming sword intent emanated from their blades. Everyone nearby felt an incredibly chilling aura rising from the depths of their hearts. It felt as if someone had a sword pressed against their necks. After a clash, Shanks, with a shocked expression, fell back to the bow of his ship. His eyes fixed on Ning Chuan, who was still suspended in the air, he incredulously said, How can this kid's sword intent be so strong? And what about that sword in his hand? With these questions in mind, Shanks' ship finally stopped near Buggy's pirate ship. The 2 marine admirals, Akainu and Akiji, who had been trying to prevent Shanks from entering, also halted their steps as they approached the dangerous area marked in the marine intelligence. Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances and circumvented the dangerous area, effectively surrounding the red-haired pirates within. From then on, no matter where the red-haired pirates attempted to break out, they would face the interception of an admiral. However, to their surprise, they noticed that Shanks seemed unaffected by the terrifying abilities of the split fruit as he passed through the dangerous area. A strange expression appeared on both Akiji and Akainu's faces as they simultaneously looked at Buggy, who was standing on the pirate ship. Why was there no attack from the split fruit ability? Could it be that Buggy knows Shanks? Did Buggy call Shanks for help? This guy has quite a strong network. The presence of Kaido's subordinates, Big Mom's subordinates, and even Shanks himself in this sea area was quite unexpected. For a moment, Akainu, Akiji, and others in the temporary command center, including Sengoku, all looked at Buggy with serious expressions. They never imagined that Buggy's charisma could be this strong. Apart from the Whitebeard pirates, all three of those guys sent people to help him. A series of questions arose in the minds of the Marine High Command at this moment. However, it seemed that now was not the time to ponder these issues, as they had more pressing targets to deal with. The red-haired pirates. The Marine High Command was fully aware of the terrifying strength of the red-haired pirates, especially their captain, Shanks, who had built a formidable reputation in the New World, a place teeming with powerful individuals. He was also a super strong figure who almost became one of the 4 emperors of a New World. Although the red-haired pirates were not numerous, they followed an elite soldier approach. The combat strength of the crew members was not to be underestimated, especially with a guy whose strength was comparable to Shanks, Ben Beckman. To take them down, it would likely require a significant price. The sudden intrusion of the red-haired pirates had indeed disrupted the Marines' long-prepared capture plan. However, no matter how strong Shanks was, the Marine High Command would still set an example at this moment. In the temporary command center, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of caution in each other's eyes. They no longer hesitated and rose to encircle from 2 different directions. 4 admiral-level powerhouses completely surrounded the red-haired pirates and Buggy's pirates at this moment, especially Garp, who felt his old fists itching at the sight of Shanks. This guy who had led his grandson Luffy astray. He had to let Shanks feel the sensation of being chased again, just like back on Roger's ship. With the top combat power of the Marines fully mobilized, they surrounded them, ready to strike at any moment. However, Sengoku and the others did not directly enter the designated danger zone. They only coldly watched the situation inside from the periphery. As soon as Ning Chuan showed any sign of danger, they would rush in immediately. This was indeed a considerable formation. Shanks, if things go awry, we might just get caught. Beckman wiped his flintlock with a smile and looked at Shanks. At this moment, Shanks had returned to a calm state from his shock. Seeing that Ning Chuan had no intention of drawing his sword again for the time being, he also sheathed his sword back at his waist and replied, "If it comes to it, then let us make a ruckus. If we can break out, we must hold a grand feast." Hearing Shanks' words, Beckman detected a rare seriousness in his tone. It seemed Shanks was very aware of their current situation. However, the crew members on his ship showed no signs of tension. Instead, they were all prepared for battle, ready to cause a commotion at any moment. Shanks retracted his beloved sword, Griffin, and his gaze lingered on Ning Chuan for a long time, filled with curiosity. "Kid, what is your name? Your strength is impressive. Would you like to join my crew? Let us go find Captain Roger's great treasure together." Shanks looked at the young yet extraordinarily powerful swordsman before him, his eyes revealing great interest. "Ning Chuan, if you want to make a friend, that's fine, but I'm not interested in becoming a pirate." As for Shanks' invitation, Ning Chuan rejected it without a second thought. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I remember the name Ning Chuan. For Ning Chuan's response, Shanks was not angry at all. After all, for him, being friends with this little brat rather than enemies seemed quite nice. Your talent in swordsmanship is truly terrifying. In perhaps 1 or 2 decades, I and Mihawk will probably not be your match anymore. After his sigh, Shanks' eyes fixated on Ning Chuan's back. He stared at the thunderfire sword hovering in the sky for quite a while before he couldn't help but ask, "What is the name of your sword? I can sense that your sword is very extraordinary, even more so than Mihawk's black blade Yoru." Upon hearing Shanks' question about the thunderfire sword, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and responded in a very strange tone. "It's called the Thunderfire Sword. It's a collection of a series of extremely excellent works." Thunderfire Sword? Upon hearing this name, Shanks couldn't help but recall the 2 special powers he felt during his recent encounter with Ning Chuan. One was the dominating and overwhelming thunder. and the other was the terrifying high temperature. No wonder it's a collection of outstanding works. This sword is at least on the level of a supreme great knife. Shanks couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, if he were to find out that the excellent works Ning Chuan referred to were vastly different from what he thought, one would wonder how much of a shock it would be to Shanks' worldview. During their conversation, Ning Chuan's gaze inadvertently swept over Shanks' ship. In addition to seeing a group of familiar companions of Shanks, he also spotted a little girl who was a few years younger than him. This little girl had red and white hair. That unique hair color allowed Ning Chuan to recognize her identity at a glance. She was the songstress Yuta. How did Yuta end up on Shanks' ship? Wait, I get it. It must be that Shanks is taking Yuta to the land of music. If red-haired Shanks and his crew really intend to send Yuta to the land of music, Elegia, then this little girl is likely to bring about a disaster for the land of music. Knowing the plot well, Ning Chuan naturally understood what was about to happen next. He already had plans to prevent this disaster in his mind. After all, he did not want to see Yuta's fate end up like it did in the movie, ultimately leading to her demise. However, this was not the time to think about that. Ning Chuan looked at Shanks, and a desire to have a good fight with him rose in his heart. Shanks seemed to sense Ning Chuan's thoughts. He smiled slightly and said to Ning Chuan, "Could you wait a moment? I would like to catch up with an old friend." Looking at the sincere expression on Shanks' face, Ning Chuan slightly turned to the side, giving him this opportunity. Seeing this, Shanks nodded to Ning Chuan in gratitude. He then smiled and looked at Buggy beside him. "Buggy, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so bold now, even daring to kill a celestial dragon. It seems you've grown quite a bit over the years." When Buggy saw Shanks walking towards him, he thought that his former most hated friend had come specifically to rescue him. He was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Shanks, I really didn't expect you to come to save me. I forgive you for making me eat that damn fruit all those years ago, since you risked so much to rescue me." Shanks was taken aback at first upon hearing this. He then patted Buggy's shoulder and joked, "Buggy, you've misunderstood. I just happened to pass by here and decided to check on you. You seem fine now, so we'll be leaving soon." Upon hearing this, Buggy was stunned in place, and then he immediately exploded in anger, shouting, "You bastard! It's all your fault. I ate that fruit in the first place, which made me so weak. Now I'm on the brink of death, and you just want to leave me here, you bastard." Watching Buggy's agitated state, Shanks chuckled and patted Buggy's shoulder again. "You really haven't changed at all, still taking jokes seriously at your age." Hearing Shanks' words, the despair on Buggy's face faded a bit. "Don't worry, Buggy. As an old friend, I will definitely get you out of here." Shanks patted Buggy's shoulder for comfort. He then scanned the surroundings and found himself surrounded in the middle of the battlefield by the 4 top combat forces of the Navy on this expedition. In addition, there was also Ning Chuan, who was eyeing him closely. Seeing this scene, even Shanks shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "It seems that leaving this time is truly going to be a challenge." Just then, Ning Chuan saw that the timing was almost right. He suddenly raised the thunderfire sword in his hand and pointed it at Shanks. "Since the pleasantries are over, shall we begin? All right, let us start." The moment the voice fell, both of them covered their swords with their strongest armed color Haki almost at the same time. The long swords in their hands were instantly enveloped by a thick aura, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. The next moment, they shot into the sky like 2 bolts of lightning, soaring upwards. As Ning Chuan and Shanks began their clash, the sound of swords colliding echoed throughout the sea. In an instant, sword energy filled the air, even slicing the clouds into countless fragments. Below, the sea became turbulent due to their battle. At this moment, all the spectators, whether they could see the fight clearly or not, felt a wave of terrifying pressure coming from the sky. Ning Chuan's strength is actually this strong? On par with Shanks in swordsmanship? This seems a bit off. If Ning Chuan is best at swordsmanship, then why didn't he use a sword during his battle with Admiral Akainu yesterday? Does he think Admiral Akainu is not worthy of him using a sword? Shoo! Don't say that carelessly. Be careful not to let Admiral Akainu hear it. At this time, looking at the two fighting in the sky, Akainu's face was already as dark as charcoal. "This brat really looks down on me, doesn't he? No. I must find a chance to teach Ning Chuan a good lesson." Akainu clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could replace Shanks and fight Ning Chuan right now. On the other side, Akiji felt somewhat similar. After all, Ning Chuan didn't draw his sword against him last night either. Meanwhile, during the battle with Ning Chuan, Shanks felt an overwhelming shock. He discovered that not only was Ning Chuan's sword intent incredibly fierce, but his armed color Haki cultivation was also nearly on par with his own. How is this possible? He must have started training from the womb. His armed color Haki shouldn't be this strong. Moreover, Shanks became increasingly alarmed. The longer he fought Ning Chuan, the more he could feel that Ning Chuan's strength was actually getting stronger during the battle. From just now until now, it had only been a few minutes, but Shanks could clearly feel that Ning Chuan's armed color Haki had made substantial progress. It's hard to make further advancements when you're at their level of armed color Haki cultivation. But Ning Chuan was able to keep progressing, which left Shanks feeling incredulous. As time passed, Shanks realized that relying solely on armed color Haki, he would likely find it difficult to defeat Ning Chuan in a short time. Not only would it be hard to defeat him, but if this continued, he might gradually be unable to withstand Ning Chuan's armed color Haki. This little freak, why does his Haki keep getting stronger? Shanks thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So he decided not to stubbornly clash with Ning Chuan's armed color Haki anymore. He directly activated his advanced observation Haki, attempting to predict Ning Chuan's actions through his foresight ability to find an opportunity for victory. However, when Shanks activated his advanced observation Haki, he was once again shocked to find that the actions he predicted of Ning Chuan were all things he could anticipate in advance. This meant that Ning Chuan's observation Haki cultivation was also not inferior to his own. Where did this little freak come from? How could he have trained his observation Haki to such a level? Is he even human? Shanks and Ning Chuan had been entangled in battle for a long time. During their fight, the smile on Ning Chuan's face grew increasingly pronounced, while Shanks's expression became more and more serious. As the battle deepened, Shanks was astonished to find that Ning Chuan's strength could actually continue to increase during the fight. Whether it was the strength of his armed color Haki or the sharpness of his observation Haki, both types of Haki were enhancing at an unbelievable speed on Ning Chuan. Even Shanks, who had seen a lot, had never encountered such a phenomenon. In the battle with Shanks, Ning Chuan became increasingly relaxed. Seeing Shanks's increasingly serious expression, he couldn't help but think with a smile in his heart. It's not easy to find someone to practice armed color and observation Haki with. System, continue to calculate. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating armed color Haki for 1 minute. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating observation Haki for 1 minute. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. At this moment, facing Ning Chuan's astonishing growth rate, Shanks began to ponder. He thought about whether he should use his newly comprehended ultimate technique, Observation Kill, to directly end this battle. After all, if Ning Chuan continued to grow at this speed, it wouldn't be long before he found it difficult to subdue him. By then, if Ning Chuan raised his armed color Haki a few more levels, even with a sword in hand, Shanks might find it difficult to break through Ning Chuan's defenses. However, when Shanks glanced around and noticed the presence of the 4 high-ranking Navy officials, his heart sank. He knew very well that these 4 high-ranking Navy officials were all powerful experts, especially the 2 veterans, Garp and Sengoku. Their battle experience was incredibly rich. If he showcased his observation kill technique in front of them, it was highly likely that they would be able to anticipate it when he tried to break through their defenses later, leading to a failure of the breakthrough. This was the situation Shanks most wanted to avoid. After all, he had breached the Navy's defenses this time to enter the most dangerous place just to take Buggy away, not to eliminate Ning Chuan with the observation kill technique. Thinking of this, Shanks decisively gave up on the idea of using observation kill. He looked at Ning Chuan and sighed helplessly in his heart. Ning Chuan, don't blame me for bullying you just because I'm older. Shanks was not going to hold back any longer. He had to take down Ning Chuan as soon as possible. He had already been delayed by Ning Chuan for quite some time. With a thought, Shanks held nothing back. The next moment, an incredibly terrifying pressure began to emanate from Shanks's body. The invisible aura instantly covered the entire sea area, knocking out many unprepared Navy soldiers. This was Conqueror's Haki. Steady your will. If you show fear, you will faint. The vice admirals remaining on the naval warships shouted loudly at their soldiers. With their reminders, some soldiers managed to hold on, but many others were caught off guard and fainted instantly. Shanks ignored the ordinary Navy soldiers and kept turning his head to stare at Ning Chuan, observing his performance at that moment. He knew very well that although Ning Chuan displayed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and a mastery of dual-color Haki, he was clearly still blank in his understanding of Conqueror's Haki. This was partly because Ning Chuan was too young, and partly because Shanks did not see any desire for dominance in him. After all, to awaken one's Conqueror's Haki, sufficient emotional stimulus was necessary. Moreover, the possessors of Conqueror's Haki were incredibly rare. Ning Chuan is not necessarily the owner of Conqueror's Haki, Shanks believes this is his only advantage to exploit. Although this approach seems somewhat unfair, taking advantage of the weak. He doesn't need to consider fairness at this critical moment of life and death. As Shanks' Conqueror's Haki begins to erupt, the invisible pressure in the air grows stronger. It feels as if the surrounding space is trembling in response. Some wooden planks on the Navy's ships start to crack due to the terrifying aura of Shanks' armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki entwine. Without hesitation, Shanks directly wraps his Conqueror's Haki around his sword. At that moment, Ning Chuan also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis upon sensing the sudden change in Shanks' momentum. Ning Chuan had already guessed that Shanks had used his Conqueror's Haki. However, he did not intend to avoid Shanks' sharpness just because he was using it. Dog Bite, Red Lotus. Extreme Cold, Ice Blade. Shattered. At the moment when the long sword in Shanks' hand was about to be swung, Ning Chuan unreservedly used all the mastery of his fruit abilities. He also aimed to slightly block Shanks' attack with these abilities, in order to buy himself some time to observe and analyze the power of the Conqueror's Haki. This would allow his own Conqueror's Haki to fully awaken. Slash! With Shanks' furious roar, the griffin in his hand, wrapped in a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, charged towards Ning Chuan. However, what Shanks did not expect was that, at this moment, both the terrifying high-temperature lava and the extremely low-temperature ice blades simultaneously surged towards him. He did not foresee this. In an instant, Ning Chuan was able to simultaneously use two terrifying devil fruit abilities to counter my attack. Although these two abilities are strong, they can at most only weaken some of my attacks. To completely block them? No, that's impossible. A third devil fruit ability? The ability to split? Shanks' words were abruptly interrupted by himself, because behind the lava and ice fruit abilities, he once again felt a power that seemed capable of splitting everything in the world. Even the sword he had unleashed with his Conqueror's Haki was, at that moment, greatly decomposed by Ning Chuan's ability. Looking at the rich changes of expression on Shanks' face, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and spoke directly in his mind. Conqueror's Haki? After waiting for so long, I've finally found someone who used it. System, start the settlement. Congratulations, host, for decomposing and observing Conqueror's Haki for 5 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully decomposing and observing Conqueror's Haki for 50,000 seconds of cultivation return. The host's understanding of Conqueror's Haki has greatly improved. The first return of cultivation has already given Ning Chuan a profound understanding of Conqueror's Haki. However, he showed no hesitation and immediately initiated the second system settlement. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully using Conqueror's Haki for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now, starting the training settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully gaining the experience of Conqueror's Haki for 50,000 seconds of cultivation return. The host has mastered Conqueror's Haki. Deep within Ning Chuan's heart, the familiar voice of the system echoed continuously. It wasn't until the system informed him that he had completely mastered the Conqueror's Haki that he truly realized it. Ning Chuan finally revealed a hint of a satisfied smile on his face. After waiting so long, I can finally unleash my Conqueror's Haki. Next, let me show you my Conqueror's Haki. In the next moment, Ning Chuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them wide. A flash of brilliance gleaming in his eyes. An unprecedented, powerful aura began to erupt from his body, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. At this moment, everyone on the field, whether Navy or pirates, was stunned and speechless by this sudden sense of pressure. Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki swept across the world like a hurricane at this moment. Even the clouds on the horizon seemed to be torn apart by this force, scattering into fragments. The waves of the sea, at this time, miraculously calmed under this pressure. The Navy soldiers who had just been struggling under Shanks' Conqueror's Haki could no longer withstand this even more powerful oppression. One by one, as if struck by an invisible blow, they fell down, plunging into a brief unconsciousness. Some soldiers who had just been awakened didn't even have time to understand what was happening before they fainted again. Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki, with its unmatched might, instantly swept across the entire sea. Feeling this terrifying power, Shanks stood frozen in place. His gaze complex as he looked at Ning Chuan hovering in the air. As a powerful figure who is also proficient in Conqueror's Haki, he could clearly sense how astonishing the power Ning Chuan was releasing truly was. In his eyes, Ning Chuan not only mastered Conqueror's Haki, but its intensity was so high that it even surpassed the vast majority of those who also wielded it. It was even comparable to his own. Ning Chuan's growth speed is simply astonishing and unheard of. This child is going to be extraordinary in the future. If he were an enemy, he would probably be a formidable opponent. Beckman didn't know when he had stood at the bow of the ship, looking at Ning Chuan standing in the sky. He couldn't help but speak. At this moment, not only Shanks' crew knew that Ning Chuan had successfully awakened his Conqueror's Haki, but also the 4 high-ranking Navy officers in the distance, including Sengoku, felt Ning Chuan's terrifying Conqueror's Haki at the first moment. Sengoku gazed at Ning Chuan in the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Ning Chuan, he actually mastered Conqueror's Haki at this time? How old is he? And he has already mastered such a thing? In the distance, Garp couldn't help but smile and speak at this moment. I knew it. This kid Ning Chuan would definitely be a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. However, to awaken it so early and to elevate his Conqueror's Haki to such a terrifying level in such a short time. This kid's talent for cultivation is truly remarkable. But after all, he is my disciple. It wouldn't be surprising if he were extraordinary, ha ha ha. The 2 admirals, Akiji and Akainu, showed expressions of disbelief after sensing Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki. They knew well how rare Conqueror's Haki is. Even after training for so long, they still had not mastered this ability. Yet, Ning Chuan not only awakened it early, but also cultivated it to such intensity in an extremely short time. This truly made them feel ashamed. While everyone was shocked by Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki, Shanks, not far from Ning Chuan, had never taken his eyes off him. At this moment, he was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but ask Ning Chuan, what is your goal? What kind of dream allows you to possess such a powerful Conqueror's Haki? Shanks understood that the awakening of Conqueror's Haki is related to a person's goals. Without the determination to dominate, it is impossible to possess Conqueror's Haki, and the strength of Conqueror's Haki is often closely related to one's will and dreams. As soon as Ning Chuan woke up, his Conqueror's Haki had such terrifying effects. This indicates that Ning Chuan's dreams seem to far exceed his imagination. It's much more terrifying than becoming the Pirate King. Shanks couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. What kind of belief could make a person's Conqueror's Haki so powerful? At this moment, such questions also arose in the hearts of the Marine high-ranking officials like Sengoku and Garp. They all wanted to understand why Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki was so strong. However, what they didn't know was, Ning Chuan's goal is simply to protect Nami and the others. However, his protection is based on the possibility of targeting the 5 elders, and even the entire world government, even overthrowing the whole world. Only such ambition qualifies him to awaken such powerful Conqueror's Haki, truly deserving of the Conqueror's Haki. Shanks, you need to be careful from now on. Ning Chuan immediately wrapped the Conqueror's Haki around his thunderfire sword as soon as he mastered it. Seeing Ning Chuan's actions, Shanks was stunned in place. This kid actually knows how to use Conqueror's Haki. He can wrap Conqueror's Haki around his weapon just after unlocking it for the first time. This kid's combat talent is probably unmatched by anyone in the entire ocean. Just as Shanks was in shock, Ning Chuan had already swung his sword, which was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, and charged at him. In a rush, Shanks could only pick up his own sword and continue to clash with Ning Chuan. However, what Shanks didn't know was, Ning Chuan has now regarded him as his training partner for the Conqueror's Haki. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Conqueror's Haki for 10 seconds. Activating the cultivation return system with a 10,000 times return. Now, let's begin the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from using Conqueror's Haki. The host's mastery of Conqueror's Haki has greatly improved. The moment Ning Chuan received the cultivation return, he immediately used the newly gained power in battle. Shanks, who was fighting him, suddenly felt an added pressure from Ning Chuan. How can this kid's Conqueror's Haki also strengthen in battle? How did he achieve this? Shanks became increasingly alarmed. He even felt the same terrifying scene as before. He simply couldn't imagine how Ning Chuan accomplished all of this. Shanks's expression became extremely serious, and the smile he had at the beginning was long gone. If this brat continues to grow, I will surely lose. With the system's continuous settlements, Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki surged to an astonishing height at an incredible speed, quickly reaching a level beyond what ordinary people could imagine. When he smiled at Shanks again, the Conqueror's Haki surrounding him seemed to faintly surpass that of Shanks. This change made Shanks' expression extremely serious. He knew very well that in the face of such a rapidly advancing opponent, if he wanted to achieve victory, he had to quickly bring out his trump card. If he continued to be dragged down by Ning Chuan, it was very likely that he would be the first to be taken down. Shanks decided to hold nothing back. He directly unleashed his observation Haki, aiming to end this battle in an instant. Ning Chuan, you are strong. However, this time I will not miss my chance again. Shanks closed his eyes. At that moment, his mind was highly focused, and it felt as if there was an invisible wave in the air, spreading outwards in all directions from his center. Ning Chuan suddenly felt a faint aura locking onto him. This aura was completely different from anything he had felt before. Is it the killing intent? Is he finally going to use his ultimate move? Ning Chuan knows Shanks' final trump card. With the passive ability of the Splinter Fruit, he is not the least bit anxious at this moment. Can't you feel it yet? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shanks' mouth. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if he had merged into the seams of time, leaving only an afterimage. At the moment he disappeared, Shanks' skin Bunchiko Haki, like an invisible shackles, instantly locked onto Ning Chuan's senses, causing him to lose the ability to predict Shanks' next move. At this moment, Ning Chuan's observation through Kin Bunchika Haki seemed to plunge into chaos. Shanks' movements became vague and unclear. Every action he took was as if shrouded by an unknown force, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Faced with such a sudden change, Ning Chuan remained remarkably calm. After all, this was Shanks' trump card, a key ability capable of altering the course of battle. If it weren't powerful, that would be strange. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan showed no signs of panic. His brain began to operate at high speed, trying to forcibly find a way to counter the Kin Bunchiko Haki. However, just as Ning Chuan was about to take action, Shanks' figure appeared behind him like a specter. The glint of the griffin in his hand flashed briefly, aiming directly at Ning Chuan's abdomen. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and time appeared to come to a halt. Shanks' strike, infused with an unwavering belief in victory, was aimed at Ning Chuan. However, he was careful. The tip of the sword was not aimed at a fatal location like the heart. His goal was to severely injure Ning Chuan, rendering him temporarily unable to fight. This way, their chances of breaking through the encirclement would be greater. Moreover, Shanks did not wish to see such a talented young man fall by his sword. However, what Shanks did not expect was that just as the tip of his sword was about to touch Ning Chuan, he saw a hint of a relaxed smile appear on Ning Chuan's face. There was no tension or fear that one would typically expect when facing a threat of death. The next second, Ning Chuan suddenly split into several pieces, each part scattering apart, just like Buggy's fruit ability of fragmentation. It caused Shanks' sword to miss its target in an instant. This scene left Shanks momentarily stunned. Then he immediately realized Ning Chuan's abilities on display now are exactly those of the fragmentation fruit, which can restrain all swordsmen. Why is Buggy's fruit ability being used by this kid? Aren't devil fruit abilities supposed to be unique? After missing a hit, Shanks immediately retreated dozens of meters, looking at Ning Chuan in shock. In Shanks' memory, only Buggy could use a similar ability. And now, Ning Chuan has also demonstrated the same technique. This situation is so perplexing that even Shanks, an old sailor who has sailed around the world, finds it hard to comprehend. However, Shanks did not let his guard down because of this. He keenly noticed that Ning Chuan had just been observing the observation kill he had used with unprecedented focus. Could this kid be trying to steal my technique? Shanks felt a sense of caution in his heart. He knew very well that the observation kill was one of his greatest trump cards. If Ning Chuan were to uncover its secrets and master them completely, both he and his pirate crew would be in danger. This kid is really hard to deal with. Shanks cursed inwardly. Now he was somewhat uncertain whether he could take down this little brat, Ning Chuan. Facing such a gifted opponent, Shanks knew he could not underestimate him. He had to capture Ning Chuan before he completely learned the observation kill. Otherwise, with Ning Chuan's rapid growth, he would become a significant problem. Shanks quickly adjusted his state, maximizing the power of the observation kill. He tried to block all of Ning Chuan's perceptions as much as possible. However, at this moment, a calm smile was on Ning Chuan's face. System, calculate. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the observation kill for 1 second, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-second cultivation return for observing the observation kill. The host's understanding of the observation kill has improved. Just an improvement? Well, with someone to practice with next, I won't have any trouble mastering it. Ning Chuan, smilet faintly. Feeling Shanks' observation Haki closing in on him once again, he couldn't help but think to himself, Shanks, I haven't finished watching your observation Haki just now. Next, it's time to see your performance. At this moment, Shanks, who was operating his observation Haki at its maximum capacity, felt no relaxation in his heart. Instead, a sense of urgency surged within him like never before. He knew very well that once Ning Chuan grasped the essence of observation Haki, the original advantage would vanish completely. In such a situation, if Ning Chuan really chose to help the Navy, he could very well adopt a delay tactic, holding Shanks back, allowing the 4 high-ranking Navy officers to take down the remaining pirates one by one. No matter how strong Beckman was, he could not withstand the siege of 4 high-ranking Navy forces. Given enough time, defeat was inevitable. Thinking of this, Shanks' expression became serious, and he decided to adopt a more aggressive strategy. Thus, Shanks unhesitatingly pushed his observation Haki to the limit. He also adjusted his body to its optimal state. Every breath he took, every heartbeat, was making the final preparations to defeat Ning Chuan. I will completely seal off your observation Haki. Next, I will take you down with my fists. Knowing Ning Chuan's abilities, Shanks had to temporarily abandon the sword in his hand, as it held no chance of victory against Ning Chuan. Watching Shanks rush towards him with a hint of urgency, Ning Chuan silently thought without any concern. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations. The host's defense has been greatly enhanced. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the ability of Insight Kill. After enduring countless punches, Ning Chuan finally heard the wonderful sound he had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Shanks, who had been pummeling Ning Chuan with his fists, suddenly felt a numbness in his hands. Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to be. How could this kid's physical strength be continuously improving? However, just as he was about to gather his energy and continue the assault, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light in Ning Chuan's eyes. In the next moment, he felt as if his observation Haki was being invaded by special force, making it difficult for him to predict Ning Chuan's next move. Is this observation kill? Have I messed up? Shanks realized that Ning Chuan was using his own observation kill ability to gradually block his perception. A sense of helplessness surged within him. Shanks understood that he was still a step too slow. Ning Chuan, this little brat, has successfully mastered his abilities. Based on previous experiences, Shanks understands that it 1 TB long before Ning Chuan surpasses him in the observation Haki. At that point, it will be his turn to seal off his own observation Haki. Once that seal is complete, he will lose the precise predictions of his surroundings. At that time, the balance of battle will completely tilt in favor of the Navy. At this moment, a hint of regret and helplessness flashed in Shanks' eyes. He knew that this battle might have reached a moment where a choice must be made. Facing Ning Chuan's increasingly mature observation Haki, Shanks quickly made a decision. He turned to Beckman and spoke seriously. Beckman, take buggy and leave now. I will hold off Ning Chuan. If you don't leave now, it will all be too late. As Shanks' right-hand man, Beckman showed no hesitation upon hearing this. He quickly threw the unconscious buggy over his shoulder and jumped back onto their ship, preparing to set sail and break through the Navy's encirclement at full speed. Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, and Akainu, the 4 high-ranking Navy officers, saw that Beckman was taking the unconscious buggy away. They almost immediately charged towards Shanks' pirate ship without any hesitation. They knew this was a golden opportunity. The strongest combat power, Shanks, was being held back by Ning Chuan, and the powerful buggy had inexplicably fainted. The only high-level combat power left on the red-haired pirate ship was Beckman. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. As the second-in-command of the pirate crew, Beckman immediately took command, demonstrating the decisiveness and courage required. Facing the approaching Navy admirals, he did not back down, but stepped forward instead. With 2 flintlock guns shining coldly in his hands, he aimed at the 4 top-tier Navy officers. Beckman took a deep breath, infusing all his Haki into his dual pistols. He aimed at the approaching foes and then pulled the trigger. With 4 crisp gunshots, the bullets infused with Conqueror's Haki whistled out, heading straight for the admirals. The bullets Beckman fired were immensely powerful, catching Sengoku and the others completely off guard. They had never expected that a marksman could cause such devastating destruction. Beckman, huh? No wonder he's Shanks' first mate. His strength is indeed formidable and cannot be underestimated. Almost simultaneously, Sengoku and the others had similar thoughts in their minds. However, Beckman's attack could only temporarily halt their advance. As he reloaded his bullets, Sengoku and the others charged at him once again. I've never fought against an admiral-level power before. The sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, Yasop, smiled slightly. He raised his sniper rifle, his eyes shining with incredible confidence. One by one, specially made bullets imbued with armament Haki shot out densely like raindrops at that moment. Each bullet contained enough power to penetrate steel, forcing Sengoku and the others to dodge. At the same time, other members of the red-haired pirates, including Lucky Liu, were also preparing for a life-and-death struggle. They each took out their weapons and fully activated their Haki. As soon as these high-ranking Navy officers got close, they would rush out with all their might to block their advance. They were all ready to risk their lives for their comrades. Wanna run? Ice Age. Akiji did not hesitate at all and directly pressed his hand against the sea surface. As the power of the ice fruit was unleashed, the entire sea area froze instantly. Even Shanks' ship was instantly frozen on the ice surface. Break the ice, quick! Almost in an instant, Lucky Liu jumped off the ship and smashed a punch into the ice below, creating cracks hundreds of meters long. Seeing Lucky Liu's actions, the others jumped off the ship to assist. Before long, a new passageway was opened up. Great eruption. Akainu did not hesitate at all. Just as Shanks' ship was about to set sail again, he unleashed countless molten lava fists, trying to completely destroy Shanks' pirate ship. At the same time, Sengoku roared, his body instantly swelling as he transformed into a massive golden Buddha. He waved his palm, releasing several powerful shockwaves that rushed towards the pirate ship. Garp also did not fall behind. His speed was incredibly fast, and he almost instantly charged into the sky, delivering a fierce blow to the pirate ship below. Fist-bone clash. A fist-bone clash struck like a thunderous force, carrying unparalleled power as it smashed down towards Shanks' pirate ship. Facing such a large number of powerful enemies, Beckman felt an immense amount of pressure. However, he did not give up. Instead, he fought back with all his might. His flintlock guns continued to fire, and the bullets imbued with Haki poured out like rain, attempting to block the Admiral's assault. The other members were not idle either. They all exerted their full strength to assist Beckman in fending off this deadly blow. However, the significant difference in numbers among top-tier powers made their defense seem somewhat inadequate. After this massive impact, everyone, including Beckman, suffered considerable injuries. However, fortunately for them, the ship was saved. Meanwhile, Shanks, tightly entangled with Ning Chuan, was even more anxious. He knew that if he did not go to support Beckman and the others soon, they would likely struggle to withstand the Navy's next fierce assault. However, facing such a troublesome opponent as Ning Chuan, Shanks found it difficult to break free. He looked at Ning Chuan, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Ning Chuan, do me a favor and let me take Buggy away. You're not one of the Navy, so you don't need to fight for them. Shanks tried to persuade Ning Chuan with words, hoping that Ning Chuan would give him some face and temporarily stop. After all, this was the only tactic he could use to make Ning Chuan stop entangling him. You want to leave? I don't care, but Buggy must stay. Even if I throw him to Garp, you can take him back afterward. I want to interfere anymore. After all, this is my promise to others, or if you prefer, you could trade Buggy for one of your crew members with a bounty of 1 billion. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, a hint of displeasure appeared on Shanks' face. He would never agree to trade his crew member or friend. Ning Chuan deeply understands that someone like Shanks values friendship in a way that others cannot comprehend. For him, giving up any partner is simply unacceptable. However, Ning Chuan does not want to see Shanks' pirate ship suffer a heavy blow because of Buggy. After pondering this in his heart, he decides to take a more direct approach and simply snatch Buggy away. By taking Buggy himself, Shanks will have time to help Beckman. Sengoku and the others will also retreat since they have already captured Buggy. After all, dealing with the Yonko crew is not a simple matter. If they truly clash head-on with Shanks and his crew, the Navy will likely suffer heavy losses as well. In this way, Shanks and his crew should be able to escape easily. System, continue the calculation of observation kill. Congratulations to the host for successfully using observation kill for 20 seconds. Activating the cultivation return system at 10,000 times. The cultivation calculation begins now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 200,000 seconds of cultivation for using observation kill. The host's mastery of observation kill has greatly improved. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host. Under the continuous calculations of the system, Ning Chuan has pushed the ability of observation Haki to a whole new level. He closed his eyes, and his aura suddenly became much stronger. The invisible sense of oppression in the air intensified at that moment. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as if he could see through everything. Shanks felt that his observation Haki was completely sealed off by a powerful force. Everything around him became blurry, and even the flow of time seemed to slow down. This kid's observation Haki actually surpassed mine? Shanks, familiar with the ability of observation Haki, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. However, before he could react, Ning Chuan seized the moment when Shanks was in trouble. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already on the ship of the red-hair pirates. The moment Beckman saw Ning Chuan appear on the ship, he was about to step forward to intercept him, but was forced to take a step back by the sharp aura of the long sword in Ning Chuan's hand. Ning Chuan didn't hesitate and reached out to grab Buggy's clothes. With a turn, he took him away from the red-haired pirate ship. When Sengoku and the others saw that Buggy had been captured by Ning Chuan, they were all delighted. They knew that as long as Buggy was in their hands, the purpose of this battle had been achieved. Continuing to fight against the Shanks pirates would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Therefore, Sengoku and the others stopped their assault on the Shanks pirates and began to retreat orderly back to their temporary command ship. They were unwilling to engage further with Shanks and the red-haired pirates, who were about to recover. After all, capturing Buggy was the most important thing. When Sengoku and the others returned to the ship, they saw Buggy under Ning Chuan's feet, and smiles appeared on their faces. Ning Chuan handed Buggy over to Captain Garp with a smile and said, "Garp, I leave this person to you. Our agreement will also come to an end. I owe you 3 billion, and now I'm returning you 50 billion. You're making a profit." Garp looked at Buggy in his hands with a hint of helplessness on his face. He didn't expect that in the end, this little guy Buggy would still be caught by Ning Chuan. "Everyone, I've exhausted some of my energy and need a rest for a while. From now on, it's up to you." After fulfilling his agreement with Garp, Ning Chuan decided not to take further action. He temporarily returned to his small ship with Nami and the others, citing his excessive energy consumption as the reason. Accompanying him back was Tina, whose eyes were filled with stars. Having just witnessed Ning Chuan's powerful strength that could contend with Shanks, she was now in awe of him. Back on his ship, they watched as Shanks and his pirate crew broke through the naval encirclement. Ning Chuan leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the distant horizon. He knew in his heart that Shanks would never easily give up on Buggy. He would definitely come back to kill again. As for who would ultimately take Buggy next, it was no longer Ning Chuan's concern. However, Ning Chuan understood that if Shanks and the others really returned to fight, then it would be the Marines, led by Sengoku, who would have to take action next. Thinking of this, a slight smile crept onto Ning Chuan's lips. He was quite envious of Sengoku's Buddha form. At this moment, the Shanks pirates, who had just broken free from the encirclement, had a hint of gloom on everyone's faces. This was the first time they had tasted the flavor of defeat on their journey. Ning Chuan's feeling of powerlessness when he snatched away Buggy in front of everyone left them unsettled for a long time. "No, we must fight back. We cannot abandon any of our friends." Shanks looked in the direction of the departing Navy warship, gripping his griffin tightly. Hearing Shanks' words, the others on the ship also grasped their weapons. Next, as soon as Shanks gave the order, they would follow their captain into battle once more. If what Ning Chuan said was true, then without his obstruction, bringing Buggy back shouldn't be too difficult. Just as Shanks was contemplating how to plan their return to the battlefield to rescue Buggy, a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit him. He keenly sensed that two extremely powerful beings were currently hovering in the sky above their pirate ship. Are they enemies? The moment he felt this unusual aura, Shanks' eyes sharpened instantly. Were the two friends or foes? If they weren't enemies, perhaps they could come down for a chat. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures unhesitatingly descended from the air and landed steadily on the deck of the pirate ship. Shanks and Beckman looked at the two suddenly appearing figures, their faces showing an expression of disbelief. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma? Why are you here? Shanks recognized Dragon's identity immediately. This leader of the Revolutionary Army was a guy that gave the world government a headache. Meanwhile, Dragon was smiling as he looked at Shanks. He knew that this red-haired guy was his son Luffy's idol. "Shanks, right? I heard my son Luffy really likes you." Upon hearing Dragon suddenly mention Luffy, Shanks was momentarily stunned. After all, he had spent so much time with Luffy, but had never heard him mention his father's name. He had only heard Luffy say that his grandfather was Garp, the naval hero who had chased him across the entire Grand Line. "Wait, you said your son is Luffy? Then that Rear Admiral Garp is your father?" Upon realizing that the son of the great naval hero was actually the world's most wanted criminal, even Shanks felt a sense of incredulity. That's right, he's my father. Dragon openly admitted. Let's get straight to the point. I want to take Buggy away. And your goals should be the same. If our objectives align, why don't we cooperate this time? After thinking for a long time about the collaboration proposed by Dragon, Shanks finally nodded in agreement. He knew that with just his pirate crew, it would be difficult to rescue Buggy from the Navy. But with the help of the Revolutionary Army, they might actually succeed. Soon, Shanks and Dragon reached a cooperation agreement. The two quickly formulated a detailed action plan. The red-haired pirates would be responsible for drawing away the Navy's main forces, while Dragon and the tyrant Kuma would take the opportunity to rescue Buggy. However, although this plan was good, there was one important variable, Ning Chuan. This kid's strength might really be able to stop Dragon and Kuma. Shanks was now somewhat hesitant. He didn't know whether Ning Chuan's words to him earlier were true or not. If they were true, and he handed Buggy over to the Navy, he would no longer interfere in this matter. Then this operation would surely succeed. But if he was being deceived, then Dragon and Kuma would likely run into considerable trouble. Shanks conveyed this critical information to Dragon and Kuma. After listening, Dragon nodded seriously. Regardless of whether Ning Chuan would intercept his actions next, he would do his utmost to rescue Buggy. After all, this guy was the first in the world to dare to publicly take down a celestial dragon. If he could bring him into the Revolutionary Army, then their influence worldwide would surely increase significantly. After establishing a detailed combat plan, Shanks led the red-haired pirates, turned the ship around, and launched a second assault on the Navy's main forces. The battle was on again. On the sea, countless Navy warships opened fire on Shanks' pirate ship. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with artillery fire and smoke. Standing at the bow of his small boat, Ning Chuan enjoyed Tina's focused massage while watching Shanks' ship break through the Navy's heavy defenses and come crashing through the waves. Just as he had anticipated earlier, Shanks would not easily give up on Buggy. Was that Shanks' pirate ship? It seemed he was making a comeback. Tina furrowed her brows as she looked at the distant battlefield. While Tina was worried about the situation on the battlefield, Ning Chuan suddenly raised his head at this moment and looked up at the sky above him. His observation, Haki, sensed two different auras at that moment. He looked up and was shocked to find two figures in the sky watching him. With just one glance, Ning Chuan recognized their identities. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Could these two guys also be here for Buggy? That guy's luck is really outrageous. Ning Chuan was secretly shocked that there would be wave after wave of people wanting to rescue Buggy. However, looking at the two people standing above him, Ning Chuan had no intention of intercepting them. After all, he had already handed Buggy over to the Navy. The subsequent matters were no longer related to him. However, he was somewhat interested in the devil fruit abilities of Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. But Ning Chuan knew he didn't need a rush. In the future, when he reached the Grand Line, there should be plenty of opportunities to interact with them. Seeing that Ning Chuan showed no signs of taking action, both Dragon and Kuma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shanks' judgment of Ning Chuan was not wrong. This young powerhouse seemed uninterested in interfering with their actions. So, the two of them steadily hovered in the air above Ning Chuan, like two guardian deities, ready to find the best moment to make a move and seize Buggy. Aren't you leaving? If you're not leaving, then it doesn't matter to me. Ning Chuan no longer paid attention to the two guys above him. He continued to command Tina to massage his shoulders and legs. Sengoku witnessed the red-haired pirate ship break through the blockade once again, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Time and again, they provoked us. Do they really think we dare not take action against the red-haired pirates? Sengoku crushed the cup in his hand and looked at Garp and the others again. This time, we will strike with all our might. We must capture Shanks and his crew. Under Sengoku's command, the 4 of them quickly assembled. At the same time, they flew off the ship, heading towards Shanks' pirate ship. Their speed was astonishing, and they reached the air above Shanks' ship in an instant. Sengoku stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp as an eagle, staring directly at Shanks. Shanks, give it up. Buggy, you can't take him away. If you provoke the Navy again, you'll be left here too. However, in the face of Sengoku's threat, Shanks responded with a smile. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why so much talk? With Ning Chuan not here, taking you down will be a piece of cake. Words that didn't resonate were wasted breath. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Sengoku and the others no longer hesitated and prepared to strike with all their might. Noticing Shanks' resolute attitude and his unwillingness to give up Buggy, Sengoku's expression darkened, and he decisively ordered, "Start the battle." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere on the sea instantly became extremely tense. A great battle was about to erupt. Akiji was the first to move, to block the red-haired pirate ship. He directly unleashed the Ice Age, instantly freezing the vast sea surface. Even Shanks' pirate ship was frozen in place on the sea. At the same time, Sengoku let out an angry roar and transformed into a massive golden Buddha statue. He fought alongside Garp, directly charging toward Shanks. At that moment, both old generals shared the same thought. They wanted to see if they could really capture the great pirate Shanks this time. Akainu and Akiji rushed towards Beckman. Their goal was quite clear. As long as they took down Beckman and Shanks, the morale and combat power of the red-haired pirates would significantly decline, and the entire crew might face disintegration. Other vice admirals, such as Ghost Spider and Fire Fist, also joined the battle, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the red-haired pirates. Their mission was to prevent the pirates from breaking the ice and ensure the Navy fleet could retreat smoothly. Seeing his men being held back, Shanks deliberately displayed a worried expression, as if he was anxious about being unable to break through the Navy's blockade. But in reality, he was already overjoyed inside. With all the Navy's high-ranking combat forces deployed, the defenses on the fleet were particularly vulnerable. As long as Ning Chuan did not take action next, it was a sure thing for Dragon and Kuma to succeed. However, the anxious look on Shanks' face made Sengoku feel much more at ease. The more anxious Shanks appeared, the safer Buggy was. As long as they could keep Shanks' pirate crew here and prevent them from advancing even a bit, everything would be settled once the Navy fleet moved away. When the Navy's main force departed, Ning Chuan's small boat did not leave with the main force. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield in the distance. He paid special attention to the enormous golden Buddha form of Sengoku. He had been eyeing Sengoku's fruit ability for a long time. This time, the only thing left on his target list was Sengoku's ability that he still hadn't obtained. And this time, Shanks was once again at war with the Navy, which happened to give Ning Chuan an excellent opportunity to acquire the Buddha form of the human fruit. Regardless of the final outcome of this war, Ning Chuan would be the biggest winner. Tina, who had been massaging Ning Chuan's shoulders, felt her admiration for him increase once again. Captain Ning Chuan is truly righteous. He did not want to retreat with the main force, but chose to stay at the edge of the battlefield to recover his strength, so he could return to the battlefield and continue fighting at the first opportunity. No, I must contribute to this battle. I have to help Captain Ning Chuan massage him more seriously, so he can recover faster. After a round of self-brainwashing, Tina began to massage Ning Chuan more earnestly. At this moment, Nami and the other two were all looking at the distant battlefield with binoculars. The various devil fruit abilities, icebergs, lava, and even that enormous golden Buddha statue left a deep impression on them. The strong on the sea are truly powerful. I want to become as strong as them. Nami raised her small fist and couldn't help but speak. I want to be able to fight monsters like that swordsman with a sword. Kuina also clenched her fist and shouted, "Yes, let's work hard together. In the future, we must help Ning Chuan more during battles. We absolutely cannot hold him back." Nojiko posed like a big sister, placing her hands on Nami and Kuina's shoulders seriously. Hearing their words, Ning Chuan revealed a slight smile. If it comes to the point where you have to go to the battlefield, then Ning Chuan, truly would be unworthy. Ning Chuan stared at the Buddha form of the Warring States for a long time. He directly spoke in his mind. "System settle. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form ability for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000 times cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 50,000 seconds for observing the human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form ability. The host's understanding of the human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form ability has greatly improved. Feeling the understanding of the Buddha form fruit that has increased in his mind after the system's cultivation return, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of a satisfied smile. However, he knew that it was still not enough at this level. He stared at every move on the battlefield in the distance, continuing to think in his heart. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host. System, continue the settlement. With the continuous return of cultivation from the system, Ning Chuan quickly gained a detailed understanding of the abilities of the Fruit of War. He is now very clear about every detail after the transformation into the Great Buddha. He knows the application of power behind each movement, as well as the perfect fusion of domineering and physical techniques. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the abilities of the human fruit, mythical beast type, Great Buddha form. After hearing the voice of the system feedback, Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, "It's time to transform into a Great Buddha." With a thought, he slowly stood up, and the aura around him underwent subtle changes. In order not to sink his little boat, Ning Chuan gently patted Tina's alluring figure, momentarily making her stop. Then, with a light tap of his toes, he flew onto the surface of the sea. In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded, radiating a dazzling golden light. Soon, he transformed, like in the Warring States period, into a gigantic golden Buddha statue. Ning Chuan felt that his strength and combat power were much stronger than before at this moment. He extended a hand and gently pressed against the surface of the sea. Immediately, a massive shockwave surged through the calm waters, creating huge waves. Indeed, even a shockwave could be utilized. This was a perfect transformation. Ning Chuan was very satisfied with his transformation into the giant Buddha. However, this level was still not enough. Let's continue to settle. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form ability for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Meanwhile, the four of them on the small boat, Nami and her companions, looked at the massive golden Buddha statue in front of them, their faces showing immense shock. Nami and the other two were fine. After all, they had been with Ning Chuan for so long and had seen many strange things. So their threshold for shock had increased significantly. But Tina was seeing such a shocking scene for the first time. Her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Gee, great Buddha? Isn't this the ability of Admiral Sengoku? Wait, could the rumors be true? Captain Ning Chuan really can learn other people's devil fruit abilities? As expected of Captain Ning Chuan. This is too impressive. I wonder if Captain Ning Chuan would take an interest in my fruit ability. In an instant, Tina's eyes were filled with admiration. Above their small boat, Long and Tyrant Bear watched as Ning Chuan suddenly transformed into a golden Buddha, just like Sengoku. Long was taken aback and almost lost control of the wind fruit's power, causing them to fall from the sky. How did this kid suddenly become a Buddha? Isn't this Sengoku's ability? How can he use Sengoku's ability? Hearing Long's shocked words, Tyrant Bear shook his head slightly, shrugging his shoulders to indicate he was also unsure. Long stared at Ning Chuan for a while, helplessly saying, "Forget it. It seems we won't figure out this kid's ability anytime soon. Let's not worry about him for now. The Navy fleet has already moved far away, and Shanks has successfully engaged Sengoku and the others. We should act now." When Long and Tyrant Bear noticed that the attention of the Navy High Command was focused on the fierce battle at the front, they exchanged knowing smiles. They knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Long looked at Ning Chuan, who had transformed into the Buddha, and met his gaze, lightly nodding to express silent gratitude. Then, he began to manipulate the power of the fruit, quickly approaching the distant Navy fleet alongside Tyrant Bear. Watching the two leave, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that this time the Navy's operation to capture Buggy would fail again. I wonder how angry the five elders will be after this failure. However, after Buggy escapes this time, his bounty will probably increase again, right? TSK, truly a guy with incredible luck. Sengoku and Garp were doing their utmost. Under their full force attacks, Shanks gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, even though Garp and Sengoku had temporarily gained the upper hand and suppressed Shanks, they both knew that completely defeating Shanks would not be easy, unless the three of them fought here for several days and nights, using their 2-on-1 advantage to exhaust Shanks. Otherwise, it would be hard to take him down in a short time. At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but start to wonder. Ning Chuan managed to suppress a powerful figure like Shanks during their final battle. Just as the fight reached a critical juncture, Sengoku suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. His years of combat experience instinctively told him that Shanks' renewed attack on the Navy was not as simple as it seemed. There appeared to be a trick involved. Seizing a momentary lull in the battle, Sengoku took advantage of his massive size to glance back. This quick look made his heart tighten. He was startled to discover two unidentified figures pursuing from the rear of the Navy fleet. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Sengoku's mind. He immediately realized that this was likely a meticulously planned strategy to lure the tiger away from its den. Looking down at Shanks, whose expression was as calm as water, Sengoku noted that he showed no concern about the Navy fleet carrying Buggy away, as if his previous worries had vanished. This only reinforced Sengoku's suspicions. There must be a trick. As a wise general, Sengoku understood the cunning of pirates. Shanks' current demeanor undoubtedly signaled that everything was going according to his calculations. He had to find a way to go back and check. Just as Sengoku was filled with unease, the once calm sea suddenly erupted into terrifying tornadoes. Like the wrath of a celestial being, they enveloped the entire Navy fleet. This scene caused Sengoku's face to darken instantly. He finally realized that he had fallen into Shanks' trap. Garp's expression was equally grim. The moment he saw the bizarre tornado, a foreboding feeling crept into his heart. Dragon? Garp recognized it immediately. This was likely the handiwork of his son, Monkey D. Dragon. In that moment, Garp understood. Dragon's appearance was no coincidence. It was part of Shanks' meticulous plan. Among them, Garp was the fastest. He almost reflexively abandoned his battle with Shanks and turned a rush towards the Navy fleet. He pushed his speed to the limit, moving faster than what most could comprehend. However, the fleet was already too far away. Even with Garp's speed, he could not reach them in time to turn the tide. When Garp finally arrived at the fleet's command center, the sight before him left him completely stunned. His good son, Dragon, was smiling at him. Beside him stood Bartholomew Kuma, who, right before Garp's eyes, used the powers of the pawpaw fruit to press down on Buggy. In the next moment, Buggy vanished from his spot in an instant. The speed was so fast that Garp barely caught a glimpse. At that moment, Garp's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this time the Navy's operation had completely failed. He looked helplessly at his good son. Dragon smiled apologetically at him. Just as Garp's fist was about to strike his face, he and the tyrant Kuma were also sent flying by the power of the pawpaw fruit. Watching from a distance, as the furious tornado gradually subsided, Shanks' gaze pierced through the layers of wind and waves, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The plan had succeeded. He murmured to himself, a barely noticeable smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He knew that under the ability of Kuma's pawpaw fruit, Buggy should have been safely transported to the predetermined location, away from the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Shanks decisively ordered everyone retreat. His voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears. The members of the red-hair pirates had been prepared in advance. The moment they heard the order, not one of them hesitated, swiftly defeating their opponents and rushing to board the ship to begin their retreat. Shanks immediately used his signature technique, the observation Haki, to instantly seal off the observation Haki of Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu. With their observation Haki sealed, Sengoku and the others immediately sensed danger. They switched from offense to defense to prevent Shanks from launching a surprise attack. However, Shanks did not continue attacking the Navy. He smiled at Sengoku and the others, then swung his sword at the ice beneath his feet. The sword energy, imbued with powerful Haki, sliced through the ice-locked sea, creating a new path. At that moment, Beckman raised his flintlock rifle, channeling all his Haki into a single shot at the back of the ship. As the bullet exploded, their ship was propelled forward by the immense force of the blast. In an instant, they flew far away, leaving the Navy High Command far behind. The red-haired pirates, harnessing this force, darted out of the Navy's encirclement like an arrow released from a bow. Watching the red-haired pirates successfully escape and hearing the joyous sounds of pirates from their ship, Sengoku and the other senior officers were filled with complex emotions. Shanks had successfully evaded capture, and the warship holding Buggy had been severely damaged. They now found themselves in a dilemma. Sengoku knew that if they continued to pursue, there might be complications with Buggy. Thus, in an instant, he made the decision to fall back. After all, Buggy was the most important. However, when they rushed back to the fleet as quickly as possible, they only saw Garp standing helplessly on the deck, his face etched with unspoken defeat. I was a step too late. The Revolutionary Army's dragon, along with the warlord Kuma, rescued Buggy. Garp's voice held a hint of helplessness. Despite returning at the fastest speed, he had still been unable to stop them. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's anger erupted like a volcano. He grabbed Garp by the collar, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable rage. Garp, explain yourself. Your good son, Dragon, actually rescued Buggy. Our entire army worked tirelessly to capture him, to give the Celestial Dragons and the Gorosei an explanation. But in the end, he was snatched away by your Revolutionary Army's son. Sengoku's voice was filled with frustration and fury. He could not accept such an outcome. After all, since the dawn of the pirate era, the morale of the Navy had been increasingly low. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, some powerful pirates had carved out a new world for pirates. This time, he had personally led the team to boost the morale of the entire army, hoping to stand tall in future battles against pirates. But now it had backfired. They had clearly succeeded, yet in the end, it all fell apart. Now, not only was morale not boosted, but it would likely plummet even further. The Navy would probably face even greater difficulties in the future. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan stood on his small boat, watching the direction where Shanks had left, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems the Navy has failed after all. TSK, they really can't do without me. On the Navy warship, The Navy is doomed. Do you know that, Garp? Garp was being pulled by the collar, looking at the furious Sengoku, yet a bitter smile appeared on his face. Well, I can't help it. How about you demote me another rank and let me become a rear admiral? Although Garp's words were laced with sarcasm, they also revealed a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Sengoku was so angry that smoke nearly billowed from his head, yet he was helpless. He knew that although Garp usually seemed unreliable, he would mess things up at a critical moment. After all, the biggest mistake this time was his own. He had focused solely on the Shanks pirates, not realizing that other forces had mixed in. Ultimately, Sengoku could only let out a deep sigh. Forget it, let us go back. We need to summarize this operation properly. Next time, we can't let things go like today. Sengoku knew that it was pointless to say anything now. He could only temporarily suppress his anger and ordered the entire army to retreat to Marineford to reorganize the troops, in preparation for the various situations that might arise at sea next. At this moment, Ning Chuan's small boat slowly arrived at the position of the Navy command ship. He looked at the unpleasant expressions on the faces of the Navy high-ranking officers and immediately understood. His speculation was correct. Buggy had already been successfully rescued. Sengoku also looked towards Ning Chuan at this time. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. In this naval battle, this kid was the one who gained the most. I remember when we were battling Shanks, this kid even stole my Buddha form. It's a pity that such talent cannot be utilized by the Navy. Sengoku felt quite helpless at this moment. However, before leaving, he still didn't give up on asking Ning Chuan one last time. Ning Chuan, don't you want to come to the Navy headquarters for a visit? There are many things you might find interesting there, like numerous devil fruit users you haven't seen before. Hearing Sengoku actually use other devil fruit users to entice him, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and politely declined, saying, "Thank you for the invitation, Commander of the Warring States, but I have my own path to follow. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate next time." After saying this, Ning Chuan turned to Tina, who was standing nearby. "Miss Tina, it's time to go back. Your massage technique is excellent, and I am very satisfied. I look forward to seeing you next time." Tina stood aside, looking at the handsome young man in the sunlight, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, she was a Navy officer and had to obey orders, following the main force to retreat. Tina nodded with some regret. It was evident that she enjoyed being with Ning Chuan and the others. When she returned to her ship, Tina had already made up her mind. She would work hard to improve her rank to the general level as soon as possible. That way, she would have the opportunity to lead a warship out to sea on her own after leaving the Navy fleet. Ning Chuan finally had time to organize the gains from this great battle. Reflecting on his harvest after this naval battle, a smile almost stretched from ear to ear on his face. This time was truly a bountiful harvest. Not only did he acquire the frozen fruit and the magma fruit, but he also gained the ability to transform into the great Buddha form. He even unlocked the Conqueror's Haki and learned Shanks' unique skill, Observation Kill. Ning Chuan was naturally quite satisfied with his gains this time. Just as he was contemplating his harvest, Nami, Nojiko, and Kuna walked over. "Ning Chuan, where are we going next? Are we heading to the Grand Line?" It was clear that after experiencing an unprecedented spectacle, Nami and the others were looking forward to the legendary and even more exciting Grand Line. "No, before heading to the Grand Line, we need to make a stop at another place." "Where to?" A hint of confusion appeared on the faces of Nami and the others. They naturally couldn't guess where Ning Chuan wanted to go. The land of music, Elegia. A week later, the four of them, who were playing mahjong on the ship, finally saw the island where the land of music was located. Through the telescope, they saw the azure sea against the white sandy beach. Groups of white doves flew under the blue sky, and rainbows spanned across the city. This fairy tale-like beautiful scene was refreshing. The land of music was indeed an incredibly romantic place. As their small boat gradually approached the shore, Ning Chuan's gaze was fixed on a ship docked by the seaside. This ship was very familiar to Ning Chuan. It was Shanks and their pirate ship. It seemed that Shanks and the others had brought Yuta here not long ago. However, with Yuta's singing talent, she should have already attracted the attention of the sealed demon. He had to stop her before she sang the forbidden melody. Ning Chuan knew clearly that once Yuta sang the forbidden melody, it would release the demon seal beneath the music kingdom, bringing disaster to this beautiful realm of music. Yuta was also a poor girl. Someone should help her. Having a singer on the ship would be quite nice too. In fact, the moment Ning Chuan saw Yuta on Shanks' ship, he had the idea of persuading her to join his crew. He didn't want this lovely girl to meet the same tragic fate as in the original storyline. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan set off towards the palace of the Music Kingdom with Nami and the others. Although he didn't know Yuda's current situation or whether she had received the forbidden melody from the demon's minions. He believed that if they could reach the palace in advance and remind the king to guard against the forbidden melody, they could prevent Yuda from making a grave mistake. They quickly passed through the bustling streets, watching the street performers playing joyfully, with cheerful melodies filling the entire city. The three soon arrived at the central square of the Music Kingdom. In the distance, a magnificent concert hall came into view. The hall was filled with the melodious sound of pianos, showcasing the peace and harmony of the place. But Ning Chuan knew that once the demon was released, all this beauty could be destroyed by the impending disaster. Just as Ning Chuan and Nami were heading towards the palace, a commotion suddenly erupted from a nearby tavern. Ha ha ha, we must drink a few more cups. We finally rescued Buggy from the Navy and successfully escaped. We must relax and enjoy ourselves. Beckman, Lucky Roo, let's switch to another tavern and keep drinking. Ha ha. Hearing the familiar voices made Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan turned around and saw Shanks being supported by a few others, swaying as he walked out of the tavern. It was clear that they had drunk too much and had been kicked out by the tavern owner. Just as Shanks was stumbling forward, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing in front of him. After scrutinizing for a moment, he was instantly startled, half of his drunkenness fading away. Isn't that the little brat Ning Chuan? How did this little pervert end up here? Am I seeing things? The moment Shanks recognized Ning Chuan, his subordinates immediately became alert. They gripped their weapons, adopting a stance ready for battle. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Hey, what you all doing? This kid Ning Chuan has helped us a lot. We can't treat a friend like this. Shanks raised his hand to signal Haki and the others to stop. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He stepped forward, threw an arm around Ning Chuan's neck, and laughed. Ning Chuan, I really didn't expect to see you here. Thanks to you a few days ago, Buggy was able to escape. Ning Chuan pushed Shanks' hand away with some disdain and responded calmly, It's nothing. After all, I'm not the Navy, so I don't care whose hands Buggy ends up in. Hearing Ning Chuan's answer, Shanks chuckled and then leaned in mysteriously to Ning Chuan's ear. Is everything Buggy said true? Did you actually force him to take them out? You got some guts, kid. Aren't you afraid that if Buggy gets caught, he'll rat you out? Regarding this question, Ning Chuan naturally didn't take it to heart. The evidence was all there. This matter had nothing to do with me. If those guys really aimed their spear at me, it wouldn't take much time to take down a few more. Looking at Ning Chuan's confident expression, Shanks fell silent for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. You're really a little rascal. As for the Buggy incident, let's consider it over. I don't plan to hold you accountable anyway. I can't beat you. Shanks sighed helplessly at first. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his face as he looked at Ning Chuan seriously. How about we hold a banquet? I still have plenty of good wine on my ship. Ha ha. Shanks' words made the surrounding crew members relax. They had been sailing with Shanks for so long and naturally knew that anyone Shanks invited to a banquet was no longer a threat. The tense atmosphere of battle instantly dissipated, replaced by a relaxed vibe. I'm going to get this kid drunk. I want to ask him why he is so strong. Also, the origin of that sword in his hand. If I get the chance, I'd like to ask for one too. Just as Shanks was pondering how to extract some information from Ning Chuan, unexpectedly, it seemed like Ning Chuan could see through his thoughts and directly refused. Sorry, there are some things I can't attend your banquet for right now. Hearing Ning Chuan's rejection, Shanks was momentarily stunned. Is there really someone in this world who doesn't like banquets? While he was in a daze, Ning Chuan suddenly stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said seriously, I don't like banquets. However, if you have any new tricks, feel free to call me. Just like Roger's ultimate move back in the day, the divine evasion. After Ning Chuan finished speaking, he continued to lead Nami and the others towards the palace, leaving Shanks there, stunned with wide eyes. What on earth is going on with this kid? I specifically researched the move Divine Avoidance to defeat him. How does he know about it? Ning Chuan did not tell Shanks about Yuda. He came here to help Yuda and the land of music deal with the demons. Now is not the time to let Shanks and his crew get involved. After all, what he has to do is to abduct Shanks' precious daughter. If he finds out his intentions in advance, it will be much harder to trick Yuda onto the ship. After leaving Shanks and his crew behind, Ning Chuan and the other three quickly walked towards the palace of the Music Kingdom. He had just used his observation Haki to glimpse into the future and saw Gordon handing the forbidden melody to Yuda. Time was of the essence, and they had to stop Yuda from obtaining the forbidden melody as soon as possible. Shanks watched the hurried backs of Ning Chuan and the others. Although he was puzzled and didn't know Ning Chuan's intentions, he didn't say much. Until he fully mastered the power of God-S avoidance, he was not Ning Chuan's opponent. Boss, it seems Ning Chuan is heading to the palace. Yuda is there too. Should we? Hearing this, Shanks waved his hand and said helplessly, "Let him go. That kid Ning Chuan isn't a bad sort. Maybe he has some secrets he doesn't want us to know. This is his private matter. It's best we don't interfere." At that moment, if Shanks had known that Ning Chuan was actually planning something against Yuta, he would have insisted on getting involved. Soon, Ning Chuan and the other three arrived outside the palace of the Music Kingdom. Ning Chuan and the others had just intended to enter when they were stopped by the guards outside the door. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan didn't want to waste time. He directly unleashed his powerful conqueror's Haki, stunning the group of guards at the entrance. "Ning Chuan, do you think we'll be okay barging into someone else's palace?" Guena, who was following Ning Chuan, had a noticeably nervous expression on her small face. After all, this was her first time doing something so thrilling. "It's fine, trust Ning Chuan. We've even boarded a celestial dragon's ship together." Nami and Nojiko cheered Guena on as they ran. Listening to their experiences, Guena couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Not long after, in the spacious and magnificent palace hall, King Gordon was holding an ancient musical score he had stumbled upon, ready to hand it over to Yuta, who had an exceptional musical talent. Ning Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him at that moment, startling Gordon. "Why you? Who are you? How did you get in?" Ning Chuan ignored Gordon's words and calmly said, "If you let little Yuta sing with what you have in your hands, your country will be doomed." Ning Chuan's voice left Gordon stunned in place. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. "Who are you? What are you talking about? Why is the land of music going to perish? You better clarify. Otherwise I—" Before Gordon could finish his sentence, Ning Chuan interrupted him directly. "What do you mean I? Your guards have all been knocked out by me. If you don't believe it, just let Yuta sing whatever you have in your hands." Ning Chuan leaned against the wall with a cold smile, watching Gordon blandly. At this moment, Gordon stood frozen, holding the ancient score in his hands. Although he did not believe Ning Chuan's words at all, the terrifying topic of national destruction made him hesitate to hand the ancient score over to Yuta. Just as King Gordon was lost in thought, suddenly, a terrifying voice that pierced the soul rang in his ears. "Hand over the forbidden score." Roar. Yuta and King Gordon were standing in the very center of the Hall of Music. Since the devil's voice had echoed in his ears, a disturbing atmosphere began to fill the air. Both Gordon and Yuta were startled by that voice and did not notice the change in the surrounding atmosphere. However, as an observer, Ning Chuan felt it vividly. Suddenly, a deep and sinister voice emerged from the depths of the earth. It was the voice of the demon sealed at the bottom of the Music Kingdom. "This is the most wonderful score in the world. Hand it over to the person with the greatest musical talent." A voice began to ring in Gordon's ears, striking at his soul. The moment the voice sounded, Gordon felt as if he had lost himself, beginning to extend the forbidden score towards Yuta. "Sing it, and you will gain unparalleled power and glory. Sing it, and you will become the greatest singer in the world." The devil's voice also echoed in Yuta's ears. Under the temptation of the devil's voice, a flicker of confusion and struggle passed through Gordon's eyes. Yet, he ultimately followed the voice in his mind and handed over the forbidden score. Little Yuta was also unable to resist the devil's temptation and slowly walked towards Gordon, preparing to sing from the score. Just as Gordon handed the forbidden score to Yuta, Ning Chuan's figure flashed by in an instant, snatching the forbidden melody from Gordon's hands with lightning speed. Roar. The moment Ning Chuan obtained the forbidden melody, the demon seal beneath the kingdom of music let out an angry roar, shaking the entire island. "Bastard! I've waited so many years, finally finding someone who can help me break the seal, and you dare to stop me. I remember your face. I will definitely kill you." Waves of the demon's voice echoed from the ground, spreading throughout the island. However, only Ning Chuan could understand its content. Others only heard terrifying roars. At this moment, little Yuta and Gordon were both startled awake by the sudden turn of events. What was that sound? So frightening. Little Yuta, scared, crouched down holding her head, her body shaking uncontrollably. Though Gordon was also very afraid, as the ruler of a nation, he forced himself to remain calm, not wanting to fall to the ground and become a laughingstock. Is it really a demon? After coming to his senses, fear filled Gordon's eyes. "I almost fell under the demon's voice's spell just now." Gordon felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this moment, he finally believed what Ning Chuan had said earlier about the kingdom of music facing destruction. Just as Gordon finally regained his composure and realized he almost brought ruin to the entire nation, the demon beneath the palace became even more furious. It struggled wildly, attempting to break free from its seal. The enormous commotion caused by the angry demon shook the entire island once again. At this moment, The recently quiet kingdom of music was once again filled with terrifying howls. The sound seemed to come from the deepest depths of an abyss, sending chills down one's spine. On the street, a violinist playing suddenly trembled, his bow producing a harsh, screeching noise. He looked around in terror, his voice trembling. What was this sound? So terrifying. The vendors in the market also stopped their work, exchanging fearful glances with their customers, their eyes filled with unspeakable dread. In the tavern, drunken patrons, upon hearing the demon's roar, instantly sobered up. They looked around in panic, their faces pale. However, among them, a group suddenly stood up, their expressions grave as they looked towards the direction of the palace. Beckman, that sound just now came from the direction of the palace, right? Shanks placed his hand on his waist, a serious expression on his face. Beckman nodded, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, looking worriedly at the palace. Yuta should still be inside the palace. If our observation Haki hasn't misjudged, the dangerous aura is indeed coming from the palace. After hearing Beckman's analysis, Ricky Liu suddenly stood up and shouted at Shanks and Beckman, "Captain Beckman, what are we waiting for? Yuta needs our help right now." Meanwhile, inside the palace, Gordon heard the demon's roar once more, and his face changed drastically. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he looked at Ning Chuan with seriousness. I remembered an ancient legend. A terrible demon has always been sealed beneath our kingdom of music, but everyone regarded it as just a legend, never believing it to be true. And now, this legend has come true. Realizing he had almost caused national disaster, Gordon felt a wave of fear wash over him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Little guy, I really owe you one. If you hadn't stopped me just now, the kingdom of music would probably be finished." Gordon's voice trembled, and his gaze towards Ning Chuan was filled with gratitude. Performing the forbidden melody is the key to unlocking the demon's seal. As long as there is a gifted singer who can perform this melody, the demon will break free from its seal. That's why I came to stop you. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here for you or your kingdom. I'm here for Yuta. I don't want her to bear the guilt of destroying the kingdom of music. Gordon felt a bit embarrassed by Ning Chuan's words. However, he wasn't angry. After all, Ning Chuan was the one who saved his country. Even if he pulled him to beat him up, he would only smile and bandage his wounds. After a moment of silence, Gordon looked at Ning Chuan seriously and said, "If that's the case, then the forbidden melody must be destroyed. We cannot allow the demon any chance of escaping its seal." Ning Chuan shook his head. "Destroying it is useless, since the demon can create a forbidden melody. It can also produce a second forbidden melody. It's just a matter of time. What you suggested only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. In fact, the safest way is to cut the grass and eliminate the roots, completely getting rid of this demon." Gordon was startled by Ning Chuan's words, his face turning pale as he spoke. "Eliminate the demon? Legends say that demons are incredibly powerful, and humans cannot defeat them at all. According to the legends, many people were sacrificed to seal it. Can we really defeat it with just us? If we can't win, won't the kingdom of music be doomed?" Ning Chuan naturally understood Gordon's concerns. After all, he was the king of a nation, and a good king at that. He didn't want to see his people fall into despair, nor did he want his country to be destroyed. It's just a demon. With me around, it won't turn the world upside down. However, before we deal with the demon, I think we should first discuss the rewards, right? Rewards? Upon hearing Ning Chuan mention the word rewards, King Gordon was clearly taken aback. But soon, he regained his composure. As a king, he naturally knew that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, Ning Chuan was helping his country eliminate a long-hidden national disaster. Asking for some rewards is certainly reasonable. What are your conditions? Feel free to share. If it can be accomplished, our kingdom of music will surely do everything in our power to assist you." Upon hearing Gordon's words, Ning Chuan revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. "My conditions are very simple, just two. The first is that if Yuta wants to hold a concert in the future, you must do your best to help with the promotion." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's first condition, Gordon nodded seriously. "This condition isn't difficult. What about the second?" "Well, the second condition isn't difficult either. I need the kingdom of music to help me build a big ship, at least the size of a Navy admiral's warship. Of course, not now, but after I go to the water city, I'll send you the bill." Upon hearing this, Gordon frowned. "Ning Chuan, this condition will probably cost a huge amount of berry, but for a country, it is actually not excessive. Moreover, this is a land of music, where many singers hold concerts every year. Naturally, there will be no shortage of berry for a ship of battleship level." After a moment of silence, King Gordon nodded seriously. "I can agree to you. However, how can I trust that you have the power to defeat the demon? If it's convenient, Could you please demonstrate your strength a little to reassure me? Regarding Gordon's doubts, Ning Chuan had already anticipated this. He did not answer, but simply smiled slightly at Gordon. Let's go, follow me. It's a bit cramped here. After that, Ning Chuan turned and walked out of the palace, heading to the center of the courtyard. Gordon and little Yuta glanced at Ning Chuan and followed him out as well. They saw Gordon and the others leaving the palace. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, then took a deep breath, and the power within him erupted instantly. With a low shout, Ning Chuan's body rapidly grew larger. A dazzling golden light immediately enveloped him, transforming him into a towering golden Buddha hundreds of feet high. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to tremble in response to his transformation. The golden light began to radiate from his body, gradually spreading beyond the palace. Gordon, who had never seen a Buddha of this size, was instantly stunned. His mouth agape, his eyes filled with shock and awe. This is truly incredible. Yuta's reaction was more composed. After all, she had seen the golden Buddha form during the naval battle. However, she was curious as to why this handsome big brother could also transform into a golden Buddha like the naval admiral. The citizens of the Music Kingdom also saw the suddenly appearing golden Buddha in the palace, looking in amazement toward the palace. What is that? Could it be a divine being descending? What divine being? This should be the devil fruit user summoned by the king to help us deal with the terrifying source of the screams. Right? Really? That's great. It seems we are saved. Even if the rumored demon has emerged, it shouldn't be a match for this golden Buddha. Just as everyone in the country was astonished by the sudden appearance of the golden Buddha, the red-haired pirates were suddenly startled. This ISNT the warlord, is it? Jesus Burgess stared at the golden Buddha that Ning Chuan had transformed into, slightly dazed. After all, he had just fought with the naval admiral not long ago, and he was worried that the admiral might have come after them. Hearing this, Shanks shook his head. No, it looks like that kid Ning Chuan. Stop being dazed. Hurry to the palace and see what is going on. They've even summoned a Buddha. At this moment, Ning Chuan's golden Buddha form shone brilliantly under the sunlight. His voice echoed like thunder in the courtyard. King Gordon, do you now believe I have the ability to eliminate the demon? Upon hearing this thunderous voice, Gordon finally snapped out of shock. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful user. The golden Buddha will definitely be able to eliminate the demon. Seeing Ning Chuan's golden Buddha form, Gordon was overjoyed. Don't be too happy too soon. Exorcising the demon might cause significant destruction to the territory of the Music Kingdom. Just don't cry when the time comes. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gordon hesitated for a moment, struggling internally. But in the end, he made up his mind and spoke. Buildings can be rebuilt, but if people are lost, then nothing remains. We are willing to take this risk, as long as we can completely eliminate this demon. Who knows, with this achievement of exorcising the demon, I might also become a wise ruler. Seeing that Gordon still had the mood to joke, Ning Chuan nodded with a smile. First of all, I won't compensate for the losses caused, and you can't deduct it from my shipbuilding funds. Next, Ning Chuan began to prepare the plan to exorcise the demon. During this time, Shanks and his crew also arrived at the palace. After hearing Yuta detail what had just happened, Shanks and the others felt a wave of fear. At the same time, they were extremely angry. How dare that despicable demon use the adorable little Yuta? She is the treasure of the entire red-haired pirates. It must be dealt with. It must be dealt with harshly. Just like that, without Ning Chuan inviting them, Shanks and his crew shamelessly joined the exorcism plan. The condition to summon the demon was that Yuta had to use the power of the song fruit to sing the forbidden melody. Wouldn't that put Yuta in danger? After hearing Ning Chuan's plan, Shanks couldn't help but frown. Knowing the original plot, Ning Chuan naturally understood that as long as Yuta used the power of the song fruit to sing the forbidden melody, the demon would take the opportunity to possess her and seize her song fruit ability. It was impossible to say there was no danger. However, Ning Chuan had already thought of a countermeasure for this. As long as he first got her song fruit ability, then activated the fruit's power to break the demon's seal, the demon would only look for him at the moment it appeared. For Ning Chuan, as long as the demon dared to come after him, he would definitely show it a little bit of Kalu. After telling his plan to Shanks, Shanks looked at Ning Chuan with a strange expression and couldn't help but say, although I don't know how you mastered the power of the song fruit, you need to understand one thing. To unleash the power of the song fruit, you must have talent in singing. Singing is not something you can just train in. Are you really confident? Hearing this, Ning Chuan sneered. I practice singing every day. If you don't believe me, ask Nami and the others. Shanks looked suspiciously at Nami and the other three. As a result, all three little cuties nodded at the same time at that moment. They looked at Shanks with strange expressions and then spoke in unison. Ning Chuan really does practice singing every day, even while training his martial arts. It's just that we can't understand the songs he sings. What's that called? Chicken, you are too beautiful? Chicken, you are too beautiful. What kind of strange thing is that? Upon hearing this strange song title, Shanks immediately showed a bewildered expression. Looking at Shanks' confused state at that moment, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and walked directly to Yuta's side. He placed his hands on little Yuta's shoulders and seriously said to her, Yuta, sing a song that you are familiar with. Remember to use the power of the song fruit. Yuta looked at Ning Chuan, then at Shanks standing aside, and nodded earnestly. She took a deep breath and began to sing a cheerful song as Ning Chuan requested, simultaneously activating the power of the song fruit. As her singing resonated, a strange power filled the air. Almost instantly, everyone around was immersed in the beautiful world created by Yuta's song. The azure sky, warm sunshine, a garden filled with flowers, and flocks of seagulls gliding over the sea in the breeze. All of it looked so real. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, and King Gordon were all captivated by the wonderful world of song that Yuta created. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan was not like the others, feeling the beautiful world created by Yuta. Instead, he maximized his observation haki, carefully observing all the details of Yuta activating the song fruit. System, begin calculations. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the song fruit's ability for 10 seconds, activating the tenfold return system. Commencing cultivation settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from observing the song fruit's ability. The host's understanding of the song fruit's ability has improved. The first cultivation return has concluded. Ning Chuan felt that he had gained a profound understanding of the abilities of the song fruit. However, he was still far from being able to fully utilize its powers. But with the system by his side, Ning Chuan did not mind. With a deep understanding of the song fruit in his heart, he continued to speak internally. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the ability of the song fruit for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Starting the cultivation settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 10,000 minutes of cultivation for experiencing the ability of the song fruit. The host's understanding of the ability of the song fruit has significantly improved. Not enough. System, continue the settlement. Ning Chuan has been feeling the power of the Yuta fruit until Yuta finished singing the third song. Ning Chuan finally heard the system voice he wanted to hear. Congratulations, host. You can now use the abilities of the song fruit. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Can he finally use the abilities of the song fruit? Then let you all feel the power of the Koin world. Ning Chuan looked at the crowd, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Then, just before the fourth song by Yuta was about to be performed, Ning Chuan suddenly began to sing Jinatei. You are truly beautiful. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone around felt a sudden darkness before their eyes. The next moment, they found themselves in an incredibly fantastical world. A young man in overalls, playing basketball, appeared right in front of them. Just as they were trying to figure out what was happening, this boy began to transform. He suddenly turned into a golden giant Kuin, playing basketball. Then came the second, third, and soon there were so many Kuin playing basketball that they filled the entire space in front of them. My eyes. My eyes are polluted. What the heck? What is going on in this world? Why does such a bizarre thing exist? I can't take it anymore. Help. I want to get out of this world. Is this the ability of the song fruit that Ning Chuan is using? Compared to Yuta, this is simply hell. Kuin, all Kuin. When Ning Chuan finished his last line of lyrics, the people trapped in the Kuin world were finally freed. Thank God, Ning Chuan has finally finished singing. It's really not easy to survive. Now everyone I see looks like a golden Kuin in overalls with a middle part. Ning Chuan, Beak Protir Ning Chuan. Please, don't ever sing this song again, okay? It's finally over. That scene was even scarier than playing life and death with the Navy. Looking at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, the instigator Ning Chuan couldn't stop his mischievous grin. It seems that such spiritual pollution is also a good weapon. If I first transform into a Buddha form and use the captivating power of the Buddha's voice to activate the song fruit, singing Jinatei, it would probably cause a top-tier spiritual pollution. The entire nation of music would likely go insane. If King Gordon knew Ning Chuan's current thoughts, He would probably risk his life to make the citizens quickly cover their ears to avoid witnessing this terrifying scene. Such a terrifying level of spiritual pollution is probably scarier than seeing a ghost. System, let's settle the recent training. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Song Fruit ability to sing for 3 minutes and 39 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Starting the training settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30,000 minutes, 390,000 seconds of cultivation return from using the Song Fruit ability. The host's mastery of the Song Fruit ability has greatly improved. Not bad, not bad. Singing is much more interesting than fighting. I should find another opportunity to sing for them. Everyone looked at Ning Chuan, who once again wore a strange, mischievous smile. At that moment, they all had the urge to quickly run away and distance themselves from Ning Chuan. I've already mastered the ability of the Song Fruit. The work of exorcising evil can now begin. King Gordon, you can now order the nationwide evacuation. Ning Chuan smiled at the sweaty King Gordon. At this moment, King Gordon still hadn't recovered from the recent shadow. It was only after Ning Chuan's reminder that he finally escaped from that nightmarish scene. King Gordon glanced at Ning Chuan with some fear. As an old musician, his attitude towards Ning Chuan was indeed difficult to evaluate. Ning Chuan's voice has a strong, penetrating power, and his talent in singing is almost on par with Yuta. He can easily unleash the terrifying power of the Song Fruit, pulling people into a new world effortlessly. However, Ning Chuan's songs are enough to drive people crazy. This creates a sharp contrast with Yuta's pure, ethereal voice. Fortunately, Ning Chuan won't stay in the kingdom of music for long. Otherwise, everyone in the entire music kingdom would likely go mad. Ning Chuan is simply more terrifying than the sealed demon. All right, I will give the order immediately. We must eliminate the demon as soon as possible to free the music kingdom from danger. Although Gordon said this on the surface, in reality, he was thinking about getting Ning Chuan to quickly eliminate the demon and then send them away. After all, this Ning Chuan kid is really too scary. Scarier than a demon. To avoid affecting Ning Chuan and their actions against the demon, King Gordon decisively ordered the evacuation of the entire nation. In just one day, the entire music kingdom became desolate. The once bustling streets and alleys were now left with only Ning Chuan and Shanks' group. Ning Chuan is very clear about the strength of the demon. It is very strong. It can even be described as terrifyingly strong. In the original storyline, the lineup that defeated the Demon King was quite luxurious. The Shanks Pirates and the Straw Hat Luffy Pirates, 2 Emperor-level crews, served as the main offensive force, alongside Fujitora, Kizaru, and a host of other experts to completely defeat this demon. One can imagine how terrifying the strength of this Demon King truly is. However, in the face of such a powerful Demon King, Ning Chuan, who possesses a system, did not take him seriously. He can infinitely enhance his own strength. A mere Demon King is no challenge at all. Ning Chuan stood in the central square of the palace, holding the forbidden score in his hand, feeling a sense of anticipation towards the Demon King. I'm about to begin. Make sure you're ready. Don't let the demon move to other areas and threaten the people. Ning Chuan looked at the red-haired pirates and solemnly instructed them. Shanks nodded, having already placed his hand on the grip-on at his waist. The moment the demon appeared, he would be able to unleash his strongest strike. As the power of Ning Chuan's Giga Fruit began to surge, he unfolded the Forbidden Symphony, gripping his hands tightly and starting to sing the forbidden melody. As Ning Chuan's voice rang out, a powerful force began to pour from his body. In the next moment, the entire palace was enveloped in a mysterious aura. The melody of the Forbidden Symphony was melodious and grand, reaching deep into the earth. Just as the Forbidden Symphony was nearing its end, the demon-sealed deep underground shattered with a loud bang. A terrifying dark aura surged from the depths. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the long-sealed Demon King finally broke free. As the figure of the Demon King gradually emerged, it was a pitch-black form. Towering over 100 feet, it emanated a thick aura of darkness. The dark body seemed to come from hell, and the terrifying power made the surrounding air tremble. The Demon King's eyes burned like flames, and its ferocious face revealed endless cruelty and greed, fixating on Ning Chuan, who sang the Forbidden Symphony. The moment it broke free, it immediately locked its gaze onto Ning Chuan because it sensed that familiar and powerful Giga Fruit power. This is the power that sealed me for hundreds of years. The Demon King roared, its voice thundering and shaking the surroundings. I will seize this fruit for my own use, making everyone enter the dark world I create and become my slaves. With a furious roar, the Demon King swung its massive palm, charging towards Ning Chuan with devastating power. Eyeing the Demon King that radiated terrifying dark energy, Ning Chuan revealed a faint cold smile. He showed no fear as his body instantly erupted with golden light. In almost an instant, Ning Chuan transformed into a golden Buddha. The golden light illuminated all directions, creating a strong contrast with the dark aura of the Demon King. Just a worthless being, daring to shout recklessly? Ning Chuan let out a cold snort, and a golden light in the shape of a giant Buddha exploded instantly. The golden radiance violently collided with the dark power of the Demon King, as if they were competing for supremacy. The ground of the palace shook violently under the clash of the two powerful forces, and stones flew everywhere. Has it started? Shanks and the others looked at the Demon King breaking free from its seal, their faces showing a hint of shock. They had expected the Demon King to be strong, but they never imagined it could be this powerful. Just feeling that terrifying aura made Shanks and the others feel quite challenged. Cut it down. In an instant, Shanks tightened his grip on the griffin in his hand and delivered an extremely terrifying slash. His subordinates also began their attacks at this moment. Countless strikes hit the Demon King, forcing it back several dozen meters. However, despite taking so many attacks, it did not change its target. It still focused on Ning Chuan. The Demon King forcibly steadied its body and let out an angry roar, charging toward Ning Chuan with destructive power. However, Ning Chuan was already prepared. The moment the Demon King appeared, he directly pressed one hand down hard onto its head. A powerful shockwave erupted instantly, slamming the charging Demon King down onto the ground. The Demon King's body crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the entire palace structure to collapse with a loud rumble. Ning Chuan gave the Demon King no chance to catch his breath, alternating his left and right hands to deliver a relentless beating. Each punch unleashed a powerful shockwave, with golden Buddhist light flickering in the air as if to dispel all darkness. Under the pressure of the golden shockwaves, the Demon King struggled to fight back. However, every attack was easily blocked by Ning Chuan, who pressed him down and rubbed him against the ground for a while. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan quickly realized that relying solely on shockwaves caused very limited damage to the Demon King. Although he was beaten into a sorry state, the actual damage was not high. He was quite resilient, proven to be a decent toy. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, preparing to give this big guy something fun. He began to activate the freezing fruit ability with his left hand, while his right hand ignited with seething magma. Let's try this move. Ning Chuan let out a cold snort, and at the same time his fist, containing the powers of ice and lava, slammed into the Demon King's body. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted instantly. The forces of ice and lava rampaged wildly within the Demon King's body. The freezing cold turned the Demon King's body into ice, while the intense heat of the lava shattered the large chunk of ice in the next moment. The Demon King's screams sounded particularly mournful amidst the explosions. The demon's body instantly disappeared by half under the impact of the two fruit powers. Ning Chuan looked at the demon's body being crushed, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. However, what surprised Ning Chuan was that the Demon King's recovery speed was unexpectedly fast. After just a moment of respite, it returned to its normal state. Although compared to before, the terrifying aura surrounding it had weakened considerably. The recovered Demon King was furious, with dark flames burning in its eyes as if they were going to devour everything. It opened its enormous mouth, staring intently at Ning Chuan, letting out an extremely piercing roar. "I will tear you to shreds, never to be reborn." Hearing this, Ning Chuan swung a lava giant hand down, instantly melting away a large part of the Demon King's head. Is that all you've got? Having tasted lava and ice, now let's see how it feels to be shattered into pieces. Ning Chuan activated the ability of the split fruit in an instant from the hand he had plunged into the Demon King's head. In the next moment, the Demon King's body was immediately split into countless fragments, scattered all around. However, this was far from enough. "Thunderfire sword, it's your turn," as Ning Chuan softly murmured. The thunderfire sword instantly soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It summoned a terrifying power of thunder from the clouds, striking down fiercely towards the scattered body of the Demon King. Boom! A thunderclap swept across. The thunderfire sword unleashed a terrifying strike imbued with thunder. The power of thunder, like the lightning of the nine heavens, instantly enveloped the fragments of the Demon King's body, erupting with a destructive radiance. The members of the Shanks pirates watched the horrifying scene of Ning Chuan beating the Demon King. The powers of freezing, lava, and thunder filled the entire area. They couldn't help but gulp, filled with trepidation. If Ning Chuan had used the power of beating the Demon King against us during the naval battle a few days ago, would we have survived? The purifying power of thunder spread through the air, enveloping the entire battlefield. Ning Chuan keenly sensed that, even after being struck by the heavenly thunder, the demon still had not completely disappeared. Its presence lingered in the surroundings. This demon seemed to be immortal, as no attack could completely eradicate it. This demon was indeed quite troublesome. However, could I also master the demon's immortality? With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan began to carefully observe the demon's immortality. He knew that there must be some secret behind the demon's immortality. Ning Chuan decided to observe the demon's recovery process more closely, hoping to find a way to control the demon's resurrection. He calmly watched each reformation of the demon and gradually discovered that the demon's recovery stemmed from an invisible power. Regarding this invisible power, Ning Chuan couldn't figure out what it was for a while. After observing with the observation Haki for a long time, he had no choice but to rely on the system's power for help. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the source of malice in the world for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 100,000 seconds for observing the source of malice in the world. The host's understanding of the source of malice in the world has improved. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan finally understood that the power supporting the resurrection of demons actually comes from the malice in the world. As long as the malice in the world does not perish, demons can continuously be reborn. If I also absorb this source of malice, wouldn't I be able to resurrect infinitely too? Just like the 5 elders. Ning Chuan's mind was quickly turning. Although he didn't know if this would work, he decided to give it a try. If it succeeded, wouldn't he have the ability to resurrect infinitely? He took action right away. The moment the demon was restored, Ning Chuan once again used the power of the fragmentation fruit to split it into countless pieces. He continued to observe the resurrection process of the demon. 1 minute later, system begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the source of malice in the world for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-minute return of cultivation for observing the source of malice in the world. The host's understanding of the source of malice in the world has greatly improved. System continues settlement. Half an hour later. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the ability to absorb the source of malice. The host can use this ability to refine the demon's body. Hearing the exciting news from the system, Ning Chuan's face finally revealed a hint of excitement. Has he finally succeeded? Immortal body. Without any hesitation, he began to collect the malice around him and transformed his body into a demonic form. System, begin the calculation. The direction of the calculation is to reduce the influence of malice on my mind. This time, during the process of transforming his physical constitution into a demonic body, Ning Chuan directly improved his mental cultivation. After all, he is not like this crazy demon king, consumed by malice that has engulfed his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the invasion of the source of malice for 10 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold return system for cultivation. Now, starting the cultivation calculation. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 100,000 minutes of cultivation for resisting the invasion of the source of malice. The host's resistance to the sources of malice in the world has significantly improved. System, continue the calculation. Also calculate the progress of my demonic body transformation. During Ning Chuan's transformation into a demonic body, Ning Chuan continued to use the system's restoration ability to minimize the impact of the demonic body on himself. Meanwhile, when the demon's body, which had been torn apart by Ning Chuan, had recovered to half, it suddenly realized that its recovery speed had decreased by more than half compared to before. The demon was puzzled and glanced at Ning Chuan, shocked to find that Ning Chuan was actually collecting malice on its behalf and severing the source of its resurrection. Seeing this scene, the demon was infuriated, its already terrifying face becoming even more grotesque as it let out a thunderous roar. You dare to seize my power? The demon's roar echoed through the air. A dark aura surged around, and frenzied attacks flooded toward Ning Chuan like a tide. Faced with the demon's assault, Ning Chuan smirked coldly. You're useless now. Just stay put for a while. As soon as the words fell, the song Genie Tai Mei played once again. Ning Chuan directly used the power of the song's song fruit to trap the demon in the world of Kuan. He intended to continue receiving the malice scattered throughout the world on behalf of the demon. The demon struggled continuously in the world of Kuan, letting out piercing screams. It was the power of the song fruit again. He had already been sealed in the world of the song fruit for hundreds of years. He didn't want to be sealed by Ning Chuan again. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. This time, compared to the last, it was worse. After all, the previous world he was in didn't have countless Kuan playing basketball to torment him. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan continued to collect malice on behalf of the demon, gradually achieving an immortal demonic body, feeling a large amount of malicious power flooding into his body. He gradually became stronger. Ning Chuan also felt his body becoming stronger and stronger, whether it was speed, strength, or vitality in all aspects. It was dozens of times more than before. An hour later, under the continuous calculations of the system, Ning Chuan successfully shortened the time it took to obtain the demon body. He can now collect malice to resurrect infinitely, just like a demon. Ning Chuan is very satisfied with his newly acquired resurrection ability. To express his gratitude to this demon, he successfully refined an immortal demon body. Ning Chuan is preparing to release the demon trapped in the world of Kuan. Give a break. Don't let it continue to suffer from Kuan's torment. As Ning Chuan's thoughts moved, the demon was successfully released by him. At this moment, it had been tortured to the point of losing its sanity, its gaze vacant. Even after leaving the world of Kuan, it still saw countless Kuans dancing in front of it, playing basketball. Ning Chuan looked at the demon's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Poor demon. I'll be a good person and send you to your next life. With that, he spoke. Ning Chuan ruthlessly activated the ability of the split fruit once again, causing the demon's body to split into countless fragments. However, this time, Ning Chuan did not give the demon any chance to recover, as the demon's fragments twisted on the ground, trying to regroup and restore themselves. Ning Chuan ruthlessly began to strip away its source of malice. The power of the demon was constantly weakened, until the last drop of the source of malice within it was drained by Ning Chuan. The demon completely vanished from this world. At the same time, the towering golden statue of the Buddha in Ning Chuan also transformed into an immortal demon body at that moment. As the demon's body completely collapsed and vanished into nothingness, it disappeared entirely from this world. The entire music kingdom returned to tranquility. Ning Chuan stood in the center of the battlefield, feeling the powerful force surging within him, a satisfied expression on his face. He knew he had completely mastered the undead power of the demons. Now, he not only possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, but also had a powerful demonic body. He had already acquired both the golden body of the Buddha and the demonic form. His strength had increased multiple times compared to before. If it weren't for the distance being too far, he would want to venture into the territory of the 4 emperors or the 5 elders right now. At the moment, the Demon King was completely eradicated by Ning Chuan. The citizens of the music kingdom erupted in deafening cheers. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the citizens, Ning Chuan and the others were invited to enter the already ruined palace to attend a grand celebration banquet. Although the palace was gone, Ning Chuan did not see any sadness on Gordon's face. On the contrary, his face was filled with smiles. During his reign as king, he had eliminated a demon that had existed in legends for hundreds of years. Such an achievement would surely leave a significant mark in the history of the music kingdom. His reputation would probably surpass that of all previous kings. With such great benefits, only a palace and a few dozen houses on the outskirts were damaged, which was hardly anything. Let us have a banquet. Let us have a banquet. King Gordon, don't be stingy with your fine wine. Shanks shouted excitedly. He was probably the one who loved holding banquets the most on the entire island. Under the king's orders soon, barrels of fine wine that had been treasured for decades were brought out. The kingdom's top chefs also prepared a variety of delicacies to treat the heroes who saved their country. This was an unparalleled treatment without regard for cost. Even Admiral Sengoku would not enjoy such treatment. At the banquet, Shanks' eyes sparkled with a cunning light. He raised a glass of wine and walked over to Ning Chuan with a mischievous smile. Ning Chuan, come on, let's have a drink together, Shanks said with a grin. At this moment, Shanks wanted to get Ning Chuan drunk to take the opportunity to ask some secrets that were usually hard to inquire about. For example, why was Ning Chuan able to learn the fruit abilities of others? And why was the sword in Ning Chuan's hand called the thunderfire sword, able to attack enemies on its own? Where did this sword come from? Could he find someone to make a sword like that for himself? seeing Shanks with a mischievous smile. Ning Chuan guessed it directly. He definitely wasn't hiding anything good. However, regarding the doubts in Shanks' heart, Ning Chuan had guessed about right. All right, let's toast. Bottoms up. Whoever can't finish their drink has to pay a penalty. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Shanks' face immediately showed a hint of joy. This kid actually wants to compete with me in drinking? Haha. Let's see if I can get him drunk and extract all his secrets. However, an hour later, Shanks, whose face was flushed from drinking, looked at Ning Chuan, who was still sitting there as if nothing had happened, with a face full of disbelief. You, how come you're still not drunk? I don't believe it. I can't possibly drink less than you. Come on, let us continue. 2 hours later, Shanks was already a bit unsteady on his feet from drinking. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan still wore a smile as he looked at him. What Shanks didn't know was, Ning Chuan froze the alcohol in his body instantly, using his ice fruit ability. No matter how much he drank, he would never get drunk. I can't shake the feeling that you're cheating, kid, Shanks said, looking at Ning Chuan with sleepy eyes. Shanks, let's not talk about drinking for now. Let's discuss something serious. I want to invite Yuta to join my team. My ship is filled with kids around her age, and having her on board would definitely make things livelier. Shanks didn't expect Ning Chuan to invite Yuta onto the ship, which surprised him. Invite Yuta onto the ship? Shanks fell silent for a moment, suddenly finding Ning Chuan's proposal quite feasible. After all, leaving Yuta alone in the land of music was something they were all a bit reluctant to do. In this land of music, there was no one familiar to Yuta. This would undoubtedly be a very cruel act for a little girl. After thinking for a long time, Shanks turned to look at Yuta. He couldn't make the decision for her. Everything had to be based on Yuta's wishes. Yuta, what do you think? Hearing her father Shanks' question, Yuta glanced at Nami, Nojiko, and Kana, who had been accompanying her these past few days. Then she looked at the handsome, powerful, and good-singing Ning Chuan, and a glimmer of expectation suddenly appeared in her eyes. She gently nodded and looked at Shanks seriously. I want to go to sea with brother Ning Chuan. It's really not fun being with you big guys. It's best to have sister Nami and the others with me. Upon hearing Yuta's heartfelt words, Shanks exchanged glances with the other members of the red-haired pirates, and they all nodded seriously. With Ning Chuan by Yuta's side, her safety was naturally not a concern. Ning Chuan's strength, everyone has witnessed it. It's not just ordinary power. Yuta is even safer on Ning Chuan's ship than on their own. All right, we'll go with what you say. Yuta, remember not to cause any trouble for Ning Chuan on the ship. Shanks earnestly reminded like an old father. Yuta is already over 10 years old. She can take care of herself. Dad, you're really chatty. Hearing Yuta's complaint, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shanks, on the other hand, awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a bit at a loss. After confirming Yuta's boarding, Ning Chuan called Shanks out alone. With the help of the frozen fruit, Ning Chuan managed to expel a considerable amount of alcohol from Shanks' body, temporarily bringing him back to sobriety. Hey, you little brat. Is this your trick for cheating while drinking? After coming to his senses, Shanks couldn't help but curse. In response, Ning Chuan wasn't angry. He looked at Shanks and smiled, saying, let's not talk about those trivial matters. Before we part ways, I want to make one last deal with you. What do you think? Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Shanks couldn't help but ask curiously at the deal. What kind of deal? Tell me more. Ning Chuan didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke seriously. You teach me the divine escape, and I'll give you an ultimate great blade. Of course, it can't compare to my thunderfire sword, but it should be stronger than your griffin. Shanks was immediately startled by Ning Chuan's words. Ultimate great blade? You little brat, you have an ultimate great blade? Where did you get this? Did you dig up an ancient treasure? And that thunderfire sword of yours must also be from the treasure, right? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head. No, I made them all myself. Hearing this, Shanks was instantly stunned on the spot. What the hell? You're a legendary swordsmith? Pretty much. I'm just crushing all the swordsmiths in the world. That sword that can move on its own, I also forged it. Ning Chuan smiled and uttered a statement that almost scared Shanks to death. Crushing all the swordsmiths in the world? You really dare to say that? Shanks couldn't help but scoff. However, even though he didn't quite believe it, the existence of the thunderfire sword was right in front of him, making it hard for him to deny. Aside from encountering Ning Chuan, he had never seen anyone wield a sword that could move on its own and unleash terrifying slashes. When he confirmed that Ning Chuan was not only powerful, but also a legendary swordsmith, the shock in Shanks' heart was beyond words. Ning Chuan, how old is this kid now? Not only has he surpassed countless people in his cultivation, but his talent in sword forging is also astonishing. Could it be that the Joy Boy Captain Roger spoke of back then as this kid? Shanks stared at Ning Chuan for a long time, unable to suppress his speculation. Ning Chuan, Feel free to pick any of these supreme great blades, Shanks said, just as Ning Chuan suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Looking at the few supreme great blades that Ning Chuan had brought back from his small boat, Shanks couldn't help but frown. He observed carefully and found that these supreme great blades were identical in appearance and quality. This left Shanks feeling a mix of helplessness and surprise. Judging by the quality of these swords, they were indeed the legendary supreme great blades. But for some reason, the style and material of these supreme great blades were exactly the same. It was like products made by machines in technologically advanced countries. However, these are supreme great blades. How could they be produced in batches like those machine-made products? Shanks couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Ning Chuan, how am I supposed to choose? Aren't these blades all the same? Shanks said with a hint of helplessness, but also revealed a bit of confusion. Since they were made in the same place at the same time, they must be identical. Do you want or not? If not, I'll just take them all. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's prompt, Shanks immediately responded, of course I want it. How could I not want this supreme great blade? There are hardly any in the world. Am I crazy? How could I refuse such a good thing? Since these blades were too similar, Shanks could only choose the one he found most pleasing. As soon as he held it in his hand, he felt a surge of molten lava-like power flowing into him. He flicked his finger against the blade and listened to the humming sound coming from it. A satisfied expression appeared on Shanks' face. It truly is a good sword. For a great swordsman, getting a good blade is enough to lift one's spirits. Now that you have the blade, hand over the divine shield to me. Ning Chuan casually threw the remaining supreme great swords onto the ground, as if he were discarding trash, showing no concern whatsoever. This scene inexplicably saddened Shanks. After all, these were supreme great swords. How could this kid treat them like this? If other swordsmen who didn't have supreme great swords at sea saw this, they would probably want to beat Ning Chuan up. Watching Ning Chuan waste these valuable swords, Shanks felt heartbroken. But there was nothing he could do. After all, these swords belonged to Ning Chuan, not him. How he disposed of them was none of Shanks' business. Left with no choice, Shanks decided to ignore it and said, come on, let's go over there. I'll teach you the god avoidance technique. Shanks walked ahead with a sense of helplessness, occasionally glancing back at the supreme great swords carelessly discarded by Ning Chuan, feeling regretful in his heart. Soon, Shanks took Ning Chuan to a cliff overlooking the vast sea, a perfect place to practice sword techniques. He wondered where this kid had learned that he had mastered the god avoidance technique. Originally, it was meant for dealing with him, but now he had to teach it to Ning Chuan. Truly, fate had its own plans. Ning Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This move, divine avoidance, can't even kill a demon, and you want to save it for me? Shanks, aren't you a bit too full of yourself? Shanks felt a bit awkward from Ning Chuan's words. Ahem, you're going too far. This move I just mastered not long ago, and I haven't fully unleashed its power. Give me some more time, and I could take down a demon too. It's just not as easy as you make it sound. The last sentence from Shanks was very quiet, as if he was afraid Ning Chuan would hear it. That being said, there was some truth to it. Ning Chuan naturally knew the power of divine avoidance. Shanks, having just learned this move, surely couldn't unleash its full potential. But in the original story, years later, Shanks used this move to easily wipe out Kid's entire pirate crew with a single slash. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. The sooner we finish practicing, the sooner we can go back to sleep. Hearing Ning Chuan's relaxed tone, Shanks felt a bit helpless. If anyone else said that, he would definitely give them a divine avoidance as a lesson to show them how to master it. But Ning Chuan was different. He truly had that potential. Fine, I'll treat this as a test of my sword. It's not worth getting angry at this kid. After all, I'd only be the one to suffer. With no other choice, Shanks took out the newly acquired Supreme Great Blade. As he infused it with a massive amount of Conqueror's Haki, the whole blade seemed to come alive. The magma patterns on it appeared to dance under the influence of the Haki. Feeling the change in the Supreme Great Blade in his hand, a hint of excitement appeared on Shanks' face. He had never tried using the Supreme Great Blade to perform divine avoidance before. Divine avoidance. With a low command, Shanks swung his sword. A powerful force seemed to tear through time and space in an instant. The sea was easily split apart, rocks shattered under the sword's aura, and even the clouds in the sky parted due to the pressure of this Conqueror's Haki, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Ning Chuan stood aside, using his observation Haki to carefully observe every movement of Shanks. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the god avoidance for 3 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30,000 seconds of cultivation return from observing God Avoidance. The host has gained a profound understanding of the sword technique, God Avoidance. At this moment, Shanks had slowed his sword strike down to 3 seconds. However, it was still too fast to master directly. He needed to practice it several more times. Just as Shanks was about to ask Ning Chuan if he needed to demonstrate it again, he saw Ning Chuan actually beginning to mimic his recent movements and started practicing directly. No way could it be. After just one look, he was ready to master God Avoidance. Just as Shanks had guessed, Ning Chuan only glanced at it once and immediately began practicing the divine avoidance according to his own understanding. He summoned the thunderfire sword and took a deep breath. He unleashed his conqueror's haki to its maximum and then swung the sword. Instantly, a violent sword aura, imbued with conqueror's haki, began to fly out from Ning Chuan's sword. However, while the momentum was quite astonishing, the power of the strike didn't even cut through the surface of the sea. Ning Chuan's first strike did not achieve the shocking effect that Shanks had displayed. However, from Shanks' perspective, it was enough to make him widen his eyes in surprise. What the hell? He was able to unleash a sword strike on his first attempt at training the God Avoidance technique. It took me a lot of effort when I was training in this thing back then. If this kid is given some more time, he might just make rapid progress, right? Just as Shanks was astonished by Ning Chuan's powerful strike on his first attempt at training the God Avoidance technique, Ning Chuan, however, spoke in his heart. System, begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the divine evasion for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement is now starting. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 50,000 seconds of cultivation return for the divine evasion. The host's mastery of the sword technique, divine evasion, has significantly improved. Looking at Ning Chuan's silent demeanor at this moment, Shanks thought to himself, it's begun. I've seen this scene before. This brat is about to use his astonishing talent again. Seeing Ning Chuan's silence, Shanks couldn't help but recall his own experiences on the battlefield. Ning Chuan's appearance of secretly learning techniques from himself. At that time, Ning Yuan was exactly the same as he is now. Even if this brat learns quickly, it would probably take him a whole night to truly master this move. This kind of offensive technique is different from those supportive ones. Only with absolute understanding and usage can one truly master it. Just as Shanks was prepared to patiently wait until dawn, Ning Chuan in front of him moved once again. After receiving the cultivation returned by the system, Ning Chuan swung his sword again, delivering the second strike of the divine avoidance. This blow was significantly more powerful than the previous one. The overwhelming conqueror's haki swept out. The sword aura was incredibly fierce, instantly splitting the ocean in two once more. Seeing the scene before him, Shanks rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he saw the ocean slowly recovering from being split apart by the sword, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. What the hell? The second strike can split the sea? Although it doesn't compare to my sword in terms of distance, scale, and intensity, it already has the shape of divine avoidance, as if practiced thousands of times. While Shanks was in shock, Ning Chuan continued to speak in his heart. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host. Immediately, the third strike, the fourth strike. Ning Chuan's every subsequent strike of divine avoidance increased in power in an incredible way. It was as if he had found a rhythm that resonated with divine avoidance, with each blow stronger than the last. Finally, when Ning Chuan unleashed his 10th strike, a force that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth instantly appeared before Shanks. In the face of this terrifying power, even if there were truly gods in this world, they would have to obediently avoid Ning Chuan's overwhelmingly fearsome strike. After this sword strike was unleashed, the ocean before the two was completely parted. The sword light extended for dozens of kilometers, effortlessly slicing through the rocks on the ocean floor, forming a massive underwater canyon. The clouds in the sky were also disturbed by Ning Chuan's sword energy, splitting apart for dozens of kilometers. The shocking scene before him left Shanks dumbfounded. Ning Chuan's strike was even more terrifying than the sword he had previously wielded to evade the divine. However, what Shanks didn't know was that after this sword strike, Ning Chuan silently recited in his heart, "System, settle." The next morning, the sun was shining perfectly, and there were no clouds in the sky. Perhaps it was due to Ning Chuan's swordplay yesterday that drove away the clouds above. It was indeed a great day to set sail. Yuta, say goodbye to your dad. We should also set out to sea and explore other places. Ning Chuan gently rubbed Yuta's little head and said softly. Not long after, Ning Chuan and his group bid farewell to the enthusiastic crowd of the Shanks crew in the land of music. With Yuta, they embarked on a new journey. Nami stood at the bow of the ship, watching Ning Chuan move the mahjong table, and smiled. Ning Chuan, where are we going next? Upon hearing Nami's question, Nojiko, Kuina, and Yuta all looked at Ning Chuan with expressions of anticipation. Ning Chuan naturally knows the thoughts of the few little cuties. He set up the mahjong table, pointed towards the distant sea horizon, and smiled as he spoke. It's time to head to the Grand Line and take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of excitement appeared on the faces of the four little ones. That is the Grand Line, a place that every seafarer yearns for. After confirming the route, Nami directly took the helm, turned the direction, and set off towards the next destination. From a map, traveling from the East Sea to the Grand Line, there are only 3 routes: crossing the doldrums, climbing over the reverse mountain, or flying over from the 10,000-meter-high Red Earth continent. No matter which route it is, Ning Chuan can guarantee that he can accomplish it, and it will be smooth sailing. However, if choosing the latter 2 routes, Ning Chuan needs to put in more effort. For someone as laid back as Ning Chuan, this is undoubtedly a daunting task. It will be much easier to simply walk through Upside Down Mountain. If he takes that route, he can also make a stop at Low Town along the way. This place is quite famous, as it is not only the site where the pirate king, Roger, was executed, but also a gathering place for many pirates preparing to challenge the Grand Line. However, Ning Chuan is indifferent to all of this. He has only one purpose for going to Rogtown. He is looking for a guy named Bartolomeo. This guy has a fruit that can be considered bug level. The barrier fruit. This thing is only shattered once in the fantasy world of the Gomu fruit, which has different world rules. Other than that, it has performed exceptionally well. It can block all attacks in the world. Moreover, this is still the achievement in Bartolomeo's hands. If it were in Ning Chuan's hands, the fruit's abilities would definitely be even more effective. Ning Chuan and Nami had been playing mahjong at sea for several days before finally arriving at the port of Lowtown, which is part of the Music Kingdom. The dock in Lowtown was bustling with people, with various ships from all over the world docked along the shore. The streets were lined with all kinds of shops, selling many goods that had never been seen in the East Blue. The 4 little cuties were instantly captivated by the lively scene. Even Guina, who had been focused solely on practicing her swordsmanship and hardly participated in the mahjong games, couldn't help but have her eyes light up as she looked at the shops selling all sorts of novel items. Ning Chuan glanced at them and said with a smile, "Since you love Rogtown so much, let's go and take a look. By the way, you can spend freely in Rogtown today. Buy whatever you like. Your captain will cover the expenses. Thunderfire sword, keep an eye on the ship. Anyone who dares to come aboard and steal will be killed without mercy." Ning Chuan showed no hesitation towards thieves who dared to steal from the ship. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's command, the tip of Thunderfire's sword slightly moved, as if nodding in agreement. With that, Ning Chuan took the 4 little cuties and began to stroll around Rogtown. Ning Chuan still had over 20 million berries on him, so he could spend freely. Even if he accidentally overspent, there was no need to worry. There were so many pirates in Rogtown. Catching a few and killing a few would yield a substantial bounty at the naval base, especially those with bounties in the tens of millions of berries. They were practically Ning Chuan's mobile ATMs. Thus, Ning Chuan and the 4 little ones entered a shopping frenzy in Rogtown, grabbing all the delicious food, fun activities, beautiful clothes, and skirts they could find, sweeping through the shops with their eyes closed. In fact, some stores were left empty after Ning Chuan's group swept through. The shopkeepers were overjoyed, calling them the arrival of the god of wealth. However, this was still Rogtown, after all. Ning Chuan's extravagant spending will naturally attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. However, since Logtown is an extremely important place for the Navy, the pirates here tend to be very low-key. They dare not act against Ning Chuan in the streets, so they have no choice but to lurk near Ning Chuan's small boat at the port. Ning Chuan's ship was easy to recognize. The pirate flag with 5 human heads clearly indicated their identity. Some bolder pirates, seeing that there was no one left to guard Ning Chuan's ship, attempted to sneak over and steal some valuable items. However, before they could throw their grappling hooks onto Ning Chuan's ship, a flash of sword light swept by. Several unfortunate souls instantly turned into a pile of minced meat, with blood splattering everywhere, quite terrifying. Witnessing this scene, the subsequent pirates were immediately frozen in shock. Too scared to move, they no longer dared to target Ning Chuan's ship. At the same time, Ning Chuan used the ability of the Song fruit to create a world. He temporarily stored all the things they bought in this world. He inquired about the location of the tavern. Ning Chuan then took Nami and the others to the tavern. After all, there is no better place to gather information than a tavern. On the way to the tavern, Nami curiously asked Ning Chuan, "Is the Bartolomeo you are looking for very strong?" Strong is one way to put it, but he is definitely not weak. Ning Chuan smiled and rubbed Nami's head, explaining seriously, "Bartolomeo's barrier fruit, once the barrier is activated, is basically invincible and can block all attacks in the world." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Yuta curiously asked, "Barrier fruit? What kind of ability is that? Is it more powerful than my song fruit?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled and explained, "The barrier fruit can create an invisible barrier that defends against all attacks. But if he is pulled into the world of your song fruit in advance, and you change the rules of the world, then his barrier fruit will be ineffective." Hearing Ning Chuan's explanation, a hint of excitement appeared on Yuta's little face. "Huh, my fruit is still the strongest." Kuna, hearing their conversation, curiously asked, "Is the barrier fruit really that powerful? If a great swordsman in the world, like you Ning Chuan, were to strike, could you break the barrier?" Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head. "As long as the rules of the world do not change, the barrier fruit is the strongest, and no one can break it." Goena clicked her tongue, feeling a bit incredulous about the abnormality of the barrier fruit. However, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nokigo's eyes at that moment. She knew that Ning Chuan's purpose in finding Bartolomeo was to obtain his ability. If Ning Chuan could obtain an unbreakable barrier, then they wouldn't have to worry about him during battles in Ning Chuan. The few of them walked quickly and soon arrived at the liveliest tavern in the town. As soon as the 5 of them entered the tavern, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside. Ning Chuan was completely unconcerned about the gazes of others. He walked straight to the highest point in the tavern. Snatching the microphone from the bunny girl, he shouted loudly to everyone in the tavern, "Who knows where Bartolomeo is? One piece of information, 1,000,000 berries." As he spoke, Ning Chuan pulled out a bag full of gold coins from his pocket. The shiny gold coins sparkled under the bright lights of the tavern. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's voice, everyone in the tavern was momentarily stunned. They looked at the coins in Ning Chuan's hand with longing eyes. However, before anyone could come up to inform Ning Chuan of the news and claim the reward, some noisy voices suddenly rang out. "Looking for Bartolomeo? Are you out of your mind? That kid is the new gangster in this town, a devil fruit user. Don't be fooled by Bartolomeo's young age. He is a downright scoundrel. What do you want with him? If you're looking to fight him, I suggest you think twice." Just as others were chattering away, suddenly, a dozen burly men, covered in tattoos of dragons and tigers, clearly not good people, arrogantly pushed through the crowd and walked towards the stage. "Kid, hand over the money to your grandpa. Let the 4 girls behind you drink with grandpa, and we'll take you to find Bartolomeo." The leading bald man leered as he approached Nami and the others. "Hey girl, come over and drink with grandpa." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chuan raised his hand and waved slightly forward. In the next moment, the dozen burly men were instantly torn apart by Ning Chuan's ability, leaving only the bald man's head intact on the ground. After eliminating these guys, Ning Chuan looked at Nokigo and asked, "Is he a pirate?" "Yes. The one in charge is called Chinoki, the captain of the tiger hunting pirates, with a bounty of 3,000,000 berries. They're just some small fry." Hearing Nokigo's words, Ning Chuan sneered. Then he kicked the bald man's head towards a trembling, blonde, burly man. 3,000,000 berries. Consider the extra your luck. It's you. Tell me where Bartolomeo is." At this moment, Ning Chuan's voice was like the whisper of a devil. The person chosen by Ning Chuan dared not resist and directly confessed everything in detail. To prevent Ning Chuan from having trouble finding him later, he even drew a map for Ning Chuan and the others. Ning Chuan picked up the map and left the tavern with Nami and Yuta without looking back, heading straight for Bartolomeo's gang headquarters. After Ning Chuan and the other 4 left, the strong man chosen by him looked at his wet pants and felt a bit embarrassed. However, upon seeing the head worth 3,000,000 berries on the ground, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Earning 3,000,000 berries for nothing. What a great deal today. I should go buy a new pair of pants. Meanwhile, Smoker, who was investigating the murder of a thief at the port, heard from his subordinates that someone was killed in a tavern. It was the 5 kids with the pirate flag of the murdering sword from the port. Without any hesitation, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and rushed toward the tavern. "How dare they act so recklessly on my turf? Do you treat the law and our navy as mere decorations? Bastards!" Ning Chuan and his companions followed the map drawn by the burly man. They quickly found the gang headquarters where Bartolomeo was located. Outside the headquarters, several thugs in black suits stood guard. As soon as they saw Ning Chuan and his group approaching, they immediately became alert. "Who are you? What do you want?" one guard asked sharply. Ning Chuan replied lightly, I came to find Bartolomeo. I have something to discuss. What could a little brat like you have to say? Do you think our Lord Bartolomeo would take you in just because he's around the same age as you? What a joke. Kid, this is not a place for you to be. Get lost. He looked at these unfriendly gatekeepers. Ning Chuan was not prepared to waste words with them. He gave a cold smile and then unleashed his conqueror's haki. A powerful aura instantly spread out, causing several gang members to widen their eyes in shock. As if they had been struck on the head by a heavy object. They fell to the ground helplessly, losing consciousness. Ning Chuan and the others did not stop and continued forward. Along the way, all the gang members who came out to intercept them were knocked unconscious by Ning Chuan's conqueror's haki. When they arrived in the courtyard, Ning Chuan immediately spotted a little demon with green hair practicing his strength. At this time, Bartolomeo was not much older than Ning Chuan. However, due to accidentally consuming the barrier fruit, he easily cleared out the gangs in Rod Town with its invincible power and became the gang leader of the town. At this moment, Bartolomeo also heard the commotion from outside. He turned around and saw a few kids, even younger than himself, boldly intruding into his territory. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Bartolomeo's eyes. What were his subordinates doing? They couldn't even stop a few kids? No wonder they were so useless. Bartolomeo sneered, dropped the heavy object in his hand, and rushed out of the house without hesitation, shouting loudly at Ning Chuan, the leader. Kid, daring to cause trouble in my territory. You must be tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to test the results of his recent training, swinging his fists and charging straight at Ning Chuan, who was full of openings as he rushed toward him. Ning Chuan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed this kid didn't take me seriously. Well, let's teach him a lesson. Before Bartolomeo could get close to Ning Chuan swiftly moved and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Bartolomeo by the neck and lifted him high. In an instant, Bartolomeo's eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't even see how Ning Chuan had appeared before him. Bartolomeo tried to break free from Ning Chuan's grip, but no matter how hard he struggled, Ning Chuan's hands were like a pair of iron pincers, making it impossible for him to escape. Ning Chuan looked at Bartolomeo, who was struggling in his grasp, with a cold smile. Your strength is too weak. I advise you to surrender honestly to avoid unnecessary suffering. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's mocking words, Bartolomeo's face turned red as he shouted in anger. Let me go, you bastard. If you have the ability, fight me fairly. I'm a devil fruit user, and if you give me a chance to use my devil fruit powers, you will definitely not be my opponent. Hearing Bartolomeo's unwillingness to admit defeat, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and directly let go of Bartolomeo. All right, I'll give you a chance, but what can you do with it? You don't really think your devil fruit ability is invincible, do you? Bartolomeo sneered, not taking Ning Chuan's taunts to heart at all. He was confident that the barrier fruit was the strongest devil fruit in the world. As long as he activated the barrier, Ning Chuan would definitely lose. Without any hesitation, Bartolomeo immediately activated the ability of the barrier fruit. In the next moment, a transparent barrier appeared in front of him. At the moment the barrier appeared, his confidence in his voice was considerably higher than before. You little brat. Now let's see how you break my barrier. He looked at Bartolomeo, who was exuding confidence. Ning Chuan was calm and unhurried, with a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems you're already prepared. Now, let me show you how your barrier fruit will be broken. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, he immediately started singing the hit song, Jin and I Tai Mei. As the prelude of the song played, Nami and the others, having had previous experience, quickly covered their ears to avoid being attacked by the terrifying mental pollution. However, the unsuspecting Bartolomeo was immediately pulled into the Kuan world by Ning Chuan. What's going on? Where am I? Bartolomeo, pulled into the Kuan world by Ning Chuan, looked around in panic. He saw that the surroundings had completely changed. Everywhere he looked, there were Kuns playing basketball. No matter what kind of ability you use, as long as I can use the barrier fruit, I won't lose. With that, Bartolomeo exerted all his strength to maximize the power of the barrier fruit. Ning Chuan watched this scene with a faint smile on his face. He did not continue to pay attention to Bartolomeo, but instead focused intently on observing the entire process of him using the barrier fruit. System, begin calculations. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the barrier fruit ability for 10 seconds. Now starting cultivation calculations. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 100,000 seconds of understanding regarding the barrier fruit ability. The host's understanding of the barrier fruit ability has improved. After gaining some understanding of the barrier fruit ability, Ning Chuan continued to observe. 10 seconds later, Ning Chuan continued to speak in his heart. System, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host. Just as Ning Chuan was relying on the system's settlement ability, preparing to take the barrier fruit into his hands, Bartolomeo was angrily cursing in the world of Cohen. Bastard, you despicable little man. Is this all you can do with your dirty tricks? If you have the ability, come and fight me face to face. Bastard. You guys with your suspenders and center-parted hair, don't come near me. Ning Chuan ignored Bartolomeo's curses. He was seriously observing the ability of the barrier fruit and continuously calculating, until a satisfying voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered the ability of the barrier fruit. After hearing this voice, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. The ability of the barrier fruit had been mastered. Then, that guy Bartolomeo was no longer useful. It was time to completely shatter his worldview. Let him know that the barrier fruit is not truly invincible. After successfully obtaining the ability of the barrier fruit, Ning Chuan slowly walked up to Bartolomeo. Staring at the impatient Bartolomeo, who had already been tormented by Kuan, he smiled and said, Bartolomeo, do you really think your barrier fruit is invincible? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Bartolomeo retorted without hesitation, whether it's invincible or not, you'll find out if you try. Right now, besides doing these things to disgust me and torture me, what else can you do? As long as I have the barrier, I won't lose. After saying that, Bartolomeo continued to activate the ability of his barrier fruit, transforming his barrier into a gigantic spherical shape, hiding himself inside to block out the terrifying sounds that made him feel like exploding. Looking at Bartolomeo's current appearance, Ning Chuan smiled faintly. The next moment, his voice directly penetrated the soundproof barrier that Bartolomeo had painstakingly created, reaching his ears. Let me tell you, this is the world of Kuan, another realm. The rules of the outside world are ineffective here. In other words, your barrier can be shattered here. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, a look of disbelief appeared on Bartolomeo's face. This was somewhat beyond his understanding. Looking at the unusual expression on Bartolomeo's face, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Then he raised a fist and struck casually. With a crack, the next moment, Bartolomeo's proud barrier shattered. Seeing this scene, Bartolomeo's eyes widened in disbelief. His face filled with shock. This is impossible. My barrier fruit is invincible. Although Bartolomeo still refused to believe what he saw, the facts were right in front of him, forcing him to accept it. Here, nothing is invincible, because this is a world I created. Your barrier is utterly weak in my world. Listening to Ning Chuan's disdainful words, Bartolomeo's confidence instantly crumbled. He had never imagined that the ability he was so proud of could be so easily defeated. Under the dual pressure of Ning Chuan and the world of Kuan, his will began to waver, and he even started to doubt life itself. Seeing that Bartolomeo's confidence had been nearly shattered, and having gained control over the power of the barrier fruit, there was nothing left here that Ning Chuan needed to worry about. Thus, Ning Chuan casually withdrew the world of Kuan, bringing Bartolomeo back to the real world. At this point, Bartolomeo had completely lost his fighting spirit. Looking at Ning Chuan, who stood before him, younger than himself, he turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. In the face of Ning Chuan, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, making it very hard for him to accept. Watching Bartolomeo, who had been struck down and sat dejectedly on the ground, losing the sparkle in his eyes, Ning Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Ning Chuan looked at him and felt a bit of compassion. He slowly walked forward, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. Bartolomeo, are you giving up just like that? You should know that your barrier fruit ability is very powerful. There are very few people in this world who can break through your barriers. Besides me and Yuta, no one else has that ability. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Bartolomeo finally lifted his head, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. Really? If you don't believe it, that's fine. Although Ning Chuan's words lacked any polite elements, Bartolomeo still felt a surge of admiration for him. See, could you tell me your esteemed name? Ning Chuan. As soon as Ning Chuan finished saying his name, Bartolomeo immediately stood up from his spot, looking at Ning Chuan with excitement, and loudly said, Ning Chuan, big brother, I want to be your apprentice. Your strength is so impressive. You must be able to teach me how to become stronger. Ning Chuan. Regarding Bartolomeo's proposal, Ning Chuan quickly waved his hand and declined, I don't take disciples. But if you're willing, I can offer you some advice and help. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo was extremely excited and bowed to Ning Chuan. Senior Ning Chuan, From now on, I will be your fan. I will follow your footsteps and become stronger step by step. At that moment, Bartolomeo had already made up his mind to regard Ning Chuan as his idol. He secretly vowed to follow Ning Chuan's path and become even stronger. Seeing this scene, it was Ning Chuan's turn to be dumbfounded. It was only then that he finally remembered another side of Bartolomeo. This guy was a fervent fan. In the original work, his idol was Luffy. Now, this guy's fervent idol had become himself. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but rub his head, feeling a bit helpless about Bartolomeo. Good grief. How could I forget this? If I had remembered earlier, I should have left after getting the barrier fruit. Just when Ning Chuan was a bit troubled about how to deal with this fervent fan, a figure suddenly burst into the entrance of the gang's headquarters. To be precise, it was a figure enveloped in white smoke. After Smoker arrived at Bartolomeo's territory and saw the gang members lying all over the ground, he thought Ning Chuan was killing indiscriminately again. Infuriated, he directly activated his smoke fruit abilities and barged in from outside. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, he angrily swung his Haki-coated weapon and charged straight at him. "You little brat, how dare you ignore the laws of Lowtown and kill indiscriminately here? I will arrest you and send you to the underwater prison." Hearing Smoker's voice, Ning Chuan revealed a faint cold smile. He understood Smoker very well. This guy was obsessed with justice and wanted to be a good Navy. However, his strength simply couldn't support this great dream of his. Watching Smoker charge towards him, Ning Chuan sidestepped and easily dodged Smoker's attack. "I kill a few beasts, and you Navy are this eager? Where were you when those pirates were bullying people in Rogue Town?" Ning Chuan's words indeed left Smoker somewhat at a loss for an answer. No matter how they committed crimes, you shouldn't. Smoker's words were not yet finished. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh. In an instant, his figure flashed and appeared right in front of Smoker. The next moment, his fist, infused with armament Haki, slammed directly into Smoker's abdomen, knocking him down and leaving him unable to get up for a while. "If you don't have the strength, it's better not to talk to me about justice. In the face of absolute power, I am justice." After taking a punch from Ning Chuan infused with armament Haki, Smoker clutched his stomach in pain and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe how Ning Chuan had defeated him. He clearly possessed the powers of a Logia-type fruit, and logically, a punch shouldn't be able to hurt him. However, even after taking a punch from Ning Chuan, Smoker still struggled to half kneel on the ground, looking at Ning Chuan with anger and saying, "I will never recognize your justice. Even pirates cannot be killed at will. There must be laws." Before Smoker could finish his sentence, Ning Chuan stopped wasting words. He directly used his armed color Haki to grip Smoker by the back of his neck and said coldly, "Having a heart for justice is good, but if you want to talk about the law at the very least, you need to ensure that everyone in the world is treated equally for the law to be applicable. With the celestial dragons and the world government pressing down on your navy, how can you talk about fairness and law? If you really want to change all of this, then become stronger. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk." After saying this, Ning Chuan knocked Smoker out with a slap and casually tossed him to Bartolomeo. "Take this fool to the Navy base." After all, there are many people with such thoughts these days. Listening to what Ning Chuan had just said and looking at the Smoker he was handed, Bartolomeo's eyes were filled with admiration. As expected of Senior Ning Chuan, such words of justice are not something an ordinary person can say. If realized, I must become stronger to help Senior Ning Chuan overthrow the celestial dragons and the world government. Senior Ning Chuan, please rest assured, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Bartolomeo immediately lifted Smoker and ran towards the Navy base. At the same time, he secretly vowed to take Senior Ning Chuan as his example and become even stronger. Watching Bartolomeo run far away, Ning Chuan was a bit confused. What exactly has this kid realized? I never said I wanted to overthrow the celestial dragons and the world government. In the original work, Bartolomeo burned Shanks' flag just to help Luffy become the pirate king. I hope he doesn't directly join the Revolutionary Army to make a big move for my sake. However, after giving it some careful thought, Ning Chuan discovered that it didn't really matter even if Bartolomeo joined the Revolutionary Army. After all, if they continued sailing like this, they would eventually have to confront the celestial dragons and the world government. By then, these blind fools would really provoke their own people. Wiping them out seemed like a good choice. After resolving this matter, Ning Chuan continued to stroll around Road Town with Nami and the others. They planned to enjoy a few days in Road Town, relishing the rare leisure time before heading to the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Smoker, having regained consciousness, found himself lying in a bed at the Navy base. He struggled to remember everything that had happened, and Ning Chuan's figure surfaced in his mind. That bastard. How dare he humiliate me like that? I won't let you get away with this. With this thought, he was about to rush out to find Ning Chuan again. However, just thinking about being knocked down with a single punch made Smoker hesitate in his tracks. Ning Chuan's strength is too formidable, and Smoker knows nothing about him. Therefore, Smoker decided to investigate some information about Ning Chuan before making any plans. With this in mind, Smoker rushed to the general's office at the naval base. The naval general station in Road Town is a vice admiral. The presence of a vice admiral in a small town shows how much the naval headquarters values Road Town. Upon seeing Smoker enter the office, the vice admiral couldn't help but furrow his brows. Smoker is a promising newcomer he has high hopes for. Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses a Logia-type devil fruit. Moreover, the most important point is that this newcomer has a strong sense of justice. However, seeing Smoker's anxious demeanor now, the base's vice admiral was somewhat surprised. Vice Admiral, do you know a kid named Ning Chuan? Smoker asked excitedly as soon as he entered the office. Ning Chuan? Who are you talking about? Ning Chuan. Upon hearing this name, the vice admiral immediately stood up in excitement. He grabbed Smoker by the neck and urgently asked, "Where's Ning Chuan? Did you offend him? Come on, I'll take you to apologize. If you dare to offend him, I won't be able to protect you." Smoker was taken aback by the vice admiral's reaction. With a hint of curiosity and caution, he continued to ask, "Vice Admiral, does Ning Chuan have any special qualities?" Hearing Smoker's question, the vice admiral took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It's normal for you not to know. You should have heard about the naval battle to capture Buggy a few days ago. This kid named Ning Chuan was the main force in that operation. His strength can rival that of the 4 emperors in the New World. Admiral Sengoku specifically instructed that all Navy personnel must not easily offend him." Upon hearing this, Smoker broke out in a cold sweat. Did he just think about confronting a powerhouse at the level of a 4 emperor? He even wanted to throw him into the underwater prison? What a joke. No wonder Ning Chuan was able to easily break through his Logia-type devil fruit abilities. So that is how it is. Knowing all this made him feel a wave of fear. However, after his fear subsided, he still reluctantly said, "Is it really okay for such a powerful person to kill at will?" Kill? Who has Ning Chuan killed? Upon hearing Smoker say that Ning Chuan kills at will, the vice admiral was shocked and quickly asked, "Did he kill anyone?" He took out a dozen pirates in a tavern and killed several thieves trying to steal on the dock. Hearing this, the vice admiral jumped up in excitement and slapped Smoker on the head. "Are you stupid? That's not killing at will. That's eliminating harm for the people." The vice admiral yelled at Smoker with frustration. "Quick, go and tally up the bounties of those Ning Chuan has taken out. Hurry and deliver them to him before he leaves. Remember, when you encounter someone like him, don't act rashly. Our mission is to uphold justice, understand? People like Ning Chuan are helping us maintain justice." Listening to his superior's words, Smoker suddenly found the phrase Navy justice somewhat amusing. He couldn't help but recall what Ning Chuan had said to him before. Only absolute strength is called justice. It seems that Ning Chuan was indeed right. As long as one has enough strength, even a vice admiral of the Navy has to start licking. Should I also find a place to improve my strength? 3 days later, at the dock in Road Town, Ning Chuan and the 5 of them had a great time in Road Town. It was also time to set off for the Grand Line. The small boat, flying a flag with the portraits of the 5 of them, raised its sails once again. This time, they were heading to the place that every seafarer dreams of, the Grand Line. After leaving Road Town, Ning Chuan and his 4 companions drifted at sea for 3 days and successfully arrived at the foot of the tumultuous Upside-Down Mountain. Looking at the towering red Earth continent before them, which stood at least 10,000 meters high and reached into the clouds, it seemed like an insurmountable barrier blocking their path. In the center of this red Earth continent, there was a massive gap. The water flow at this gap was different from other places. In other areas, the water flowed from high to low, but at this gap, the water flowed upwards, directly from the turbulent sea below to the mountain peak. This was one of the routes to the Grand Line, the Upside-Down Mountain. By riding the rising water flow, they could soon successfully cross over here and reach the entrance to the Grand Line. However, getting from the turbulent sea to that swift, rising water flow was a significant challenge. Countless pirate ships had been pushed away from the rising waterway by the crashing waves at this spot, accidentally colliding with the red Earth continent and meeting their doom, sinking into the unfathomable depths of the sea. However, for Ning Chuan and his companions, this difficulty was almost negligible. At this moment, Ning Chuan's mind was not focused on the narrow, rising waterway that could only accommodate one ship at a time, but rather on the towering red Earth continent standing before him. Ning Chuan couldn't help but think of the agreement he had with Garp before. As long as he could shatter the Red Earth continent, Garp would take him as his master. With this thought, a smile unconsciously appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Should he remind that old guy Garp not to forget their original promise? Without hesitation, Ning Chuan controlled the small boat with 5 people, helping Nami and the others to navigate to the place where the upward current was. He let the 4 of them rise to the top of Reverse Mountain using the updraft, while he stayed at the bottom, facing the majestic Red Earth continent before him. Let us begin. Here, he would leave a message for Garp and also let the world know that Ning Chuan was heading to the Grand Line. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and flew directly into the air. Great Buddha form, demon body. With a thought, Ning Chuan's internal power surged, instantly transforming him into a figure that was half golden Buddha and half dark demon. At this moment, the forces of holiness and evil flowed together within him. Without any signs of incompatibility, Ning Chuan gathered all his strength, and the powerful armament Haki converged on his fist. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a punch towards the Red Earth continent. Boom! The immense shockwave caused the entire nearby Red Earth continent to start shaking slightly. He looked at the massive pit, 100 meters wide, created by his punch. Ning Chuan was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, this giant pit of 100 meters is really too inconspicuous for the entire Red Earth continent. However, if others knew what Ning Chuan was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. This is the hardest Red Earth continent in the world. A single punch from Ning Chuan creates a giant pit 100 meters wide. Is this still not satisfactory? This is a bit too much, isn't it? If only the power were a little greater. System, settle it. Congratulations, host. The return cultivation has successfully been credited. Ning Chuan's gaze was resolute as he continued to strike with a fist, calculating each blow. He pounded the Red Earth continent blow after blow. With each strike, his power was continuously enhanced with the help of the system. Wherever his fists landed, rocks shattered, and the entire Red Earth continent trembled more violently. In the later stages, each of his punches seemed to carry earth-shattering power. It was as if he intended to completely destroy this vast continent. Meanwhile, far in the middle of the Grand Line, the celestial dragons of Mariehua on the Red Earth continent also felt the tremors beneath their feet. They could not understand what terrible event was occurring. The Red Earth continent was actually shaking. As the tremors grew more intense, the celestial dragons of Mariehua rushed out of their luxurious houses, looking terrified at the ground beneath them. For hundreds of years, the solid Red Earth continent had never experienced such earthquake-like shaking. This unprecedented tremor caused panic among everyone. The Knights of God, responsible for the safety of the celestial dragons, quickly mobilized at that moment, attempting to stabilize the situation. The members of the Knights were evacuating the panicking celestial dragons while cautiously scanning their surroundings to prevent any potential threats. Since the last incident when a celestial dragon was killed, the security of the Holy Land had become much stronger than before. At that moment, in the largest house in Mariehua, the 5 elders who held the highest authority in the world all felt this terrifying tremor. The 5 elders furrowed their brows, looking at each other, not understanding what had happened. Saturn, has something happened to the Red Earth continent? There shouldn't be more than 10 years until the sea levels rise and submerge the entire world, right? Mads, who was in charge of environmental matters, frowned and looked at Saturn. The current situation seemed to differ greatly from Saturn's previous research. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it shouldn't have much to do with rising sea levels. Saturn was very confident in his research and directly dismissed Mads' speculation. Just as the other 3 were about to express their guesses, suddenly, all 5 received a command simultaneously. After receiving this command, they did not hesitate at all and immediately stood up, heading towards the deepest palace in Mariehua. Accompanying them was the current leader of the Knights of God, Galing. When the 6 of them arrived at the deepest palace, they all knelt on one knee towards the throne at the very top. Lord Im, sitting on the throne, gently nodded. She looked at the 6, and after a long silence, slowly spoke. Be sure to investigate everything. Such a simple sentence instantly put immense pressure on the 6 beneath the throne. They did not speak. After receiving the order, they quietly left the palace. It was not until they were out of Im's sight that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Im has spoken. We should prepare to act. We must find out what happened to the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent is very important to us. If the sea levels rise in the future and submerge everything, then the Red Earth continent will be our last refuge. 10 minutes later, the tremors of the Red Earth continent finally stopped. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood in midair, looking with a smile at the enormous characters he had carved into the red Earth continent, stretching for thousands of miles. Kapu, come over and be my disciple. He stood there, contentedly admiring his masterpiece for a while. If he had known that his random carving on the red Earth continent had caught the attention of the 5 elders, and him, he would have certainly punched the red Earth continent a few more times to scare these guys. Soon, Ning Chuan caught up with a small boat heading towards the top of Reverse Mountain. Seeing Ning Chuan return, Nami and the other 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the earlier commotion had been too frightening. They were afraid something had happened to Ning Chuan. What exactly happened just now? It was so scary. Nami clutched her chest, still feeling uneasy. The whole mountain was shaking. I thought there was going to be a major earthquake. Nojiko added worriedly. Exactly. We were so scared just now. Yuta also expressed her unease. She only felt relieved when Ning Chuan came back. Although Kana was not good at expressing herself, her worried expression that had not faded indicated that she was also very concerned about Ning Chuan's safety. Looking at the 4 little cuties who were worried about him, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and comforted them, explaining that he had just carved something on the red Earth continent. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami's curiosity was immediately piqued. What did you carve on the red Earth continent? The other 3 also looked at Ning Chuan with curious expressions. It's nothing. He just left a message for Garp, reminding him to come and be his mentor. Upon hearing this, Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but laugh. You really are interesting. Do you think old man Garp will be so angry at your carvings that he'll jump up and down? Well, I don't care. After all, that's what we agreed on at the time. As an old senior, he can't just deny it, right? With that, the 5 of them laughed and made their way to the top of Reverse Mountain. Under Ning Chuan's control, they successfully sent their small boat racing down the waterway toward the famous landmark at the foot of the mountain, Twin Cape, the starting point of the Grand Line. However, just as Ning Chuan and their small boat were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a whale larger than the island suddenly charged toward their boat. The 4 cute girls, upon seeing this giant whale comparable to a sea king, immediately turned pale with fright. Nami nervously watched the enormous whale that was about to collide with their boat and exclaimed, "Oh no, our boat is going to be smashed by the whale." Yuta tightly grasped the side of the boat, looking terrified at the massive figure. "What should we do, Brother Ning Chuan?" Nojiko and Kuina also showed anxious expressions. After all, they had never had a contingency plan for a giant creature suddenly flying toward their small boat. Seeing the whale coming toward them, Ning Chuan recognized it immediately. It should be the whale Labu guarding Twin Cape. He knew that Labu didn't come to ram their ship. It was trying to crash into the Red Soil continent, wanting to return from Reverse Mountain to find its former companions. Unfortunately, all of its former companions had already died on the Grand Line. Only Brook was still alive. Ning Chuan clearly knew the pitiful background of the whale. Therefore, he decided not to kill this giant whale that had unintentionally bumped into their small boat. Ning Chuan moved like lightning, rushing swiftly to the front of the whale's head. He simply reached out a hand and casually pressed it on Labu's head. He forcefully pushed the whale Labu back. The moment Labu was successfully pressed down into the sea by Ning Chuan, their small boat successfully passed through the descending waterway and surged into the great sea of the Grand Line. However, although Ning Chuan and their small boat were now safe, Labu, who had been pressed down into the sea by Ning Chuan, was very unwilling to accept this. In the ocean, it had never lost to even the Sea Kings in terms of strength. How could it lose to a mere human? So it took a serious look at Ning Chuan, then directly dove into the depths of the sea, using the buoyancy of the water to rush towards Ning Chuan again, ready to knock this human away, to show him the true power of the island whale. Boom! Labu shot out of the depths of the sea like a cannonball, its scarred head violently crashing towards Ning Chuan, who was standing in midair. However, what the whale Labu did not expect was that just as its enormous body soared into the air, Ning Chuan once again firmly subdued it. System settle. Congratulations to the host for successfully using his power to subdue the whale for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now, starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 50,000 seconds of cultivation return for subduing the whale. The host's power has significantly increased. With the cultivation return credited, this time, Ning Chuan used even greater strength than before. He directly pulled the whale, Labu, back into the sea from midair with the terrifying power capable of suppressing a giant whale. Plop! With a loud sound of a giant object falling into the water, Labu was pressed deep into the ocean by Ning Chuan. It struggled continuously in Ning Chuan's hand, creating huge waves. However, as Ning Chuan's strength grew stronger, Labu had no chance to break free from Ning Chuan's grip. It could only be subdued, its ferocity gradually calming down. So impressive, Ning Chuan. Nami, watching this scene from the shore, couldn't help but shout excitedly. Brother Ning Chuan is so powerful. Yuta's eyes sparkled with admiration. Our Ning Chuan has become stronger again. Noki couldn't help but exclaim. When will I be as strong as Ning Chuan? Kuina looked at Ning Chuan, who subdued a whale with one hand, her eyes filled with longing. Looking at the whale Labu, which was gradually ceasing to struggle in his hand, its gaze also becoming clearer. Ning Chuan knew that it had already admitted defeat. Therefore, Ning Chuan also loosened his grip on Laboon, allowing it to return to the surface of the sea. When Laboon resurfaced, it was no longer as frantic as before. Instead, it quietly stayed there, its gaze scanning Ning Chuan up and down, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Nami and the others were curious about what this whale was going to do, an old man suddenly climbed out of Laboon's blowhole. He was an elderly man wearing a floral shirt and sporting a petal-like hairstyle. However, judging by his agility, he did not seem to be as old as he appeared. Seeing this guy emerge from Laboon's body was quite surprising. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He knew that this old man had another identity besides being the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. He was the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, Crocus. He is considered one of the best doctors in the world today. Back then, the Pirate King Roger's terminal illness left many healers with devil fruit abilities powerless. But he was able to successfully alleviate Roger's pain and extend his life for a while with the potions he concocted, allowing Roger to reach the end of the Grand Line in his final moments and become the Pirate King. The moment he saw Crocus emerge from Labu's body, Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a hint of smile. After all, there wasn't a single doctor on their ship yet. This was just perfect. An opportunity to learn medicine had come. As Crocus emerged, he immediately saw Ning Chuan and Nami along with a few others. He couldn't help but sigh. Are kids today already going out to sea? It seems Roger's influence is indeed quite astonishing. After muttering a few words to himself, he decided not to pay attention to the group of kids and walked straight towards Laboon's large head. He wanted to see why it had stopped ramming the red line so early today. Normally, it would at least keep doing it for a few more hours. Crocus approached Laboon and gently asked, Laboon, do you have something on your mind today? Upon hearing Crocus's words, the whale Laboon let out a series of calls. Crocus, who was familiar with Laboon, listened carefully and was left wide-eyed in disbelief. What? You say your strength can't match that of a little kid? Is that true? Is that kid really that terrifying? After confirming with Laboon several times, he finally turned to Ning Chuan in disbelief. Laboon's clear eyes and firm response made him have to believe it all. No wonder they were able to cross Reverse Mountain and reach the Grand Line. So that kid is so strong. With a mix of shock and curiosity, Crocus stepped towards Ning Chuan and the others. Ning Chuan saw Crocus walking over voluntarily and couldn't help but smile slightly. He knew that this old guy couldn't resist his curiosity and would come over. It was to learn medical skills from him later. Ning Chuan took the initiative to introduce himself. Mr. Crocus, hello, my name is Ning Chuan, and this is my partner Nami, Nokigo, Yuta, and Guena. Mr. Crocus carefully looked at Ning Chuan and the others and nodded. I didn't expect that more and more young people are going to see nowadays. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Crocus couldn't help but express his feelings. He recalled how old they were when they set sail back then. They could have been their uncles or older. Mr. Crocus, we are preparing to head to the Grand Line. However, before we depart, I hope to learn some medical skills from you. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Crocus frowned slightly. He looked at Ning Chuan with a serious expression and couldn't help but speak up. Young man, I'm just an ordinary lighthouse keeper. I don't know anything about medicine. If you want to learn medical skills, you should look for someone else. Seeing Crocus's refusal, Ning Chuan revealed a smile that seemed to say he had known it all along. Mr. Crocus, don't hide it. I know your true identity. You were the ship's doctor of the Pirate King Roger. It was with your help that Roger had the chance to reach Laugh-Tail, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Crocus's expression changed instantly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. How do you know this? I heard it from Shanks. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and shifted the blame onto Shanks. Upon hearing Shanks' name, Crocus's expression gradually softened, and the tension in his heart finally eased. Since it's Shanks who recommended you, then I can rest assured. However, learning medicine is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. It will take at least a year or two. If you don't have that much time, then I can only teach you some basic first aid knowledge. Having confirmed that Ning Chuan was one of his own, Crocus no longer felt the need to be overly cautious. He trusted Shanks' judgment in people. Naturally, Ning Chuan refused Crocus' offer of only learning first aid. Mr. Crocus, what I want to learn is medicine, not just simple first aid. I must ensure the health of my crew at sea. However, you can rest assured, my learning ability is quite strong, so just teach me without worry. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Crocus couldn't help but be taken aback. It was the first time he had met such a confident young man. However, Crocus still couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't say much, but quickly walked towards the inside of the lighthouse. Before long, he came out holding a thick stack of medical books. Those books were so thick that they were almost as tall as two Nami. Here, start by memorizing these books. Only after you finish memorizing them can you be considered to have entered the door. I have plenty more in my room. After you finish these, you can continue learning. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan naturally understood the difficulty of studying medicine. However, looking at so many medical-related books, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. With so many books, it's no wonder the uncle said it would take at least a year or two. Nami and the others were also astonished to see how many books were required to get started in medicine. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan quickly regained his composure. Although there were many books related to medicine, he had the system to assist him, making it definitely easier for him than for ordinary people. So, Ning Chuan casually picked up the human anatomy book that was placed on top and began to read. To say he was reading is a bit of a stretch. In fact, Ning Chuan just used his observation Haki to skim through it. He spent no more than 10 seconds on each page. About 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan gently closed the first book and silently thought to himself, "System, start the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully browsing through human anatomy once. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation return for browsing through human anatomy 10,000 times. The host has successfully mastered anatomy knowledge." Upon hearing the system's final statement that he had successfully mastered anatomy knowledge, Ning Chuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He turned to look at the frowning Mr. Crocus and said with a smile, "Mr. Crocus, I have finished one book." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, a trace of anger appeared on Crocus's face. However, he did not lose his temper. Instead, he suppressed his anger and looked at Ning Chuan seriously. Medicine is no joke. You can't just flip through books and expect to learn it. If you have this attitude, you might as well learn some basic first aid knowledge properly. Looking at the somewhat angry Crocus, Ning Chuan smiled and said, "I'm not just flipping through it casually. If you don't believe me, why don't you test me?" Upon hearing that Ning Chuan dared to argue, Crocus couldn't help but prepare to get serious with him. "All right, if you really have memorized it, then tell me how many bones are there in the human body?" Hearing this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly, then said seriously, 206 bones. There are 29 in the head, 51 in the torso, and 126 in the limbs. Do you need me to detail how many are in each part? The 29 bones in the head include. Listening to Ning Chuan's explanation, Crocus was somewhat dumbfounded. He curiously picked up the book and flipped through it according to Ning Chuan's rhythm. Then, filled with confusion, he put it down. How could he remember it so clearly after such a quick review? Could it be that this kid is a genius in medicine? Crocus couldn't understand how Ning Chuan managed to do all of this with such a learning efficiency. In less than 3 hours, Ning Chuan had finished studying the entire stack of books that Crocus had given him. When Ning Chuan put down the last book, Crocus was so amazed by Ning Chuan's learning efficiency that he was left speechless. He had never seen anyone with such an efficient learning ability. It was as if Ning Chuan was a genius born for medicine. Crocus swallowed hard in shock. In disbelief, he posed several relatively difficult questions to verify. As a result, Ning Chuan answered them all fluently, which forced Crocus to admit it. Ning Chuan has indeed finished memorizing all those books. He has successfully stepped into the door of medicine and can learn deeper content from him. This kid is truly a genius. Crocus couldn't help but exclaim. He turned to look at Ning Chuan and, after hesitating for a moment, said, "Since you have mastered the basics, let's prepare to learn about pharmacology, which I'm most skilled at." As soon as he finished speaking, Crocus returned to his lighthouse cabin and brought out a large collection of books related to pharmacology, such as Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna of the Grand Line, Summary of Drug Applications and Effects in the Grand Line, and Basic Formulation Plans for Medications. Looking at these valuable books that Crocus brought out, Ning Chuan did not hesitate at all and accepted everything directly, because he knew that in order to learn pharmacology well, he must have an understanding of all medications. Ning Chuan flipped through the books in his hands one after another. He continuously leveraged the power of the system to reinforce the knowledge he had already learned, until all of it was deeply ingrained in his mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan had already learned from day to night. Even during meals, it was Noki Gao and Nami who took turns feeding him. Watching Ning Chuan's perseverance, Crocus couldn't help but admire him in his heart. This kid is impressive. So smart and talented, yet so hardworking. It's truly rare. After his moment of reflection, Crocus returned to his small room and brought out a large stack of books once again. He wanted to see just how astonishing Ning Chuan's learning speed could be. Until the next morning, when the sun rose above the horizon. Ning Chuan finally finished studying all the books, research notes, and general potion formulas that Crocus had taken out. When he closed the last book, Ning Chuan felt that he had already become an outstanding potion master. Have you finished learning all this? Looking at Ning Chuan, who stood up and was moving his body with a coin fist, Crocus exclaimed in disbelief. I've finished. It must be said that alchemy is indeed profound. Mr. Crocus, I really admire your research. Seeing Ning Chuan's extremely relaxed demeanor at this moment, Crocus couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, all my decades of research and potions have been mastered by this kid in just one night? What a joke. Although Crocus found it hard to believe all of this in his heart, he did not have the intention to test Ning Chuan this time. After all, having experienced several shifts from doubt to shock, Crocus had become somewhat numb. You brat, you really are a freak. Crocus shook his head helplessly. Then, he reached for his waist and pulled out 2 yellowed pieces of paper. On these 2 yellowed pieces of paper, there were densely packed small characters written. At a glance, Ning Chuan could tell that this recorded 2 potion formulas. These 2 formulas are my secret skills. I originally didn't plan to teach you, but after thinking about it, it's a ways for me to hold on to them, so I might as well let you take a look. If you can improve upon these 2 prescriptions, that would be even better. Crocus shook his head helplessly. Finally, he began to explain to Ning Chuan what these 2 formulas were for. One of the formulas was the potion I used on Roger at the time. It could allow him to temporarily ignore physical pain and maintain his best condition until death. However, unfortunately, such a formula has significant side effects, which would further worsen his virus and reduce his lifespan. Ning Chuan held the prescription mentioned by Ku Luokas in his hand. He skimmed through it. With his current status as a master alchemist, it wasn't difficult to see the effects and side effects of such a prescription. If Roger didn't take this medicine, he should still be able to survive for another double the time. However, his condition might be much worse. Ning Chuan looked at the prescription and thought for a moment before giving his analysis. Crocus, hearing Ning Chuan's guess, couldn't help but take another look at him, because Ning Chuan's analysis was quite accurate. To analyze so much from just a glance at the prescription, this kid must have already become a master alchemist, right? What an impressive young man. Crocus sighed inwardly. After introducing the first prescription, Crocus shifted his gaze to another prescription in his hand. However, as he looked at the other prescription, a rare hint of excitement appeared in Crocus's eyes. The second formula I want to teach you is a body enhancement formula. And it is the last formula I have researched. Because it has extremely high requirements, it must be taken by young people who are no older than 15, and no one has actually used it yet. At this point, Crocus excitedly glanced at Ning Chuan and said, after using this potion, the user's physical strength and recovery speed from injuries can continuously improve over the next few decades. Especially after experiencing a lot of battles, its effects will be further enhanced. At this point, Crocus suddenly stopped. He looked at Ning Chuan with a bit of helplessness and then shook his head. Although this formula is powerful, the cost is that it may greatly affect one's lifespan. After listening to Crocus's narration, Ning Chuan directly gave his analysis. So, its principle is to continuously exploit people's potential to make them stronger quickly, right? Crocus did not respond, merely nodded silently. I have applied everything I have learned in my life to this formula, but I can't think of how to continue improving it. After hesitating for a moment, Crocus still placed the formula in Ning Chuan's hands. There's a potion laboratory I set up in the lighthouse, and it has most of the materials needed for potion experiments. If you have ideas, you can go and try. Ning Chuan took the formula and studied it carefully for a while, already having a plan in mind. He looked at Nami and the others, thinking that if this potion could be improved and its side effects eliminated, it might help them quickly enhance their strength. Although Nami and the others had never mentioned anything about their own abilities, Ning Chuan knew that they actually wanted to become stronger to assist him. There are many ways to become stronger, such as consuming devil fruits or training hard. However, Ning Chuan did not want them to eat devil fruits. After all, eating a devil fruit would make them afraid of seawater, which is a fatal weakness. But training hard at their young age would not yield fast results, which is also a big problem. However, The new type of potion that Crocus had brought out was precisely a good method for Ning Chuan to help them become stronger quickly. Eliminating the side effects of the potion? That would require more research. He arrived at the potion laboratory that Crocus had set up at the bottom of the lighthouse. Ning Chuan discovered that although Crocus's potion laboratory is not large, it is well equipped with everything essential. Various rare potions can be found here, according to Crocus's recipes. Ning Chuan quickly gathered all the necessary medicines and prepared to improve the prescription for Crocus. Based on his understanding of pharmacology, he first experimented by replacing several of the ingredients. After successfully adjusting the ratios, Ning Chuan, relying on his immortal body, tilted his head back and drank the potion in his hand. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart, "System, begin the settlement." Congratulations to the host for successfully formulating a new type of potion, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. The cultivation settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a return of cultivation equivalent to formulating the potion 10,000 times. The host's potion formulation ability has significantly improved. He reviewed the knowledge about potions returned by the system in his mind. Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Indeed, this saved me a lot of time. Let's go with the closest formula. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly continued to mix according to the new plan in his mind. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations, host. Until half an hour later, there were still some impurities left in the potion that would affect human health. Simply using the potion alone could not get rid of them, but if I use the ability of the shattered fruit, it should be fine to eliminate them. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan's mind stirred, and the next moment, the potion in the bottle instantly transformed into countless small molecules. Ning Chuan successfully identified the harmful components and completely removed them. What's left is the nearly perfect potion in his hand. It can significantly enhance physical strength and recovery abilities, the more intense the battle. The more the potion's power can be unleashed. How about we call it the War God Potion? Looking at the perfect potion in his hand, Ning Chuan finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. With this vial of potion in hand, it would be much easier for Nami and the others to practice. Ning Chuan walked out of the laboratory holding a bottle of the War God Potion. Seeing Ning Chuan come out so quickly, Crocus felt somewhat incredulous. Did you succeed? Crocus asked, a bit in disbelief. I succeeded, Ning Chuan replied. I made some improvements to your formula, retaining the original effects while perfectly eliminating all side effects. Moreover, the effects of this potion are no longer limited by age. I named it the War God Potion. Ning Chuan smiled as he introduced the effects of the potion in his hand to Crocus. At the same time, he handed this only bottle of the War God Potion to Crocus. Looking at the golden potion in his hand, Crocus felt that everything he had experienced was somewhat magical. The War God Potion. Could something so nearly perfect really exist in this world? Crocus couldn't believe it no matter what. Seeing the look of disbelief on Crocus's face, Ning Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Crocus, if you really don't believe it, why not try it for yourself? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Crocus was momentarily stunned. Can I really try this perfect potion? Ning Chuan didn't speak, just smiled and nodded. Regarding this first battle god potion, Ning Chuan thought it would be good to have Crocus take the potion. After all, this was a formula he had invented, and he only made some improvements to it. Moreover, the materials for the potion he developed were all obtained from Crocus. This battle god potion could be considered his way of giving back. Seeing that Ning Chuan had directly accepted it, Crocus didn't hesitate and took the potion right away. Without caring whether the potion was really as side effect free as Ning Chuan said, he consumed it without hesitation. The reason was simple. It was his trust in Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's talent in medicine has truly amazed him from the bottom of his heart. Not long after taking the potion, Crocus felt an astonishing clarity regarding the changes happening in his body. He discovered that his body, which had degraded somewhat due to aging, was continuously recovering and seemed to be striving towards its peak. This feeling was simply unbelievable. Sensing the changes in his body, Crocus couldn't help but exclaim, Ning Chuan, you actually succeeded in improving the potion. I can feel my body's strength continuously increasing. Upon hearing Crocus's words, Ning Chuan confidently nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. It seems the effect of the War God Potion is quite good. However, if Mr. Crocus could be a few decades younger, it might help elevate your cultivation to a deeper level. Crocus laughed heartily at this. Ha ha, this old man doesn't need it anymore. The world belongs to you young people. This should be used on you. However, if I'm not mistaken, the War God Potion is probably prepared for those young ladies, right? You shouldn't need it, kid. After saying this, Crocus winked at Ning Chuan. I have to admit, these old fellows really have sharp eye. He immediately saw through Ning Chuan's purpose in creating the War God Potion. After saying this, Crocus couldn't help but think of something quite terrifying. If Ning Chuan used these potions on ordinary people to build an army and continuously train them, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve the strength of an ordinary naval vice admiral. Just how terrifying would an army composed of vice admiral level strength be? Thinking of this, Crocus couldn't help but glance at Ning Chuan. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan had no intention of mass-producing the War God Potion. He was pleased to see the War God Potion being perfectly applied to Crocus. Ning Chuan returned to the laboratory once again. Soon, 4 perfect War God Potions appeared in Ning Chuan's hands. Ning Chuan brought the 4 bottles of War God Potions in front of Nami and the others. He distributed 1 to each of them. Looking at the 4 golden potions, Nami and the others showed no hesitation and immediately followed Ning Chuan's instructions to take them. Before long, the power of the potions began to manifest in their bodies. The first to feel the change was Kuna, who usually practiced the most. She felt her body suddenly becoming much stronger, with her muscles and strength experiencing explosive growth in a very short time. The sensation was incredibly wonderful. Soon, Nami, Nojiko, and Yuta all felt the surge of power within them that would allow them to keep getting stronger. Watching their reactions, Ning Chuan finally revealed a satisfied smile. With this, Nami and the others' training became much simpler. As the effects of the War God Potion continued to take effect on them, Nami, Nojiko, Kuna, and Yuta immediately felt a tremendous change in their bodies. Their muscle strength significantly increased, and the muscle lines under their skin became more pronounced, making them look more powerful. Their perception abilities also greatly improved, allowing them to clearly sense the flow of air around them and subtle sounds, even changes in the atmosphere. It was like opening the door to a new world for them. Nami clenched her fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power rising within her. She walked over to the cargo piled on the ship and casually reached for 1 bag of goods. To her surprise, she found that she could now easily lift heavy objects that only Ning Chuan could move before. Meanwhile, Nojiko was keenly sensing the movements around her. She sat on a rock by the sea, listening intently to the sound of seabirds soaring in the distance, watching the waves rolling in the ocean. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world became clearer. Kuna also felt the powerful energy surging within her. She began to feel a bit hot all over. So, she picked up her sword and started to swing it in place. To her astonishment, every swing now carried a strength far beyond what she had experienced before. The 4 of them felt the incredible changes happening to themselves. Almost simultaneously, they turned their gazes toward Ning Chuan, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Ning Chuan smiled and detailed the effects of the War God Potion to them, earnestly reminding them, after drinking the War God Potion, you must train hard. I will supervise you. After listening to Ning Chuan talk about the benefits of the War God Potion, Nami and the others showed a hint of excitement on their faces. They all expressed that they would definitely work hard in their training from now on. Thus, Ning Chuan and the others stayed at Twin Cape for another 2 days. During these 2 days, after using the War God Potion and following the training plan set by Ning Chuan, Nami and the others experienced a significant increase in their physical strength. Moreover, there were no adverse reactions. This made Ning Chuan very satisfied with the effects of the War God Potion. He also wondered how far along the Seraphim project at Vegapunk was. If he could get some green blood for research and improvement, then Nami and the others' physiques could be further enhanced. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and decided that he must visit Egghead Island in the future. A few days later, he also grew tired of Twin Cape. Ning Chuan was ready to set sail with the 4 little cuties to conquer the Grand Line. Upon seeing that Ning Chuan and the other 4 were leaving, Crocus couldn't help but show a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After spending these few days together, he genuinely enjoyed being with these kids. Similarly reluctant was the whale Lebeau. However, before they left, Ning Chuan told Lebeau some news. The long-awaited Rumbar pirates have a guy named Brook who is still alive. However, he is currently trapped in the Devil's Triangle and cannot return to see him. After receiving Ning Chuan's news, Lebeau was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. He let out a series of whines towards Ning Chuan, seemingly expressing his gratitude. Then he prepared to leave Twin Cape, heading towards the Devil's Triangle mentioned by Ning Chuan. Although Crocus was somewhat reluctant to see the whale Lebeau leave, he did not stop him. After all, keeping Lebeau at Twin Cape was also a kind of torment for him. However, before the whale Lebeau departed, Crocus sought a large dose of the war god potion for Labu and personally fed it to him. Crocus was well aware of the dangers of the Grand Line. He wanted to help his old friend gain more strength so that he could survive in the Grand Line. After watching the whale Labu leave, Crocus turned his gaze to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, where is your next destination? We are heading to Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Crocus nodded, seemingly recalling his impressions of Alabasta. After a moment, Crocus responded seriously, Alabasta is a good place, with a unique desert charm, plenty of delicious food, and fun activities. You can have a good time there for a while. After saying this, he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out an eternal pose, handing it to Ning Chuan. This is the eternal pose to Alabasta. On the Grand Line, this is the only thing that can point the way. Otherwise, it's easy to get lost at sea. Ning Chuan took the eternal record pointer handed over by Crocus and smiled at him with a nod. Crocus smiled back and patted Ning Chuan on the shoulder. Take good care of yourself. Your adventure on the Grand Line has just begun. After leaving Twin Cape, Ning Chuan and the 5 of them have been sailing at sea for many days. It's just that this time they went out to sea. Ning Chuan has started to strictly supervise the training of Nami and the other 3 after they consumed the War God Potion. Although the daily training quota set by Ning Chuan is not very high, it still poses a challenge for them. They often feel exhausted, and after training, they don't even play mahjong with Ning Chuan anymore. However, as the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. After a few days of training, Nami and the others gradually adapted to the intensity of the training and made considerable progress. The one who improved the most is Kuina. She has always been the most proactive in training among the 4. Now, her swordsmanship has reached the level of a Navy lieutenant commander. Ning Chuan thought that after some time, when Guyaina's strength increased a bit more, he could start teaching her basic combat abilities, such as the most fundamental moonwalk and shave. Among the 4, Yuta showed the least progress. However, this was also because she was the youngest, and Ning Chuan did not give her too many training tasks. Despite this, Yuta still diligently completed every training assignment and gradually began to build a foundation for her body. And so, another 2 weeks passed. Ning Chuan and the others have grown tired of the food on the ship and are eager to find a small inhabited island to change their taste. Just as they are looking forward to arriving at Alabasta, they finally spot the port of Alabasta through the telescope. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, admiring the uniquely charming desert scenery in the distance. With a smile, he spoke to Nami and the others who were practicing. We've finally arrived at Alabasta. Hearing this, Nami and the others immediately put down their training and excitedly gathered at the edge of the ship, gazing at the bustling port scene. The port of Alabasta was incredibly lively, with various merchant ships and cargo vessels coming and going. The market along the shore was filled with people, brimming with exotic flair. We've finally arrived, Nojiko exclaimed joyfully. I can't wait to try the local delicacies. Nami nodded excitedly, saying, I heard there are many unique specialties here. I definitely want to explore. I haven't spent my last paycheck yet. Yuta, though the youngest, was particularly enthusiastic, exclaiming, it looks so lively here, and the music sounds great. Kuina also showed a different demeanor than usual. She touched the sword in her hand, looking eager to find a place to test her current strength. Ning Chuan smiled at them, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Watching Nami and the others gradually grow is a wonderful feeling. Everyone, get ready, let's go ashore. Let's take a good look at Alabasta, one of the 20 nations of the World Government Alliance. Ning Chuan and the others had just stepped onto the streets of Alabastan when they saw a large crowd gathered ahead, seemingly listening to some kind of speech. Seeing the excitement, they decided to join in. Ning Chuan would certainly not miss it. He had little Yuta and Guina sitting on his shoulders, with one arm holding Nami and the other arm holding Nokigao. He pushed through the immobile crowd and squeezed to the very center. When Ning Chuan directed his gaze towards the center of the speech, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. The person speaking on stage was someone Ning Chuan recognized. With a slick-back hairstyle, he had a huge scar running from his left ear to his right ear, holding a cigar in his mouth. He had a shiny golden hook replacing his left hand. At the first sight of this person, Ning Chuan immediately recognized his identity. Isn't this Crocodile, looking 10 years younger? He calculated the time and realized that it should be just when Crocodile was defeated by Whitebeard, having to retreat to Alabasta to prepare for a comeback to overthrow the Alabasta dynasty. As for Crocodile's rise to power, Ning Chuan was very clear about it. We looked at Crocodile again. Ning Chuan couldn't help but show a smile. Indeed, he guessed correctly. At that moment, Crocodile was standing on stage, full of energy and giving a speech. Below him lay a large group of pirates he had defeated. Ning Chuan knew very well that Crocodile was doing this to leverage his achievements in fighting pirates within Alabasta to shape a heroic image for himself, paving the way for his upcoming plans. Crocodile wanted to gain the trust of the Alabasta people in this way. Then, using the dance powder, which could interfere with the weather and hinder natural rainfall, he would bring about a terrible drought to the already arid Alabasta kingdom. Ultimately, he aimed to use the disaster to start overthrowing the Alabasta dynasty, positioning himself as the new ruler of Alabasta. Reflecting on the plot of the original work, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile and said to Nami and the others, "It seems that our timing to arrive in Alabasta is quite perfect, as we just happened to run into this ambitious guy who is about to make a move." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami curiously asked, "Who is this person? Do you know him?" "He's Crocodile, a very dangerous and ambitious guy. Don't be fooled by his act of being a hero in Alabasta. In reality, he has bigger ambitions and wants to overthrow the Alabasta dynasty to become king himself." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Kuina tightened her grip on her sword and looked at Crocodile with a wary expression. "So what should we do? Should we expose him directly?" Ning Chuan shook his head. There was no rush. There was still a long time before his plan would be executed. He decided to play here for a few days, and it wouldn't be a problem to deal with him before leaving. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly led the four of them out of the crowd. Just as they were leaving, Crocodile's gaze was fixed on Ning Chuan. He had heard everything that Ning Chuan just said, and his observation Haki had not yet faded. At this moment, Crocodile was extremely shocked. He remembered that he had never told anyone about this plan. But what puzzled him was how that boy with 4 little girls knew about his ultimate plan. No way. After the speech, he had to find him to investigate this matter. Crocodile had already regarded Ning Chuan as a formidable enemy. However, he did not stop his speech because of this matter. Soon, Crocodile's speech was nearing its end. He waved his golden hook and assured the audience, "As long as I, Crocodile, am here, these pirates will never set foot on the land of Alabasta. Bring one, I'll take him down. Bring a ship, I'll wipe them all out." After the speech concluded, the crowd erupted into warm applause. Many ordinary Alabasta citizens began to feel grateful towards Crocodile. Ever since this warlord arrived in their Alabasta, the security of the entire Alabasta had improved considerably. His efforts against pirates were far more effective than the useless kingdom army and navy. After the crowd dispersed, Crocodile glanced in the direction where Ning Chuan had disappeared, snorted coldly in his heart, and instantly turned into sand and left the speech venue. After leaving the crowd, Ning Chuan smiled and said to Nami and the others, "Let's find a place to stay first. After we find a place to settle down, we can start shopping." Soon, they found the most luxurious hotel near the port. After all, after drifting at sea for such a long time, they couldn't treat themselves poorly. After putting down their luggage, Ning Chuan and his 4 companions happily walked out of the hotel, beginning to seriously experience the beautiful desert scenery. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who had turned into sand and disappeared, did not directly seek trouble with Ning Chuan and the others. Instead, he cautiously approached the port area. He spotted a ship docked at the port with the portraits of Ning Chuan and his companions on it. This must be the ship of those little guys, right? He wanted to take a look at what kind of little monsters they were. Who could guess my plan so easily? Without further ado, Crocodile took advantage of the fact that no one was around and activated his devil fruit ability once again, transforming into countless grains of sand and drifting towards Ning Chuan's small boat. However, what Crocodile did not expect was that as he neared their boat in his elemental form, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura of danger approaching him. Before he could figure out what was happening, a horrifying sound reached his ears. Swish! A beam of sword light shot directly towards Crocodile's location. If it weren't for his observation Haki predicting the danger in advance, this terrifying sword light would have struck him. Crocodile quickly moved his body, narrowly avoiding the fatal sword energy aimed at him. However, his arm was still grazed by the sword energy, leaving a cut a few centimeters long. A sword energy imbued with armament Haki? Who on earth could it be? Crocodile couldn't help but squint his eyes, looking towards the direction from which the sword energy had come. He initially thought there was a swordsman guarding the boat, but to his surprise, there was not a single human figure on board. What floated above the small boat was just a sword. When Crocodile discovered that it was a sword blocking him, he was utterly shocked. This is a sword that no one controls? It seems to be acting purely on instinct. If I can possess it, my strength will advance to the next level. With that thought, greed immediately surged in Crocodile's heart. He believed that if he could take this sword that could attack on its own, his power would surely increase significantly. even allowing him to return to the New World to challenge Whitebeard and avenge his great grudge. The more he looked at the sword hovering in the air, the more he liked it. After making up his mind, Crocodile decided that even if he got seriously injured next, he would still take this sword. However, direct theft was not his style. Before snatching the thunderfire sword, he transformed back from a mass of sand. As soon as the people at the port saw Crocodile appear, they immediately erupted in applause, cheering for him. Look, that's the recently popular Crocodile. Oh my god, it really is him. Why is he at the port? Could it be that pirates have come to the port again? Not sure, but if there are pirates, we better keep our distance. Don't be afraid. Lord Crocodile will definitely protect us. As more and more people gathered, a cold smile appeared on Crocodile's face. However, he still pretended to show concern for the crowd, seriously telling them, "You all run. My opponent this time is not ordinary, but no matter how strong the opponent is, I will do my utmost to ensure your safe retreat." After saying that, Crocodile fully activated the power of his sand fruit. With a wave of his hands, a vast sea of yellow sand rose up, instantly enveloping the port in a cloud of dust. "Everyone, hurry and retreat. This pirate is very vicious. We must run. We can't let Lord Crocodile be hindered. Lord Crocodile has used sand to shield us from the pirate's sight. He is truly amazing. Crocodile is a hero. When I grow up, I want to be a hero like Lord Crocodile." Amidst the expressions of gratitude, the people at the port were rapidly evacuating. However, the reality was completely opposite to what they imagined. The purpose of Crocodile creating such a vast cloud of dust to obscure visibility was actually to take the opportunity to forcibly seize the thunderfire sword from Ning Chuan's ship. Watching the sky filled with sand obscuring the sun, Crocodile's smile became increasingly arrogant. A bunch of fools. Now no one will know that I took this magical sword." With that, Crocodile's gaze fixated firmly on the thunderfire sword. Then, under his control, the swirling sand transformed into swirling sand dragons, swiftly rushing towards the thunderfire sword, as if to trap it in the sand, preventing it from moving freely. However, the thunderfire sword showed no signs of weakness. The sword body began to shimmer with the light of magma and thunder. At the moment the clouds of sand surged towards it, flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, the searing magma and thunderous power reflecting each other. In an instant, it was like a natural disaster erupted at the port. The sand and the thunderfire sword collided violently. The sand dragons were melted by the magma, while the thunder shattered the sand dragons into pieces. Seeing his sand dragons being ruthlessly torn apart, Crocodile began to change his attack methods continuously. His form transformed into yellow sand, swiftly darting around the port, attempting to attack the thunderfire sword from various angles. But what he did not expect was that the thunderfire sword was even faster. Each swing produced a thunderous roar, and countless streams of magma shot out, smashing Crocodile's attacking sand into pieces. Damn it, a sword is so difficult to deal with. Crocodile gritted his teeth in frustration. Then he concentrated all his power, with sand coalescing into a massive sand hand. It descended from the sky, aiming to crush the thunderfire sword. However, the thunderfire sword charged directly at the sand hand, its body glowing with blazing magma light. With a single thrust, the sand hand was instantly melted by the magma, dispersing into a cloud of sand. The battle between one man and one sword intensified. At this point, Crocodile was already covered in wounds, while the thunderfire sword remained radiant and unharmed. At this moment, Crocodile finally realized that he seemed to be no match for this sword. Damn it, I can't even defeat a sword now. Have I really become so fallen since being defeated by Whitebeard? Crocodile felt very unwilling, but he knew that if he continued to fight, he would likely be slain by that sword. With no other choice, he glared at the thunderfire sword with resentment, preparing to elementalize and escape. However, just as he turned to flee, the thunderfire sword charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, the armed color of the sword spread out, astonishing everyone. At the moment Crocodile was about to turn into sand, it jabbed fiercely at his rear. Ah, damn it. A roar that shook the entire port erupted from Crocodile's mouth. The people who were fleeing were startled into stopping by this furious shout from Crocodile. Was that the voice of Lord Crocodile? Why did it sound so terrifying? Oh no, it seemed that even Lord Crocodile couldn't handle this opponent. What are we waiting for? If we don't run, we'll lose our lives. Run. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan was wandering the streets of Alabasta with the four little cuties, Nami, Nico Robin, Kuina, and Yuta. They walked into a bustling restaurant and saw that it was packed with people, so they decided to go in and try some local delicacies. However, As soon as they entered, they noticed a blue-haired girl about their age, happily gnawing on a meaty bone. This blue-haired girl was chatting with the restaurant's patrons about Crocodile's heroic deeds while eating. It seemed she was quite curious about Crocodile. Looking at the blue-haired girl, Ning Chuan recognized her at a glance. The girl was Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. She was also the awakener of the power of the Underworld King, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Beside Vivi stood a burly, curly-haired bodyguard named Arlong, who was exceptionally loyal to the Alabasta royal family. He didn't expect to encounter Princess Vivi of Alabasta so coincidentally. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Wei carefully and couldn't help but smile. While Ning Chuan was observing Wei Wei, she also noticed his gaze. She realized that the 5 of them were all about her age. Judging by their attire, it was clear they had come from another place. This made Wei Wei a bit curious. She thought it was quite impressive that Ning Chuan and the others had gone to sea at such a young age. So she took the initiative to step forward, extended her little hand to Ning Chuan, and introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, friends from afar. My name is Wei Wei. Can we get to know each other?" Seeing Wei Wei take the initiative to greet him was surprising. Ning Chuan naturally cannot lose his manners. "Hello, Princess Vivi. My name is Ning Chuan, and these are my companions sailing with me, Nami, Nico Robin, Kuna, and Yuta." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's introduction, Vivi couldn't help but show a hint of doubt in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ikelam, who was in charge of Vivi's safety, was watching Ning Chuan with great vigilance. "Why do you call me Princess?" Vivi asked. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. "Princess Wei Wei, the guard beside you, with his distinctive curly hair, can be easily identified at a glance. Moreover, this bodyguard uncle has his hand resting on his waist, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Such a habit is not common for most people. Don't you think so, Ikelam, the chief guard of the Alabasta royal family?" After Ning Chuan finished speaking, Ikelam's face suddenly showed a look of shock. He looked at Ning Chuan in surprise, astonished by his keen observation. Uncle Ikelam, you've been exposed." After hearing Ning Chuan's analysis, Vivi looked Ikelam up and down several times and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Ikelam's face was filled with black lines. Being recognized by a little brat who hasn't even fully grown up is truly embarrassing. However, because of this, Ikelam's vigilance towards Ning Chuan increased several layers. He stared at Ning Chuan intently, ready to let him experience the taste of the captain's fist if Ning Chuan dared to make any inappropriate moves towards Vivi. However, Ning Chuan was not concerned about Ikelam's hostility. In his eyes, Ikelam's combat power was simply not worth mentioning. "You guys went out to sea at such a young age? That's really impressive. Where are you from? Where are you headed?" Vivi stared at Ning Chuan and his companions for a while before she couldn't help but ask. "We came from the East Sea and are adventuring on the Grand Line. Since you're a princess, can we be friends, and could you take me to see your palace?" The money-loving Nami directly followed up on Vivi's words, curious about the palace of Alabasta. Nami wanted to see how Alabasta's palace differed from the palace of the Kingdom of Music. Upon hearing Nami's response, Vivi widened her eyes in surprise. "Wow, you came from the East Sea? You guys are amazing. Unlike me, who needs someone to follow me just to go to the beach." Hearing her slightly disappointed words, Noki Gao's eyes flashed with a cunning light. She looked Vivi up and down and suddenly thought that having a beautiful princess on board wouldn't be bad. So, she very considerately spoke up to persuade on behalf of Ning Chuan. "If Princess Vivi wants to go to sea, she can consider coming on our ship. We're about the same age, and it would definitely be fun to adventure together." Noki Gao's words held immense allure for a princess who had grown up in the palace. "Really? I can go on adventures with you?" Vivi's eyes were filled with surprise. The moment she heard Noki Gao's invitation, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Ahem. "Princess Vivi, please remain calm. The sea is very dangerous, and you are the princess of Alabasta. You can't mess around with them." Ikelam looked at Vivi's current state and was instantly shocked. "Goodness, these little kids are trying to abduct my princess right off the bat. Fortunately, I came with Princess Vivi. Otherwise, she might really get taken away." At this moment, Ikelam's vigilance towards Ning Chuan and the others had increased several times compared to before. Hearing Ikelam's discouraging words, Vivi pouted in dissatisfaction. "Hey, this old man. Although the sea is dangerous, with big brother Ning Chuan here, we are very safe. Even my dad said that the 4 emperors might not be a match for big brother Ning Chuan. As long as Sister Vivi wants to go on an adventure with us, her safety is not a concern." Yuta jumped onto a stool, very dissatisfied with Ikelam's earlier words. "The 4 emperors aren't this kid's match?" Ikelam found Yuta's words quite amusing. This adorable little girl probably still doesn't fully understand what the term 4 emperors really means. "So, With a teasing tone, Icolum leaned down and brought his old face close to Yuta, smiling as he asked, "Little girl, who is your dad? Is he very famous?" How could he say something so exaggerated? At this moment, Icolum was speculating that Yuta's dad was probably someone who had never seen the world. After witnessing Ning Chuan's extraordinary strength, he assumed that he could defeat even the four emperors. Sigh, what a pitiful little girl, being tricked into going to sea at such a young age. Just as Icolum felt pity for Yuta and the other girls who were sold by Ning Chuan, yet still helped him count money. Yuta's calm and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Icolum's ear. I remember my dad saying that he seems to be quite famous. By the way, uncle, my dad's name is Shanks. Have you heard of him? Upon hearing Yuta mention Shanks, Icolum was momentarily stunned. Shanks, such a familiar name. Just as Icolum was still processing who Shanks was, a few people at the neighboring table who had been eavesdropping were so frightened that they fell off their chairs. Shanks? That man with a bounty of several billion, who almost became one of the four emperors in the New World. My goodness, how could Shanks' daughter be in Alabasta? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the restaurant looked at little Yuta with terrified expressions. The name Shanks was simply too frightening. Even in Alabasta, thousands of miles away from the New World, this name could still leave some people speechless. Big brother Ning Chuan, why do they look so strange? Is my dad really that scary? Ning Chuan, Icolum. Yuta, don't casually mention your dad's name in the future. Ning Chuan stretched out his hand and helplessly rubbed Yuta's head. Looking at the current situation, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to enjoy this meal properly. Everyone just disperse. Don't gather here. I really dislike your gazes. By the way, remember to settle the bill before you leave. Ning Chuan glanced at the surrounding crowd, who were utterly shocked. He directly used a hint of Conqueror's Haki to urge them to leave. Clearly, under Ning Chuan's kind persuasion, everyone trembled as they pulled out a few coins and placed them on the table. Then, without daring to say another word, they left the restaurant. At this moment, Icolum was drenched in cold sweat. Ning Chuan's words had been too terrifying. As the kingdom's chief guard, he was almost shaken out of his wits by Ning Chuan's words. However, even so, Icolum did not forget his duty and stood in front of Vivi. Meanwhile, the people who had just left the restaurant were still in shock from Ning Chuan's terrifying words. As they walked, they suddenly remembered someone. The new hero of Alabasta, Crocodile. Quick, go find Hero Crocodile. Tell him a small pirate has appeared here with the daughter of red-haired Shanks. He must capture these unruly little pirates. Crocodile. Crocodile. Not good. Just as Crocodile returned from the port and was about to check his injuries, he was disturbed by a sudden outcry. With no choice, Crocodile had to endure the pain in his rear, slightly blocking the bleeding wound with sand. He put on a nonchalant expression and looked at the group of Alabasta citizens running towards him. Don't panic, calm down first, and let's clarify the situation. If there's any injustice, I will definitely handle it fairly. Crocodile appeared serious and solemn, showing no signs of acting. Crocodile, in the most luxurious restaurant in the street. A terrifying figure has appeared. She claims to be the daughter of red-haired Shanks. They are the descendants of very vicious pirates. Please capture them. As more and more restaurant patrons found Crocodile, he gradually began to believe what they were saying. The daughter of red-haired Shanks? The one who almost became one of the four emperors? If it really is his daughter, capturing her would instantly make me famous in Alabasta. However, red-haired Shanks seems to be a troublesome character. Upon hearing that the daughter of red-haired Shanks was in Alabasta, Crocodile's heart stirred. But thinking about the possible consequences of capturing his daughter, he fell into deep contemplation. Soon, however, he made a decision in his heart. Who cares if it's red-haired or black-haired? As long as I can quickly overthrow the kingdom of Alabasta and find the legendary weapon, Pluton, then I won't fear even the four emperors. Moreover, Shanks hasn't even become one of the four emperors yet. At this moment, Crocodile viewed the appearance of Yuta in Alabasta as his best opportunity to make a name for himself. If successful, he would not only be regarded as a hero in Alabasta, but could also greatly accelerate his plan to overthrow the Alabasta dynasty. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the group of people reporting the news to him. What does Shanks' daughter look like? Tell me. Seeing that the hero of Alabasta, focused on combating pirates, was already considering taking action, some people immediately stepped forward to flatter him. There are a total of 5 of them in Shanks' daughter's group. One of them is a very handsome boy, and the other 4 are girls. As for Shanks' daughter, she is the youngest with red and white hair. Very easy to identify. Upon hearing the description of Shanks' daughter, Crocodile was quite shocked. Aren't these the little brats I just saw at the port? No wonder their ship had such an outrageous weapon. It must be left there by Shanks to protect these kids. Humph, but now they're so far from the port. Even that sword can't protect them. Connecting all the dots, all the mysteries in Crocodile's mind were unraveled. At this moment, he already had a new plan in mind. He believed that Ning Chuan and the other kids must have dared to go out to sea because of that sword. And now, without the sword by their side, as long as he captured these kids, he could control that powerful sword through them. If he managed to capture Ning Chuan and these kids, he would not only gain an excellent reputation, but also acquire an incredibly powerful weapon. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Once this thought emerged, Crocodile couldn't care less about the pain in his rear and flew straight towards the restaurant where Ning Chuan was. Those who had come to request Crocodile to take action all showed excited expressions after seeing him leave. Let's go. Let's see how Crocodile captures the pirates. Exactly. We need a cheer for Crocodile. It's been a long time since we've seen Crocodile in action. Just a few little thieves, Crocodile can easily handle them with one hand. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Ning Chuan noticed that Icolum looked tense, so he smiled and comforted him. Captain, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. If I had any ill intentions, do you think you could sit here so comfortably? Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Icolum's expression relaxed slightly. However, he still stood nervously in front of Vivi. As long as there was anything amiss, he would step forward to shield Vivi from any danger. Watching the extremely tense Icolum, Vivi gently patted his back. Icolum, sit down. I could tell they really mean no harm. Despite this, Icolum still sat back down but remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on Ning Chuan and the others. Seeing this, Vivi gave Ning Chuan a helpless smile. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she proactively changed the topic and began to talk about Crocodile. Ning Chuan, from your perspective, how do you view this hero who has been helping us in Alabasta to eliminate pirates? Ning Chuan sneered disdainfully. Crocodile seemed to be a hero, but in reality, he had ulterior motives. His ultimate goal was to overthrow your Alabasta kingdom and seize power for himself. Vivi frowned slightly, clearly skeptical. Meanwhile, Icolum beside her displayed a thoughtful expression. In fact, his reason for accompanying Vivi to the port this time was not only to ensure her safety, but also to observe the true nature of this reformed warlord for the king. Vivi, being inexperienced, might not understand, but King Cobra was well aware of human nature. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Crocodile's relentless elimination of pirates must have a purpose. Just as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Crocodile's figure had somehow appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. It was as if Ning Chuan's words had been deliberately spoken for him to hear, allowing him to catch every word. At that moment, Crocodile, with a gloomy expression and a cold smile, walked up to Ning Chuan and the others. You little brats really have some nerve to slander me like this? Ning Chuan's expression was calm as he stared directly at Crocodile, disdainfully saying, slander? You should know better than anyone whether I am slandering or not. In response, Crocodile couldn't help but snort coldly and declared with a serious expression, everything I have done is to strive for the peace and tranquility of Alabasta. I've worked hard here for so long, and my achievements cannot be easily slandered by you bunch of pirates. As the descendant of the great pirate Shanks, I advise you to surrender early. I don't like to deal with little kids. As soon as Crocodile finished this sentence, Nami, Nojiko, Kana, and Yuta all looked at him with strange expressions. For some reason, after meeting their gazes, Crocodile suddenly felt something was off. Why do these little girls have such strange looks? It's as if they're looking at a fool. This thought suddenly popped into Crocodile's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. In his view, they were just a few little kids. He could handle all of them without even using the power of his fruit. I bet 20 moves. He can last at most 20 moves against Ning Chuan. If I lose, I'll take care of the ship's cleaning for a week. Yuta stared at Crocodile for a while, then suddenly spoke to Nami and the others. I bet 15 moves. Ning Chuan will definitely take him down in 15 moves or less. I bet 2 weeks of cleaning. Nami supported her neck with her hand and raised her right hand to show it too. I'm the same as Nami. I bet 15 moves. Nojiko laughed as she put her arms around Nami's neck. 10 moves. If I lose, I'll take care of cleaning for 3 weeks. Kuina also rarely placed a bet. Just as they were arguing fiercely about how many moves Ning Chuan would need to take down Crocodile, who was listening to them, was so angry that his face nearly turned green. How dare these little kids look down on me like this? Bastards. Without that sword, do you think you can still turn the tables on me? However, he hadn't had the chance to make a move yet. Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. You sword-stealing thief, can you stop pretending to be righteous here? It's fine to be a thief in private, but you dare to stand up and shout? Your butt has been pierced by a sword. If I were you, I would have been honest by now. Hearing Ning Chuan mercilessly point out his embarrassment, Crocodile's face turned red with anger. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. How did this kid know that his butt had been pierced by a sword? He had clearly used sand to temporarily block the wound. Looking at the astonished expression on Crocodile's face, Ning Chuan smiled slightly, as if explaining to Crocodile, and said, "There's still residual sword energy from the thunderfire sword on your backside. TSK, TSK. It seems you can't even understand being a thief properly, and you still want to steal a country?" Ning Chuan's blatant mockery had driven Crocodile's anger to its peak. Dare to talk nonsense when death is imminent? Be honest and surrender. I will send all of you to the underwater prison. After saying this, Crocodile let out a roar. He no longer gave Ning Chuan a chance to speak. Crescent-shaped sand dune. A sand dune slash, several dozen meters long and shaped like a crescent moon, rushed straight towards Ning Chuan and the others. It was evident that this time, Crocodile was truly furious. He launched an indiscriminate attack on all of them inside the restaurant, showing no concern for whether he would harm others. Facing Crocodile's slash, Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged, a faint cold smile on his face. Too weak, too lazy to fight with you. Barrier. Ning Chuan casually activated the barrier fruit's ability, placing Nami, Vivi, and the others behind the barrier. Crocodile slash struck Ning Chuan's barrier as if it had hit an iron plate, leaving not a single mark on the barrier created by Ning Chuan. Haven't you eaten? This is a restaurant. Why don't you have something to eat before continuing to fight? Ning Chuan's mocking words continuously floated into Crocodile's ears, fueling the anger within him even more than before. Bastard. Sand tornado. This time, Crocodile was genuinely furious. He held nothing back anymore. In an instant, he unleashed two small tornadoes from his hands. Once these two tornadoes left Crocodile's hands, they quickly grew larger. They immediately engulfed the entire restaurant. The fierce winds carried fine sand, slicing through everything in their path, instantly grinding all the buildings caught in them into debris. It looked quite terrifying. However, in the very center, Ning Chuan and the others remained incredibly steady, continuing to sit behind the barrier and intently watching Crocodile's performance. A desert tornado. Such a cool fruit ability. This must be a Logia-type fruit ability, right? When I get back, I want to create a song that also features a desert tornado. Yuta thought, gazing at the two massive tornadoes that seemed capable of tearing everything apart as her mind began to contemplate her new song. I wonder how this Logia-type fruit ability compares to Ning Chuan's freezing and magma fruit abilities. Who is stronger? After thinking for a long time, Nami couldn't figure out which one was more powerful. I think they should be on the same level. They're both Logia-type abilities, and neither can do anything to the other. Noki Gao concluded, "It's all futile. Ning Chuan could break them all with a single sword strike. Swordsmanship is impressive." Quina tightly gripped her long sword, seemingly pondering what kind of sword technique could break a Logia devil fruit ability. Meanwhile, Vivi and Icolum watched as Nami and her three companions showed no fear and recklessly discussed which devil fruit ability was stronger. This made the two of them feel somewhat unreal for a moment, especially Icolum. He thought this group of kids was far too calm. After all, this was the most terrifying sand tornado in the desert. The flying sand could slice a person into pieces, yet they were not only unafraid but also calmly chatting away. This suddenly made Icolum feel that this world was somewhat different from the one he knew. "Aren't you all afraid?" Vivi glanced at the barrier that effortlessly blocked the sand tornado and couldn't help but ask Nami and the others. "Why be afraid? We've experienced much worse situations." Vivi, Icolum. For a moment, Vivi felt a bit envious of Nami and the others. They were all peers of similar ages, yet they had such extensive knowledge and experience. If I sailed with them, would I also become well-informed like them? A somewhat rebellious thought suddenly emerged in Vivi's mind. Meanwhile, as Nami and the others chatted and laughed, Ning Chuan watched the swirling sand and dust in the sky, as well as the continuous attacks from Crocodile's sand fruit, gradually becoming entranced. After a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "It's about time. System, start the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the sand fruit's ability for 10 seconds. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. The cultivation settlement is now starting. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from observing the sand fruit's ability. The host's understanding of the sand fruit's ability has improved. Not enough. Continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for the success. Continue the settlement." Standing behind the barrier, Ning Chuan continuously settled his observations of Crocodile's sand fruit ability. With each cultivation return, he felt his understanding deepen. Ning Chuan's understanding of the abilities of the Sha fruit has rapidly improved, coupled with the experience gained from learning about natural-type fruit abilities in previous instances. Ning Chuan quickly reached the threshold to use the powers of the sand fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the powers of the sand fruit. Until he heard that he had already mastered the powers of the sand fruit, Ning Chuan finally showed a hint of a smile on his face. Have you already mastered the power of the Sha fruit? Then let's give it a try. Ning Chuan revealed a faint cold smile on his face. He began to manipulate the sand, making it move according to his thoughts. At the same time Ning Chuan was controlling the sand, Crocodile immediately sensed something was off. He noticed that a portion of the sand was no longer obeying his commands, but was moving in a peculiar way. Crocodile's brows furrowed, filled with confusion. He tried to control the sand once more, but no matter how hard he tried, the sand refused to follow his orders. Why was this happening? What was going on with the sand? Could it be that my injury is affecting my control over the fruit's abilities? Just as he was filled with doubts, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Are you feeling confused? Then let me show you something more interesting. After saying this, Ning Chuan sneered at Crocodile. Then, right in front of Crocodile, he actually demonstrated an ability that only someone who has eaten the sand fruit can master. Ning Chuan reached out towards the two swirling sand tornadoes and softly said, "Stop." In reverse, as soon as the words left his mouth, the two tornadoes, which were growing larger, actually came to a halt. Then they began to spin in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Crocodile's pupils suddenly widened, and an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. His mouth slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something. But the scene before him was so astonishing that he was momentarily speechless. This is impossible. Crocodile's voice was filled with unease, and his tone was no longer calm, instead trembling slightly. How can you control my sand? What ability are you using? Why is it similar to my sand fruit's power? In response to Crocodile's shock, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, speaking in a calm and indifferent tone. It seems your sand fruit ability is nothing special. Your control seems to be even worse than mine. Listening to Ning Chuan's taunts, Crocodile felt a whirlwind of confusion in his heart. He couldn't believe what was happening. This young man actually possessed the same ability as him, controlling the sand that only he could manipulate, and he was even more skilled at it. Impossible. I am a master of the sand fruit. His ability to control the sandstorm should be inferior to mine. Crocodile refused to admit defeat so easily. He intensified his control over the sand fruit, elevating it to the level of a life-and-death battle. However, as he enhanced his control over the swirling sand, Ning Chuan, who was competing for control, was also continuously strengthening his dominance over the sand. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the sand fruit ability for 2 minutes. Activating the 10,000-fold return system. Commencing cultivation calculation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a return of 20,000 minutes of cultivation from using the sand fruit ability. The host's mastery of the sand fruit ability has significantly improved. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host. With each return of cultivation power into Ning Chuan's body, his control over the sand began to rise dramatically. Crocodile, who was vying for control, was increasingly alarmed at this moment. He began to feel chills running down his spine, and cold sweat started to pour from his forehead. How is this possible? My control is gradually disappearing? No, it's not disappearing. This guy's control over the sand is clearly above mine. With him around, I can't control any of the nearby sand. Realizing this, a look of terror appeared on Crocodile's face. Even when he faced Whitebeard back in the day, he had never felt the kind of fear he felt when facing Ning Chuan. However, Crocodile was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. He still held on, hoping that he could exhaust Ning Chuan's stamina with his age advantage. Yet the reality was, Ning Chuan became increasingly energetic. At this moment, he only felt his stamina rapidly declining. The consumption of fighting for control against Ning Chuan was far greater than that of an ordinary battle. I can't drag this out any longer. If this continues, I will definitely be exhausted and completely defeated here. I must leave. Crocodile's face was extremely pale at this time. He realized that the young man before him was far stronger than he had imagined. He could no longer maintain his composure, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Is he going to start running away again? This is the second time today, right? Crocodile, you really are a failure. defeated by a child. Crocodile scolded himself for being useless in his heart. He couldn't even defeat a child who hadn't fully grown up. But after the self-criticism, he still strengthened his resolve. Defeat is defeat. There is nothing to be ashamed of. As long as I find the Underworld King, I will wash away all the humiliation. Crocodile is indeed a hero. After repeated failures, he still wishes to make a comeback, something that ordinary people cannot match. I'm leaving. Elementalization. Crocodile made up his mind and decided to throw his old face away here. In an instant, he turned into a grain of sand, preparing to escape using the desert terrain of Alabasta. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he transformed into sand, he found his body could not move. This left him in shock. Even the sand of my elementalization can be controlled. How is that possible? This is something even the awakening of the sand fruit shouldn't be able to do, right? Just when Crocodile was shocked beyond measure, Ning Chuan's voice, like a devil's whisper, suddenly rang in his ear. Do you think that by elementalizing yourself, you can escape my control? Then wouldn't my Sha fruit ability be in vain? Ning Chuan sukkestuli capturet Crocodile. He used the sand fruit to control his movements and directly employed the power of de-elementalization to restore him to his human form. Feeling the changes happening to him, Crocodile was almost dumbfounded. He never expected Ning Chuan's ability to be so extraordinary, capable of doing even this. At that moment, he was completely immobilized and could only watch as Ning Chuan gradually restored his body. How did you do it? Crocodile was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but ask. It's simple. As long as you use the power of the sand fruit, I can control you through the power of your fruit. Especially when you are in elemental form, controlling the element is much easier than controlling a person. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Crocodile finally understood why he was so easily manipulated by Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan can control sand, and his control is above himself. If he elementalizes and turns into sand, wouldn't he be handing the knife to Ning Chuan? Crocodile was almost driven to death by his own stupidity. Now it's good. He can't escape. He can only become a prisoner under Ning Chuan. Let's see how he will deal with him. As long as he doesn't kill him, then Crocodile will eventually have his chance to turn things around. Looking at the immobile Crocodile, Nami stepped forward and touched the golden hook on his left hand, her eyes flashing with a hint of brilliance. Ning Chuan, how are you going to deal with this guy next? I think the golden hook on his hand should